baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're ready for work, what is happening? Please drive safely on those roadways. Get there safely. All the overnight dancers, security guards, cops, Fremont Bank, and everybody who works there. Shout out to Fremont Bank for hosting one hell of a summit yesterday out in Fremont, California. We had a blast. All the roasters, all the 95-70 game listeners. It was a lot of fun. Very fun discussion about the Golden State Warriors. Shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If they're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. Shout out to Joe Spinoni filling in for Joe Shasky for the next 2 days. We got Lutman back behind the glass. We got Takata running the board. Be careful, Kata. I'm watching you, man. Wake up, baby. I know it's a little early for you. What up, Spinone?
Dude, I'm locked in, brother. Hey, you guys did a hell of a job yesterday at that summit out at Fremont Bank. The venue looked gorgeous.
Oh,
It was the picturesque. It was popping. It looked beautiful, sunny. Was it too hot out there, Bonte?
No, it was great.
It was perfect weather? Okay.
Perfect weather, rooftop screens, HD TVs.
Oh.
They had a bar up there, even though I don't really drink, so I didn't have one.
Must be nice.
Yeah, it was nice.
Steiny coming up late. I saw that.
Steiny
that
was
nice.
late. He was, he probably was sipping a little bit or had to go to the restroom or whatnot. But it happens. It happens to the best of them. But it was a great time. Fremont Bank did a hell of a job hosting. I'm not going to lie. So I was timing it out. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to get there about 10 minutes early. And then I didn't know I had to walk up 6 flights of stairs and get up to the studio. The boy was huffing and puffing at the start. I was like, please, Willard, be a little long-winded here in your introduction.
Oh, you have to worry about that.
Yeah, don't have to worry about that at all. But Willard and Dibbs, it's good to see those guys. It's good to see Steiny Goo, obviously, and the rest of the roasters and everybody at 95-70 Game. And everybody who came out. Kyle Kelly came out. He's always on YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
Cruiser, the 209 was out there.
Cruiser's an OG.
Cruiser, Dublin Marge is in the building.
I love Dublin Marge.
Can you believe Dublin Marge? You know Ernie Chavez is going to show up. He always shows up.
Happy belated birthday, Ernie. It was his birthday last weekend.
Yeah, happy belated birthday, Ernie Chavez. So it was a who's who out there. Sharika's who always called. I forgot to botch your name up. She calls Bot. Say, you know me. I don't call all the time, but you know when I call, I hold it down. I was like, you're right. You're right. You do.
Love
you
that.
do. So it was a lot of fun yesterday. But hopefully it sounded good over the airways, man. And hopefully everybody had a good time yesterday.
Well, I got a little concerned because some of the conversations was about a certain Bay Area superstar potentially not being here any longer. And we'll get into that because there were some interesting quotes that I heard yesterday, Bonte, in regards to one Stephen Curry. But another thing that got announced yesterday was that are we changing shifts next week? What's going on?
Yeah, we're changing shifts. So in the morning, 6 to 10, Willard and Dibbs will pick it up.
What?
They're going to work from 6 to 10.
Oh, my goodness.
They're going to be the morning roast for a week.
Oh, they have to get up early then.
They have to get up early. Shasky and I don't know if you heard me at the end of the summit. I go, we get to sleep. We get to work 10 to 2.
Oh.
I get to sleep till 7 o'clock. Are you seriously? I don't have to wake up at 4 in the morning? Oh, my heaven. Oh, my Lord. I may not go back. So Shasky and I be 10 to 2 next week.
Okay.
And it's Steiny and Guru an afternoon drive from 2 to 6.
I don't know how they're going to feel about that. They don't get the cafeteria after that. It's going to be too late for them.
Yeah, then maybe they go before the show.
I don't know. Well, actually, that might sound pretty good depending on the day.
I mean, but they could always make a late night run to the cafeteria.
They could
for a week.
Let's be safe.
I'm a little worried because doing it 10 to 2. Obviously, I did that with Steiny Goo for almost a year.
I remember.
And the old Afternoon
Shout out
Delight.
Pandemic Radio.
Yeah, Pandemic Radio. And then the old Afternoon Delight was from 12 to 3. And so I'm going back home to the afternoons. And I may not come back to morning drive.
Oh, man. I'm juggling whether I'm going to do the pregame show or be your guys' board op for 10 to 2 or not. I'm probably going to stick in the morning time. I got to get my touches, Coach. I got to get my touches.
Come on. All right, that lineup is jacked up, brought to you by Jack's Restaurant, of course. Jack's Restaurant, we'll have more on them in a little bit. Jack's Restaurant, no doubt. Come on, Coach, you're not going to come with us in the afternoons?
I got to get my touches. Pre-game show's not going anywhere. Unless Mark Grandy switches with me and I do the best of the game. Is that what I'm doing from 6 to 7?
Oh,
no, yeah, I don't think Jade would be very happy with me missing bedtime.
Yeah, she would not be happy.
No.
She would not be happy. You got to do it. Damn, who's going to run the board from 10 to 2? Lubman,
you call it the post-game show if you do it in the afternoon.
Post-game show. That's actually not bad.
Lubman, are you coming with us to the afternoon?
Oh, I'm absolutely coming with you guys. I'm not waking up
early
for a week.
It'll probably be Grandy then. You guys might get the Grandy man, Mark Grandy, for the board. And I taught him, so he is very well versed in everything.
All right, that's good.
Yes.
That's good.
And he's Italian, so there you go.
Is he Italian?
Grandy, come on. Yeah.
Hey, he's one of those fake Italians.
Fake Italians?
Just got the name, but he's never really. He's never
all
been to Italy
Italian
in his
Americans
life.
are kind of fake Italians.
Yeah, I mean, has he even been to Italy? Does he even know what part of Italy his family's from?
I think he's Northern Italian.
Is he Northern Italian?
He's got the light hue. Yeah,
right,
he burns.
Great, that's cool. He beat me in a knockout tournament. I'm not happy.
Well, he beat all the listeners too. Got to take one for the team.
Yeah, I was in the Final Four, Spinoni. I was in the Final Four. I know. No, you can't. You got to beat the listeners. First of all, I've been hearing that around here. 888-957-9570. It was totally okay for Grandy to win that tournament. The hell with the listeners. That's the whole point. I'm not letting the listeners beat us and then go brag out here in the streets saying, "Oh, I beat some 95-7 game halls." Blah blah blah. Grandy man did what he had to do to beat the listeners. You don't let the listeners just win. We're not just giving you, hey, here you go. You see the Clippers? They didn't just say, hey, Warriors, here you go. Here's Paul George. No, we don't do that around here, Coach. Got to earn these trophies.
You Steve Ballmer? Bonte Ballmer over here? What are you talking about?
I definitely don't got Ballmer money.
That'd be great. There's the trophy right there, by the way. No one can see it right now as I'm pointing, but there's a trophy from Mark Grandy, who won the knockout tournament, that is right in front of the glass of the producer studio, and it's just there to show off in front of every single person here and host.
So real quick, I obviously you were at the California Classic with us.
I was.
What kind of shoes were you wearing?
Oh God,
because the streets are saying you were wearing flip-flops with no socks on.
I was rocking the flip-flops. I was not expecting to go courtside. Bonte Hill.
Did people see you courtside?
The streets saw me.
The streets saw you courtside?
The streets saw me courtside, and they may or may not have seen me wearing flip-flops with no socks on.
Oh
yes.
my gosh, that's great knowledge. I didn't even notice that.
It was very hot, Bonte, in the Bay Area.
It was very hot. It was very hot.
It was the California Classic,
You
and you know what?
A basketball game with barefoot and flip-flops. That's pretty gangster.
Is there something wrong? Hey, fair or foul? 888-957-9570.
Shout out Herbs.
If you're going to a sporting event, can you wear flip-flops with no socks on?
Oh,
also, if you're wearing flip-flops, don't wear socks. That just looks even worse.
You can't do that.
But I had the pedicure. I looked all good. I had the nice tan on my feet.
Do you
I
go
looked
get
fine.
pedicures?
Occasionally, but
I'm not bad at that. I'm not bad at the pedicures.
Hey, me and Snoop, baby. Me and Snoop.
Hey, it's a new world. It's a new world. I do like the pedicures. I'm not going to lie, man. Pedicures, I'm due for one. Ain't nothing wrong with being bougie. Oh, man, that is great. I didn't even notice that. That's pretty good. I actually respect you a little more.
Doc Pondia posted a picture of all of us when we were down
that's
there.
What happened.
And everyone saw me. I was holding
the full body, and they zoomed in on you.
I had like the board shorts and the flip-flops like I just came from the beach, and it just, you know what? That was the lifestyle I chose that day. Oh, my gosh. I was full dad mode, too, Bonte.
You were dad mode.
I wasn't worrying about looking good for all the other people. I just wanted to match with my son.
I'm understanding that now. When I'm in full dad mode, like yesterday, for example, I wore some sweats from PSG, my PSG sweats, the Ghostbuster sweats. I had some red and black Dunks on, and I had like a blue Warriors jacket. Totally a dad outfit.
Yes.
Like sometimes you just don't care.
No.
You wear some blue jeans, you wear some shoes, you just want to get out the house and get the baby out the house.
Exactly. And not that you're looking like a slob or anything, but I'm not trying to impress everyone else around me. And I know there is part of where dressed to impress and stuff like that, but I'm at a summer league basketball game, and there was no Bronny. Maybe if Bronny did show up, I would have worn some nice Jordans, but he didn't show up. So you know what? We get flip-flops for Dalton Connect.
Load management for Bronny James.
I think he's supposed to play tomorrow, though, Bonte, in the final leg of the California Classic.
And that's tomorrow, 5 o'clock?
7, I believe.
7,
it's the second of the
It's the second game?
Correct.
Second game? I'm thought about going tomorrow night.
Maybe.
Maybe I'll take baby chance, maybe not.
Did you, by the way, Summer League action upon us, the Salt Lake City Classic.
Oh my God, Zach Edey last night. Zach Edey last night.
And he wasn't going, Walker Kessler he was going up against. I wasn't mad about what I saw from Zach Edey.
Listen, maybe Utah's sitting back saying, Lowry marketed. No, we could. No, because they had Keontae George. And Keontae George was going crazy. And Isaiah Collier from USC had a nice little debut for Utah Summer League, especially in the second half. So Zach Edey with Memphis, because Memphis is another team where you look at them and said, oh boy, you can't sleep on them. As much as I can't stand Memphis Grizzlies, I think they're paper champions. Let's not be mistaken. With Ja Morant, in his finals, the last 2 years before Ja Morant got suspended, they were number 2 seed in the Western Conference.
Yeah.
They were a 2 seed. You know what I'm saying? I know they didn't make it past the first round against the LA Lakers. They didn't get past the Warriors in the second round, but they were number 2 seed in the Western Conference.
Yep.
And Ja's coming back. And Ja's coming back with a vengeance with Jerry Jackson Jr. and Desmond Bane. So now they got Zach Edey. That's another team in the Western Conference you got to look out for. But very impressed with Zach Edey yesterday.
And they got Marcus Smart. That's a guy who's obviously been a very high defensive player for them, for the Celtics in the past. So yeah, I'm excited about the Western Conference, man. As we spin it back to the Warriors, Bonte, like I get it. The Warriors have made some nice moves here, and we'll get into all of them. But I can understand Warriors fans' frustrations and wanting to land a guy like a Lauri Markkanen, who, again, I think is more of a name than an actual player to win a championship. But I get it. You want to win the offseason. You want to get the big name. Kyle Anderson's a nice player, slow-mo. D'Anthony Melton has a lot of upside, I think, if he can stay healthy. And then Buddy Hield is a great three-point shooter. I don't know how much else you want from him, but I get it. Those three moves alone, when you look at the landscape of the West, I don't know how much it vaults you into a playoff contender when you look at teams like the Grizzlies, who, again, people are sleeping on. The Rockets, they're only going to get better. Like, they were a borderline playing team last year, and I think Ime Udoka did a tremendous job last year being a first-time head coach over in Houston. So
San Antonio with here. Look, hey,
Chris Paul's going to be great.
Chris Paul's going to be good for Wemby. And you know what? It's a good landing spot for Harrison Barnes. As much as I've been critical about Harrison Barnes over the years, he is physical.
Who's my guy? Sochan?
Jeremy Sohan.
Jeremy Sohan. I always forget how to pronounce that last name.
Sohan and Keldon Johnson. I got to look at the rest of the roster, but they got a nice little roster around Wemby. And Harrison Barnes, as a veteran, he fits that roster. He's physical. He could defend a little bit. Look, you know what you're going to get from him. You're going to get some inconsistency offensively, but defensively, he's physical. He may rebound a little bit. He could put a body on somebody. San Antonio is another team where you got to look behind you and say, damn, they got Victor Wembanyama. He's going to take another leap, and he could change the basketball game himself. So is Lauri Markkanen that guy? And we heard from a lot of roasters yesterday. I see Dublin Barnes in the chat. I see a lot of people out there who was and you heard it. When it comes to Jonathan Kuminga, it feels like there's, I want to say 65% of the fan base, if I had to gauge it, that's not fair. But I think a lot of people would be willing to trade Jonathan Kuminga for Lauri Markkanen just to do something, just to get that big name. Because I think it will cost a Kuminga. I think it will cost a Moody, but it may also cost a Wiggins. I have no idea. But Utah's going to want a lot of picks. And a lot of Warrior fans right now saying, the hell with the picks. Send the picks right now because you have Steph Curry. And the time is ticking, especially after what he said yesterday, Spadone.
And Tony Jones, who covers the team for the Athletic, the Utah Jazz, that is, he joined Evan Giddings and Jason Dumas over the weekend, who did a tremendous job, I thought, breaking down everything. They did a hell of a job, after Sam Lubman and myself, of course. But he joined them and basically said, the hang-up right now is just the picks themselves. Like, I don't know how attractive some of the, and how much the Golden State Warriors can actually offer in terms of picks. So it's not just the players, to your point, it's all the first round picks. And if you're the Warriors right now and you're kind of looking at the landscape of this team and the West, are you really in a position to give up all those picks for a Lauri Markkanen, who, again, I don't know if he vaults you even into a championship contender yet. There's a lot of calls that seem to think that he does do that. And again, to your point, when you go to 65, 35, it's hard to gauge the fan base because
it is hard.
Because I think a lot of us, and I'm guilty of this too, we look at social media and all the chatter on there and we instantly associate that with the entire fan base.
No doubt.
And we get into it sometimes with the big boss man saying, like, this is what's going on. It's like, I don't know how much that encapsulates an entire fan base or if it's just a certain segment of people, because not everyone's on Twitter, not everyone's on Instagram, not everyone's on Facebook. Who the hell is still on Facebook? I deleted mine back in 2016 during that election cycle. So to your point, I would rather go with the unknown of a Jonathan Kuminga, and maybe I'm alone on this island, and maybe 888-957-9570 if you want to weigh in. I would rather bank on the unknown and the upside of a Jonathan Kuminga than the already known of a Lauri Markkanen. Yeah, and that's where I'm at.
Guru was very emotional about it yesterday. He's like, 25 points a game.
Guru's emotional?
Yeah,
no,
it was about Lauri Markkanen. He was like, trade Kuminga. You're talking about a guy who scores 25, 26 points a game. Well, number one, somebody's got to score on Utah, so he gets the free reign on Utah. But I look at what the Warriors need. And look, he could be a stretch five. He could bomb the threes left and right. But what happens when Anthony Davis checks him? What happens when Wemby checks him?
Nikola Jokic?
What happens when Naz Reid checks him? Nikola Jokic. DeAndre Ayton, I wouldn't sleep on as well. I know we got a sour taste in our mouth about him, but you know what? He's a double-double guy, and he's going to play hard in Portland. He feels like he's got a new lease on life. He's out of Phoenix now.
Jared Jackson Jr.?
Jared Jackson Jr. in Memphis, Tennessee with the Grizzlies. There's a lot going on here. Lively and Gafford in Dallas. Şengün, who's coming back with Houston. Nah, don't laugh at that.
I'm not.
Şengün's a baller. Şengün's a hell of a player, man. He may become a restricted free agent as well. Next season with the Houston Rockets. So he's a guy. Him and Jalen Green, they may be on the outs in Houston come next season. So I'm not sure how much better Lowry Markkanen makes the Golden State Warriors. Does he catapult them in the top 5? Does he catapult them in the top 6? I'm saying keep Kuminga. I saw Kuminga score 20 a game when he went to the media and said, Steve Kerr lost my trust. Steve Kerr, they had to sit down. He got the haircut, and he balled out from there. And I was very impressed with the young man. So much so we heard it from Draymond Green over and over. He's our second best player right now. Mm-hmm. He is. Two-way, going to the rack, mid-range jumper. I'd rather hold on to Kuminga. And I think, again, I keep repeating myself when it comes to this, but financial flexibility. I don't know if the roster is better this season right now on paper than last year's, Spinoni. Maybe I look at this.
Maybe slightly.
I don't know if they're better. Yeah. I don't know if they're better. I don't know.
I think we're underrating, to your point. I'll let you finish there. Chris Paul was a tremendous impact on those young players last year. I think we have to give him a lot of credit. Yep. I think a lot of people look at the box score and look at the minutes and coming off the bench. But what he did as a leader, because let's face it, the knock on the Warriors prior to Chris Paul was that they couldn't help develop or be leaders for some of these young guys because all they knew was winning at the highest level. So they didn't have time to help bring up these young guys. They had time last year, and Chris Paul specifically has been through a lot of rebuild or rebuilding situations, whether it was in OKC, whether it was with Houston, stuff like that. Phoenix, obviously. So his level of impact with guys like Brandon Pajemski and Trace Jackson Davis, and Jonathan Kuminga, I think has been undersold tremendously last year.
No, so you got that aspect. So I don't know. I have no idea if this roster right now is better than the one that we saw last season and that won 46 games with Draymond Green being out for 27 games. He was out for 27 games and they were 13 and 14. He plays in those 27 games. Hell, say if he plays in 15 of those games. I believe the Warriors are a 50-win team. I truly do. So I don't know if this team right now on paper is better than last season's roster. However, the pieces seem to fit. Although I have some questions about the scoring punch. Can they get enough offense, generate enough offense with the departure of Klay Thompson and with guys like Buddy Hield, Kyle Anderson, and D'Anthony Melton, who I really, 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 really like. And we'll play some of that sound from D'Anthony Melton as he was introduced to the Bay Area alongside Kyle Anderson yesterday. But the financial flexibility in having tradable contracts, stackable contracts. So if you are in the mix, say, Spinoni, you're hovering around a 16, you're hovering around a 17, and you get closer and closer to the deadline. Well, I've got contracts I could move. I could stack them. Whether it's Looney GP2, whether it's Buddy Hield, whether it's Kyle Anderson, I got stackable contracts on this roster to where if I strike out on marketing, which is possible, and it's not because the Warriors aren't trying. The Warriors aren't trying. They're trying to swing big here. They swung for Paul George. Clippers didn't agree. They're trying to swing for marketing. Right now, Danny Ainge and the Jazz don't agree. But when you get to the deadline, if there becomes somebody else available, you have a lot of stackable contracts in which you can trade at the deadline and get better. We saw the Dallas Mavericks. Perfect litmus test for today's NBA. Yeah. You can swing a deal at the deadline. Hell, I seen it way back when in 95 with the Houston Rockets when they swung a deal for Clyde Drexler as a 6th seed, and they went all the way to the NBA Finals and swept the Orlando Magic. No, that was a long time ago. But in today's game, Spinoni, it is very possible to flip the switch just like that at the deadline.
Absolutely. You just saw the Lakers 2 years ago go to the Western Conference Finals after trading Russell Westbrook and bringing in a couple other people. Not Gabe Vincent, but you know my guy, Jared Vanderbilt. D'Lo, stuff like that. So we'll get into it on the other side.
Yeah.
But it all comes back to one player, Bonte.
Stephen Curry.
We'll
get to that on the other side. Brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
I think I had it since I was born, really. Everybody in my family, I mean, we harp on defense. Like, scoring is good, but, like, can you get a stop? You know what I mean? You can't allow somebody to score on you all day and night. So just me, myself, and even my family, that's what we pride ourselves on, just, defense, and defense wins championships. So that's what I always held.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Boy, that's D'Anthony Melton as he was introduced to the Bay Area media yesterday and to the Warrior fans as well. 26 years old from Encino, California, with the USC by way of the Memphis Grizzlies. Of course, was with Phoenix his rookie season, moved to Memphis, and he had some good productive seasons in Memphis, then traded to Philadelphia, and in 2 seasons with Philly, played 77 games in 2022, 2023, played 28 minutes a night, shot 39% from the three-point line, 10 points a game, 4 rebounds, 2.5 assists. Not a bad free throw shooter. Last year shot 83% from the free throw line. However, a lifetime 78% free throw shooter. You want to see him bump that up a little bit. But a lifetime 37% three-point shooter. Last year only played 38 games due to the back injury. So he's betting on himself. The Warriors are betting on him on a 1-year deal, mid-level, $12 million. D'Anthony Melton, welcome to the Bay Area.
I like the quiet confidence I heard from him yesterday, too, in that presser. I was listening back. And, high upside guy. Like, that's what you're banking on. And Steve Kerr, obviously, as you alluded to, he's keeping an eye on this guy for a while now, the Golden State Warriors organization. So, potential starter, maybe?
I think he's in the running.
Okay.
I think he's in the running for a starting spot. I don't think, everybody's talking about Brandon Podziemski starting.
Yeah, that's...
I think trading camp, they're going to have to earn these spots. I don't think a spot's going to just be given to Brandon Podziemski. Now, he may have a leg up because of his experience, but what is Moses Moody going to say about that if he's on this roster?
Well, judging by and again, I could only go off what the head coach said last year as the season came to an end, but he kind of said, he just said it. He's like, listen, Brandon Podziemski took the reins with it. Like, he had an opportunity, and he took it away and ran away with it. Moses Moody also had an opportunity, but he didn't capitalize like Podziemski did. I'm kind of paraphrasing here of what Steve Kerr said, but that's basically what he alluded to, is that Brandon Podziemski took the role, ran away with it.
Yep.
Moses Moody failed to do so. Yep. Now, can D'Anthony Melton, is he going to get that opportunity?
We'll see.
We'll see.
It's tough playing this offense, right? I think Podziemski has the leg up, and he's working. He's getting that work with Team USA. He's on a select team, although I didn't like the final play where they had a chance to win, and he got stuffed there by Anthony Davis and his AD. Cooper Flag was cooking.
Yeah, he was cooking yesterday.
They said Cooper Flag was looking like the real deal.
Who's Cooper Flag? He's going to be the next.
He's going to be at Duke University. They say this guy's a real deal, maybe the #1 pick in the draft next season.
Okay.
So a lot of these Eastern Conference teams are getting in position to get that #1 pick.
Eastern Conference, maybe Utah Jazz, maybe?
Well, I don't know if they're going to take. The Jazz were trying to take last year. They were winning games.
Can the Spurs get him and Wemby potentially?
See, we're just talking about the Spurs being a possible playoff team.
No, think the Spurs are going to be? They're not going to be a playoff team.
The San Antonio Spurs?
No chance.
They might.
With who?
Wemby, Chris Paul, and Harrison Barnes.
Come on, that is not a playoff team.
We'll see.
They're the 3rd team in the state of Texas alone. They're not a play-in team, let alone a playoff team.
We'll see about the Spurs, man.
Let's relax. I can't wait to see Wemby, though, in the Olympics. That'll be very fun. No. Him and Rudy Gobert.
Yeah, next to each other in France.
That'll be fun. Who else do they got?
You think Chris Paul's going to be on the taking team?
Come on.
Or does he get flipped?
He might get flipped. But it'll be a situation with the Warriors last year. Like, I think his leadership and his veteran presence and being a Hall of Fame caliber, he's going to help a guy like Victor Wembanyama, even if it's for a couple months, help him in his development going forward.
Cooper Flag, though, looks like
he looks amazing. Are you kidding me?
The race for the #1 pick is going to be fascinating.
Well, because let's be honest, this past crop of players was a dud. We were talking about Bronny James because he was just a name, and he shouldn't even been taken in the 2nd round.
Right.
And that's the big, like Zach Edey, who again looked good yesterday, but he even wasn't this highly touted prospect. Alex Sarr, I don't know what to make of him. Yeah. He's the favorite to win Rookie of the Year. I don't know. There's all these European guys, but Cooper Flag, I'm excited to watch a player in college basketball next year that could actually be legit going to the next level.
All right, next week our lineup's going to be jacked up. It is going to be jacked up because it's jacked up.
Are you guys on roids or something?
It's jacked up because Willard Dibbs going to be doing 6 to 10. Dibbs, welcome back to Morning Drive. Welcome back, buddy.
He's built for it. Come on.
Oh, man. Shaskin high from 10 to 2. Oh,
You're so happy. Look at that smile on your face.
Oh my God, I get to
You can see it through the radio.
Oh my God, I could. At this time next week, I'll be.
Bart Chronicles coming back?
Hell no, come on, relax.
Where's the parking when you get here that early?
Well,
not early, late, I guess, for you, actually.
Yeah, that is a good point.
You might have to BART it.
I might have to BART it. That's actually not a bad. I have to think about that. I didn't really put that into my equation. I felt like driving. I don't know if I'm BARTing it. But Steiny Coop from 2 to 6. Maybe they're BARTed 2 to 6. So next week, Willard and Div 6 to 10. Shasky and I 10 to 2. Steiny and Guru from 2 to 6. And your chance, guess what?
Oh.
We're going to give away an autographed Klay Thompson jersey. Autographed Klay Thompson jersey. Oh, my God. And you can frame it. And by the way, today at 8 o'clock here on the Morning Roast, we're going to run Klay's introductory press conference live from Dallas, Texas.
Really?
As he gets introduced to the Dallas media, the Dallas fan base. We will run that live around the 8 o'clock hour. Klay Thompson will be introduced to the Dallas media later on today.
God, that's going to be so weird. That's going to be so weird.
What is he going to say? Don't you worry, though. It's just for a week. And it's all brought to you by Jack's Restaurant.
I thought you were saying, don't worry, Klay Thompson's only Dallas Maverick for a week. This is all fake news. It's going to be for 3 years, Bonte.
Don't worry. Shasky and I finally moved to the afternoons 10 to 2 for the foreseeable future.
That's what you wish is going to happen. That's not. You're going back to reality a week after that, unfortunately. Sorry about that.
Damn.
You're thinking about it too. You're thinking about during the Warriors season, their Niners season coming up. Oh, I get to sleep in after it, after these late games, after a late Lakers-Warriors game that goes to double overtime. Oh, you still got to come in after 3 hours of sleep. Oh.
Stop it.
Don't. Relax over there.
I live with these people. I love these people. They're part of my family.
That's how you feel about Sam Lubman and I in the mornings.
They are part of my family, unfortunately. Lubman, when he started calling me yesterday, I said, oh boy, he's back. Oh, he's part of my family. Well, D'Anthony Melton's part of the family too. He's part of the family too. And here's what he said about the prospect of playing next to Stephen Curry.
I think it's gonna be real different because the superstar I played with, they've been, I played with Ja. He was, getting to the basket, dunking. Obviously, passing and stuff like that. And then when I played with Joel Embiid, it was, a big force, and he was dominant with just his physicality and just, everything like that. And obviously, a rising star like Tyrese, his speed and quickness. And Steph is just a whole different ball game. You know what I mean? And just his ability to move without the ball, his ability to shoot from anywhere, and also his unselfishness is second to none.
That's D'Anthony Melton on the prospect of playing next to Stephen Curry. And then he expects it to be he expects it to be easy adjusting to playing with Stephen Curry to Golden State Warriors.
I feel like for me, it's going to be easy just because I like to move without the ball too. So with Steph, he provides so much attention to him and so much awareness that you set a back screen for him. Three guys might run toward him. Next thing you know, you open. So I just think the randomness, it comes with the level of IQ. And I feel like, I'm a pretty high level IQ player. And that type of stuff is just continue to keep working, continue to keep moving, and just have fun. I think that's what they do the most is have fun with it.
There you go. Simple as that. Having fun, Bonte. I don't think a lot of Warriors fans have been having fun the last couple of years.
No, we know Klay Thompson didn't.
So they're hoping that D'Anthony Melton can provide some of that going forward. And again, you can have one or two outlooks when you're coming to a team with a superstar. And thankfully, D'Anthony Melton, again, all the names he just dropped there, I've played with a John Moran, Joel Embiid, and a rising star.
Stars.
He has. But you know what? That's important coming into a guy and coming into a team with a guy like Stephen Curry. It's about being unselfish.
Yeah.
Like, if you're having an unselfish mentality going into a team like this, you're going to reap the benefits.
Yep.
If you come in with a selfish mentality, it's going to be very hard to go into a team like this. Look at Kelly Oubre.
Yep.
It was not easy for a guy like him who's used to getting his shots to adjust to that. He was a bad fit. We all know that. That was Joe Lacob. He wanted to get a name. He wanted to appease the fan base, kind of like a pandemic season, if you will. He wanted to bring something in. It didn't work out. But getting a guy like a D'Anthony Melton to buy in, getting these guys to buy in early, like a Slow-Mo, who again, Slow-Mo's played with a lot of stars. You can talk about Anthony Edwards, Karl Anthony Towns, Rudy Gobert, John Morant, exactly. Like, you talk about all these players. So coming in and easing himself into the situation, he's going to reap the benefits if he stays, patient, and he'll reap the benefits from beyond the arc too. Because again, Stephen Curry's spacing for some of these guys, and I think he is talk about underrated. We think of his shooting all the time. We think of the ball handling. The passing ability, I thought last year he had some games where Was that Chris Paul rubbing off on Stephen Curry too?
Well, Steph's always been, he's been a solid passer. I think it always gets overlooked because of his shooting prowess.
Yes.
It gets overlooked because of his shooting prowess. And by the way, Kyle Anderson also played with Kawhi Leonard.
He did.
I mean, he played with Kawhi Leonard out in San Antonio. Got schooled up there. So he was a young man playing with Kawhi. Now, he wasn't playing a lot of minutes, but he got to play next to the Claw. So he's been around some big boys as well, but the prowess.
I forgot how long he's been around.
Yeah, he's been in the league for a long time. He's going to be 31 next year. He's been in the league since he was 21 years old. So let's break. Let's pick it up on the other side. We got more on Melton. We got more to go to St. Warriors. Get into what Steph Curry had to say. We're running Klay Thompson's live introductory press conference with the Dallas Mavericks at 925 Xfinity Mobile text line. Is that signed Klay jersey and Mavs jersey? No, it is not.
That's a good one.
It's going to be a throwback. It's a Warriors jersey. And 510, another 510 also asks, is the new schedule permanent or temporary? It's just for a week. New schedule's just for 1 week. 1 week only. I also like it when they jumble up this host.
Oh, that's always interesting.
Always. That's what a lot of people were looking for yesterday.
I remember we had one back in the day, and as we break here, Matt Steinmetz and Ray Ratto once upon a time.
Right?
And Dan Tipley.
I had a great time. Low Deal and Matt Kolsky. Oh, we were rolling. We were rolling. All right, we're rolling right now. Spinoni here for Shasky right here on the Morning Roast. It's all brought to you by Fremont Bake, our great friends at Fremont Bake, celebrating 60 years of full-service baking with no compromises.
you, Bonte.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Spadoni in for Shasky. Be out for a couple days. Spadoni, of course, the pregame show from 5 to 6. Helps us out in the morning every single day. He'll be here for the next 2 days.
Yeah, Spadoni's black.
He basically is. Kind of. I mean,
relax.
Spadoni's
I don't know where that came from, by the way. It might be the most random drop we have at this station.
Spadoni's the type of guy that'll go to a basketball game in flip-flops with no socks on.
Hey, you know
That's
what?
how he rolls.
That's how I roll.
That's how he rolls. He'll go to a sold-out game, no socks on, flip-flops.
Courtside, just flip-flops hanging on there.
Look at you flexing courtside.
Hey.
Flexing.
Hey.
Feet sweating courtside. Oh
Casually dropping the courtside mention there, those flip-flops.
Hey, me and Larry David, man, that's what we do.
Courtside. Just randomly courtside at the California Classic. The segment
Sideline Spadone.
I was almost going to, not to cut you off, Bonte. I know you're going to get to the read. I was almost going to get... I was almost going to say, Bronny, can you come take a picture with my kid? I was almost going to do it.
Bronny! Hey, Bronny, what's up, baby? Bronny, get over here. Let's get a selfie.
If he played, maybe he would have, but when you don't play, they usually don't do that.
Nah, they don't do it at all. You see all the fans over the tunnel. They had all the Bronny James jerseys and the shirts and whatnot. I was so disappointed he didn't play. By the way, the segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Little goofy stuff here. You see Steph Curry on the screen right now. And Team USA, I've been a sucker for the Team USA videos.
I love it. I love all this stuff.
Content. I love all the content, right? So Steph Curry cannot spin a ball on his finger. And he's embarrassed by it. Steph Curry, Tyrese Halliburton, and Joel Embiid, and Kevin Durant's like, Tyrese Halliburton can't spin a ball on his finger? He's a point guard. And then he's like, Joel Embiid has no coordination? And you see like Drew Holiday, he's like spinning. It's like, man, I do this all the time.
AD was doing it easily.
AD was doing it easily. LeBron. I think the claw horse Kawhi Leonard with his big old fingers.
Massive hands, yeah.
Fun guy.
Always a fun guy.
Always a fun guy. Always smiling. But they got the Team USA photo. I don't know if you've seen the photo. It's pretty cool, man. I'm a sucker for Team USA content, man. I really am.
I love when like the best players, like you get to see them like be teammates for once. Like I think it's cool when Steph and LeBron are teammates at the All-Star game. I think like when he came over to the Lakers, everyone was like, oh, like they're going to be more rivals in the West. I was like, no, they get to play together in the All-Star game now. Like this is awesome. I know they changed it where like you can draft players, stuff like that. Thankfully, they've gone back to the West and stuff like that. Something I'd like to see in the MLB All-Star game, by the way, is them just going back to their normal jerseys.
I don't like the new All-Star jerseys.
Yeah, I hate
Wear
that.
your jerseys. I want to see the Yankee pinstripes.
Yes.
You know, when the NL is hosting a game, I want to see the Dodgers stuff, the white pops at the All-Star game.
I want to see the A's and the Giants.
I want to see all the different uniforms, man. Like I don't like this AL, NL stuff, man. It is too much.
Yes.
It's really too much.
Yes.
It actually bothers me. It really does bother me at the All-Star game. They're trying to tweak with it with the jerseys and whatnot.
Well, shout out Logan Webb and Elliot Ramos.
Yeah,
there you go.
Hey, first homegrown pitcher and outfielder for the Giants to go to the All-Star game since 1971. Tiger Stadium. Tiger Stadium. Willie McCovey, Willie Mays, Bobby Bonds, Juan Marichal. Come on now.
Math right here is that 53 years ago?
53 years ago.
Jeez.
First homegrown outfielder and homegrown pitcher to be at the All-Star game for the Giants since 1971.
Yeah.
First homegrown outfielder to be the All-Star game, period, since Chili Davis.
Chili Davis. And I think of him as a hitting coach for the longest time. I didn't think of him as a player. There you go.
For the longest time. Chili Davis.
It's a great name, by the way.
It is great. Chili. That is a good name.
That's a great name. They don't make
chili.
They don't make chilies anymore.
They don't make chilies.
They don't make that anymore. Certain names they don't make, like Walter. I've never met a name Walter. Dennis. They don't make a lot anymore. It's my dad's middle name. Not a lot of Dennises.
Not a lot of Dennis.
No, except Uncle Dennis. Shout out Kawhi.
Uncle Dennis. Shout out Kawhi. Uncle Dennis intrigues me. Uncle Dennis in the cut, just pulling all the strings. Reminds me of the uncle from Friday Night Lights with Boobie Miles. Remember his uncle?
Yeah.
Remember his uncle who's driving him everywhere? He's got that uncle. He knows what's best for you. Remember he was in there. He could do everything. He could throw. He could pass. He could run. He's fast. He's big. Uncle Dennis is like that with Kawhi.
He's like one of those uncles where it's just like, hey, he basically like raised him or something like that.
He's the father.
He's basically the father. But
Right.
he does all the financial. He's like, no, he's not doing this. He's like, who's my guy? Paul Heyman for Brock Lesnar.
Yes.
He's the guy that represents the wrestler. He does all the talking, okay?
Oh, man. Let's go to, we got Steph Curry. We're talking about Steph Curry. And uncles, too. Now I'm thinking about all the uncles and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
So, gotta watch the uncles, man.
Gotta watch them. They got a lot of big mouths.
Have you ever seen a photo of Uncle Dennis?
I'm going to look one up right now. I've never seen what he looks like. Is he even a real person? Is he even really his uncle?
Yeah, you don't see a lot of Dorises. What is another name? Dennis's, Walters, Doris's, Chili's.
I don't think I've ever met another Bontes.
No, that's please. Probably will never be another Bonte. Gus.
Gus is a good one. My best friend's named Keenan. You know, I know a lot of Keenans. Like occasionally,
Kale. Was it because of Keenan and Kale?
He's a white Keenan too.
He's a white Keenan.
Yeah, you don't see
a lot of white boys named Keenan.
I am
shook. Wow, a lot of white boy named Keenan.
Yep.
Holy
apparently
smokes.
it's like an Irish name, like it's Gaelic. It goes back to like so. Apparently, but I think the black community's adopted it, and you just don't see a lot of white guys named Keenan. It's a great name.
Yeah,
I call him Keen Bean. Yeah,
I never know another white guy named Keenan.
There you go.
I thought that was a black name. I thought it was just brothers, man.
There you go.
Damn,
it's a good name.
It is a good name.
Joes are everywhere. They're always top 10 in baby names.
Yeah, Joseph. Chris. What about Chris?
Chris is a good one.
Chris is always everywhere. It's another name. Are there Danny's?
Yeah, Daniel.
Danny's,
come on, that's always up there.
Yeah, that's always
Carter's
up there.
an interesting one.
I like the Carters.
Carter is running the board
Did you get named after Lil Wayne? Did your mom name you after Lil Wayne?
I don't think Lil Wayne's popular in the early 90s.
I like to think so.
Yeah, I mean, your mom did she listen to Weezy?
Oh, for sure.
Fireman?
Oh my.
This is the Carter only.
This is the Carter only.
Damn, Carter's a gangster name. I like Carter.
It's a good one. It's very pretentious, but I like it. It's in a good way. Like Preston.
There
you go. Yeah.
Preston. Tyrone. That's pretty good. Man, a lot of funny names. All right, let's get back to the calls, man. 888-957-9570. Big Smooth in Oakland. Big Smoothie.
Oh, Big Smoothie.
Big Smooth. What's happening, baby? Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Top of the morning. Hey, man, listen. I heard you guys yesterday. You're talking about the Warriors and whatever broadcast that was. But listen, man, the next person that says to me, Anthony Milton has a bad back. You think that they would have signed the guy wondering about his back? You think that they didn't probe his medical records and see what the back was? Stop it with the big. I don't know if he has a bad back. Here's what I like about this team. It is a very versatile roster. I hope they don't get Laurie because he'll throw off the balance. You know how many lineups Steve Kerr is going to use with this team? And do you see Ron Adams salivating at the defenses he can throw out there? To be quite honest with you, I think if they just get a backup point guard, I'm good with this team, man. And, I'm going to tell you, I was giving
Pods?
I was giving Mike Dunleavy. I was giving him an F, but right now I'm looking at a solid B- to a B+. I like it.
Big Smooth. Do you think Pods could be your backup point guard? Because I don't know if he's good.
Yeah. I think he could be a good combo, but I like Milton.
Yeah, I do like Milton.
And Steph. And then you got, listen, I'm going to tell you right now, Slow-Mo is a lockdown dude, man. He's kind of like a poor man's Sean Livingston. I mean, real poor. Sean Livingston. Yeah. But with good defense. I like his defense. I like this team, man.
Big Smooth, I told him, hey, no, you know what, Big Smooth, thanks for the call. I said yesterday maybe a poor man's Iguodala because of his ball handling, but Livingston is not a bad cop. I'm not mad at Livingston, but I think we're all in the same ballpark here when it comes to Slow-Mo. The expectations, look, he's going to stabilize the offense. He's going to handle the ball. He's going to get to the lane. He's got a floor. He could be a small ball 5. He's got length. So I'm not mad at it. I do need one more piece. I would like to get bigger in the backcourt. All right, Buddy Hield's 6'4". We know what he's going to do. He's not going to defend. He's going to shoot the ball. He's going to shoot the lights out. That's what Buddy Hield is. He's a shooter, and he's going to shoot.
Nothing else.
Nothing.
He is a shooter.
He is a shooter. The definition of shooter. Buddy Hield's picture's right next to it, all right? It's fine. But I do want to get a little more size because right now in the backcourt, why don't I just look at the guards, like the small guard. Curry, Gary Payton II, Pods, and D'Anthony Melton. That's small.
It's very small.
That's really, really small. And there's a lot of big guards in the Western Conference. Yes. So can I get bigger in the guard department? You may not be able to at this point. You just may not be able to. So can I get bigger in the back end? That's why this whole thing about Jonathan Kuminga and Andrew Wiggins, those two guys right now are your best defenders at the point of attack.
Yeah.
And when I think about Wiggins and Kuminga, these are guys who can guard the Lucas, who can try to guard the Devin Bookers, who can try to guard Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. You got to worry about him in Oklahoma City. You got Anthony Edwards in Minnesota. You have Jamal Murray in Denver.
I was going to say,
you got dudes in this conference, man. You still got James Harden and the Clippers, even though I'm not as concerned about James Harden.
Lakers are still big.
Lakers are still big. So I would like to get a little bigger at the guard spot. But maybe that's why you hold on to Kuminga and you hold on to Wiggins, because you need those defenders on the perimeter. Those two guys could defend on the perimeter.
I would toss in Moses Moody as well, and I know,
call.
That's
a good call. We're all forgetting about Moses Moody.
Where's he standing right now on this totem pole, Bonte? Because right now, when I saw the initial thing for Buddy Hield, when it was finalized, because it was obviously a couple days after Shams reported it, and then it came finalized, Sam Lubman and I were talking about it when it broke. What was it, Friday? I was like, what does this mean for Moses Moody? Like, if he's already behind the 8 ball when it comes to Podziemski, and then you got Melton, and you got Hield, like, where are the minutes for Moses Moody going to come from on this team? Like, and I think a lot of fans are like, what the hell's going on here? Because I swear to God, it's a conversation every other day on 95.7 The Game. Why isn't Moody getting more minutes? He gets some run, and then he doesn't. And then he is never put in a position where he could build momentum and build confidence, even though I think his confidence is pretty good, judging from when he had to go up and down the G League a couple of years ago. I think he was up there for the most part, but just not getting the consistent minutes. But when he's gotten them, he's just a serviceable player. Both ends of the court, he's a hustle guy.
Yep.
He runs to the balls, like he can knock down the 3-point shot, and he's got size. Like that's the thing for me. He's got size and he's got athleticism. I would like to see more of Moses Moody in this. And I get it. Podziemski, he showed some flashes last year, but I think he's just been given a longer leash than Moses Moody has ever been given. And I think that sticks in the craw of a lot of Golden State Warriors fans.
You're spot on with that assessment there with Moses Moody. You're spot on. And I just made the mistake. I forgot about him. And I've been saying, telling other people.
We all do.
I said, but what about Moses Moody? It's obvious that in these deals, for whether it's Paul George or Larry Markkinen, that Moody's probably part of those deals and part of those packages. Maybe he feels like that. It certainly feels like that. But you are right. 6'5". He's another first-round pick from the 2021 draft next to Jonathan Kuminga. You took him ahead of Trey Murphy III down in New Orleans. And Trey Murphy III, he's a baller, right? You don't want to go back saying, damn, you could have had Trey Murphy instead of Moses Moody or whatnot. But it is what it is. I think Moses Moody can play this game at a high level. I really do. And maybe that is your starting two guard. I don't think Steve Kerr's just going to head out this job and say, go ahead, starting two guard. Podge, it's yours. No. He's going to have to work for this. And Moses Moody he's trying to make a name for himself now. He's got it. He's up. He's going to be up for what we're not talking about here with Moses Moody. We're all talking about Jonathan Kuminga becoming a $200 million player. Well, where's Moses Moody's money at right now? He's got to try to get paid. He's got to try to make sure he's got some type of value here around the league. So it's a good call with Moses Moody. We are sleeping on him.
He's only 22. He's still so young.
No doubt. We're sleeping on him. And it just feels like you're right with the hustle plays and everything. When he does plays, he may get beat backdoor every now and then. He may not be the best dribbler or whatnot. He may not be the most athletic, especially when it comes to lateral quickness, but it does feel like he knows where to be at all times. He's never out of position. He's going to make the right basketball play. So will he get that opportunity, or will he be flipped for something? But you're right. That is one guy who has some size and could maybe play in the backcourt.
Exactly. So, and then Big Smooth, who just called recently, he started off the call when he said, and I had to look this up too, stop talking about D'Anthony Melton's back injury and stuff like that. He's going to be fine. I was like, well, I didn't know it was this kind of a back injury, Bonte, when I looked into it. It was a lumbar stress reaction in his spine. Spinal. I'm going Mike Tyson here.
Spinal.
Whenever I hear that word or like neck, those are the two areas of the body, especially with basketball players, that concern me.
Yeah.
And I get it. The guy's been retired since it, but Steve Kerr dealt with a lot on his spine alone. I think we forget about that. Like, that is the one area of the body that concerns me greatly. So I hope he is back to 100%. I think he said in his press conference he feels great, all that sort of stuff. That does give me a little bit pause going forward to how much I could trust this guy. And listen, this has been a team that has struggled when it comes to, I know Draymond's suspensions, but with injuries.
Yeah, Draymond's back.
Draymond's back.
Gary Payton II.
Yes.
Can't stay on the floor.
Steph's getting older.
Steph's getting older. Kuminga had the knee tendonitis late in the season.
Because he had the workload. Yes.
Andrew Wiggins has had some adductor strains, whatnot. You know what I'm saying? He's missed some time, so due to injuries. So we'll see about that. And speaking of Melton, here's what he said about joining the Warriors team.
Hey.
That's kind of tough because understanding everything they went through the last, 13 years, they was together. And, four championships they won. So it's nothing I can do to replace it, emotionally and mentally. So all I can do is just go out there, play my game, play hard, and, show why other fan bases, other fans love me too, and everything I bring to the table. So I love to win. I love my ability to figure out ways to win, and I think that's what this organization appreciates the most is figuring out ways to win no matter what.
And that's Melton basically trying to replace Klay Thompson. He's not going to be able to replace Klay Thompson and love this fan base have for him. We're going to hear from Klay Thompson at 8 o'clock when he's introduced to the Dallas media and the Dallas fan base. Your new Maverick, Klay Thompson, wearing number 31 in honor of Reggie Miller, one of his favorite players growing up. So Michael Thompson was on with Willard or Dibs yesterday. He picked Dallas.
He was great.
He was great. And I think people are overlooking the Dallas situation with Klay Thompson. Look, we're going to move off from Klay Thompson. We'll do King of the Hill.
You think that was his number one choice, Bonte? You think he wanted to go? I think he really wanted to go to the Lakers, to be honest with you. But I don't think the Warriors were doing business with them.
That, and I just think he wanted out of the fishbowl.
Okay.
And when we say the fishbowl, the Golden State Warriors have been right next to the Lakers over the last decade in terms of the headlines, the coverage, the media attention, everything's hyper-focused, his fan base. And I think he goes to Texas where, let's be real, it's a football state.
Yes.
They love their football, whether it's the Texas Longhorns, Texas A&M Aggies, or the Dallas Cowboys. You know what I mean?
Or hell, the Texas Rangers, who I know is baseball, they just won a World Series. That place is packed in day in and day out.
They do love their baseball down there. They do love their baseball down there. So the Mavericks, they could be second fiddle, they could be third fiddle. And he gets to play alongside Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving, who are going to take all the headlines. He can just kind of lay in the cut.
True.
And I also think the most underrated thing about this move is he gets to play for Jason Kidd. Jason Kidd understands veteran players. He understands NBA superstars. And how do you think Kyrie Irving's got his head on straight? Jason Kidd. He's going to do wonders for Klay Thompson. Hey, I was a veteran. We moved around. You look at that 2011 Dallas Mavericks team, a lot of cast-offs, right? You know what I mean? Sean Marion, Jason Terry. Who else was it? Jason Kidd was on that roster.
JJ Barea?
Yeah, JJ Barea. Yeah, Tyson Chandler.
Yeah.
You had a lot of guys who kind of cast offs and found their way in Dallas.
Peja was on that team, wasn't he?
Peja Stojakovic was on that team, backing it up.
He was clutch.
Deshaun Stevenson.
Yep.
Remember him?
God, that team was hilarious. And the fact that was one of the greatest postseason runs ever.
By
Dirk literally put that team of, I'm not going to say cast-offs, but like kind of over-the-hill team and just went through the Lakers with Kobe, went through OKC. I want to say they beat the Spurs in that run. They might have. It was Spurs or the Grizzlies, who were also very good. That I forget which team it was.
No, Dallas. I know they beat OKC in they swept the Lakers.
They swept the Lakers.
That was in the second round.
That was in the second round.
And they
correct.
beat OKC in the Western Conference Finals.
And then they handled the Heat.
They handled the Heat.
The Heatles. So that was an amazing team. To your point, I didn't think about this with Jason Kidd. Like he really did have to fail a couple times.
Yep.
Get that assistant job with the Lakers and Frank Vogel, won the bubble chip, came out of that, and I didn't know what to expect. Obviously, they got to the Western Conference Finals. I think they kind of not overplayed, but they outshot expectations during that run with Luka. They had Hardaway Jr., they had Jalen Brunson there,
right.
But I didn't expect them to be this good this past year, and he's done a hell of a job, to your point.
Hell of a job.
So Klay's going into a very good situation. I think about this, Bonte. Maybe this is a question we could ask to the callers at 888-957-9570. D'Anthony Melton said there he's not going to try to beat Klay Thompson. He's just going to be his own player. He's not replacing him. Kyle Anderson's not replacing. Buddy Hield, none of these guys are replacing him.
Right.
But I do wonder, now that Klay is gone, who's going to be that one player with the most pressure from the fan base? We know it's not going to be Stephen Curry. Steph's not going to be the guy the fans go after.
Two guys.
Draymond Green?
Two guys come to my mind, popped in my head right away. I don't mean to cut you off, but that's a hell of a question. I would love to hear from the fan base. 888-957-9570. It's Draymond Green and it's Jonathan Kuminga. Draymond and Jonathan Kuminga. Because Draymond is part of the big three. We know what happened last season. We know what happened the season before. Draymond Green's got a big spotlight on him. Is that just not getting suspended? It might be as simple as that, right? You got to help this team win at a high level. You got to hit open threes. You got to be on the court, because everybody see the podcast in the offseason like, dude, Draymond's talking about everybody. Everybody. So it's Draymond Green and it's Jonathan Kuminga. Because fans want to know, is this the guy who's going to lead us into the future? Is this the guy you can build a team around? Is this a guy worth $200 million? I think Wiggins is so quiet.
That's who I was. Yeah.
Folks don't even care. Like, it felt like Warrior fans, what's up with Wiggins? Well, we don't really care. Wiggins he had his worst thing. He admitted it. When he went on that podcast with Canadian brothers, he He was awful last year.
What a luxury to be like the second best player in a championship team a couple years ago, and like the heir apparent to take over for Klay Thompson, because that was supposed to be the next two-way guy, two-way Wiggs taking over for formerly two-way Klay, and then he just fell off the face of the planet. I don't even know where he is. He's in Nova Scotia. I don't know.
Wow.
Quebec. I'm just naming like provinces out now. I don't even know. My Canadian geography is not great. I don't know. Newfoundland.
It's pretty impressive. I'll
There you
keep
go.
it going.
And I just Vancouver. I don't know.
Vancouver,
Edmonton. I don't
Edmonton,
know.
Winnipeg,
I'm just starting to name NHL
Winnipeg,
teams now.
Ottawa.
Yeah, you're going NHL teams. You don't even know.
Saskatchewan.
There you go.
Come on now.
Okay, that's it. That's all I got.
That's all you got. Montreal.
Calgary. There you go.
Calgary, Montreal.
Well, they have like these provinces, and they have like city state. I don't even know. I don't even know.
I do love this in Toronto.
I do think Wiggins should have a little bit more pressure on him, especially if he is returning, because they need he changes every. No, I'm serious. Like, I think we are kind of like just laughing at it because no one expects him to be that guy anymore. But when he is on, he changes everything for that team.
You know what? Now I'm thinking about it. Klay's not here anymore, so there's going to be a lot of shots available.
Yes.
Chris Paul's not here anymore. There's going to be a lot of shots available. Can Wiggins get back to scoring 18 points a game and being that defender? I mean, this guy, seriously, this guy has a lifetime average. I mean, we see this guy drop 20 in the season before all year long. Does Wiggins have the capability? As I'm looking at pulling up his box score now, because this is huge. Now, last year he averaged 13 points a game, took 11 shots. And Steve Kerr, I'll never get this quote out of my head, Spadone, where he said, we cannot allow Wiggins to go down the floor and not touch the basketball for 5 straight possessions. Well, that's not going to happen this season if he's on this roster.
Well, part of that's also on Wiggins. Like, I understand, right? I understand like what he's saying, and we'll pick it up on the other side, but like, it's ultimately on the player to get involved. I'm not allowing Steph or Draymond. Like,
but
come
let's
on.
pick this up. Let's pick this up on the other side. I want to get to that. 888-957-9570 with Klay God. Who has the most pressure on them on this Warriors roster moving forward? Is it Draymond? Is it Kuminga? Is it Andrew Wiggins? Is it Steph? Is it a coach, Steve Kerr? If you missed any of yesterday's Warriors offseason summit, it's pinned to the top of our Twitter page. We had a lot of fun. We'll recap that. That's all coming up. Brought to you by Mighty Key Car Care Centers.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
I'm optimistic, Bonte.
Who's having a worse summer than Drake?
I was going to say the same thing. Are we even allowed to play his music now? God.
Man, this is a good beat. Headlines is a great beat.
He still has great songs, but my guy just got... apparently, they didn't play any Kendrick at the famous white party with all the celebrities and stuff
all white
like that.
Party with Michael Rubin and the Hamptons.
Yeah, we were talking about that.
Drake was there. They didn't play Kendrick.
That whole thing feels like very cult-like to me, the whole all-white party. It makes me uncomfortable for some reason. And also the name all-white party also makes me very uncomfortable.
The brothers and the sisters. Anna did ask me early on when we were dating. We're in Chicago all the time. Us black people, we love a good all-white party. We're all white. It's just, I don't know why, but we are all white. It just pop. I guess the white just pops, man.
It does.
It's just hella funny.
I think you could pull off an all-white suit. I think I would get washed out. That's okay to say that. That's all right. I'd have to be like in a week getting tanned, and then maybe it would look good. But even then, I'd look like... I don't know.
I've never pulled the all-white. I see Baldy. I'll never forget seeing Baldy. He was downtown. I was leaving the gym.
But he's got that Florida tan constantly.
No, dude, Baldy, I seen him on a Friday night. He was just doing radio with us. I see him on a Friday night. He's got the button up, halfway up. He's got the taco meat showing. No chest hair whatsoever. It's just out there. He's got the white jeans on, getting ready for dinner. I'm like,
white jeans?
White jeans, dude. Yeah, white jeans.
A man rocking white jeans is next level confidence that I aspire to.
Yeah, I can't deal with that.
No.
I can't compete with that.
And he was rocking it.
Your confidence on a 15. Mine is on a 6.
Baldy, by the way, is one of the best follows on social media. Like he has just been living his life. He was at the SAC Summit with Cam Jordan, Von Miller, Max Crosby,
saw that?
out in Vegas.
Saw him coaching up with Von Miller.
That was so sick.
Dude, Baldy's everywhere.
Hey, Baldy season's approaching, man. We got Niners coming up here soon. Training camp's
less than a month away.
Where's Brandon Ayuk at?
He was at the California Classic.
Was
Saturday.
He? Oh.
He was watching the California Classic. He was watching Bronny James.
Okay.
He's a big LeBron fan.
Okay. That's fine.
When he got drafted, this is true story, Spinotti. We'll get back to the Warriors. 888-957-9570 moving forward. What's the most pressure on them on this roster? On this roster right now, is it Draymond? Is it JK? Is it Andrew Wiggins? 888-957-9570. We're also going to take Klay Thompson. Is it Steve Kerr? Is it the coach, Steve Kerr? Is it Mike Dunleavy, the GM? It feels like he's already got a lot of pressure, but I'm not mad at Mike. No. Mike's doing a hell of a job right now. He's doing one hell of a job, doing what he's got to do, working with what he has with this cap situation. I'm not mad at Dunleavy right now. But who's your guy, Spinotti? Is it Draymond? Is it Wiggins? Is it JK?
I'm going Andrew Wiggins. I think he needs to step up. If he is still on again, we're just judging who has the most pressure on this team right now. Yeah. I can't speak to whoever gets traded, who doesn't get traded. But right now, I'm looking at Andrew Wiggins, who was the second best player on a championship team just 2 years ago. And a lot changes in 2 years. I get it. He was so sensational on that run, Bonte. I don't have to tell you. The guys he was guarding at the level he was, while also scoring, the mid-range touch, the confidence that he showed, it was just a whole different player. I was like, who is this? Is this Kawhi Leonard out here? That's what he kind of reminded me of with that mid-range game. The three-point shot was going down. He was confident. He was going up there to block Luka, to dunk on Luka, whatever it was. He was incredible.
It's a hell of a run.
And it was. And then even the first half of the year after that, he was looking great.
He was. People forget. Hold on. I'm going to stop you right there. He suffered the right adductor strain. He had picked up where he left off in the NBA Finals to start that season. We all forget it because they weren't winning many road games. Remember, they had the 0-5 road trip. What was it? Charlotte, Detroit, Miami, Orlando, and then New Orleans when they said everybody went 0-5 on the road trip and they started off awful, won 11 road games. But you're right. Before he suffered the right adductor strain, he was hooping.
He was playing very well. And then obviously it was just a trickle-down thing. And then obviously he missed like a couple months, 3 months out of the year. Obviously, he was doing some personal stuff. But when he came back on the court, it just wasn't the same. And it ruined the flow of the team. Like his performance, I was actually shocked in that first round series last year against the Kings. He actually played way better than I thought coming back. And then he got back into the starting lineup. And then he got hurt again late in that Lakers series. LeBron was going at him in that game 6. He just wasn't the same player. They had to bring in Moses Moody. And then he wasn't even getting right physically in that summer. And it feels like he was playing catch up last year, Bonte, health wise. And it just never came to fruition. His confidence, and that's the word I keep coming back to with Andrew Wiggins, is confidence. Yeah. You can see it with the player, and far too often, I think people just go to the mentals and stuff like that and say, does he care about caring about the sport goes back to confidence for me. If he just doesn't feel comfortable or confident in his level of play, some players show it with they're going to keep shooting, and it's just not working. Other players are going to be dejected. Like, I know how I am personally. Like, if I feel like I'm not getting anywhere, or if I don't want to engage, like, or get angry, instead of getting angry, I shut down. I don't want to, you know what? I disassociate. If I'm getting an argument, whether it's with the missus, whether it's against someone, I just shut down. You know what? I don't want to push forward. I don't want to like explode on someone. So I'm just going to shut down. And I think we saw that far too often last year. And then we see Klay, you know what? Klay feels like, you know what? Andrew was not stepping up with his shots.
Right.
I'm going to need to shoot now.
I got to shoot more.
Steph's got this load on his shoulders. I need to take some of that off. And so I'm going to shoot. But I think Andrew needs to be that guy now with shots opening up with no CP3, with no Klay Thompson.
Right.
I think he needs to take a little bit more of a load on. And that might be good for him. You know what? Expect more from him.
Yeah, I mean, he's used to it, right? I mean, you talk about a guy who averaged 16, 19, 16, 17, 18, 19, 16, 15 field goals a game to start his career. Then he comes to the Warriors, obviously, 15, 14, 14. Last year, 11 field goal attempts per game. That's not enough for Andrew Wiggins. Chris Paul always said it. You tell me when you want the basketball, and I'll get it to you. Just tell me when you want it, and I'll get it to you. But also, Andrew Wiggins, in a way, indirectly, has stymied the development of Jonathan Kuminga. Because that year where he missed 2 months of the season due to personal reasons, Kuminga started hooping. He started hooping and found his groove. And then we get to the playoffs, and Kuminga had the quickest of quick hooks in that playoff series against the Sacramento Kings. It didn't play. Didn't play against the Lakers. And it bothered Kuminga where he was saying, I'm going to showcase my talents, hopefully get traded somewhere. That was coming into last season.
And then Gary Payton bringing him back, and then he had his injuries. The whole thing just kind of messed up.
It messed up all the flow. It messed up all the flow. So, and it's Steve Kerr earlier this last season saying that, hey, look, I don't think we could play Kuminga and Wiggins together. That's not going to work. And then we see that it did work. They played together. Yeah. They played very well together. But that was with Draymond Green, small ball 5. So we have a super chat. We had a super chat from Ion. Thank you for the $5, Ion. We appreciate it.
Ion.
He said, should Wiggins play the 2? He said Wiggins should play the 2. So let's talk this out then. If Curry's playing the 1, Wiggins is at the 2, Kuminga's at the 3, Draymond's at the 4, going TJD at the 5?
I think so. I think you earned that from last year.
All right.
Do you feel comfortable with that? Or are you going loon dog?
On paper, it doesn't sound bad.
Okay.
But I do worry about the space he gets shooting.
Yeah.
Wiggins is a streaky 3-point shooter. Now,
and the guys that can create for themselves, right? Like, again, but this is the thing. Like, you're going to put a lot on Steph's plate, but you have some depth now that maybe you pick and choose different spots. But again, this goes back to ego. Like, a guy with an ego that's kind of fragile right now, and Andrew Wiggins, like, how's he going to feel about coming off the bench again? I know he did it last year.
Forget the bench.
Okay.
Let's just work under the assumption that, and maybe we sound ridiculous, can he play the 2? Well, it is positionless basketball. And you do have you got more size on the wings, right? You get more size with Kuminga and Wiggins on the perimeter.
Matters.
And it does matter, especially on the perimeter. Now, you talk about can Wiggins turn back the clock to what happened in 2021, 2022.
It's not like he's 40 years old, too.
Right, he's 28 right now.
Still in his 20s.
When does he turn 29? He turned 29. My mom's birthday, February 23rd.
There you go. So he's 29, which is crazy because he's been on the spotlight for like 15 years, it feels like.
But he did shoot 39% during that championship season.
Yes.
He shot 39% from 3. Now, he's had years where he shot 38. His 3-point percentage has been better once he arrived with the Golden State Warriors. So, on the way to a championship, he shot 39% from 3, Spadoni. And then he shot 39.6% from 3 in 37 games before taking 2 months off. And, of course, the right adductor strain. Can he get back to 39% from 3? Because then, to Ion's question, can he play the 2? And Kuminga may be a 3, but Kerr said, hey, right now we view him as a 4, so you got an issue there.
Yeah.
I don't know. Wiggins at the 2, and that kind of leads me to, Brandon Ingram, because we're going to get somebody on from New Orleans either today or tomorrow. But somebody yesterday said, can Brandon Ingram play the 2? Or he could play the 2. Now, I don't know if he could play the 2.
I don't know either.
But defensively, it sounds good, Spadoni.
Well,
I get Wiggins guarding. I get him guarding Anthony Edwards and all those guys. It sounds great. But I know if he could space the floor as a 2, but he could still play make from the 2 spot. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
It may not be the worst idea in the world.
It may not be the worst. Listen, right now, like I'm okay with Steve Kerr kind of tinkering around this thing. Now, what Steve Kerr does, though, like I don't think he tinkers enough for Warriors fans' liking. He reverts to his old ways a lot, what works or what has worked, or with what he knows. Which, listen, I get that. We all do that. We all go with what we know, what's comfortable for us. So maybe he goes back to what he knows, and maybe he goes back to last year and says, you know what, Klay's not here anymore. Chris Paul's not here anymore. You know what? Let's bring back Steph, obviously. You got Andrew Wiggins, Kuminga. I think we're going to bring you off the bench. Maybe we'll still think about it. Maybe how you play in Summer League dictates that. We'll see with Moses Moody. Like, I'm very curious how he's going to handle now with this added depth, how he's going to give all these guys and get all of them the touches. That's going to be the key to me. Bringing in a guy like Melton, who has tremendous upside, who has starter capability. How's he going to fit into all this? Kyle Anderson, Buddy Hield. I'm very curious how Steve Kerr is going to do all this, because I do think this is the deepest team he's had in quite some time.
I thought last year was deep.
I thought so too, but it turned out like the lack of
just too much.
The level of trust is what was exposed, I think, last year. And is he going to have more trust in some of these newer guys who, again, are older guys? Like Kyle Anderson has been around. Buddy Hield has been around. Anthony Melton, this is what, his 3rd team? 4th team?
Fourth team now.
Fourth team, right? So he's been around, and they said they've liked this guy for a long time. So the level of trust in an Andrew Wiggins and a Jonathan Kuminga is going to be very interesting to see from Steve Kerr.
Listen, at the end of the day, once you get to the playoffs, I always go by the Pat Riley mantra. Pat Riley had the quote of all quotes. When you get to the playoffs, you use 8, rotate 7, play 6, and trust 5.
It's a bar right there, by the way.
Pat Riley,
I love
the Godfather.
Pat Riley. Yes.
Use 8, rotate 7, play 6, and trust 5. Now, in the regular season, going to be playing a lot of guys. You may be going 10, 11 deep, and I get it. You're going through the regular season.
Yeah.
But if you can make a playoff run, you get to the playoffs, and we don't know if this team can make the playoffs. They're a Tennessee last year. We'll see. We'll see. A lot of people like this team. I like the parts. I'm not mad at the offseason so far. You got under the 2nd and 1st apron. You're not the tax. You got some pieces here. I think it could work. I really do. Now, how well will it work? We'll see. It's going to take time to gel. There's no doubt. How much patience we allow this team to have this season. And it feels like they need to come out the gates hot. They really do. We'll see. But by the playoffs, who's going to be that trusted 5? Because last year, Mark Willard almost started. It's like, who's going to start? Who's going to? I was like, didn't we learn something from last season? Everybody kept talking about Chris Paul starting and whether or not it'd be a problem. Turned out to not be a problem. You know what the biggest issue was, though, for guys like Chris Paul and Klay Thompson? It was finishing the damn basketball game.
Mm-hmm.
That's when Klay Thompson started going off. He wasn't happy about being benched, but he certainly wasn't happy about not finishing a basketball game. Chris Paul had a problem with that, even though he handled it like a professional. But you can tell it bothered him.
The most contentious thing of last season with Klay Thompson was that Phoenix Suns game, but no one talked about it. Why? Because Draymond Green got ejected and got indefinitely suspended for slapping Yusuf Nurkic.
There you go.
That, and Anthony Slater was in the studio with you guys, and Anthony Slater, obviously our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider, covers the team for The Athletic, does a hell of a job. Like, he was talking about that. Like, Klay behind the scenes, it was not a pretty sight.
Yep.
And he was throwing chairs and stuff like that, getting benched late in that game. Like, it goes back to ego, though. That's why I'm looking at a guy like Klay's not here anymore. Like, Andrew Wiggins is going to be that guy now.
He can now step up and get some of those shots.
Correct.
So, can he play the 2? Can he play the 3? It's very interesting. Now I'm intrigued. I do want to. Now I'm working because we brought up Brandon Ingram yesterday, and somebody, I forgot who it was on the but I'm not. Look, if
he's there on a silver platter, it feels
Carter,
like.
I got a homework assignment for you right now. On the spot. You're a smart kid. Look up Brandon Ingram, AAU. I believe he played for Jerry Stackhouse.
Oh, we're going back to basketball.
I think there's a relationship with Jerry Stackhouse and Brandon Ingram. And it's a little thing. Maybe I'm reaching here. Maybe I'm getting called. Maybe I'm going to get called for a reach. But I think Stackhouse knows Brandon Ingram very well. Why do I bring up Jerry Stackhouse? Because he's one of your new assistant coaches.
Certainly is.
And he's a guy who's a former player, which they haven't had in a couple years. Former player on the Warriors bench. They haven't had that for a while. Now they have it. You had Willie Green, you had Aaron Miles, you had the Collins twin, you had a lot of former players, Luke Walton. You haven't had that for a couple years. So, Carter, get in here. I want you to spit this out. What's up? What's your find? What did you find?
So Ingram played for Jerry Stackhouse's Atlanta-based AAU program as a kid.
And they know each other very well.
Yeah, he looks at Jerry Stackhouse as basically a mentor to him.
Oh, that's big.
So,
reading the tea leaves. Makes sense.
Hey, we're doing some investigation here. We're doing some investigating, Lubin. Let's go.
Law and order, baby.
Hey, forget marketing. Can Brandon Ingram work? Why couldn't Brandon Ingram work?
Well, the thing that scares you about Brandon Ingram is he gets hurt a lot. Like, that's another thing. Like, we're going back to these guys, but I think Shasky's been on this. Like, you have to be bold with some of these things. You can't be complacent. Like, you got to have a risk with some of these things. And sometimes they pan. Like, Andrew Wiggins was a risk. You didn't know that was going to work out the way it did, and then it paid off. You won a title. If Andrew Wiggins doesn't do anything else, he helped win a title for you. Like, that is something you can hang your hat on. Do you have that same trust in a Brandon Ingram who, again, can be amazing offensively? Defensively, I think he's a little lackluster, but maybe Ron Adams, the defensive wizard, can help with that a little bit. He's got all the intangibles. Like, he's got all the size. I call him the Kmart KD. That's the thing. The former producer Bobby Spang gave him that moniker. The Kmart KD. Hey, nothing wrong with Kmart. I liked Kmart as a kid, all right?
Lou Dort shut him down in that series, that sweep this year.
He did. Like, that's the thing.
Like, Brandon Ingram in that playoff series shot 34.5%.
Size only does so much when you go up against guys who are also just as long as you.
And physical.
Yes,
you got better be physical. Physicality is a problem.
And he got exposed with no Zion there. He did. He had to be the main focal point. CJ McCollum got exposed. Those guys that
CJ, we know who CJ is.
Well, I know, but he had to be. But CJ turned into the number 2 on that team. Brandon Ingram turned into the number 1. Without Zion, it wasn't good enough.
Now, Ingram wouldn't be the number 1 here.
He wouldn't be. What would he be? The
2, 3, maybe?
Yeah.
But listen, 34.5% from the field in that playoff series, 25% from 3, 14 points a game. Now, a couple years before that, he had a big playoff run. But here's where how much is it going to cost for Brandon Ingram? Because I look at this game log, Spinoni. Rookie year, 19 years old, he played 79 games. Second year, he played 59. And you know him well for the LA Lakers.
Yeah, he was good.
Third year, 52 games. Fourth year, 62.
He was the main piece of that AD trade. Like
61, 55, 45, 64.
Yeah.
He's never played more than 64 games in a regular season. He's played more than 60 games 3 times in his career. All right? Like this is not how much time you're going to miss, because I got to bake into the equation that Steph may miss some time. Draymond may miss some time. These guys are older. It's going to happen. Load management. Brandon Ingram only playing more than 60 games 3 times in his career. And he's a young pup. That is a little concerning. So if the price tag is high, I'm not doing it for Brandon Ingram. What's the price tag? And then what we're talking about here, you're going to not only have to do that, you're going to have to pay Brandon Ingram. You have to pay Brandon Ingram. And you're going to have to probably trade either Kuminga or Wiggins.
And is that something you want to do with? And how much does that make you better? Is that a net positive? Is it a net neutral? Like, I think a lot of fans, again, it goes back to a name. Like, Lauri Markkanen is a name. Brandon Ingram is a name. So, like, at the very least, you appease the fan base in the short term, but how does it look long term? Like, that's the thing with all this. The nice part about Brandon Ingram and Lauri Markkanen is that they are young, relatively. Like you can see a future of one of those guys after Steph, especially Markkanen, who's 27, 20.
Yeah, I'm not mad at Ingram. I'm not mad at Ingram, but when you look at these two players, Markkanen and Ingram, they miss a lot of games.
They do.
Now, we have Dr. Rick Celebrity, so that may cure all. You know what I mean?
Well, but also I think Sarah Todd of the Deseret News, who joined you guys, who covers the Utah Jazz, she kind of poo-pooed a lot of the Markkanen injury stuff. She said it was a lot of load manage, a lot of kind of
shut them down. Let's get high picks. What is called the Phantom IL stints? Yeah,
kind of.
Phantom IL.
Yeah, that's kind of if you just use that for the NBA, if you will. Like, that's kind of what she was alluding to. Even going back to the Bulls, who again were always kind of like a fringe lottery type of team when he was back there. So I'm not too concerned about Markkanen, but with Ingram, it's been everywhere, man. Like, that's another thing. And can I trust a guy being a number 2 gets hurt a lot when I have an aging superstar in Steph? Then I'm going back to what LeBron James and Anthony Davis are dealing with. Like, LeBron has to be load managed, and I think he had a hell of a year last year, playing damn near all of his games, still load managing, obviously, but Anthony Davis, another guy, like, he's just an injury away from, you have to rely on LeBron, who's almost 40. You have to rely on Steph, who's 30.
You know what's bothering me, though? AD is all over Stephen Curry, man. He is linked to Steph Curry at those Team USA things.
Oh, God.
Like,
now you're getting wide-eyed? Can we bring AD in here?
No. I'm getting wide-eyed saying because of what Steph Curry said yesterday.
Uh-oh.
What Steph said yesterday.
We've been teasing it all morning.
What Steph said yesterday. Things change quickly in the NBA. AD, you better back up off of Stephen Curry, brother.
That is the first time that I've heard Stephen Curry allude to something other than Warrior for life. And that scares the hell out of me if I'm a Warriors fan. That frightens me.
I can clearly say I want to be a Warrior for life. That's always been my goal. And I'm saying that sitting in this chair right now. But like you said, life, and especially life in the NBA, it is a wild environment, and things change quickly. The league has changed quickly. So we're trying to adapt and evolve. And until that, I'll let everybody know if that changes. But right now, of course, the goal is always to finish my career with one team.
And that's I was reaching out to some people yesterday, and that's basically confirmed. Steph doesn't want to go anywhere.
No,
he doesn't want to go anywhere. But things do change.
That's the thing right there. I have never heard him say that, Bonte, in the past.
I heard Marcus Thompson II. He was on with Jason Dumas, our call 4 yesterday. He goes, Stephen Curry's going through his therapy session right now with Team USA, being around all those ballers. Being around all those ballers. So we'll see what happens. The Warriors got to move fast. They got to move fast. Here's Curry. He had more on the big decisions the organization has to make.
And it's funny just because the way that things happen, whether it's the big headline like Klay Thompson's going to Dallas, and you probably haven't heard from me, and it's like this thing of, does Steph want that, or does Steph talk to the organization? Like, basketball, you know how this works. Like, I know what's going on, and I know all the ramifications of every decision. I'm not making the decisions, but, you want that collaborative kind of approach.
But the bottom line is always, Steph,
winning is hard in this league, man. And the fact that we've been able to do it for this long has been amazing. Trying to keep the core together this long has been amazing. Obviously, Klay is the first one to not be a Warrior. And so it's a different dynamic. I always want to win, plain and simple. And there's no contentment on just cashing a check and playing basketball and riding it out. Like, pressure is applied on, I want to win and I want to be in the best position to make that happen. Doesn't guarantee anything, but until that changes and I feel that energy changes, then I go about my business the same way, and that's where I'm at.
Tyler Miller on YouTube. Steph shook after seeing Klay leave. Didn't bother him. That was his first of the big three to join Stephen Curry.
I do think, Bonte, to his point, to Tyler Miller's point, we haven't really talked about the Steph angle and all this a lot. Yeah. We've talked about it in the sense that Klay's told Steph not to negotiate for him or go to at bat.
He was adamant about it.
I want to be wanted by the people, not because you told them, Steph.
He wanted it to happen organically.
Because if Steph wanted him, and if Steph really wanted to just say no, but no, he did want him. But if he really wanted to be like, no, Klay, I'm going to go for at bat, he'd be here. Klay would be here because Steph has that much.
No. Oh. Steph went to management. He said, I did it anyway.
Really?
Yeah. He goes, I did it anyway. I know Klay told me not to, but I did it anyway. He did it anyway. The organization and Klay basically mutually, it was time to move on.
Time to move on. That would make me feel some type of way if Stephen Curry. That would make me feel some type of way if I'm Steph.
But Steph, he also understood it from Klay Thompson's point of view, because you mentioned that Sam Amick had an interview, a sit down with Steph Curry. You could read it in The Athletic, where Steph had a 15-minute conversation. He touched on it. He goes, look, man, there were some tears. We talked about the moments, but I know what he went through the last 2 years. And it's not just 1 year, it's the last 2 years, which is surprising me. All this stuff happening after they won a championship. What the hell happened in the summer after the championship? Where they get back from training camp, and hell, man, we had the Draymond and Jordan Poole situation. Obviously, you had some people a little upset about JP and Wiggins getting their money. Yeah. We know how that season played out.
I heard Jordan Poole's name at the summit yesterday. Yeah, that was interesting.
It's very surprising. We can talk about Jordan Poole. Boy, they can use Jordan Poole right now, playmaker. But by the way, YouTube, of course, and Twitch and Twitter, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Listen, man, that was powerful. He said, I went to management anyway to express my desire to have Klay Thompson here. That's his brother. And we're going to hear from his brother, Klay Thompson, in about 20 minutes here on 95.7 The Game as he gets introduced to the Dallas media. So that's going down.
Man, Steph, how he's feeling. This is what it looks like when things start, Bonte, to the leaks in a foundation start to get sprung and stuff starts to happen. Like, Klay's moving on now. This is what happens at the end of dynasties. I know we all think about The Last Dance and stuff like that, and all ended on a quote-unquote high note, but the high note was the Bulls haven't been relevant since that.
No.
Like, that was it. Like, the Bulls haven't done anything in my entire life up until that point when they won their 6th championship with Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, Steve Kerr, and all those guys. Like, this is what it kind of looks like towards the end now. I'm not saying it's over. Don't get us Spado's a hater. I'm not being a hater. I'm just telling you, like, Klay's moving on. Steph, you're going to start hearing more and more rumblings. Like, this, it's only going to get louder.
If they start off to a slow start, and we got the All-Star game coming, Spadoni, you know how the national media comes. They'll come all converge here at the All-Star break, the international media. You know what the question will be if the Warriors are not winning, if they're not relevant, if they're not competing, and they're outside of the play-in around that time. And I got to see when the deadline is, the trade deadline that is. People are going to be freaking out. The questions are going to become, they're going to get louder and louder and louder, and noise will get louder and louder and louder. That's what I would love to avoid. If the Warriors get on, I think it's very imperative they get off to a good start to where they put themselves in a position to make a move for a big boy. So it's a lot going on. Go ahead,
Well,
Spinelli.
and real quick, Bonte, I just wanted to, you'd be naive if you're a Warriors fan not thinking that Steph isn't talking to all these players and all these other championship type of squads right now.
He's around LeBron, AD, Kevin Durant. Think about the decision when that started to permeate, right? Think about there was another one, KD, Iguodala, and Stephen Curry playing in the FIBA World Championships. They started having conversations, and all of a sudden, hey, KD started thinking, boy, it'd be kind of fun to play with these guys.
Chris Paul and Kobe, before it was vetoed by the league, they started talking back in 2008 during the Olympic battle. Like, I'm just reading some of the names here. And listen, Bam Adebayo, Miami Heat. Interesting. Eastern Conference. Devin Booker, obviously, is there at the Phoenix Suns. Anthony Davis, LeBron James, Kevin Durant, Joel Embiid, the Sixers. I know they got Paul George now. Drew Holiday's there. He's not going to Indiana. I love you, Tyrese. Sorry, Tyrese Halliburton, that is. Kawhi Leonard, and then Jason Tatum of the Boston Celtics. Like, they're doing all this chirping, all this talking, stuff like that. And
there's a lot going on.
There's a lot happening behind the scenes. These guys are hanging, they're teammates, guys. Like, they're going out to lunch. They're not with their wives and their kids during this. They're going to be overseas. They're going to be going to all these fancy restaurants, all this sort of stuff.
That's where
LeBron's going to see all the artists.
Hey, you know what? This is where Steve Kerr got to step in. Hey, Steph, man, let's get dinner every day. Me and you, let's do this. We're a package deal. Let's start recruiting these guys to the Bay Area. Let's go.
Steph, you have an early wake-up call every morning. Except everyone else. It's the Steph rules, not the Jordan rules.
Not the Jordan rules. This is the Steph rules. All right, let's get to King of the Hill. We're going to hear from Klay Thompson in 17 minutes as he gets introduced to the Dallas Mavericks media and fan base. This is going to be very strange to see Klay Thompson hoist that Dallas Mavericks jersey. It is real, folks. It is really, really real. But in the meantime,
I love that. I love that beat.
We got the King of the Hill. My top 7 Klay Thompson moments. It feels appropriate today. In number 7. Do we got the
Durant pulls up into traffic, loses the ball, bats it out to Curry, finds Thompson, right corner, 3, got it!
Now you're cooking.
It's a 2-point game. Oracle is rocking, and Mike D'Antoni needs to talk it over. Draymond. Pass goes to Thompson in the corner. He'll take a 3. Knocked it down. Klay Thompson on fire. 5 of 10 from distance. He's tied the game at 69. Draymond throws to Thompson. He's open right side. The 3 ball's good. Draymond on the break. Shoveled back to Klay. It's a 27-footer. Good.
Their biggest lead of the night keeps getting bigger.
89-77. Klay Thompson says, I'm not going home. Not tonight. Durant on the jaw. Takes it middle. Drifting far side, chest pass to Draymond. Throws to Thompson, off a screen. 3 ball, up and good again. 8 threes for Klay.
May 26, 2018, Game 6, down 3-2 to the Houston Rockets. Klay Thompson. Remember, the Rockets were up 22. They were hitting all the threes in the first quarter. They're up 17 going into the second quarter. We're thinking, is this it? Is this it?
Mike D'Antoni.
And the Warriors were able to come through. Klay Thompson with a monster game. 35 points, 13 of 23 from the floor, 9 of 14 from the three-point line, 6 rebounds in that basketball game. Game 6, Klay. It's a thing, folks. It's a thing. He was dynamic. That was my number 7 moment in Klay Thompson's career. There's a lot of moments. There's a lot.
So many.
There's so many. Here's my 6th moment.
Klay Thompson gets the ball. Left side 3. Why not? Why not? Thompson loads up a 3 and buried it in front of the Warrior bench. He cannot miss. Klay, the trailing 3, buried it, money. The net's not even moving. It's not even moving. Back to Klay. It's a corner 3, and yes, it is a swish. Ball comes inside. Thompson goes outside, catches and hits a 3. Design play right out of the timeout. He just can't miss. Klay Thompson turns, catches, says, no, I'm going to hit a shot, and it's another 3. Klay Thompson open 3 and rattled home another one. Curry, timeline, 3-point line, finds Klay, quick release, and a splash! He's tied the NBA record, held by Curry with 13 threes. Right side, Klay, takes a dribble, now the 3, got it! An NBA record for Klay Thompson, 14 threes. Chicago calls time. And to a man, every player off the Warriors bench congratulates Klay Thompson, who is breaking Steph Curry's record.
Klay Thompson, single game record, 14 threes in the game, Spadoni, against the Chicago Bulls back on October 29th, 2018.
Bonte, I'll say it, and I'll continue to say it. I don't care if it's sacrilege. When they are at their hottest, if it's Steph, Reggie Miller, Ray Allen, Klay Thompson, I think when they are at their hottest, Steph is the best out of all of them.
Whoa.
When they are in the zone.
Or Klay.
Oh, was I say Steph? Klay Thompson. No, excuse me.
Yeah.
Klay, when he is on, when he is hot, the net doesn't move. You heard it from Tim Williams. It doesn't move.
The net's
it's
not
unbelievable.
Moving. The net's not moving.
I think my favorite part about that Klay game against the Bulls where he hit those 14 threes was that was like one of those games where he kind of came out of one of those early season slumps that he usually has.
Yep.
So he's having like that bad start. Oh no, what's going on with Klay?
Yep.
And then he just, casually breaks the single game 3-point record. Just only Klay would set a record to come out of a cold streak.
And he had to leave the game because he got cut and he had to wear a headband. He had to wear a headband.
Headband Klay.
Headband Klay. So that was
the
my
legend of Headband
moment.
Klay was born.
All right, let's keep it moving, Carter. Number 5.
Number 5.
Number 5.
Klay gets free off a screen. Jumper right side. Good! He's got 60! He's the 4th Warrior ever to get 60 points. And the last Warrior to get 60 was Rick Barry back in 1974.
That's crazy. 60 points for Klay Thompson, December 5th, 2016. I've told the story many and many times. I wasn't going to go to the game, but I missed out on the 37-point quarter. And I said, you know what? You never know when something special is going to happen. Well, 11 dribbles that game against the Indiana Pacers. Played in 3 quarters. 29 minutes, Spadoni scored 60 points, 8 threes in that basketball game, 11 dribbles, had the ball in his hands for 88 seconds. And I believe he missed shoot-around that morning. Thinking over something, missed shoot-around that morning. Story has it, Klay Thompson.
It worked out. He didn't even need a shoot or shoot, Bonte.
Yeah, shoot.
Klay Thompson has literally put that on his gravestone. Shoot or shoot. That's him right there.
Shoot or shoot, baby. Shoot or shoot. Number 4.
Number 4.
Klay 3. Yes, sir! Oh, man! Klay driving again. Good! Oh, you're kidding me! Get it to him again. He's got it. His 3. Have you ever seen anything like this?
Pop him again.
Play again, his 3.
Well, if you're wondering what the NBA record is for most points in a quarter, you just watched it. George Gervin at 33 and a quarter. And Klay Thompson has 50 and 37 in a quarter. Klay Thompson, I'm going to repeat that, 37 in a quarter.
It's just sick. It's just sick. 52 points in that game, 5 assists, 4 steals, 11 threes. Most field goals made in the quarter, most points scored in the quarter, most threes made in the quarter. I mean, it's just unbelievable what he did against the Sacramento Kings back on January 23rd of 2015.
You can hear it in the call from Fitz
is unbelievable.
and Barnett. You had to laugh. You just laugh during, like,
It's just
The
37.
absurdity of these runs, by the way, they had Klay Thompson, Stephen Curry, Kevin Durant, Draymond, and Andre Iguodala.
Oh, my
All those
gosh.
guys are going to the Hall of Fame.
Oh,
and
man.
it was just like, hey, good luck, rest of the LeBron and Kyrie, you guys are cute. Like,
It's cute story. Whip that shit 5.
I understood why. Like, everyone, they turned into the darlings of the NBA to hated like that, and they didn't care.
That team was so good. Back on the Afternoon Delight, when they lost Game 4 against Cleveland with KD's first year to go to St. Warriors 2016-17.
Because they had like an incredible shooting performance, right?
First quarter.
Yeah.
But we were asking whether or not they could beat the original Dream Team. That's how good they were.
It was what? It was the Dream Team. It was them, Jordan Bulls, and like the 01 Lakers.
We're Warriors. Yes. Can they beat the Dream Team?
It was.
Oh, man. All right. Let's continue here. Number 3.
Green to Klay Thompson. Where's the evasion, but Klay fires away. He's got another 3. It's an NBA record 10 threes in a playoff game. 96-92. He's got 36. Westbrook stumbles with a dribble, almost falls down. Stripped by Andre and stolen. Iguodala to Thompson. Right side 3 for the lead. Got it! Golden State leads with 1:35 to go. It's 104-101. Klay Thompson has 11 threes in the game.
Game 6, Klay to save the season, 41 points, 11 threes, and some of the shots he took in that game was just downright absurd. What the hell are you doing? No. Yes. And I can say that. I say this, and I'll say it till I'm dead. That was Marv Albert's last great game as a play-by-play announcer, in my opinion. He was unbelievable at Chesapeake Bay Arena, what it was called back then in Oklahoma City.
For 3.
Yes! And it was just like, they're on their deathbed. And they rally. And then Steph Curry throwing up the 7, saying, we're going back home for it. I get chills listening to that highlight. That series is one of my all-time favorite series of my lifetime. We talk about NBA playoff series. I don't care if this is my team. You talk about Rockets, Suns, Bulls, Suns, whatever it is. OKC Warriors, an all-time classic. All-time top 5 series of my lifetime.
I mean, they didn't even win the whole thing that year, but you remember that moment. But like, no one even cares about that. You just go back to that game. And I think that one game, and I know it's not the number one for you, but I think for a lot of people, that is the number one. That is that moment, because
number 3.
People forget how damn good that Thunder team was. All the names on there, Russell Westbrook, and because obviously the shine and then what happened in the series after that, but we do sleep on that a lot, but not a lot of fans think of Game 6 Klay because obviously that game.
Man, that was unbelievable. Unbelievable. All right, let's keep it moving. We got to get to the injury report. So number 2.
Number two.
Curry to Thompson. Thompson to the rim. Goes up. He got fouled from behind. Trying to dunk it. Danny Green with the foul. And Thompson's hurt. He's hurt.
His left knee. Tim, he is really hurt.
Danny Green fouled him as he flew in for a dunk. He fouled him from behind. How many more injuries must this team go through?
I just don't like the way he reacted when he was on the ground.
The ovation you hear right now is for Klay Thompson. He walked down the tunnel and said, no, I'm not going to the locker room. This is Game 6 of the NBA Finals. I'm going to turn around, walk under his own power, got back to the free throw line.
And he got back on defense, jumping up and down, ready to lock up in the NBA Finals in the last ever game at Oracle Arena. It was unreal. I'll never forget being there. I'll never forget seeing him run out the tunnel. I thought he was going to play in the fourth quarter. That was Klay Thompson, and sure, he hasn't been the same player since that moment, so it's a little bittersweet to play that, but it is my number 2 moment because it embodied what the Warriors were all about and embodied what Klay Thompson was all about. He was an Iron Man, and he was balling, hitting shots from the logo in that game. He had 30 at that point. 30! And we weren't even in the fourth quarter yet. He was playing at an all-time level. And unfortunately, we never saw that version of Klay Thompson again. But the fact that he got back on defense, touched his sneakers up. Well, Draymond's looking at him, what the hell are you doing? You got a blown ACL. Your knee's torn up. He did not care because the guy just wanted to hoop. And that leads to my number 1 moment after missing 941 days. Because we hadn't seen him to that point. He made his return in the Warriors.
Number 1.
In their last championship season.
He's back! And now, in his 11th NBA season out of Washington State University, number 11, Klay Thompson!
Here's Klay Thompson with a catch down the lane, floats it up. It's good! There it is! Klay Thompson, welcome back. Thompson, the catch up top, has Allen as his defender, takes the big man to the right wing, crossover goes right by him, down the lane for the dunk! He dunked it! Curry picks up the dribble, feeds Porter. Porter chased out there by Allen, penetrates out to Klay for three, got it! And once again, a standing ovation at Chase Center for Klay Thompson. 12,000 career points now for Klay. Klay Thompson to sit down, listen to the ovation for Klay.
And Klay Thompson made his return. Thank you to Tim Roy. Thank you to Bob Fitzgerald. Thank you to Jim Barnett for all the calls there. Great calls. We're lucky to have these broadcasters in the Bay Area, but Klay Thompson making his return January 9th, 2022, after missing 2.5 seasons of basketball, made his return, had a dunk, scored 17, hit 3 threes at the headband, and they were on their way to their 4th championship in 9 years. So that was my King of the Hill, my personal top 7 Klay Thompson moments in a Warriors uniform. And with that said, we're going to go to the injury report and then hear from Klay Thompson live in Dallas.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
Man, listen to those highlights. You get goosebumps, man. I hope we appreciated the run that these guys gave us. It's not over yet. It's definitely not over because Steph is still here wearing the Warriors jersey. But boy, we had it good. Basketball nirvana. Oh, my Lord. Alex Cobb, speaking of which, the Giants. He made his second rehab start this past weekend for the San Jose Giants. He struck out 5 over 2 no-hit innings. Alex Cobb! To ramp up his workload. He'll probably need a few more rehab starts before he can make his 2024 debut, but he looks like he's going to be joining this rotation sooner rather than later. And today, Blake Snell's on the mound against the Blue Jays.
Oh, my God.
Blake Snell's back. He's back.
I can smell
Back
it.
again.
There you go.
Hey, Spinoni, we're going to see the real Blake Snell now.
Okay.
I believe it. We're going to see the real Blake Snell today. He will get through 5 innings today. I can guarantee that. He's getting through 5 for the first time all season. Book it, Lotman.
Boy.
Book it. Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerzer, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. We're going to hear from Klay. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, crank it up a little bit, Crowder. Crank it up, crank it up, crank it up, damn it. Good morning to everybody out there. Overnight dancers, cops, parents, single parents, both parents. It doesn't matter. Baby mamas, baby daddies, we love you all. Kids, getting ready for summer camps. Janitors, Fremont Bank for hosting the summit yesterday. Did a hell of a job. What a rooftop they had. Wow, I could go there and watch a game and chill out and look at the bay, the views they had in Fremont, California. Maybe I'll go look for a house in Fremont, California, man. It seems like a great neighborhood. I don't know if Anna will approve, but hey, I love Fremont. By the way, shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. There it is. There it is. We got Carter in the building. We got London in the building. We got Joe Spadoni. He's helping out Carter right now as we effort Klay Thompson's live introductory press conference in Dallas, Texas. Can't believe he's a Maverick. If you didn't believe it was real, well, it'll get real today when we see him hoist up that number 31 jersey that says Dallas on it, or the Mavericks, or whatever the hell City Connect jersey they want to have up there. But Klay Thompson's gone. So how are we feeling about the roster right now? The Warriors better today than they were a season ago. 888-957-9570. Spadoni asked a great question earlier today. You know, what player is going to have the most spotlight on them next season? Who's it going to be? When things go awry, who are we going to point to and say that guy needs to step up? Is it going to be Draymond Green, or is Draymond Green a main man? I think he's a main man. I think the spotlight is going to be on, if they're on the roster, opening night, the spotlight's going to be on Jonathan Kuminga and Andrew Wiggins. One, we want to see Andrew Wiggins return to form, the guy that helped lead the Warriors to a championship, becoming one of the best two-way players in the game. He had a stretch where he was just locking down everybody. It was Scottie Pippen-esque. It really was. But then on the flip side, you have Jonathan Kuminga, this 21-year-old who represents the two timeline era with the Golden State Warriors. And I hate saying that because it's not two timelines, but, you know, it's how we talk as fans. But Kuminga, being 21 years old, and the Warriors got to figure out something before the end of October on whether or not they want to extend him. And we're watching guys like Franz Wagner and Emmanuel Quickley and Scotty Barnes. They are cashing out, baby. They're leaving the bank with big bags. Big bags. Break stroke, go beep, beep. Well, Kuminga's going to have a break stroke as well, whether it's in October or next season when he's a restricted free agent if the Warriors decide not to extend him. So what, you know, what's going to give? Who are people going to point to? Who's going to have the pressure? Is that a lot of pressure for Kuminga? Is Kuminga ready for this? Being a number 2 or number 3 option? Or are you willing to flip him for Lowry Markkanen? 888-957-9570. But Steph Curry spoke yesterday. And it, you know, I'm not going to say it was very calming for a lot of Warrior fans, because Steph Curry and Steve Kerr sat down with Malika Andrews of ESPN. And Steph said this about being a Warrior for life. Listen to this.
I can clearly say I want to be a Warrior for life. That's always been my goal. And I'm saying that sitting in this chair right now. But like you said, life, and especially life in the NBA, it is a wild environment, and things change quickly. The league has changed quickly. So we're trying to adapt and evolve. And until that, I'll let everybody know if that changes. But right now, like, of course, the goal is always to finish my career with one team.
Well, how quickly will it change for Stephen Curry? How quickly will it change for him? Because personally, we were talking about this at the summit yesterday, and I was Spadoni, you were listening. Steiner said, are you guys comfortable with paying Steph Curry, if you extend him, and pay him $70 million as a 40-year-old? And, you know, as a Warrior fan, I want to ask you this because you grew up a diehard Kobe fan. I mean, did you want to see Kobe wear another uniform?
No, slightly different. And I hear that comp a lot to, like, do you want to be the Kobe Lakers? Well, right. Kobe was also a shell of himself at that point because he tore his Achilles. And when you tear your Achilles when you're 35, 36 years old, like, you don't really come back from that at an elite level, like, at least athletically. And you see that with Klay Thompson. To an extent, you've seen that with Kevin Durant as well. If you tear your Achilles, it's hard to come back from at a certain age, let alone even in your 20s. And it wasn't the same. They whiffed on a lot of free agents. Kobe didn't take a pay cut. And it just wasn't a great product. But Kobe stayed a Laker for life, and I think that means something at the end of his legacy, even though he didn't compete for titles at the end.
Right.
The Lakers fans could cling to, he was a Laker for life. Shaq was on 50 different teams.
Yep.
Like that Magic stayed a Laker for life. Like James Worthy, guys like that, Jerry West. You get into that echelon. Hell, even Kareem wasn't a Laker for life. He was a Buck first. Like there is something. Rick Barry for the Warriors. Yeah, he was not a Warrior for life.
No, he wasn't.
No,
he was on the
Houston
Rockets.
There's something that's different about that. Michael Jordan, he was a wizard like that. Like it's rarefied air to be guys like Tim Duncan and guys like Kobe and stuff like that. And I do think that means a lot to Steph, but how much does it mean to him when he starts to see the writing on the wall potentially down the line here? And do Warriors fans, I do think like they would think a lot like I do. Like, you know what, if we're going down with the ship, we want Steph to be there with us sort of a thing. And we'll usher in a new era after. It might take a while, but you know what? I have faith in Joe Lacob and co to get the job done.
It's got to be tough.
It
from a
is.
business standpoint, because the minute you even think about trading Stephen Curry and you trade Stephen Curry, what it's going to do for the business side of things, season ticket packages, kids who grow up loving Stephen Curry, 30 jerseys are everywhere. What does it mean on game day? I mean, I think about television in this radio station. Steph leaves. What is it going to do for ratings? We're going to dip. You know, and this is a market where we learn. We see it right there with the San Francisco Giants, Spadone. You need a star. You need a star.
Yeah.
I don't even care if you're bad. Like Barry Bonds, the Giants were not competitive the last 3 seasons of Barry Bonds. They weren't really competitive at all.
No.
But you had to star, and people will still go to go see Barry Lamar Bonds. The 49ers, when they bottomed out, they didn't have any stars. No. Nobody went to the games.
You're not going for Patrick Willis. I love Patrick Willis. You were in Frank Gore for that, man.
But they were gone. You really weren't going.
Well, after that, absolutely. The second set. Yeah,
but even before that, when they weren't winning, nobody was good at Candlestick Park. Those seats were empty.
Yep.
They were. They really were until Harbaugh came aboard.
And with the Lakers, to your point with Kobe, when that was over, like obviously he was still the attraction. It was the Kobe farewell tour. Remember his last game against the Utah Jazz? He had a bajillion, 60 points, whatever it was, an amazing run. He had like 50 shot attempts. No one cared. It was just vintage Kobe at the end there. But they had a 2-year lull. That wasn't good. That was awful basketball. But they got lucky. Let's call it what it is. They're the Lakers. They're a brand. They're in Los Angeles. They're going to attract no matter what. LeBron James wanted to go there. Why? Because it's his brand. He wanted to move to Los Angeles. He was about his off the court stuff too and his brand. But you know what? Being a Laker, there's something to that. And he wanted to go to the mystique of, going to go after the likes of a Kobe or a Magic, stuff like that. So that's always going to be there. For the Warriors, I don't know if it's going to be the same thing. And they're going to have to live up to the expectations of a Stephen Curry, a lot like Chicago and Derrick Rose. And I know he got hurt, which sucks, but he had to live up to the expectations of Michael Jordan.
Yeah, no doubt.
And that's going to be tough.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. But because this noise, and it's small, and after the quote, when I read the quote, I was like, oh boy.
When you read it, it sounds worse than when you hear it.
But when you hear it and you hear the tone, it's obvious Steph Curry's not even thinking about that right now. But he did mention, I'll let y'all know when I get to that point. And you hope he doesn't get to that point by the end of this season. Because, I mentioned,
you think it's coming that soon? You think
I mentioned something yesterday during the summit. I was like, Def comes in threes, right? They always say it comes in like we saw Bill Wall, Jerry West.
Yeah.
Bill Wall, Jerry West. Hopefully
it was very sobering when you said it. I was like, I didn't think about it like that, but yeah.
So real quick, Jerry West, Bill Walton, Willie Mays.
Yeah.
Well, we saw Bob Myers leave last year. We just watched Klay Thompson leave this year. I don't want next offseason to be the offseason to Stephen Curry about what team he's going to go to. But speaking of which, Klay Thompson's live introductory press conference. Let's go live to Dallas, Texas.
We'll go into questions. If you have a question, please raise your hand. We'll find you with the microphone. And, please state your name and affiliation so these guys can try to get to know you. So with that, Finn.
Yes. First of all, welcome everyone here. Thank you for coming. It's an exciting day for us to add these young men to our organization. Last year, we had a pretty successful year. We did come up a little bit short, but like every other team in this league except for one, we went into this summer trying to get better. And I think with the addition of these 3 young men here, we're taking a step in the right direction and trying to get better. We have 3 great young men who I think will do a great job for us on and off the court. And we're very excited to have them a part of the Mavericks organization. So, without further ado, open up for questions.
Mike Curtis, Dallas Morning News. Just wanted to say welcome to Klay, Najee, and Quentin. This question is for Klay. Just after 13 years with the Warriors, why was now the time to depart for a new team? And what made Dallas the destination for you?
I mean, whether you play basketball or work in the corporate world or whatever industry, sometimes change just can spur greatness, and a new change of scenery can do wonders. And I'm very grateful for my time at Golden State, but I just felt like, moving on could just re-energize me and do something special for the rest of my career. And Dallas was so attractive because of the young players they have, the style of play, the world-class treatment these players get from this organization, and just a beautiful city who loves their hoops. So when I was watching the playoffs and I'm watching the Mavs, make a run for the championship, I just saw myself fitting in really well with this team and the personnel, and they look like they have fun playing with each other, and they play for each other, and that was very attractive for me. And that's really all I needed to see, and there's mutual interest there, and that's why I'm here.
Tim Cato with The Athletic. Klay, you obviously were in the league when Luka entered and debuted. I'm curious your thoughts on, first impressions of him and what you've seen from him as he's gone from a rookie to a superstar, and then the other two, Najee, Quentin. I'm just curious what your expectations are, to play with Luka, what you think it's going to look like, feel like, be like.
Y'all got it.
I mean, everybody knows Luka is one of the top players in the NBA, so I feel like our job is to go out there, play as hard as we can, and just try to get back to the position they was in last year, and hopefully win the championship. And then playing with Luka, he makes everybody else on the court job a lot easier. For me as a shooter, just coming in, just learning from Klay, one of the best shooters to ever touch a basketball. So playing with Luka to be fun because he draws so much attention defensively. So I'm ready to knock down open shots, make plays, and just do whatever I can to help this team win.
And kind of like Q said, Luka's an amazing player. So just to learn from him and, just to play with him, make the game easier for him. Even to learn from like Klay and Quinn, who are great shooters. So I'm just excited to play with everybody, looking forward to it. But yeah, Luka's an amazing player, and just to make the game easier for him.
I mean, Najee and Quentin said it. Luka, even before he got in the NBA, you watch his EuroLeague highlights and you're like, this 18-year-old is doing this to grown men? It's crazy. So the impact he had on a rookie too, you could see that he had greatness ahead of him. I mean, pretty sure he gave us a triple-double in Oracle like in 2019 as a rookie, and I don't think that's happened to us since maybe like a LeBron or Tim Duncan. So you saw the potential early, and I think just playing off him, Kai, and the rest of the guys, I can help them space the floor and knock down shots or play defense, whatever's needed.
Tim McMahon, ESPN. Klay, I'm sure you've heard, and I know you had conversations with Steph, with Steve Kerr. What has this been like for you, just emotionally, kind of going through? Divorce is probably not the right word, but closing that chapter after 13 years and just everything that goes along with that.
I mean, probably a little disappointed at first, but then as time goes on, you have a lot of time to reflect and you realize what you did. They can't take that away from you as far as the championships records are meant to be broken, but the impact you have on a community and all that, that will forever live. And sometimes, breakups are necessary to do what's right. And I'm not the first athlete in the NBA to go through this. I did grow up in Portland, and I remember when Scottie Pippen came to the Blazers, that was like the biggest day of my life. And I'm not saying I'm Scottie, but they were right there against the Lakers, almost won a chip. So I take a lot of inspiration from past athletes and how their careers might have gone, astray when they either left the team or joined a new team. And some guys thrive, and I look forward to just kind of being rejuvenated here and playing a lot of good basketball left in the tank.
Kevin Gray, Mavericks Radio Network here on the left, Klay, for a question for Klay. For you, just two-part question. What was your relationship with Kyrie Irving and how that influenced you making the decision to come to Dallas? And how would you define yourself as a player at this stage in your career and what that means to help this Mavericks team try to win a championship going forward?
Some good questions. Kyrie and I are good friends. I mean, we came to the league together in 2011. We played on Team USA together twice. Obviously, we played against each other in the highest stages for many years, and I've always been a fan of Kai's game, and guarding him was hell, so it's nice to be on the other end of that for once and see other defenders get loose and get shook by him. That's going to be a good sight to see. And then part two, at this point in my career, I mean, still can't leave me open, and I can guard, and I'm just excited. I still think I can do what I've been able to do, and it's just about being in the best shape I can possibly be. But I know I can help this team, whether it's the knowledge I've gained or big scoring nights. I just still know I can be a very, very good player in this league.
Well, you're good. Welcome, guys.
You're listening live to the Klay Thompson introductory press conference down in Dallas, Texas, right here on 95.7 The Game.
And toughness. I just wonder how much of all three of y'all identify with that and hope to implement that with this Mavs team this year.
Well, I say playing against these two, I mean, that's why they're here. Not because it's pretty, because they lock up, they're willing to do the dirty work, and I've got against both them, so we're going to have some battles in practice. I'm excited about that.
Definitely. That's kind of my MO, toughness, defense. So one of the things I bring to the game, and something I love to do. So like you said, you know, that's kind of what they used to get what they got this year. And I'm just here to pick up whatever slack they lost or just add to.
Yeah, same thing. Just reiterate what they said. Just coming in, that was kind of my calling card coming in from Houston. Playing for Coach Sampson, kind of, you can't play defense, you're not going to be on the floor. So playing for Tibbs as well, too. If you don't play defense and scrap and fight for every 50-50 ball, and now I go on the court. So that's what I try to do from day one, and I'm going to still do it till I can't play the game anymore, really.
Eddie Sefko, Mavs.com. Najee, well, all of you really, I'm sure, had times to guard Luka, but you in particular, what was it like trying to lock him down, and how much of a relief is it to be on this side now as opposed to that side?
Definitely a relief. Man, Luka's a high-level player, man, so locking down, I won't use that word, but maintain, you know, all three levels, just unbelievable. So just to be on his team, and like Klay said, let him do that to other people, I'm going to get enjoyment out of that.
And I don't recall, it's been a long time, but I don't remember if Steve Francis went to Tacoma Park, but did you break all his records around that area?
No, I did. He was from that area. I don't think he went to Tacoma Park, but I would have had to go there for a long time to do all that.
Newey Scruggs, NBC5. Michael, first question for you. You know what it's like to be an all-star player with a franchise and then making the move like you did to the Spurs. What conversations do you have with Klay about that? And then for Klay, obviously your dad, Michael, longtime Laker and radio voice, came out and said he was disappointed. Have you guys made up on that? Is it okay at the house?
Well, to answer your question, we talked about this at dinner, and it wasn't about the basketball. I talked to him more about the experience and the veteran leadership that he can bring to the team. The difference is he was a champion going to a different team, and I was a guy trying to get a championship. But the experience and veteran leadership, we do have a commonality there. And I think with Klay, he can bring that experience, that knowledge for the young for the young players, as well as Luka and Kai. So experience is key, and I think he brings that to the table.
You're listening live to the Klay Thompson introductory press conference right here on 95.7 The Game.
At the end of the day, he was happy for me. I mean, he was a little selfish in his business interests because he wanted me to be at home with the family. I was like, Dad, I've been in California my whole life. I got to experience something new. So he understood, and he's actually really excited for me, and he thinks we have a great shot to do something special here, not just this year, but for many years. So he was all on board once the dust settled and he realized that it was really a match made in heaven.
Price, math.com. Quentin, you have a brother that plays in the National Hockey League for Vancouver. What's that like when you guys get together and talking basketball and hockey? And for Klay, you once scored 60 points on just 11.
All right, you listened to a little bit of Klay. We'll continue to roll on that. We'll cut some of the sound, but just some quotes here. I'm very grateful for my time at Golden State, but I just felt like moving on could just re-energize me and do something special for the rest of my career. He also touched about looking forward to playing with Luka and Kyrie. Disappointed at first about the divorce with the Warriors, but once the dust settled, he feels like this is a match made in heaven.
And he alluded to Scottie Pippen, a guy that was a Bull for his whole life, and then he transferred over to the Portland Trailblazers when he was a kid living out in Portland. So, you know what? He is very cognizant of guys and their legacies and former champions, you know, making that pivot and changing the part of their life that they've only known one part, which is being a Golden State Warrior. It was funny, and Carter got in my ear and said the same thing. I didn't notice when he was reminiscing about like Luka and his rookie year playing, he referred to us still as being Golden State Warrior. That was a little this little thing that he has to, you know, we'll probably still hear saying, because he's always a Warrior. Like, that's the thing. Like, he's always going to be a Warrior. He's a Maverick right now, but at heart, he'll always be a Golden State Warrior.
No doubt.
Just like Scotty with the Bulls, like stuff like, come on, like, it's going to be weird for a while, but you'll get used to it, and then you'll be like, oh, you're going to be going up against each other.
Right.
It's just going to be the new norm.
I did like where you say, you still can't leave me open.
No.
You still can't leave me open. And I think people forget the second half of his season. You know, we all think, and it's been a lot of talk about his last 2 years and how he wasn't happy the last 2 years or whatnot. But he ended the season on a high note, I thought. In the playing game, we know that was ugly. 0 for 10. I understand that. People are going to talk about, elimination game, he was 0 for 10, blah, blah, blah. Okay, great. They're all awful. They're all awful against Sacramento. I don't even know if he makes 8 of 10, if that helps him, the way they're getting killed in that game. But Klay Thompson, post-All-Star break. So mentally, and Michael Thompson touched on this yesterday with Will Leonard Dibbs.
Great interview, by the way.
45% from the floor, 41% from three, 19 points a game, 3 rebounds, 95% from the free throw line. Now, he does get to the free throw line a ton, I get it, but 19 a game on 41% from three. That was the second half of the season. And if you don't think he's going to get great looks playing next to Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving, you're tripping. You are tripping.
He's going to have a plethora of shots available. And again, you go back to the eyeballs. Like, he will have not as much pressure on him as he did in Golden State, having the legacy that he had there. He's fresh blood in this new market. And again, a market that is, let's be honest, it's a football market. It's the state of Texas. They live and breathe American football down in Texas. Yeah, they like their Mavs, they like Luka, and they like Kyrie, but he's not going to have the expectations of what he had in Golden State because of the legacy that he instilled upon this franchise. So I'm very intrigued with this Dallas Mavericks team. Again, a loaded West. I don't know if who are the favorites right now in the West right now?
Probably Minnesota, OKC, Dallas.
The Nuggets, Denver, right? Like, I feel Denver, like they were see. Like,
but you know what? Dallas and Klay Thompson mentioned this. He said he detailed how surreal the moment was. It's surreal, but I'm embracing it. The organization has shown me so much love. He's talking about Dallas here. There's such a great buzz around the city. I think we're set up for a great run. The expectations are high, but you have to welcome that. We'll pick it up on the other side. Hear from Klay Thompson a little bit more.
He just can't wear a Cowboys jersey. That's the only thing he cannot wear.
No, don't do that.
Dak Prescott, number 4.
You do that. And I may have to step back off the Klay and not be a Klay apologist anymore. All right, that's all coming up. Brought to you by Safeway.
whether you play basketball or work in the corporate world or whatever industry, sometimes change just can spur greatness, and a new change of scenery can do wonders. And I'm very grateful for my time at Golden State. I just felt like, moving on could just re-energize me and do something special for the rest of my career. And Dallas was so attractive because of the young players they have, the style of play, the world-class treatment these players get from this organization, and just a beautiful city who loves their hoops. So when I was watching the playoffs and I'm watching the Mavs, make a run for the championship, I just saw myself fitting in really well with this team and the personnel, and they look like they have fun playing with each other, and they play for each other, and that was very attractive for me, and that's really all I needed to see, and there's mutual interest there, and that's why I'm here.
This is Klay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. It better not be roasting me if I'm giving them all these intros.
Not. Nah, I wouldn't do that, Klay Thompson. Not me, Vontae Hill. I wouldn't roast you. You're my guy, Klay. It is sad to see you in Dallas. Of course, he's getting introduced to the Dallas media and the fan base right now. And Klay Thompson is a new member of the Dallas Mavericks wearing number 31. He did mention that Zaza gave him permission to wear number 27, but he elected to go with number 31 because him and Zaza are boys as well.
Absolutely. No, it was great to hear from Klay there. And just, it's going to be weird not having those moments. It's going to be weird not to have those moments throughout the regular season here in Golden State, because you could always look forward to a Klay Thompson presser. And I know his personality's changed a little bit after the injuries and everything that went down, but hey, we saw some great nuggets. He had the paper airplanes as of late, Bonte, where he'd always make the paper airplanes. So we're going to miss Klay Thompson. Hey, he's not going anywhere. We'll still have some sound bites. Whenever they play the Warriors, there's going to be that Klay angle. So it's going to be very interesting. I want to shout out real quick, Benny and Nora listening to Daddy right now. They're watching YouTube right now. So Benny, get to school. Be a good boy for mommy. I love you, buddy. Have a good day. And baby Nora, who's probably like, I don't even know what's going on.
Right now on FaceTime I have, because baby Ches, Anna's out in Vegas for work.
Ooh, toasty out there.
They're all indoors doing conferences. I'm looking at Dia there right now, Oleg. I'm looking at him drive baby Ches to school. This baby Ches apparently this morning was doing some clowning. So Chesney, get to school so we can go to the California Academy of Science later on today. That's what we're doing.
You got to sweeten up the deal, Dad. Like, it's just not good enough. The Cal Academy got to get her a toy there.
Well, there's pizza at the California
they got
Academy
food. They do.
They have French fries.
They got that albino alligator too.
Last night, I had to do the FaceTime and say, hey, brush your teeth. Go to California Academy of Science. You brush your teeth, brush your hair, and all that stuff. So I'm looking at FaceTime right now, just throwing a fit.
We're doing that thing now at home where we're doing the incentive-based stuff. So like you brush your teeth well, you put on all your own clothes, we take the bath, you basically be a good boy, you do what you're told, you get these stamps. You fill out the whole thing of stamps on the fridge, you can get a prize. That's what we're doing now.
Negotiating with a 3-year-old is harder than negotiating with a car dealer.
Are you kidding me? Benny's tougher than Joe Lacob. You kidding me? He's not even close. These guys are ball busters, man. They're killing you. And then they give you the look like you even raise your voice just a tad, and they look at you like you're the worst person in the world.
Oh my gosh. It's a no-win situation.
It is, especially two of them, Bonte. God forbid ever it happens to you. I got the boy and the girl, and the girl's just a whole nother level. You already have the girl first, so you already know.
Man. Anyway, Klay Thompson, what's your thoughts? 888-957-9570. Can we now officially put closer to the Klay Thompson era in Golden State? Is this the official, or do we have to wait until we play the games? Because I thought his message on Instagram where he said, don't be sad it's over, be happy it happened. I was like, wow. That's all right, cool. Let's it's
going to be something we monitor and Warrior fans monitor, because what do we like to do as fans, or hell, in this business or any business, or just as Americans in general? We like to be right.
Mm-hmm.
So I think a lot of Warriors fans are going to want to proven right that they wanted to move off Klay Thompson, and anytime he struggles, they're going to be pointing the finger and saying, you know what? Joe Lacob was right to move on.
Right.
We were right as a fan base to move off of him. Or if he has a great game, we made a mistake. We should. That's what it's going to be, Bondi. You know this.
Oh, yeah.
It's social media.
Of course.
Anytime he has a dud or has a great game, or if he has a chance to have a game-winning shot, Bonte, and it goes out or it goes in, we're going to be pointing the finger and saying that it's never going to go away. It's never going to go away.
Wow. So Klay said, I can still defend. I can still defend. I can still play well. I can still shoot. You best not leave me open. And I'm seeing the text on the Xfinity Mobile text line. 5-0. They didn't have a knockdown three-point shooter. He'll thrive. Looking forward to it. They win the NBA Finals if they have Klay Thompson. Wow.
Yeah, Tim Hardaway Jr. was not that guy last year.
Got relegated to the bench.
Yeah,
Couldn't play.
Good.
Couldn't play.
Kind of crazy. He was really good for them at one point, and then he just kind of, the shot wasn't there.
Klay's got no pressure.
No.
No pressure down there. None whatsoever. He seems free and easy. You know, he said change is good. Change is good.
God, and
so we'll see.
Luka's going to get him so many feeds too. Like we always are amazed about the passing and the ability of Luka Doncic and LeBron James. We were saying, oh, if he ever got a player like that, well, he's got a player like that now, and it's going to be and Kyrie Irving, who again another great passer, and a guy that can create off the dribble and stuff like that. So there's going to be some amazing passes from Luka and Kyrie right at the bottom of that hoop, kicking it out to the corner. Klay Thompson, three-pointer, and he's going to have games where I think we're going to see, a reminiscent of what we saw in Golden State, where he has 6, 7, 8 3-pointers in a game, and he's going to be en fuego. And best believe he's going to win games for them potentially. And if again, I think they're going to make the playoffs, and barring some sort of injury or catastrophe, like he's going to be a guy that could win you a playoff game. I still believe he is a player that can win you a playoff game. I don't think he's going to be like what he was with the Warriors, where I think a lot of Warriors fans felt like he lost them playoff games. I don't know if he's going to be that level of leaning on him when he's in Dallas, but I think he's still at the level. I still think, Bonte, maybe I'm crazy, he can win you a playoff game.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we just saw it 2 years ago. We just saw it 2 years ago when they won the NBA championship.
I think we're just jaded the last couple of years.
We're drained, but like we're scoffing at
numbers.
Went
over in the playing game.
I can't believe we're at a day and age where we're just scoffing at a guy leading the league in made threes and shooting 41% from three. Who the hell does that? You know how hard it is to shoot 41%? So, good luck in Dallas, Klay. Good luck in Dallas. But he's going to have great looks. They're going to slow the pace down. That's what they do when they have Luka Doncic out there. So not a lot of... I wonder if he can adjust to not having so much movement. But Klay Thompson is a stationary shooter? Are you kidding me? Wide open looks? Oh, he's going to be able to adjust to that. You will believe.
He'll be fine.
He'll be fine there in Dallas.
And 888-957-9570. We were talking about this earlier, Bonte. Like, with Klay's departure, and we're kind of saying goodbye today, who's that next guy on the team who you think is going to be under the most pressure next season?
Right. Is it Kuminga?
Is it...
Who do you think?
I think it's Wiggins.
Think it's Wiggins? You still think it's Wiggins?
Like, I'm sorry. This is supposed to be the heir apparent to Klay, and he's been a no-show since that championship run. Again, if he never does anything else in Golden State, he'll always have that moment, so that is something. But I think it's a blessing and a curse. He showed us what he could be, Bonte. And it's not like he's had a major injury. It's not like he's had a soft tissue injury that's really hampered him, like Klay had an ACL and an Achilles. It's just been more, I think, mental than physical. And anytime we start talking about the mentals of a player, I have to be careful. We have to be careful. Like, I don't ever want to feel like I know what's going on in someone's mind. I don't want someone thinking they know what's going on in my mind. And I damn sure don't want to think I can go into someone else's mind and think what they're going through on a day in and day out basis. So I'm not going to do that. I'm just judging off what I've seen from the court. At times he seems disinterested and he seems unfocused at times. And it's waned on the fan base a little bit.
Well, I think Wiggins and Steve Kerr, I always go back to this quote. I repeat myself with this one, but I think it's very important. You played pickup basketball before. Well,
not very good, but I played.
Not very good. Yeah, and that's how good you were, but you played. I wasn't very good, but I played.
7th grade, my first ever possession, I was bringing the ball up the court, and I double dribbled, and I got benched. It was not great for my confidence.
You should have admitted that out loud. Should have admitted that out loud.
I had my Harry Potter glasses on. It wasn't a good time. I blossomed in high school.
We all weren't very good. This is why we're in this seat right now. We're not that good. We're not that good. But listen, I mean, we all played pickup before. We all played intramurals. Big Carter played pickup. We all played pickup. I've seen Lubman shoot a basketball. Hopefully he didn't play pickup.
Size matters.
But we've all been on the team or guy ball hawks. And you go up and down the court once. You go up and down the court twice. You go up and down the court 3 times. You don't touch the ball. Go up and down the court again. You go up and down the court. You're not touching the rock at all. How disinterested did you become?
Yeah.
You're like, damn, this is boring. I want to touch it a little bit. And then when you do touch it, you just hoist up some bad shots just because you want to touch.
Exactly. You're trying to get back into the rhythm of the game and trying to get your own shot and get your own confidence. Because for a lot of people, again, shooters, you need to see that ball go in the hoop.
Exactly.
And then you get to build that confidence. That's why Steph and Klay, they always keep shooting because they know the next one will go in. And then they're just one shot away from being en fuego, right?
Yep.
It's the same thing for a guy like Andrew Wiggins, who I know we don't look at as the same elite shooter because he's not.
Yep.
But you listed the numbers. When he was on that championship run, guy wasn't a 40% shooter from the three-point line.
40% for three-point line. So I said all that to say that Steve Kerr mentioned on Willard and Dibbs when he joined them weekly right here on 95.7 The Game. We can't allow Andrew Wiggins to go up and down the court and not touch the ball on 5 straight possessions. He's got to touch the basketball. He's got to touch it once a possession. Ball movement, motion offense, that's what you're supposed to do. Triangle offense with the Bulls, especially a carbon copy of it. With the split action and everything, he's got to touch the basketball and feel engaged early because then he starts floating. And it's natural for players to do that, especially a guy like Andrew Wiggins. So he needs to touch it. Now, do you trust him? If he could get back to that, the way he's talking this offseason, I'm not mad at Andrew Wiggins and the stock there. The stock is very low on Andrew Wiggins. I may buy some Andrew Wiggins stock. I really may.
What'd you make of the whole, and I know there's some politics here and you heard it from the organization, but him getting pulled away from the Olympic team. How did you?
Mutual decision?
Yeah.
I need to hear him come out and speak.
That was kind of odd for me.
Very odd.
Yeah, I know. And I know
the
he
GM
loves,
came out.
Yeah, he loves his Canadian basketball too. Like,
and he said it helps him get into a rhythm.
And they're a really good team. Like, they got a lot of talent. They got Shai Gilgeous-Alexander on there. Is Jamal Murray on that team too?
Jamal Murray is on that team.
Dylan Brooks is on that team. Like, they got talent. Lou Dort, the Dorter Chamber.
Dorter Chamber.
Come on, man.
Ballers.
They got ballers on there.
Here.
I'm not mad at it. They're on the group of death though. They might be in trouble, man. They got Greece. They got Spain in their group. Look out.
They could be Greece. Greece has Giannis. Who else?
Is Thanasis on that team?
Probably. He's probably
no, they got, what's that? Papagiannis.
Oh, Papagiannis. They do have Papagiannis.
Who's that? I think Kostas Antetokounmpo's on that team. The younger
Kostas,
one. Yeah. And then who else is on there? Is Costa Koufis on there? Remember that?
Koufis. I remember Costa Koufis. Oh,
he was tight with Giannis, though.
Yeah,
they were
tight with Giannis. They're boys. They're boys out there. See, Beard on YouTube. I don't think he gets it with Klay. Going back to Klay for a second.
Beard? His name is Beard?
Beard, yeah. Beard on YouTube.
All right.
Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing. Got the dealer. He says, wide open on Dallas is determined by the defense. All you got to do is guard Klay Thompson standing there. Okay. Say for face guarding Klay, you're not getting him airspace.
Yeah.
And Klay's in that corner. Well, by Klay just being on the court,
you're
opening up space for Luka and Kyrie. You're allowing 2 deadly one-on-one players to go one-on-one. So where are you going to send the double teams from? Because if you send a double from the wrong place, you're throwing a lob to Lively or Gafford, and it's 2 points. Or you're going to Kyrie Irving, and he breaks down the defense and penetrates, and then Luka's got a wide open 3. So it's like, pick your poison.
Like, the notion that you can't respect Klay Thompson for the 3-point line anymore is ludicrous to me. Like, he's not some scrub. He's not a scrubini, as Steiny likes to say. He's not like he's still one of the best shooters in the NBA. Like, the fact that, like, we got people out here thinking that Buddy Hield is going to be a major upgrade over Klay Thompson too. Beyond the arc.
Well, first of all, we got to chill out.
Like, that's the thing too in all this. I think we've become very disrespectful over Klay because of his performance in that play-in game. I get it. He went 0 for. It wasn't a great look. It's a sour note to what was an amazing career at Golden State. But let's relax a little bit, please.
Buddy buckets. I mean, Buddy Hield is interesting.
You like the Splash Buddies?
No, I don't want anything splash with Buddy right now. You got to earn that nickname.
Yeah.
Splash Brothers was earned, not given. They earned it and they lived up to it. I can't unsee, and maybe we get D-Lo Casey on here one day and explain who Buddy Hield is.
ESPN 1320.
ESPN 1320.
I think Matson's filling in for him.
Yeah, Matson is filling in
Shout
for
out
Kyle. Sacramento Kyle now. No, I'm kidding.
Kyle.
I don't know about Buddy Hield. I don't know.
He's
Is
the
he
one
going to be
out
able
of the
to
three
play
additions. You're a little.
I have to see it.
Okay.
The guy can shoot. There's no. He's a career 40% 3-point shooter. He's going to take his shots. He's going to get his money.
It's him and Steph with the most 3-point pointers made since what, like 2016, whatever it is.
Yeah.
But it is funny that Steph is like right there with him, and Steph missed like a whole season throughout that span.
Right. Klay missed 2.5 seasons.
Yeah, exactly. So it's.
Buddy, defensively,
It's not great. It's not great. But again,
he got hot in the playoff game. I get it. He showed that he could still shoot it with the best of them.
Great, but like we're acting like Klay couldn't still do that. Great. He had a half of a moment in a playoff game. Like, you didn't have more than that.
And Buddy's not starting.
No.
Buddy's going to be part of the second game.
Well, some Warriors fans think he should start.
Oh, really?
Yes. They called in and said that he should start.
They ain't called his show.
Called Lubman and Spadoni on July 5th.
They called you guys? Said he should start?
We did, Sam. We got callers that said that. We had a couple of them, I think.
Was it Big Smooth? I think he
Big
called
Smooth
in. He had me all hyped for Buddy Hield.
Yeah.
I was ready to run through a wall for Buddy Hield after listening to Big Smooth.
So now I'm interested. 888-957-9570. How hyped are Warrior fans for Buddy Hield? I'm hyped for DeAnthony Melton. Maybe I'm a sucker. These moves are not gonna, let's be real with these moves. Is this team better than last season's team? I have no idea. Right now on paper, I would say no. People think they are better because defensively. But I look at this roster, and I'm looking up and down the roster, and I'm looking for bucket getters. Because at some point, you got to put the ball in the basket. You play all the defense in the world, but you got to score.
You lost 2 Hall of Famers. Let's call it what it is.
You lost
Chris
2 Hall of
Paul,
Famers.
I know he's older. I know Klay's not the same player. You lost 2 Hall of Famers. And that goes back to IQ and leadership. Now, Klay, obviously, in the leadership department last year, he was going through it. We get that. But Chris Paul, I mentioned it earlier, you cannot sleep on what he meant to those younger guys in the locker room. He was so damn important for that.
Very underrated.
And the fact that he had to get his ego checked early last year, and that was not easy for him. We were making a joke about him and Kendra Andrews, coaching kind of thing, and he had to come off the bench, and he did that for the first time in his illustrious career. This guy's never heard a peep. Now he might have been disgruntled, but you know what? He didn't let it show it through the media or anything like that. If he did, he was just being the same old Chris Paul. He's always a little edgy.
The biggest issue I think he had, and he hinted at it, even though he did it in a very professional manner. He mentioned how, Steve told us, man, we got a lot of guys who could finish, and he's not going to get it right every game. We know that, but I told Steve that he knows I'm here. I'm ready to go. And I think Klay, when this Phoenix situation happened, and then we saw him in Brooklyn, where he was with Anthony Slater, Draymond Green jumped in the interview. You going to ask him about finishing? I didn't finish in the game in the final. Finishing matters to these players. Yeah, starting. Yeah, they want the cash A and B, and they're going to start in lineup. But if they're not in the final 5 minutes, in crunch time, winning time to seal the game, they are irate because they feel like they don't contribute. They feel like they're not contributing. It's how you finish. Yeah. And these guys love to finish. So I look at this roster right now. Who the hell's going to finish?
Well, it's really funny you said that because I'm thinking because Steve Kerr's the head coach of the Olympic basketball team. That's another thing he's going to have to worry about when it comes to those egos and try to shift it around. Jason Tatum, I know you just won a title. I think you got to sit the bench here. Joel Embiid, Anthony Davis. It's a coin flip. I don't know. Hey, LeBron. Man, I don't know, man. Maybe that's another thing. I was just thinking, just real quick, just as a side, I'm just thinking about that whole thing with Team USA basketball. That's going to be fascinating to watch because, again, Team USA, although they are the heavy favorites still, don't sleep on a lot of these matchups. The world has gotten a lot better even since 2020 when we had that pandemic one. So, no, it's a big deal, but also it was the difference between winning basketball games, Bonte. It was. Wins here or there, and maybe you're a playoff team instead of a play-in team, and you're viewing last season under a different lens.
Right.
But you weren't. You were a play-in team, and you lost to the Sacramento Kings, who were without who was at the time before he got hurt, was their 6th man of the year in Malik Monk, and they didn't have Kevin Huerter, obviously, as well. So, man, it's Steve Kerr. We go back to that name. There is so much on the line for him this year. I know he got the extension.
Right.
And that was
it's really a 1-year deal.
It really
is. I don't think he goes into another situation where he's on the last year of his deal and coaches.
And honestly, I'm going to say this.
It might be his last year coaching the Golden State Warriors.
I'm looking at that San Antonio Spurs team, and he's going to keep getting linked to that because Greg Popovich, he's getting older.
But he just signed that big extension, right?
That doesn't mean anything.
I know it doesn't.
He could go to the front office.
I know it doesn't.
Isn't that part of the deal?
Yeah, I know it. You're right.
That's the thing. He could just shift over there and be like a Jerry West type over. I would not be shocked to see that happen.
Wemby. Oh my God!
But
goes from Steph to
is
Wemby.
that the most ludicrous thing you've ever heard?
No, it's not the most ludicrous, and that's why he got the deal last year, the extension late in the season.
Am I wrong?
I just don't see Steve Kerr. You're kind of onto something here. I don't know about San Antonio, but you may be onto something that we could be watching Steve Kerr coaching.
Bulls.
Yeah, it's rare that a coach goes into a last season of a deal without a new deal lined up. I don't see it happening twice for Steve Kerr. I really don't. But that's just me personally being a fan and kind of observing the situation. I don't know. This could be Steve Kerr's last year. You never know. Let's go to the calls, Spadoni. 888-957-9570. A lot of people talk about Klay's plus minus. The Warriors going to go to State Warriors. Brandon Pajinski had the best plus minus.
You can miss me with plus minus. That's a load of crap.
Pods had the best plus minus on the team.
Yeah, come on.
We had the double overtime game with the Golden State Warriors and the LA Lakers, and I think LeBron had a minus in that game or something like that. It's stupid. You don't win that game without LeBron. The Warriors are not in that game without Steph. So this whole plus minus thing missed me with that. Jimmy in Dublin, what's happening? What's up, Jimmy?
Hey, I'm good. How you guys doing, man?
Good. We're doing good,
Great.
Jimmy. How are you?
Okay. Yeah, I'm good. Thank you. So, yeah, man, I just want to say this, man. I mean, I don't understand. Like, I'm not even a Warrior fan, but I'm from the Bay Area, so I have no ill will against the Warriors at all. You know what I mean? I'm a Laker fan, but I still root for my home team, right? With that being said, a lot of these Warrior fans are delusional, man. Like, there's no way you're going to bring in Melton, slow motion Kyle Anderson, and a washed Buddy Hield and think that that's going to get the job done. Like, I'm looking at this team, and I'm like, I don't think they got better. Like, okay, you added, I mean, because as much as people not Chris Paul and say he's old and this and that, Chris Paul brought things to the Warriors that a lot of these guys aren't going to bring. Just as veteran leadership, and then, being the point guard. I mean, you never forget how to dribble and pass the ball, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they need to pick up a big-time name, and there's no other big-time names out there, and everybody's hyped off the Laurie marketing. Dude, he's not a franchise-changing player. If he was, why would Utah be trying to get rid of him so fast? You guys have a good rest of the day.
Hold on real quick, Jimmy. Just real quick on that. You're a Laker fan, so I just heard how you felt about marketing. How do you feel about Brandon Ingram, who used to be an L.A. Laker?
I feel like they kind of gave up on Ingram a little bit too fast when he was in L.A., but at the same time, I mean, he is who he is, man. I think he's already peaked out. He has flashes of being an all-star, but he's not a franchise, changing type guy. He's not like a Luka or, like a Giannis or Jokic. He's not, and that's what the Warriors need, a high-caliber perennial all-star to go with Klay and the rest of those pieces. If not, they're going to be on the outside looking in, potentially of the play-in.
Yeah, but those guys just aren't out there. Like, that's the thing. Like,
Jimmy.
There's a reason. Like, yeah, you would like to have Paul George. A lot of fans wanted him. I get that. Like, but they weren't doing business with you. They weren't in the business of helping a Western Conference team that, you know what, they already kind of not struggled, but they're already looking at themselves and say if they have Kawhi Leonard, James Harden, it's gonna be very difficult opening up a new building if you're Steve Ballmer and co. Let alone how the landscape of the West is now, but helping out the Golden State Warriors. Now that team vaults back into maybe the top 5, 6, and then you get pushed back a little bit. So they're not going to help any Western Conference team. But to Jimmy's point, like, yeah, the Warriors fans, they want that, but like, it's hard. Like, and you're not going to go out and get, the guy that checks all the boxes. Right. You have to take a risk, and Brandon Ingram would be a risk, but the upside is there.
I think the Stackhouse angle, Stackhouse being an assistant coach, he knows Ingram better than anybody in this league. Watching him grow up, maybe it's a reach, but he knows Ingram very, very well. Is basically what I'm trying to say. And Stackhouse can maybe bring the best out of Ingram. Now, he wants to get paid after the season. Brandon Ingram's in line for a new deal, and he wants new money. You would have to do that alongside marketing. New money. Are you willing to pay those guys new money? Are they guys who are going to move the needle and get you back into the hierarchy of the Western Conference? I don't know about that. But we're asking the questions here and on the Morning Roast. Benoni in for Shasky and 888-957-9570. Are the Warriors really better right now than that team last season? Because I feel like a lot of Warrior fans, and I'm hearing it. Vontae, we're better defensively. We're better. I need to see it. Marvin in San Francisco. Are the Warriors better than they were a season ago?
Starvin Marvin.
I think we're better than last year by a lot. Think about it. All our problems were in the early part of the season. We had the second best record in the NBA after January 1st, okay, with the same players we have now, except for Klay Thompson and Chris Paul. Ask yourself this question. How many games do you remember saying Klay Thompson won that game? I don't remember any. He had an off night or a good night, or sometimes had one night where he came off the bench and scored 30 points, and that was the headline. But they scored, Chris Paul and Klay Thompson scored, I think, together about 24 points a game.
About 30. Now, about 30 a game.
Klay had 18?
18, 19. Chris Paul ball 8, 9, 10. So around 28 to 30.
Okay, so they had between 25 and 30. We're going to easily replace that just in the improvement of Kuminga and Pajinski and so forth. But we now have a guard that we got from Chicago who has a defensive highlight film video on YouTube. Put him together with GP2. We have probably the best
for Chicago. You mean Philadelphia?
Yeah.
D'Anthony Melton?
Melton. D'Anthony, right. D'Anthony Melton. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
D'Anthony Melton. Then as far as we were missing that one guy was a rim protector. Now we got Anderson. Anderson can also did a real good job covering Luka Doncic, so he's very flexible in terms of the way we can use him. The biggest question is we have too many guards now, and I really like Buddy Hield too. By the way, you haven't mentioned him, but he's the kind of guy that reminds me of these championship teams. Always have some guy comes off the bench and hits 3 out of 4, 3 out of 5, or something like that, and changes the game with the momentum of the game. So we got a guy like that now, and he's willing to come off the bench. We paid $9 million for him instead of $30 million for him. So I really like the team. I think that when you take that record we had after Jan 1, thinking about the improvement of Trey Jackson-Davis and so forth, with the size we have now, I think we're way better defensively. I think we haven't lost a thing on offense. And we had a really good offense last year. Now you can rest Curry because you have a bunch of guards. Now the question is, we have Moody, we have Pajinski. Is Kerr going to play Pajinski over DeAnthony Melton? That's a big question because there's no way Pajinski plays defense like Melton does. And I watched his interview yesterday. So I think that we are way deeper in terms of effective players. In fact, too deep. So what are they going to do with Wiggins and Kuminga? What are they going to do with all those guards? I say they have one more move to make.
Yeah.
I'm reading a lot of stuff about Kevin Durant. There's some trade talk about Kevin Durant. And I'm thinking, wow, what does Phoenix not have? They don't have a bench. We have a bench for them.
They're not trading.
They're not trading Kevin Durant. Thank you, Marvin.
And I don't think Kevin Durant wants to come back here right now.
No. Not from that picture you showed me with him and Steve Kerr at the Team USA basketball.
KD's not coming back
here. Have a calf strain. Like we're getting older here too. Like
that ship is sailed, folks.
Yes,
you got to leave. We had Kevin Durant. Michael Thompson told Willard Dibbs the biggest regret he has for Klay Thompson in a Warriors uniform is that Klay, Dre, Steph, and KD couldn't end it together. He thought they could have won 7 championships.
Yeah, probably. Like that's how good that team was.
Marvin's hyped. Marvin's hyped.
But I don't. And listen, he was going on there a little bit, but I do want to like come back to reality here for a second. Like these moves, like I'm very high. That's great. Where does that even get you in the West right now? This is where you finished last year. You were behind the Kings, the Pelicans, the Lakers, the Suns, the Mavericks, Clippers, Timberwolves, Nuggets, Thunder.
All right.
How many of those teams are taking a step back? The Clippers, no Paul George. They're taking a step back. Lakers haven't really done anything. They added Dalton Connect and Bronny James. They were still a pretty good team. They were 7-3 in their last 10. They ended the season on kind of a high note. They just went into the Nuggets, who are the defending champs. They're just better than them. There's no shame in that. Pelicans, what did they do this offseason?
Well, they haven't done much.
No.
But Trey Burford III will get better.
Yes.
Where's Zion going to be at? Jonas Valanciunas moved on, right? Didn't he move on? Where
did he go?
Look up Jonas Valanciunas. Where the hell is he at right now?
Wizards, that's right. He got paid.
He got by who?
The Wizards.
Wizards. Oh, he's going to DC. He's playing with Jordan Poole, huh? Pick and roll game with Valanciunas.
He might get traded at the deadline next year.
Yeah, he probably will. It's a tradable contract.
Yeah.
$10 million a year for Valanciunas.
Where's
Not
Kuzma
bad.
going? I think he's going to get traded. Maybe that's going to be another trade
right on him. But the Kings did get better with DeMar DeRozan. And Keegan Murray is going to be better.
Apparently, they're still in on talks with other people to the Kings. Kyle Kuzma, and I heard the BI talks not dead.
Right.
People thought DeRozan was put the nail in the bed for that. Maybe not. So
now, Marvin said he still believes the Warriors have one more move in them. I hope they have one more move in them because these guys are good. Like DeAnthony Melton, we can't expect him to come back and play 30 to 35 minutes a game. He may be a 20 to 25 minute guy. You know what I'm saying?
Spine injury.
Yeah, Kyle Anderson is a 20 to 25 minute type of guy. Buddy Hield, 20 to 25 minutes. Is that good enough? Now, you're banking on Kuminga making a leap. You're banking on Pajinski making a leap. You're banking on Moses Moody making a leap, as well as TJD.
I feel like we were in this position last year, Bonte. I think it was my first time hosting with you on this show. It was the free agency period, and we were talking about like there wasn't a lot of moves to be made last year for the Warriors, but their moves could be the younger guys taking a next step.
Yeah.
And we saw that with Jonathan Kuminga. He took that next step. I think the next step for him next year, if he's an all-star, like that's like, oh my God, right?
Yeah.
Like, wow, he took that next step. Now he's the next guy in line for this team. Now he's established himself as a number 2 piece. But as it stands right now, they don't have a number 2.
Yeah.
So it's hard for me to be as optimistic as Marvin and SF is if they don't have a true number 2 on this team. I think their second best player right now, and it's a problem, is Draymond Green.
Yeah.
When he's on the court, he's your second best player.
Well, and also, offensively, you're going to need some juice from somewhere.
Yes.
Using the shot making with Klay. losing the pick and roll game with Chris Paul. Now Podziemski could pick that up, but you're banking on these guys to make a big time leap to get to where you need to get to. Oh, the Pelicans, they did get DeJounte Murray. That's right.
Oh,
Thanks
I
for the
forgot
save,
about
707.
that.
They did get DeJounte Murray.
I don't know what that does to them. Really,
I think it makes them better.
Then
Gives
Ingram?
him a natural
You think
point
he's better
guard.
than Ingram?
I think he's better than C.J. McCollum.
Oh, okay, that's true.
If I was them, I'd try to move off of C.J. McCollum.
Who wants C.J. McCollum?
I like DeJounte. I like DeJounte alongside Trey Beckford III and Herb Jones. You got some defenders there. You got some dudes who will get to the passing lane to pick your pocket.
Zion was so incredible in that playing game too.
Dude, DeJounte, I
hurt.
forgot about DeJounte Murray. Hell, that's a hell of a move for man. That's a hell of a move for them.
Are the Hawks going to keep Trae Young? By the way, no one wants that. I thought the Lakers they were sniffing around that for a while, but I didn't think that Pelinka and co want him.
I don't know if they do.
Grant Liffman will keep him though. It's our guy, Grant Liffman.
Our guy, Grant Liffman. Don't forget, next week our lineup is going to be jacked up. That's right. Well, Leonard Dibs will be out from 6 to 10. They're taking over the morning roast for a week. That's right. Shasky and I will be out from 10 to 2. Oh, we get to sleep in. Oh, my Lord. We get to sleep in. Oh, I'm looking forward to that. It's 98 Guru, 2 to 6. 2 to 6. It's bothering me. Oh, it's bothering him big time. And your chance to win an autographed Klay Thompson jersey, of course. We love you here at 95.7 The Game. And no, it won't be a Mavericks jersey. It'll be a Warriors jersey.
Give me the
Where's
meat.
Klay Thompson? No. Pause. Don't you worry. It's just for a week. And it's all brought to you by Jack's Restaurant. You are listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. We'll play some Klay sound in just a second. Oh, don't forget, all guests appear on 95.7 The Game on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. I got to go visit that place. I heard this community is booming and exploding. Antoine in Tennessee. How's the market out there? Tennessee. Are you a volunteer, Antoine?
Nah, man, I'm not a volunteer. Surprisingly, I'm an Oregon Ducks fan, man.
Oh, okay. I'm not. The O stands for 0 national championships. It's all good.
Go Ducks.
Yeah, sadly, man. Sadly.
What's going on, brother?
Nothing much, man. I was calling in, man, because, I've heard between Steiny and everybody on the station, man, and let's be honest, when we're thinking about Steph Curry and Warriors and everything, we got two things we got to address. We got to get younger, and we got to get bigger. Now, obviously, we're going to try to maximize Steph Curry's window because, before Steph Curry, what do we have? For years. We didn't have anything for years. So with somebody like Steph Curry, you got to maximize his window as much as you can. So at least if you do trade for marketing, and if somehow we can keep Kuminga, it may not necessarily just make us at the top of the West, but it do gives you two prospects, young and bigger, that you can move forward with, so you're not scraping the pot or the barrel looking for a bunch of these guys who are, really don't, kind of like non-variables in the West. This is the Buddy Hield and Anderson. They're not really like guys who just really, shift everything. But at least if you do get marketing, and if you're able to keep Kuminga, you're at least able. You're getting bigger. You have some youth on you, and you're able to keep moving forward. So at least that addresses two issues that may be able to give Steph, something to move with in the forward. And plus, on top of that, if you do get marketing to keep Kuminga doesn't have to average 30 points a game.
Right.
Now we got a big guy back there who can do maybe 15 or so. Kuminga could give another 15 to 20 or so, and then now Steph is giving us our 20 as well. Plus, Draymond doesn't have to play the 5 also.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You know what I mean? So
that's a good point. I have a hard time, Antoine, seeing Utah move marketing without Kuminga coming back to them. Now, again, that new team's going to have a decision to make on Kuminga. You're going to have to make a decision to pay him. You're going to have to pay him if you do trade for him. And maybe a team doesn't want to get into that business right now. They want to see what JK does. And then you look at Andrew Wiggins in this market, and the Warriors were shopping him. They were shopping him. There was no suitors, just like Zach LaVine. Nobody wants Zach LaVine right now. The Bulls are trying to attach a pick just to get rid of Zach LaVine. And maybe that has a lot to do with the CBA as well, because nobody wants that contract. 3 years, $138 million left on the deal. Doesn't look good. So, one thing is true. The Warriors do need to get more athletic. And I think they got a little... Did that team about this athletic when he's right?
Yes.
Buddy Hield, do we think of him as being an athletic guy?
Not really. Well, his game's not predicated on that. So
and Kyle Anderson, same thing.
Yes. He's got size, though.
He's got size. You got size there.
That is one of the check boxes I think Warriors fans have had forever. Can we get younger, more athletic, in size. Like they basically have the checkbox that every single NBA team has checkboxes for, is like younger, athletic, shooting, and size, which is the prototypical player that every single person wants on their team. It doesn't always work out like that, but they did check the box of size with Kyle Anderson, which helps a lot. But again, it goes back to, what are you willing to give up right now? And are you going to give up, 5, like how many, I don't even know, you can't even give up 6, like 5 first-round picks for a guy like Lauri Markkanen. I just don't think Dunleavy is in a position where he wants to mortgage all that right now.
You can't do it. You
But
can't
again, you just had comments from Stephen Curry being like, I don't know, like after this, like he didn't say this. I'm reading between the lines here with Steph basically saying, yeah, I'm still, as of right now, I'm being a Warrior for life. But, things have a way of changing sometimes.
Yep, no doubt.
Can things change in less than a year?
It can.
At this time next year, July 9th, 2025, are we having
Could be the summer of Steph.
Right?
Could be the summer of Steph. So the whole point is urgency, 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 like Baldy would say. Urgency, 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 like Kite would say about Marco Luciano trying to get the ball out of his glove and throw somebody out at first base. Urgency, urgency, urgency. It's urgency with the Golden State Warriors. They're very urgent. So if they need to make a move for Lauri Markkanen, sure, why not? But you got to be urgent with the way Steph Curry was talking yesterday. And he wants to be a Warrior for his life. He wants to be a Warrior for his entire career. But damn, if things don't change and they get off to a rocky start, as Steph Curry mentioned, things do change in this NBA world. And it changes quickly. Let's go to Dave at Frisco. Dave, what's happening?
What's up, Dave?
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Morning.
Yeah, making a move, not making a move. What the Lakers kind of need to look at is, hey, I got a top 3 ticket in the NBA. I think the Knicks, Lakers, and the Warriors, the highest priced tickets in the league. And having Steph Curry, you can justify, even if they're losing, so to speak, you can still justify those tickets. But what happens in life after Steph? Because in Oracle, people will show up. Obviously tickets weren't that expensive, but what's going to happen is Steph's not on the team. How do you justify those ticket prices? So, yeah, you want to get a big name, you might want to think about it, because you got to also think about life after Steph. Because you can't tell me Podensky and Looney and Wiggins, and you want me to pay $300 for some nosebleeds. I can't do that. So, if Steph Curry's coming through the turnpike, whether they win or losing, he's worth the price of admission. But if you can get a superstar with him and kind of, make that transition to the next phase, because Lakers, we get it. Steph Curry helped build you this building, and he's going to keep it open. But after him, I don't know. So, yeah, Markkanen, can he sell out Chase? I don't know. So, yeah, now, Lakers, you're in that Laker territory. You're trying to be where you want to be. You want the brand to sell itself. I don't know. So that's something they need to think about.
Well, that goes back to the Bay Area being a selling point, right? Like, it doesn't seem to be a problem for the 49ers. Like, they got guys, like, people want to come there and play. People will go where you want to win. I don't miss me with the Gotham City, as you call it, aka San Francisco. Like, relax, people. Like, that's not the deterrent.
Oh my God, the homeless guys scared
I know,
me.
relax. Like,
oh my God,
I scooter in here at 4:30 every morning. Relax, people. I see the streets. I'm not afraid of the streets. Okay, this is me. We're talking about.
Somebody smoking
I grew up
crack.
in Pacific Grove, California. Okay, please. It was the only person we were scared about is some 80-year-old white guy tripping on the street. Okay,
I'll say this because we're going into break, but there's somebody smoking crack on the corner in every major city in America.
Yes,
hell, in the small towns, they're smoking crack on a corner somewhere. So happens in every damn city. We gotta stop with that.
Thank you, Baldy.
We gotta stop with that.
The thing that's working for teams like, it's not working for the Warriors though. Like, the Lakers do have Los Angeles as a market, which does help them. That is a benefactor for them. I don't think the Bay Area is a detractor, if that makes sense. Like, it's neutral. It's like whatever. But I do think that Los Angeles as a market, New York as a market, Miami as a market, those are working as benefits for those franchises. So they do have a slight leg up when it comes to negotiating with other players that look at expanding their brand and stuff like that. Not that you can't expand your brand. Like, look at Iguodala for the Silicon Valley. Like, if you're into that, you can do that. There's great golf around here and stuff like that. But
you got everything.
This notion that it's just like this big detractor, I'm just not buying that.
It's not at all. By the way, Jason Mishler on YouTube. Bonte, in small towns are smoking crack in the house. Well, I guess so. That's what they do.
Crack houses. That's what they're called.
Crack house. Well, we got crack houses here too. All right, that's enough crack. Whenever you're.
You know the boss man's not here.
When does that crack come into play for you? Now, so the cocaine's happening.
Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For auto loan, apply online.
We
It's his ass for First NorCal
Love
Financing.
First NorCal Credit Union. We love them.
Dealer. More coming up. We got Steph Sal. We got Klay Sal. We're going to end the show here. Spinoni in for Shasky. And your calls. I see you lining up here. 888-957-9570 as we talk Dubs. What do they need right now? Are you trading Kuminga? What about Wiggins? How you feel about Klay? There's so many questions. There's so little time. We're going to try to get to it all here on The Roast. Brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
God, Akon had hits, Bonte.
He did
This is
have
one of them.
hits.
This song, circa 2007 or 6, back in my middle school days. This song slaps. This song slaps.
This is
my middle school dance right here.
Enough room
That
for
making me feel old.
Enough room for the Holy Spirit.
07, you were in middle school?
I was a freshman in 07. 06, I was in middle school. Yeah.
So you were a freshman in high school in 07?
Yeah. 2011, I graduated.
Wow.
Yeah. Shout out Palma High School.
What was I doing?
Those were the days.
Yeah.
Oh, at 07, I was flipping cappuccinos and Pete's Coffee. Wearing baggy jeans.
I love Pete's.
Baggy Jabos. You guys don't know about Jabot jeans.
Baggy's coming back now. It used to be the tight, everything was tight fitting, and now it's going back to baggy like in the 90s and early 2000s.
You guys are too young, man. You guys don't know about the Jabot jeans, man, with the straps.
We're millennials too,
White
Bonte.
tee-
We're all
Oh.
millennials.
Straps?
Yeah, the Jabot jeans. Yeah, look it up. Jabot jeans. Carter knows what time it is. He's from the city. He knows what time it is.
Not like Janko-
Carter went to school in the hood. He went to Stewart Hall. That's in the hood.
I think Carter's how old are you? 32, 33?
31.
Okay. Oh, so he's my age. Okay, never mind.
Damn, you guys were young bucks, man. I was in the clubs in 07.
Yeah, listen to
I was a
Akon.
broke
We couldn't
boy.
get
I was
into
a
the
broke
clubs in
boy.
07
I was
just
a
yet.
broke boy, but, you know. Damn, I feel old,
Clubbing.
man. Clubbing. Speaking of which, Philmo Mike knows all about the clubbing. He's
Oh,
trying to
he
get me to
does.
come out. Philmo Mike know I'm old, man. I can't go out to the clubs like, dude. I don't know how Philmo does it, man. He's on the mic every week at some party.
I know,
It's
he
cracking.
sends the
It looks a lot of
flyers.
fun.
I know.
I'm like, damn, Philmo Mike lives a great life. A great life. Late night on, I don't know how he does it. I can't do it.
The fireworks,
Philmo,
too.
what's up?
Hey, man, it could be better. It could definitely be better. That's the show. That's the show. My life could definitely be better, man. But nah, man, real talk, man, we got to enjoy Steph, man. He's a real class act. You know what I'm saying? Like I can't see now Klay, Draymond, different story. But Steph, I can't see Steph in a different jersey. Now, what I want to kind of get to is the fact that he get to play in the Olympics and the stage that they're on. You got, it's like Dream Team 2024 for real. You got some of the greats of the generation. You got LeBron, you got Steph, KD, Kawhi. Man, I cannot wait just to see the stage that they're gonna be on, and hopefully, I don't want them to dominate. I just want to see some great basketball, and I think hopefully if they ain't too old. Hopefully, they're not too old. They can keep up with the rest of the world.
Hey,
But I think they got it.
Fillmore, real quick. They play Canada Wednesday in the exhibition at the T-Mobile Center in Las Vegas. The Team Canada, I believe, is stacked. SGA, you got Dylan Brooks, you got Jamal Murray, you got Lou Dort. I think they could give the U.S. a run for their money.
Dylan Brooks?
Not Dylan
Come
Brooks.
on, man.
SGA, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. Forget Dylan Brooks,
Yeah,
Dylan the villain.
They can't give them a run for their money, but Stewart Hall is not in the hood.
I know.
That's a Pacific
Depends,
Heights. That's the Pacific, but it's still on Fillmore Street. I got what you're saying, man.
I
Hey,
got
shout
to
out
get
to
Carter
Liz
some
Brown.
love.
Liz Brown used to be balling at Stewart Hall.
Oh, Liz
Shout out
Brown's
to
a
Liz
baller.
Brown.
Yeah, shout out to Liz Brown and Benton Brown. Benton Brown's little sister. Yeah, Liz Brown. I haven't seen her in years.
Yeah. You know what's up.
All right,
There
Phil.
he goes.
There
So
he
I'm
goes.
looking it up right now. Who Team USA? I know Serbia is in their group. That's like the big one. Okay, so they got Serbia, Puerto Rico, and South Sudan. So Serbia, obviously, the big. There's 3 groups right now in Team USA or USA being that group right there. So yeah, they should advance. I think 2 teams from every group advance, and then they do whatever it is, the little tournament
By
style.
the way,
So
they said Cooper Flack was cooking.
he was cooking yesterday. He's
17 years old going to Duke.
Yeah.
They said he was cooking.
I don't know how I feel about that. That Team USA is just kind of gassing him up. They should be a little embarrassed that a 17-year-old came in there and kicked their ass. I know how Michael Jordan and Magic Johnson would have felt.
Well,
they would not have liked that.
Well, they did get their ass
Exactly.
kicked. Chris Webber, Christian Laettner, Bobby Hurley, he was dunking, he was clouded, and then the next day they beat him by 40.
There you go.
So yeah, Jordan wasn't happy. So, but they're also said the reports are on the Team USA is that LeBron has been the best player in training camp.
That's not surprising. The guy's almost 40 years old, but he's still an all-NBA player. That's like unheard of.
The team photo is LeBron in the middle with the basketball.
Yeah. Do you feel some type of way? She should have been Steph?
Steph's sitting right next to him, Drew Holiday. Who's on the other side of LeBron? Is it
Let me look up the picture. Let me look up the picture.
Picture's hard. The picture's hard. I'm a sucker for all the Team USA content. And you know what? This has been a fun summer. I got to say, like in sports radio, they always say, man, the dead zone is the summertime, right? Because you got all season NBA, you got baseball. But think about this summer. And by the way, if you missed any of yesterday's Warriors offseason summit at Fremont Bank, they did a hell of a job hosting it. Fremont Bank in Fremont, California. Wow, what a great time we had there. Who brought us the lumpias? Somebody brought us lumpias. It was unbelievable.
I love
fresh.
lumpia.
I love lumpia. I
Pork,
love
chicken, doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
So they got Eric Spoelstra on the right there, Mark Few, and then they go, so it's right to left I'm going. You got Anthony Edwards, Bam Adebayo.
Look how bad Anthony Edwards looks. He's not smiling at all.
Good. He's the number one option. He doesn't need to smile,
He
right?
doesn't.
Is he even going to start? If he's the number one option, that's the thing I'm getting.
He may have some hate for Steve Kerr. And you know, he'll talk. He'll talk about the experience.
Remember last year, the FIBAs, he was saying what? He's like, Kobe came off the bench, early on in his career.
Or Dwayne Wade.
Dwayne Wade came off the bench for Kobe. Yeah, because Kobe's he's like, well, there's no.
I don't see no Kobe's on this team.
on this team. There's LeBron and AD, and then there's Steph on this team, though. You got Bam, you got AD, Joel Embiid, Kevin. These guys are freaking huge, too. I don't realize these guys are
Look how Embiid looks.
Oh, my God.
AD, you see him standing over Stephen Curry. He's been all over Stephen Curry. Anthony Davis, leave Steph alone. He's not coming to the Lakers.
God, that'd be a sick team, though. Joel Embiid, you got everyone. You got Devin Booker there. And then Tyrese Halliburton's kind of the forgotten guy, and him and Drew Holiday, right? They're the forgotten guys on this team.
Is Halliburton sitting down?
He's sitting down. Yeah, he's all the way on the far left. He's sitting right next to Devin Booker.
LeBron?
You got Stephen Curry.
And then who's on
Devin
the other?
Booker.
Devin Booker on the other side of LeBron with the basketball.
Yeah, you got Ty Lue. You got, who's that? Is that Grant Hill on the team,
Grant
too?
Hill. Yeah,
Grant Hill.
he's the director. He's like the GM at Team USA right now.
And then Steve Kerr, obviously.
Here's the guy traveling to giving everybody their jerseys. He said, hey, come to Team USA.
Steve Kerr's got a lot of pressure on him with his Team USA. They're the heaviest favorite, Bonte. And that's not a place you want. Like, that is the expectations for teams like England, teams like Spain over in soccer. Like, they got the weight of a country on their shoulders. You're expected to win in basketball. How many gold medals games have we won? 5 straight? Yeah. We're going for 6 in a row here.
Yeah, it's just the...
08, since 08.
Yeah, 08 was redeemed team.
So 08, 12 gold,
Athens,
16, 20. So 5. We're going for 5 in a row.
5 straight. Yeah, Athens was the bad one. Athens was the one. Yeah, Larry Brown coaching that team. Real quick, by the way, the summit, it's pinned to the top of our Twitter page at 957-957. Klay Thompson spoke today. We'll play some of that sound in just a second. Let's go to Johnny in the 831. Johnny, what's happening?
Hey, how's it going today?
Good. How are you?
Love the 831.
Good. I'm just trying to get over this devastation about Klay not being with us. And we're going to feel that, Bonte. We're going to feel that, dude.
I think we will a little bit. I think we're underestimating the loss. I'm feeling it emotionally. What will we feel the most about his loss, though, Johnny?
Oh, dude, that dude was clutch, man. Whenever we needed that 3, we got it like 8 times out of 10 out of him, dude. And now we're not going to have all that,
It's tough. It's tough. Who steps up? Do you like the moves? Do you like Buddy Hield? Do you like Kyle Anderson? Do you like DeAnthony Melton?
Oh, maybe I'll take Anderson out of those 3.
All right.
Okay, well, you got
That's
all
fair.
of them. So there you go, Johnny.
Man. Hey, Johnny. Johnny. Go ahead, Johnny.
Spadoni.
What's up?
Are you familiar with Alisal and Flenas?
Oh, I certainly am. We played them in high school. Yeah, I went to Palma. Yeah.
Oh, you went to Palma?
Yeah, Chieftain, baby. Let's go.
Oh, so you went to school here in Salinas?
Yes, sir. I grew up in Pacific Grove. I had to drive out there every morning. It was not the funnest drive, but I drove out there. Smelled the fields and everything at lunchtime.
Yeah, the east side, bro. The east side, right here.
Yes, sir.
Alisal District.
I know all about you guys.
Yeah,
Alvarez, I know North High, Salinas High, all that. Oh, yeah. Palma dominated all you guys, though.
Yeah, you guys did. You guys had an annoying habit of doing that.
Well, we're the only private school. That's why. They like to pay the players, right? Stuff like that. I'm kidding. We don't do that. But we're going co-ed for the first time this year. They're going back to co-ed. Yeah, so they used to be all guys. Now they're going co-ed and stuff like that. So, yeah, love the 831. So thanks, Johnny, for calling in. That was
Johnny,
nice.
Man,
that was
he's
nice.
devastated about Klay Thompson.
I think a lot of fans are.
But you know what? Be happy for him. I'm going to steal his line in his Instagram post. Don't be sad it's over. Be happy it happened. Until next time, see Captain out. Well, see Captain's now in Dallas.
They don't have water out there.
They don't have water, but they got little lakes. Do
they?
I think so.
I've never been to Texas in my life.
I've been to Dallas once, and it was a quick weekend trip. I was in and out.
Yeah, just like the Niners. They won and left, right?
Yeah, won and left. I think I took COVID with me.
Yeah, you did. I think you infected a couple of us, too.
Did I?
No,
I don't think so. Nobody was out that time. I'll say it anyway. We got a lot going on. Soccer. I want to get your thoughts on the soccer because you and I can talk some soccer. Shasky hates soccer. Spain and France today at 12
That's going to be good. And then you got Netherlands, England. Yeah,
who's calling that game? Is Darren Fletcher calling that game? Oh my God.
He might be calling one of them.
Oh my God.
I don't know who. Ian.
This place is crackling.
Ian Dark's the other guy who's done a lot of huge calls for Team USA in the past. It's him and Landon Donovan. And I think, Darren Fletcher.
Landon's boring to me.
Yeah.
Landon's kind of tall.
He's very stiff. He's very stiff.
I'm good about him.
Yeah. Great player for Team USA, but not, as a broadcaster, he leaves a little wanting. There's something about British, too, like
the accents.
It does something to me.
Who's the guy, the color analyst, the British guy who I had you play sound for about a month ago? He was losing his mind. He was crazy. You said he's like an all-time class. Forget his name, dude. I don't know. He was going crazy on ESPN one day. Or was it Champions League? I forget what it was.
Oh, was it the CBS guy? Was it Jamie Carragher? Was it no?
Is it Jamie Carragher? I don't know.
But they're like they do the Champions League stuff. Kate Abdo and Michael Richards.
He was on the call. He was on the call. Peter Drury? Is that who it is?
Peter Drury? Yeah.
Is it Drury?
He's legit. He's the guy that does BBC and stuff over there. He's the big head honcho over in England calling all their stuff.
I'm telling you, dude, you listen to those guys. I can't get over Darren Fletcher with that blunt coverage of Hamburg, join me in that stadium. That class of the Titans, Portugal and France, and this place is crackling, and you just hear the roar. I say, I need to get there.
I played his baseball call when they were playing in England.
I know, it was great. The shattered bat.
It was incredible.
Come on, man. Darren Fletcher. Give me more Darren Fletcher in my life.
I do think it'd be funny, and we'll get back to basketball here in a second, but I always want to hear certain broadcasters, like some of our head honchos, call sports they haven't called before. I'd be interested to see how Jim Nantz calls a soccer game. I'd be interested. I think Joe Buck could call a soccer game. I don't think he'd be bad.
Dude, I want Joe Buck, Joe Davis, Kevin Burkhardt.
Hey, Dave Fleming. I'm not mad at our guy, Dave Fleming.
My guy, Kevin Kugler.
Okay. Oh, you love Kugler.
I love Cougs. We got him on the show last year. You know I was in heaven. That's one of my favorite interviews ever. Kevin Kugler was on, gave us 25 minutes.
On 2nd and 5, this is Eno Benjamin. A little hop step, and he struck Drake Kirkpatrick and takes it in for the touchdown. Oh my goodness.
You love that.
Oh my gosh. Well, the Niners did love it. I may have got a call or two about it. You really calling us the stinking ass Niners, or you're playing that highlight over and over?
Colt McCoy was balling.
Colt McCoy looked like Roger Staubach, dude. He threw a bomb towards my seats and said, damn, we ain't winning this game.
He hasn't looked like that since Texas.
Bad. We got cooked that. Dude, I swear to God, James Conner had a screen pass in that game. He took it 55 yards. I thought it was Earl Campbell running. What's going on here? That was the low point of that season. Oh, believable.
Can you imagine Fitz doing a soccer game? Fitz calling it for earthquakes?
Oh, dude.
Some little earthquakes action.
Has Fitz ever called a soccer game?
Oh, he definitely has.
He doesn't have that on his resume. Hey, Fitz, if we're out there, you don't got that. You may have SaberCats football. You may have 29 years at a radio station. You may have all these years with the Warriors. Notre Dame, NFL, what else? Olympics, but you don't have soccer.
I live with these people. I love these people. They're part of my family.
I love Harry Kane. I love Jude Bellingham. I love Cristiano Ronaldo. They're part of my family. He's part of the NBC family. They do the Premier League.
So I know they do the Premier League. Trust me, I know. Darren Fletcher. I want one of these announcers just come in. We're live at Levi Stadium. It's the Niners and Seahawks, and this place is crackling. I lose my mind.
Well, they do, because they do obviously have brought Mexico obviously has a broadcast team. You got you always hear the Japanese or the Korean calls in the Super Bowl and stuff like that. I'm sure there are BBC calls because they do broadcast it across the pond.
Baldy does Sky Sports.
That's
during
right.
the Super Bowl.
There you go.
For the people out, they love him out there in London.
Who doesn't love Baldy? Well, he's Mr. He is Pitbull. He's Mr. International.
He is Mr. Dude, he ordered white jeans downtown, man. I saw him wearing white jeans.
He loves the white jeans.
Dude, I don't love the white jeans. He loves the white jeans. When you can wear white jeans like Baldy and Pitbull and get away with it, your swagger's through the roof. You can walk into any room, anywhere, and I'll have the ultimate respect for you. Anybody can wear white. I can't pull off white jeans.
No, I can't either. It must be like a Miami thing too, because they wear all the whiteouts, the Heat games, all that sort of stuff. Never been to Miami. Need to go.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to get my beach body in season though. It's been a work in progress.
Oh, my beach body's done. Dude,
hey, Bonte.
Dad bod, baby.
Rome wasn't built in a day. That's what I always tell myself every morning. All right? You say women always think, why do men have to think about Rome? Because we're trying to build towards it every single day. There you go.
Boy, you haven't lifted a weight in quite some time. I need to get rolling there.
Hey,
white jeans. Dude, white jeans. I'm telling you, when a guy walks into white jeans, This is how I react to a guy. If I'm out and about and a guy has all white jeans, I'm taking my girl, we're leaving. Just straight up. Straight up, we're just leaving.
It depends on who you are, because I think certain guys
with white jeans can shoot from 50 feet and are going to score. You know what I mean? You get where I'm going here? All right? They can shoot from
Are you
half
saying they're
court.
Mike Breen? They're going to bang, bang.
See, why you had to
Is it the double bang? Carter's embarrassed. It's okay.
Yeah, you just had to go there.
Oh, my God.
I had to do that. Don't talk about that. Don't talk about that.
Stop it.
I'm telling you, man. It was like Kobe Bryant. When I was in the locker room and Kobe started speaking Portuguese, I was like, that's a guy, if he walked into a bar, I'm taking my girl, we're leaving. Because he's the type of guy who could steal your girl. Now, Kobe's happily married with lovely Vanessa. We get all that.
R.I.P.
Rest in peace. He was just speaking different languages in the locker room.
He was trash-talking Luka Doncic when he was a rookie, and Kobe was just a fan on the bench with the lovely Gigi as well. And he was speaking Slovenian.
You know,
he looks up different languages to trash talk to you.
It's pretty wild.
God, I miss that guy.
Dude, Chris A on YouTube. Can't be broke, wear white jeans. You can't be broke, wear white jeans. It's a different type of level of swagger and confidence.
And if you are broke and you're wearing white, fake it till you make it, baby.
Klay Thompson's wearing white button up in Dallas today. Can he wear white jeans?
Clay's in Dallas right now. I have to think about that. Again, Bonte, the moment he puts on a Dak Prescott jersey, I don't think you're going to be ready for it.
He's not going to do that. He's not. Clay's time. Come on,
you're
Klay,
right. He's more of Micah Parsons kind of a guy. You're right.
Clay's been clutch. Dak has never been clutch. He's never been clutch.
I think Dak's getting a bad rap, personally. By the way,
rap.
Have you seen his walking boot? He's hurt already. How's that going to, his contract negotiations, as we bring it back to contracts around sports and stuff like that, that's going to be a major one heading into next year. Brandon Ayuk still hasn't signed yet. What's going on with him? We got training camp a couple weeks away, Bonte. Things getting interesting. I'll say this real quick on Brandon Ayuk. If he does not sign and it leaks into training camp, expect a down year from him.
Yeah,
we saw that with Deebo Samuel. We saw that with Nick Bosa, who also held out.
I'll revisit that situation when it happens. If he holds on to job, I'm going to be really ticked off if that happens, because he needs that rapport.
They got Ricky Pearsall. They'll be fine.
Yeah, Ricky Pearsall. How's Trey Lance going to do in Dallas, though?
Well, he got a lot of reps, I heard.
Did he get reps?
Isn't he like third on the depth chart still? Do they have Cooper Rush still there? Come on.
I told you. Y'all thought I was playing. The best avenue for Trey Lance was to go to CFL just to play. Guy needs to play. You didn't play. Go play the CFL. Go play
the USFL, right? Yeah.
Just go play. You need to play, dude.
Can you go back to college?
Oh, this is the ghost of Trey Lance.
Can he go back to college?
Just go back to Bama or something. He'd be awesome there.
Jalen
Miller will move over.
Klay Thompson. It was pretty surreal. We played it earlier, Spinoni, before we ended the show. I do want to get your picks. Spain, France. Who you got? You got Spain?
Yeah, I'm going Spain. I think the young guy. I think if they're going to win the whole thing this year, Spain is just they're powerhouse. They're young guys. They're playing well right now. France is I'm not going to say they've lucked into it because they have to win during penalties. They haven't scored a legit goal like in regular. They've had PKs and that's about it.
Wow.
And own goals. They haven't scored like on their own.
I know that's kind of wild.
It's kind of wild.
Well, with that announcer, it wasn't Darren Fletcher, but it was an announcer who was calling Spain and Germany, and they got as he said it, the youthful wing wizards. Their center fielders and midfielders are just unbelievable. The Williams kid with the dreads.
Oh, yeah.
You got the 16-year-old kid. They got another guy who got hurt, but he may be back. The youthful wing wizards of Spain.
The youthful wing
France.
Wizards. That's
I loved
great.
it.
No, they're
he
artists.
said it. I mean, they paint Picassos in their opening monologues. I'm jealous.
They're like Shakespeare, dude. Like in Shakespeare, that's what it is.
See, thank you, Spinoni. You feel me on this. Soccer fans feel me on this. Shasky don't be feeling me on this. When he's coming in and talking about this place is crackling, and then another guy drops, it's Spain with their youthful wing wizards. I'm thinking of them as magicians now.
Evan and I always do our fake British accents when we're watching a game and there's a huge goal. It's like, and Spain has left Germany absolutely bereft at the altar. They are absolutely crushed here in Berlin. Not since 1945 has this city been crushed like this.
You get it. You get it.
Some World War II knowledge.
That is some World War II knowledge, but they're always dropping knowledge and their vernaculars is so good. It's so good. So good. Gosh, I'm jealous of those guys. I'm trying to pay to see like that. Now my Warriors pre and post, I'm thinking about it like, how can I come in with a sick opening monologue?
Festus seems like a kind of guy who's into soccer, right? Is he into it a little bit? Well, he was over in England. I just thought he was just... No?
Yeah, maybe. Baby.
Well, then, excuse me. Sorry,
Bully is a
Sneakily?
Yeah, because I know his lovely wife, Liz, she loves soccer. We were at the Bay FC game, their first game down in Seattle. She loves soccer. Loves it.
Next time you ask him his soccer rerepertoire. Ask him his knowledge there. I know he likes.
Yeah. We should ask Fitz.
I live with these people. I love these people. They're part of my family.
Is Klay Thompson still a part of Warriors fans' families, though, right now? Do they still consider him family? Or is he dead to him?
He's family with Kyrie Irving.
Kyrie and I are good friends. I mean, we came to the league together in 2011. We played on Team USA together twice. Obviously, we played against each other in the highest stages for many years, and I've always been a fan of Kai's game, and guarding him was hell, so it's nice to be on the other end of that for once and see other defenders get loose and get shook by him. That's going to be a good sight to see.
And then Klay said this about his own game.
At this point in my career, I mean, still can't leave me open, and I can guard, and I'm just excited. I still think I can do what I've been able to do, and it's just about being in the best shape I can possibly be, but I know I can help this team, whether it's the knowledge I've gained or big scoring nights. I just still know I can be a very, very good player in this league.
So he said he could guard. You don't want to leave him open, and I'm with him there. I mean, the guy averaged damn near 20 points a game on some good percentages here. So I do believe this fit with Dallas is a good fit for Klay Thompson. But also, on the flip side, with the Golden State Warriors, I'm going to protect them for a second. It was best for them to move on. You got your books in order. You have a lot of tradable contracts. You got some nice role players here who could replicate some of the things Chris Paul and Klay Thompson provided to the team last season. But you're out of the second apron. You're out of the first apron. You have your draft picks. You're out of the tax. You're not going to be in a repeater tax. I think this is a great situation for the Warriors to be in. I don't know if they're better on the court. I have to see it on the court, Spadone, but financially and with the way they're able to move, now you're in play to go get a Paul George. You're in play to go get a Lowry marketed. You're in play to get one of these superstars now because of the contracts you acquired. You got a lot of 9-year, $8 million, $9 million, $10 million deals on his team, Spadone, with Looney, GP2, Buddy, Kyle Anderson, DeAnthony Melton. You have movable assets to get better if there's an avenue to do that.
I'm very curious how this team's going to be doing next year and how they end up doing right before the trade deadline next year, because that's going to be the sign for me. I don't think they're going to get a Markkanen at least this summer. Now, are they going to be in position to get someone else heading out of the All-Star break next year and heading into that trade deadline? Like, this is a very unknown time in Golden State. The first kind of big unknown season that I think Warriors fans are facing since when? Like Mark Jackson type of years, but even then you were just building. Like you knew.
I think,
No, this is like the first kind of unknown.
2021-22, there was an unknown on how good they could be. I don't think we knew coming into the season they could be a championship team, but then 18-2 happened, and we're like, okay, the expectations, we're back.
That's a good call.
We're back. We didn't know. 2019, you knew they were kind of, you knew season was going to go the way it went. You didn't know what to expect during the pandemic season.
Yeah, that was one kind of a weird one too. Like Steph got hurt too, and it was just over after that.
But I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
Like
I do.
I don't. This is the first. Like Steph's getting older now. You saw some slight wear and tear with him. You can see he clearly. Guy was emotional. Guy cried on the court last year. Yeah, like Stephen Curry felt the weight of this team and franchise on his shoulders so much when Draymond Green got ejected against Orlando. There were tears coming out of his eyes, being like, how much do I have to keep putting all of this team on my shoulders right now? It's a lot. He's got the weight of an entire fan base, an entire city on his shoulders right now. Like, say what about the 49ers. They've come up short so many damn times. They only know about winning with Steph Curry. Now, Buster Posey's gone.
Right.
And these guys aren't on this level set, but this is what I'm getting at. Steph's and Draymond Green are like the last guys right now to be the homegrown champions here in the Bay. Think about that.
Well,
they're the last homegrown championship players in Bay Area right now.
Yeah.
And they're feeling it, man.
They are feeling it.
And Warriors fans and Dub Nation and all Bay Area fans are feeling it right now. They don't want to let this thing go. And I don't blame them.
So in the first 24 games post All-Star break, you've heard me drop these numbers on you before. First 24 games post All-Star break, Steph played in 21 of them. He shot 36% from three and 41% from the floor and averaged 22.7 points a game. That was with Klay. That was with CP3 at times. Now, you had a lot of guys injured in and out of the lineup, but life was difficult for Stephen Curry.
He had a couple of 0 made three-pointer games. When's the last time you saw that from Steph? Like, that is unheard of.
Unbelievable, right? And then
I think one of those games, they ended up winning one of those games, just like the Rockets or something. Blazers, that's what it was. They were bad.
Portland, the Motor Center. And
win one for Chauncey.
Win one for Chauncey. You like that? Hey, they played hard that game too, didn't they? Didn't they almost upset them? Remember that? They were up 8 in the fourth quarter.
Sam brings that up every single time. We got to win one for Chauncey.
Dude, they were up 8 in that fourth quarter. And y'all was thinking about what I was saying, man. Y'all think I'm crazy around these parts. They were trying to win one for Chauncey, and he saved his job, maybe. And who knows? The way they were so competitive, they saved Chauncey's job.
Really wanted to win that one for him. That's what he was thinking.
But they had to give Steph a day off. He was fatigued.
Yeah.
He was fatigued. So what is it going to look like with a lot of unknowns on this roster? I tell you what, an opposing team's going to look at the roster and say, just double and triple Steph and make somebody beat you. And a lot of guys are going to get opportunities to do that. Pods, Moody, Kuminga, Wiggins, whoever the hell is on the roster will have a chance to thrive because all eyes will be on Stephen Curry. Now, the big one here, a couple big ones. Klay Thompson. What it felt like to leave the Golden State Warriors. Here's Klay.
Probably a little disappointed at first, but then as time goes on, you have a lot of time to reflect and you realize what you did. They can't take that away from you as far as the championships records are meant to be broken, but the impact you have on a community and all that will forever live. And sometimes, breakups are necessary to do what's right. And I'm not the first athlete in the NBA to go through this. I did grow up in Portland, and I remember when Scottie Pippen came to the Blazers, that was like the biggest day of my life. And I'm not saying I'm Scottie, but they were right there against the Lakers, almost won a chip. So I take a lot of inspiration from past athletes and how their careers might have gone astray when they either left the team or joined a new team, and some guys thrive, and I look forward to just kind of being rejuvenated here and playing a lot of good basketball left in the tank.
That's Klay Thompson right there. And what if he said moving on feels like he will be refreshed?
Whether you play basketball or work in the corporate world or whatever industry, sometimes change just can spur greatness, and a new change of scenery can do wonders. And I'm very grateful for my time at Golden State. I just felt like, moving on could just re-energize me and do something special for the rest of my career. And Dallas was so attractive because of the young players they have, the style of play, the world-class treatment these players get from this organization, and just a beautiful city who loves their hoops. So when I was watching the playoffs and I'm watching the Mavs, make a run for the championship, I just saw myself fitting in really well with this team and the personnel, and they look like they have fun playing with each other and they play for each other, and that was very attractive for me, and that's really all I needed to see, and there's mutual interest there, and that's why I'm here.
Wow. Klay Thompson, new member of the Dallas Mavericks. That was earlier today. We ran it live right here on 95.7 The Game in the 8 o'clock hour. So now it hits. Reality sunk in. He's now officially a member of the Dallas Mavericks in what was a NBA first, a 6-team trade.
That was crazy. After all is said and done, it was just slowly, it's like, now this is going to be a part of this. This is going to be a part of that. I was like, what is happening here? But credit to Mike Dunleavy again. I think, like a lot of Warriors fans, I thought they were going to have 1, maybe 2 moves to make. They got 3 players that are going to be key contributors next year. I didn't think that was going to be possible after the realization that we all felt that Klay Thompson was moving on. It was kind of this slow build, right? Where it's just like, hey, I think Klay's done here. And we knew Chris Paul was probably going to be done. Now, the whole conversation with him was, is he going to extend it? He didn't. They waived him. It was a glorified salary dump, basically, that Jordan Poole trade. Going back to that, that's what Anthony Slater basically said on our airwaves, a glorified salary dump. So I didn't think they had a lot left up their sleeves, but credit to Mike Dunleavy, who I thought made it a lot happen out of nothing. So again, are they a better team? I think maybe if you want to go net neutral or a slight net positive, maybe. But again, you're losing 2 Hall of Fame contributors in Chris Paul and Klay Thompson, and one that meant a hell of a lot to the Bay Area and the team in Klay Thompson.
Hey, can you believe that Klay Thompson might be in a better position to win his 5th ring?
Oh, he absolutely is.
Than, say, LeBron, Steph, and Draymond?
Yeah.
Can you believe that? Somebody brought this up on a chat. 510. Here's something to think about. Klay Thompson gets his 5th championship before Curry, Draymond, or LeBron. You got to say he's in the driver's seat right now to get that 5th.
That's rarefied air too. 5 rings, and again, this
Magic.
Magic, Kobe, Tim Duncan, he's part of that group. That's incredible. James Worthy,
incredible.
right?
That is incredible.
And I think he's more of probably the light of a James Worthy type. I know he's incredible. I don't think he's up there with the Magic. Not saying a 5th ring does that, puts him into a top 5, top 10, but that means something to these guys.
If he wins a 5th ring, Klay, puts him in the category, he's one of the best 2 guards in the world, right?
Yes.
Ever.
Yes.
I mean, you got the Reggies, you got the Dwayne Wade, you got Kobe.
Yes.
Jordan, obviously.
Kawhi.
Not really 2. He's a 3-4.
Yeah, I know, but it's kind of.
He's right there. He's right there.
When he was the Spurs.
Well, quick, France, Spain. Who you got?
I got Spain versus England in the final.
I got that too.
But I know England doesn't play till tomorrow.
Tomorrow. They play the Dutch though. Dutch is tough.
The Flying Dutchman.
Flying Dutchmen are tough.
Yeah, their defense kind of.
Yeah, they are. I expect Saka, Bellingham,
Virgil van Dijk. He's a little long in the tooth.
No,
right?
I'm enjoying it. And then we have Messi versus Canada. Argentina versus Canada.
Yeah, Canada's going to get whacked.
Destroyed?
I think so.
They're going to get destroyed.
Maybe not destroyed. I could see a 2-0 or a 3-1.
All right.
Yeah.
I got you there. All right. Soccer hour. We got breaking news of tennis. Sinner loses, right?
Yannick Sinner, the number 1 overall seed on the men's side of Wimbledon, getting knocked off by Daniil Medvedev.
I've been so locked in on
Russia.
soccer. Wimbledon, I usually like to bet on Wimbledon. I'm not going to lie. There's been a lot. Thank God I didn't bet this tournament because there's been nothing but upsets on the men's and women's side.
I know. Tiafoe had a great 5-setter last week against Alcaraz. I was pulling for the guy. Couldn't get through there. Just came up a little bit short. I think Alcaraz is probably going to win it all. That's just where we're at right now. But don't sleep on the Joker, old man Novak Djokovic.
He's got the goatee rolling. He's
getting mad. He's getting mad at the fans too. Did you see that?
Yeah, I did see that. I did see that. But you know what? I'm rocking with Alcaraz. That's my guy. Let's get the Fast 5.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast 5. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity.
Spinoni. Hell of a job today filling in for Shasky. What you got on your mind?
My final thoughts today. What are my final thoughts? Well, we've talked about pressure. Now that Klay Thompson's gone, who's going to draw the eyeballs from the fan base? Who are you going to get mad at? Because we know you can't get mad at Stephen Curry. He's the golden boy. Well, half the fan base seems to get mad at Draymond all the time, so I'm going to exclude him. It's going to be Andrew Wiggins. People are going to be looking at. If he gets a lot of playing time, if he goes back in the starting role, people are going to be looking at Andrew Wiggins to step up in the absence of Klay Thompson going forward. Or maybe, just maybe, to your point, maybe it's Jonathan Kuminga if they don't trade for Larry Markkinen. People are going to be looking at him and be like, see, he's not the guy. So Wiggins, Kuminga, there's going to be big shoes to fill with no Klay Thompson, that's for sure.
All right, Klay Thompson gone. Saw his introductory press conference today in Dallas. Look, there's a lot on my mind here. Spain, France, Wimbledon, the Warriors, what are they going to do? But also, I can't forget about the team playing down there at 3rd and King. Went 8-5 during that treacherous 13-game stretch. And now today they host the Toronto Blue Jays and Vladimir Guerrero Jr., who's on the tear. Back on the mound for the Giants is Blake Snell. Blake Snell will go at least 5 innings today, folks. He's going 5. Lock it in. Guarantee it. Lock it up. Blake Snell will show us why he's a $30 million a year pitcher tonight at Oracle Park. Let's go, Blake Snell. It's your time, buddy. Love know what you got.
If we're talking about locks here, guys, I think the Giants' future franchise first baseman's got to be on the field tonight. No, I'm not talking about Lamont Wade Jr. No, Brandon Belt's not returning. I'm talking about that guy on the Blue Jays, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Farhan Zaidi, that's your guy. You want to save face with this fan base. Make Vlad Jr. and Bo Bichette a Giant this month. Oh, and you can stay around and say as many corny jokes as you want after that.
That's not happening. We already know that's not happening, unfortunately. Shohei Ohtani, Aaron Judge, Vlad Jr., it doesn't matter. They're not getting any big names. They're just never going to under Farhan Zaidi.
Yeah, we said that, and then Blake Snell signed here.
Yeah, that's done great, too.
So I'm just saying, we're not talking about what happens after. We're talking about what happens up until the deal happens. After that, it's whatever.
Wherever they're staying at, the Toronto Blue Jays, they may be staying down the street at St. Regis. Who knows? I'm not trying to bust them out or anything, but that's where teams stay. They'll send all the clam chowder, all the bread bowls, the crab, the lobsters. Send everything to Vlad Jr.'s room right now. Room service. What room is he in? What name is he under?
He's looking slim, Bonte.
Oh, he's looking slim.
He's on that soda diet.
Hey, this is how we eat in the Bay Area, Vlad Jr. Come on, baby. We let Pablo eat.
He looks
Let
so
you eat
good
too.
in orange and black.
Oh, and he's tearing the cover off the ball.
Just
Carter.
do it, Farhan. You have nothing to lose other than your job.
Probably. Probably. Or
My
Yankee.
fast five, Niners need to figure out this Brandon Ayuk situation,
boy.
man. We had the season Nick Bosa didn't sign till really late, had an off season. Debo, same thing. I don't want to see that happen with Brandon Ayuk this year, man.
All right. That's it
You
for
worried
us.
about Ayuk?
Not yet.
Okay.
It has been a little strange. Trust me, I'm kind of glad we haven't gotten into it. Because I want the man to get his paper, but he's going on the Pivot podcast and doing all this stuff like, geez.
He wants to play with this college quarterback, it looks like, Jaden Daniels.
Gosh, don't even get me started on him. Don't even get me started. Now
They got Brock Purdy, but we got Jaden Daniels. All right, that's a 4. Come on.
That's 5.
There you go.
Brought to you by Xfinity. That was a good one. That was a good one. That was 4. At home or on the go, you get the fast internet to all of your devices. YouTube, good job today. Xfinity mobile text line, you were awesome. Twitch as well. Everybody out there, have a great day. We'll be back tomorrow. Spinoni in for Shasky. But up next is Steiny and Guru right here on 95.7 The Game. Oh, Goo.
What's up, baby?
Oh, my heart is full this morning.
Man, cut that, Evan. Share with us why.
Wow, what a night last night at Fremont Bank.
Yeah, there you go.
Getting to see the listeners. Had a great time talking Warriors. You know, you just start appreciating the people out there who take the time to listen every day.
Man.
You get to meet them. Dublin Marge, Ernie Chavez, Gene in Oakland. I almost don't want to keep going down the list because I don't want to forget
My boy
anybody.
Hollis, our boy Hollis.
Hollis.
Yep.
Kyle Kelly, San Jose Jazz fan.
And don't forget our guy.
Richard Fremont.
Atco Pest Control.
Rasharita.
Yeah, look at it.
I mean, I hope I don't forget anybody, but I know
you
I'm
said the
gonna.
whole staff of Fremont Bank. That
Fremont
hospitality was just second to none.
Oh, Fremont Bank.
Yeah, Fremont.
They got action on that 6th floor.
Dude, rooftop.
Yeah.
I didn't eat much.
I had 2 quarter
It was in front of my
hot
face. I
dogs.
said, nope.
I just had 2 of the quarter hot
you had
dogs.
2?
No, but they were quarters, so it was like total half.
You were late, too.
I wasn't
Don't worry,
late.
dude. Watch the YouTube
I wasn't
feed.
late.
Evan, every chair was full and my voice.
Well, you know what?
Our show was tardy.
Blame the bartender at Chili's. Why I was
Is
late.
that where you were there?
Just quickly.
You did the pre?
Yeah, real quick.
Wow.
Real quick. What's up, buddy?
Hey, you tell me. I got so many thoughts.
Okay, just start with your first one.
You said something at the summit that I believe has me feeling positive.
Oh, good.
They got a lot of the contracts that the Warriors have. They can still pull something off. It might not be marketing, Stoney, but I think they are collecting, a plethora of talent, and maybe some move is coming that we don't see. There may not be marketing, but I don't believe, because this is what you said, you think, I'm paraphrasing, this is the final roster. Like something's going to pop or happen, I believe. I just don't know who that person is. I'm hoping it's marketing, but I'm getting a little, excited.
Well, that's good. That's good. Because, I'll go to my purple section of my notes because that's where I've written down something about what you're talking about. And I have, are they done? ? I don't think they're done. I don't. It's just, something might not happen right away.
Okay.
But I don't think they're done. And I think it's possible they could go into the season with this roster. But I would bet, how much? I would bet that they make a move by the trade deadline in February. That might be it's kidding.
Funny you go that far. Like, how many teams have made a move at the deadline and won? You know what I mean?
Well, Dallas made a move last deadline and it really helped them.
Well, no, the next following year. But I'm talking about 18-2 when the Warriors started off great and that ended up with the chip. You kind of want to know who you are, grow, and do that together from Jump Street.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, what I'm saying is I think they're going to, if there's possible, they go into the season with this team and then you play out your games for 30, 35 games, 40. Everybody else plays 40 games and then stuff happens.
All right.
Players become available. Players get hurt and other teams need help. That's when, but I would think they're going to make another move by the trade deadline. But here's the other thing. They got 3 big moves. Three coming up.
All right.
3 coming up. And my question to Warrior fans is, I'm going to give you the 3 choices, and then my question is, what do you do? What do you do? All right, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
And I'm going to go.
I got my catcher's mitt.
I'm going to go in order of, just go in any order.
All right.
Okay.
Number 1.
I love it.
E-Dog, who was in the house.
Do you or do you not extend Jonathan Kuminga this offseason for, let's just say, 4 years and at least $160 million, something like that?
No. And the reason I say no quickly, Steiny, is I've got burnt the last 2 times I've done that with Andrew Wiggins and Jordan Poole. I can't bet on what I hope he is. If we're going to play hardball, and that's what the Warriors are doing, and that's what they did, if you want to label what they did with Klay Thompson hardball, what's wrong with letting Jonathan Kuminga grow, ball out, and then you pay him? Why would you do something when you don't? Bob Myers, you don't have to make a decision until you have to.
All right. Can I assume because you're not going to extend Kuminga, you also will not? You wouldn't extend Moses Moody, who's in the same position.
No doubt.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then
what would you do to that on Moody? Is it because I feel like a no-brainer. The days of handing out cash, that's over.
Well, but if you could get him, if you think he's going to be on the team for the next 3 years, and you can get him for $15 million over 3 years, maybe you do something like that. Right. He's scheduled to make 5.8 this year, so he's going to make that regardless. Okay. But if you're going to be consistent, I got you. And number 3 is the big boy.
Here we go. I don't even know what it is.
This is the big boy because I've done a lot of research on this. On August 6th, Steph Curry is eligible for a 1-year extension. He's got 2 more years guaranteed left on his contract. So he's going to be making 55 this year, 59 the following year, and then on August 6th, which is the 3rd anniversary of his signing of the big contract, he's eligible for a 1-year extension starting at $63 million. So what I want to talk about is, what do you do? If you're the Warriors, what do you do? If you're Curry, what do you want to do if you're Curry? What do you want to do if you're the Warriors? Steph Curry can get 1 more year guaranteed on August 6th.
I'm telling you, who do
you want to be, Lacob or Curry? Can I be Curry?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll be Lacob.
All right. This might be a 2-second conversation.
People like the role play.
Okay.
All right.
I'll try to mumble like Steph. So
I don't think he mumbles.
Yeah, he mumbles. I'll just be Steinmetz. Hey, obviously, Joe, you guys know I'm eligible for a 1-year extension on August 6th. I have 2 more years, but you could lock me in for a 3rd year in 2026, 27. I'd love that security.
I'll tell you what, Steph, I understand that. Yeah. How's the family doing?
Oh, dynamite.
And you're not hurting for any money?
Well, that's irrelevant, Joe.
But I'm just telling you.
I'm eligible for an 1-year extension for 2026, 2027 on August 6th, and I'd like it.
And we're going to give it to you, Steph.
Okay,
but,
thank you.
I have a favor.
What?
We don't have to do this right away.
No, we don't, but I'm eligible for it now, and I'd like it.
Yeah, you are eligible.
One of the reasons, and Mr. Lacob, one of the reasons that I'm interested in this is because, and it's not about money, but I have 2 years left on my contract right now, and I just would love to lock in 1 more year. That would be 3, and at that point we are finally talking about me retiring as a Warrior. So maybe I'll play 3 more, and then that'll be it. But it would really mean a lot to lock in that 3rd year.
Okay, I'll tell you what, you got it.
Thank you.
You got it.
All right,
you got it, Steph.
Thank you very much.
Let's go get him.
Appreciate it.
Simple as that, Stoney.
All right.
Because your boy holds all the cards. I'm just thinking Steph is not going to go for that, knowing, you know what, Joe, I'm gonna do you a wink solid. Let's see what we got going here, who we can get, what we can get. I'm good, money-wise. And I know you're going to take care of me, but if it's in the best interest of the team to not do it right now, to give me that extension, let's wait.
It's not necessarily in the best interest of the team or not in the best interest of the team. Yeah. Here's the other thing. Okay, and here's the other thing, Joe, and let's work together on this. We all know that if things go a little sideways, that you might, you could think about trading me and
oh, you're saying you want out, might possibly.
No.
Well, but sounds like it's Steph.
No, what I'm saying, Joe, is if you were to trade me, let's say at this trading deadline, do you think you would have more value if I only had 1 year and a little left on my contract, or 2 years and a little? Because if a team trades for me, if I have 2 more years left on my deal, you might be able to get more for me because they know I'm locked up for at least 2+ years when I get traded there. That's another reason I was thinking you'd give me the extension now, is because I might have more value if we trade.
No, I appreciate your thoughts and sentiments, but I got to tell you, Steph, I didn't get to be where I'm at by not being proactive. And I get what you're saying, but we're trying to get back into contention. That's not going to come up. We're not headed down that road. So let's just hit pause, and we'll reconvene in a couple months and see where things are. And I'm going to take care of you and Aisha.
Right. On August 6th is when you're going to first do it, regardless. On August 6th is...
Well, Curry, Steph, I just asked, we could kick the can down the road. There's no urgency. You hurting for money?
No, there is urgency for me, Joe. There is urgency because...
Elaborate.
Yeah, what would be just wonderful for me is that when I'm 39 years old, I'm 36 now, Joe. So I would love to lock in the biggest salary I've ever made in my entire NBA career, the year that I'm the oldest I've ever been in my career. Like, that would be a real, boy, would that be unbelievable security for me, knowing that at 39, I'm going to be making $60 million.
Well, I'll tell you what, if it means that much to you, Steph, I'm sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, that's all right.
You got it.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
all right.
And that's how it's going to go.
All right. I wonder.
Man, Steiny,
I wonder.
And I was thinking about this driving home. What you say and convey to fans, because you're one of a kind. You don't have that dynamic or that trait of a fan, so it's so easy for you to prophesize about, maybe we trade Steph, or maybe he's not a Warrior. And I'm not saying that's wrong, Steiny, but there's no emotion from you. When I hear Steph in another jersey or even think about it, I break out. You know what I'm saying? Because there's that.
Well, then lock me up.
But like you did for Minnesota when you rooted for him and you text like, how the hell can you guys do this?
Yeah.
But that's why fans are where they're at. And when they hear the possibility of an icon like Steph Curry not finishing his career in a Warrior uniform, it's painful. But Joe Lacob, Steiny, okay, so what did you say? He's going to make how much million in 3 years? What was it?
63.
Okay, but how much is Lacob and the Warriors making it? You know what I mean? That's times 100.
Sure.
And that's what Dibbs and everybody was talking about from the business component of keeping Curry and the gate.
Then let me play devil's advocate.
Al Pacino.
Why don't you be Curry?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Hey, Joe, you know what? I've been talking to Aisha.
I know everything.
August 6th is around the corner. I like to get this thing done and out the way. Well, I want to be a Warrior to the end of time.
Oh, we'd love that.
Let's do it.
Obviously. Well, you're eligible for a 1-year extension.
Yes, sir.
So
I'm ready.
Yeah. Well, Steph, I got to tell you, and
tell me
love
what.
You. Well, you see the way things have changed around here.
You guys couldn't pull off the Paul George trade.
Yeah, we're trying to do a lot of different things. One of the reasons we couldn't pull off the Paul George trade was because we were so hamstrung with our salary structure. So we want you here forever, but
okay, great. August 6th, August 7th.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to do that. I'll tell you what. Why don't we give you that last year at, let's say, because you're going to be 38, 39 then. Let's just make that last year like 35.
Oh, Joe, I'll have my people get in contact with you. I'm done here.
Okay.
That's a slap in the face. So
40?
Yeah, nah. I really think he's at this juncture where he'll give the team a hometown discount. I really believe that. So put that in the cap. I think that's what's going to pop off. I'm tired of acting, Stoddy.
Okay.
All right, yeah, I'm bad.
Well, I want to ask Warrior fans, what do you do? And we can start with a Curry. Again, he's eligible for a 1-year extension on August 6th.
Give it, damn.
First of all, does he want one? Does he want to? He's eligible to sign a 1-year deal in 26, 27 for $63 million.
Real quick, we got Sam Amick coming up at 12 o'clock.
And we will ask him.
Yeah,
good
he
job,
was just in front of him. But why would I'm not saying you're wrong. Why would he not want that?
Exactly.
He's all in right now, Steiny.
I know. I think
the Warriors have to know they should have that money already waiting. But I think Steph is going to be like, you know what? I've never taken a pay cut. Let's do this and hit the subtract button on the calculator. It's got to happen.
I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to put myself in Steph Curry's position, and I would want, if I'm eligible on August 6th to guarantee my contract in 26-27 at $63 million, when it might be the last year of my deal, I don't know why he wouldn't want that. I'm wondering about that with Warrior fans. And the other thing is like I get, let's say Lacob and Curry kind of want to work together to make it best for the Warriors. I don't know. Is it better for the Warriors to have Curry locked up for 3 years, if and when, if ever, they have to think about trading him? Or would it be better if he only has 2 years? Like, would that theoretical team that is trading for him, would they want him locked up for 3 years or 2, or does it matter?
Man, and how uncomfortable with that, if not uncomfortable, but it's real. Do you think those two men get together and actually talk about, because it would be a failure. Nobody's fault, just the team couldn't get back the death of a dynasty to where they actually have a conversation, Stoney, face-to-face about the possibility or the planning of me being somewhere else, to where you are right. If you got less years, that it's easier to get rid of you. But man, to think it's come to that, that's just, just think about it. Think about where we're at if that were to come up in their conversation.
Well, and that's what I'm getting at. If you're Joe Lacob, do you just rip off that check for $63 million in 2026, 27? And I do think the answer is going to be yes. I do. Wow. And I think if I were Joe Lacob, I'd say yes also. But I don't know. Will it make Steph Curry more attractive? Like the other thing is, like, if you're Steph Curry and you just saw Klay Thompson dealing with his basketball mortality.
Right. And I think that's going to help Steph. Not that he needs it.
I mean, just goodness gracious, if somebody right now were to say, I can lock you into a monster number your last year, or for one more, it's kind of like what LeBron's doing.
Yeah. But what you don't want to have happen is what Kobe did.
Which is?
When he got that, they were just done. You know what I mean? Rest in peace to the Mamba. But he got that contract, and the team was hamstrung for the foreseeable future.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors still have 3 decisions this offseason. What do you do with Kuminga? What do you do with Moody? And what do you do with Steph Curry? Do you think Steph Curry's going to want that 1-year extension in less than a month?
Man.
Like, that's when it's coming down the pike. And what about Kuminga? The other thing we can do is, I made a list, Guru, of some wish list people for the Warriors.
Okay.
I think there's some guys on here that are gettable. That'll gettable.
Well, it's going to cost us some that are on here now. Because we are small. Well, size is a problem, and I know we led the league in rebounding, but that's not the only time size comes into play. It's defense, it's everything, and I'm just like, they got a lot of the same thing. Like, I was driving home thinking, I like Melton, and had he not got hurt, he's right, he probably would have got re-up with his current former team. But I'm looking at Moses Moody, Stoney. You could use Melton as a comp. Like, maybe could you become as good as Melton in this league? I don't know, but I think that's fair. But how can Moody reach his full potential with guys like that in his way? Then you got Pods, GP2. It's like the Warriors got a lot of the same thing for right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny you're doing this because I wrote down their roster, and okay, like if you do it this way, who's their point guard? Okay, Steph Curry. How many minutes a game is he going to play? Let's just say 30.
Okay. I was going to say 32.
Let's be conservative. Right. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but he's getting up there. So let's go 30.
That's a 1.
Who's the backup point guard?
I think it's Pods.
Okay. So I'll give Pods 18 minutes at the backup point guard. Okay. Shooting guard.
Right now,
who starts?
Anthony Melton for me.
And how many minutes does he play?
Let's say
28.
Yeah, 28.
28. Yeah. Well, now you got Buddy Hield and Moody.
The Buddy Hield's coming off the bench.
They got to split 20 minutes so far.
Right. And Moody would get more than Buddy Hield.
Okay, so you've acquired Buddy Hield for $9 million, but he's only
He'll give me about
with no injuries, and I get it. There's always going to be injuries.
But he'll give me about 12 to 14 minutes a game, Stoney.
But he healed.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So he'll do.
And that can fluctuate.
Sure,
that's the beauty of you know what I mean?
These are all averages. Yeah. Now Gary Payton, we like to use him as
I need 15 to 20 minutes from him.
Okay, but I'm going to assume Wiggins is still our starting small forward.
No doubt.
What can we expect from him?
If you watch the summit at Fremont Bank yesterday on 95.7 The Game, we don't know what to expect. But we're hoping for the best.
Let's give him 28, 30 minutes.
Oh, minute-wise. Yeah. Oh, no doubt. 30 minutes for sure.
Okay, 30 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, no, man.
All right, so now we got Payton and Anderson.
Okay.
And then we still got Draymond Green and Kuminga at the 4 spot. Now, Draymond can play some 5. My point is I do think there's a glut here.
Oh, man. Good word.
Last year we talked about the Warriors and they had too many guys that were duplicates, et cetera. I mean, you can't play. I'm just going the point guard, shooting guard, small forward. Curry, Podziemski, Melton, Hield, Moody, Payton II, Wiggins, and I got to put Kyle Anderson in there because he probably plays some 3.
Yeah.
So that's what I mean when you say, Steiner, you think they're done. I don't think they're done. I don't think they're done. I don't know if they're going to be able to make a move in the next week or 2 weeks, but I look at the roster, and if everybody's healthy, and I get it, that's a big if in the NBA, but
can you understand?
You can't play. Somebody's not going to play as much as they think, and it might be 2 guys.
Yeah. Can you understand how I hate when you draw the line in the sand about, hey, we still got the trading deadline after the season starts, just as a coach or as a fan, Stoney? I hate that. Like, I want us to be whole, get training camp, and then you develop that bond. But I get it. It's a reality. But damn, if you need the deadline going into that season, that tells me one thing. It didn't work out with what we had, hoping to not need a move
not necessarily,
at the deadline.
Not necessarily. Why are you not allowing for the fact that they could be 30-20 at the deadline and do like a baseball team and add a big boy?
Right.
But
that's it's going to come at a cost.
If Lauri Markkanen, let's say, signs an extension with the Jazz on August 6th.
Gotcha. I heard you guys yesterday.
He could be traded the day of the trade deadline. So in theory, you could acquire Markkanen and he'd be under contract at the trade deadline. So maybe at that point you're actually 30-20, and you have the opportunity to get Markkanen. He's locked up. He's 26. That's. I just think the Warriors. That's what I mean by I don't think they have a deadline right now.
Yeah, we didn't mention Looney.
Well, why?
Because I think he's going to be on the floor.
I mean, he's gonna have trouble getting on the floor if Draymond's healthy and Kuminga's healthy and Trace Jackson Davis is healthy. But 888-957-9570 is the number. Steph Curry, eligible for a contract extension, just like Kuminga and Moody. 3 big Warrior decisions still out there involving their own players. What are you doing? If you're Joe Lacob or if you're Steph Curry, do you want a 3rd year guaranteed? I would. The other thing is, if you look at this roster, let's talk about some basketball issues.
Yeah.
What are the strengths of this team right now? Why might they be better than last year? And if you have some issues or concerns, what are they? I got both. Next week, check this out. Our lineup is going to be jacked up. Oh, it's going to be jacked up. Jacked up. Starting Monday, Willard and Dibbs, they're going to be doing mornings, 6 to 10. Bonte and Shasky, they're going to be doing this show, 10 to 2. And we, Guru, are going to be broadcasting next week, 2 to 6.
Yeah.
2 to 6. And you also next week have a chance to win an autographed Klay Thompson jersey. Don't worry, it's just for a week, and it's brought to you by Jack's Restaurant. Klay Thompson.
This Monday, our lineup is going to be jacked up.
Holy crap, what the hell is that?
All
Watch the game again then, Steiny.
I wanted the ball.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, man. Your boy's feeling good today. Great night at the summit at Fremont Bank. Met a ton of people. A lot of listeners there. Thank you all so much for coming. The people at Fremont Bank.
Incredible.
They were just very, very
Did you
welcoming.
see that boardroom they have? It was as long as the Millennium Falcon. Like, good God. I used to be in corporate style. So I said, if I had a nice suit on.
37 feet long.
Wow, Evan with the numbers.
According to Kenny Wardell.
Did you
the one on the 6th floor?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't notice it was that long.
Well, you eating hot dogs?
Well, I was at PayPal Park. They have the longest bar in the
Now, how
States.
long is that bar?
I don't know. How wide is a soccer field, Spadone? Da, 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 da.
Something in meters.
Yeah, exactly. But great. Thank you so much, and a lot of fun.
Spadone filling in for Butch today. Did a great job on the roast.
No doubt.
A nugget I found out. I'm random, Stein. I'm just letting it off.
Sure.
Our own Mark Grandy is Italian. That I did not know. Well, incredible the stuff
Spadone's
you learn
more
about
Italian.
Nobody's saying who's more Italian. I didn't have him for
Look,
Italian.
somebody's got to lose, girl.
Grandy.
It's the Italian beef, Joe Spadone.
You know what? I don't care if it's. I'm more Italian than Grandy.
Well, who you root for in the World Cup?
I like Italy. Well, basically, in any kind of international competition, I root for everybody except the United States.
Well, I'm Africa. Yeah, I root for Africa.
Well, which country in Africa? They don't have their own team.
Yeah. Oh, I do the boy.
You like the Congo?
Yeah.
Or the Democratic Republic?
Yeah.
Of the Congo.
Yeah. I root for my people, man.
Goo and I are talking Warriors. We can get a couple things I want to get into. One is the decisions they still have at hand this offseason. And who knows if they're done or not, wheeling and dealing. I don't know if they're done or not, but they're still going to be active.
Do you think they like where they're at, partner? I don't. They're trying. That's why I'm not mad at Mike D. You tried. I don't think this is I think they're on plan D now, Steiny.
Look, plan 1 and 1A was to get below that second apron, and they did that. And I know they didn't do it and acquire 2 superstars. But they did it. I think financially they've got to feel better about where they're at. And I do think, secondly, if you look at the payroll, they have 7 guys who make kind of perfect money contract-wise that you could aggregate for a trade. I mean, Evan, Evan, can you hear me? Go ahead. So you're excellent with the cap.
The cap?
So because they stayed under the second apron, they are now allowed, they can continue to aggregate salaries for trades.
Yes, that's correct.
Had they not gone under the apron, they wouldn't have been able to do that.
It also, if they weren't under the first apron, which they currently sit $500,000 below, they wouldn't have access to the mid-level exception, which they used to sign DeAnthony Melton.
Exactly. So these are big. They're strategies you have to keep in your back pocket, and they've done that.
Yeah. And about that, Steiny, I felt like I could. What word am I looking for? Not confidence, but there was like. That's a good thing in regard to be able to take on salary, but the reality is what's out there that you need? What is the likelihood that what you need is just in the basketball Walmart and that's what we need. Let's get it, a wing with size. It never works that way.
What do you mean?
It's drying up out there. I can't wait to hear this list.
Yeah, but there's guys out there you could get if you want. Well, I want to get first. Let's jump in with Thomas. Thomas and Hayward. What's going on, Thomas? How you doing, man?
I'm all right, thank you. So I'm thinking, if I'm Steph Curry,
yes,
me as Steph Curry, and if I'm not convinced over the next 1 or 2 seasons that the Warriors are going to be in contention, one, I know I'm going to retire as a Warrior. However, I'm also thinking, why not try to do a Rasheed Wallace to the Pistons or Pau Gasol to the Lakers? I want one more ring. Give myself the best shot for that. If I'm not convinced after 1 or 2 that it's going to happen in Golden State, come back, whether it happens or not, and do a one-day sign and retire as a Warrior. That's me if I'm Steph Curry, what I'm thinking.
Wow. Appreciate the call, Thomas. Well, I mean, the Warriors did trade Chris Mullin at the end of his career to Indiana for 3 years. Then he came back and played one final season with the Warriors.
What did the Warriors do with those picks?
Actually, I thought they got I know people are going to laugh, but they actually got a pretty good defensive center, Eric Dampier.
Mississippi's finest.
They traded Mullen for Eric Dampier.
Yeah. Not exactly what you wanted. That Dampier era was.
But keep in mind, Mullen was 35 at the time.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I hear you.
And
dude, that caller just picked up the phone to share his thoughts on our show, Steiny and Goo. And Steiny, as much as I don't like it, let me tell you something, partner.
Okay.
They did not make the playoffs last year.
That's correct.
Okay. He's with all the super friends right now in Vegas. We don't know what damage was done, because I know Steph is thinking one thing. We did not make it because Steiny said I slacked off a little bit in the second half or I tired. My ass tired because I didn't have any help. I'm saying, how far down the road do we actually have to get before Steph thinks like that caller? And my nightmare is I think it's coming faster than anybody thinks if we don't get off the mat.
Well, shout out
Steiny.
Listen, I told you. My heart is full right now. I'm feeling grateful about a lot of things.
Oh.
I think Steph Curry knows the Warriors are absolutely positively trying. Like, he knows they went after Paul George. He knows they're trying to get Markkanen. So I get it. But isn't him knowing they're turning over every stone? Shouldn't that get him through the first half of the season?
Most
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I would think.
Yeah, because what I don't want for Steph Curry, and I mean this, Steiny, I don't think he's aging to where he's my number one problem. I just don't. I got him in the LeBron model. So with that, I don't want him to become an afterthought in this league, because we see the emergence of all these youngsters and not making the playoffs. Curry's brand, I know it's the Warriors, Steiny, without anybody being at fault, that took a hit. People forget. And now we got to retool and come back. Sacramento made a move. They beat you to end your season.
Mm-hmm.
Here comes Ja, Houston. Like, good God, I want to get under the table and duck, because it's like it's not getting easier. And 46 might not get it done, which you got last year.
Yeah, I don't know. You kind of never know going into a season how many wins you're going to need. You would think 46 would get you in. 44 got you number 6 2 years ago. But we were also talking about, what a goal, and you kind of said, man, is that even enough?
Why do people do that when that's not how I talk?
Oh, you go, man. Steiny.
When I run it back, I don't sound no.
What I'm saying is, somebody said this yesterday, you go, Steiny, what's the goal? And I said, you want to make the playoffs. Make the playoffs next year, ideally as a 6 seed.
Is that Curry's goal in his mind and in his heart? But is he training and working out, whatever, after the Olympics, just to make the playoffs?
If I ask Steph Curry right now, I give you the 6 seed right now, I think he takes it.
Then now that, okay. All right.
And I think we also have to allow for the fact.
He would take it, but that would not throw a party.
But what I'm saying is like, what was Dallas's seed this year going in? 4 or 5?
I want to say 5.
They may have been 5.
After a year of quitting 5. And not qualifying for
they were
playing the year before.
Exactly. Right. So,
but they got 2 bona fide studs.
Okay, but if you get to 6 or 5, why couldn't you? I get it. Like, if you get to 6 or 5, that means you're a good enough team to be the 5th or 6th best in the conference. I think at that point, maybe you can win a round and advance. Like, the thing that I would think Steph Curry's looking at is, it stinks to lose Klay Thompson, but you might be better. You still have a chance to be better.
Even without Paul. Because I know Bonte asked you that question yesterday, or Joe did, Chasky, and I asked you on the show, and you didn't get stepped, but you were like, "Goo, almost like I got nothing."
Yeah,
like, that's a real question, but I don't know how to answer that.
I don't know how to measure his loss. I don't. Like, what did he? And I don't mean this. He stunk
because he did not.
No, but
and I didn't want him here.
But
so that moxie and that professional.
I can't remember him being a difference maker. More than a handful. I don't know.
What difference maker? There was no difference maker because you didn't qualify. You didn't do diddly squat.
What I'm saying is, if you're going to win,
failure.
That's strong. I'm gonna disagree with that.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I am
that's to
disagree.
everybody involved.
That's too strong a word.
Everybody was a failure, and I think they would be like,
a failure to not make
legit.
the playoffs, but I don't think the season was a failure. They discovered pods. They discovered Trace Jackson Davis. Say what you want. They won more games than the previous year using younger players than they've used in the past. So,
Josh Ram on YouTube telling me, Goose, stop about Paul. I was his biggest critic. I didn't want him here. I just he wasn't a scrub by any stretch.
Well, no. What Goose saying is, Shasky asked me yesterday, Stein, what about Chris Paul leaving?
Yeah.
And I said, I don't know how to measure that.
But people are acting like it's nothing.
It might be nothing.
Wow.
Because, he was good. He was definitely good, but I don't know. 888-957-9570. How do you assess what you're going to have to do with Chris Paul's minutes? I don't know. I kind of don't know.
And what
I know with Klay what you'll need to replace and what his replacement or replacements might do better than him. But Chris Paul, to me, is a little bit different.
Yeah, I got a soft spot for Pod, Santa Clara, Lil D. But let's just say he was your starting two guard, or it was Moody or Melton.
Okay.
Stoney, you're still tiny.
Yes, that's a fact.
I don't like that along with the chef.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I agree with that. In fact, I have some 1, 2, 3.
Size matters.
I got 4 concerns about the Warriors.
All
right. If you want to jump in here, 888-957-9570. We're talking about the Warriors. They still have 3 decisions to make this offseason, at least. 3 guys are eligible for extensions. Kuminga, Moody, and then Steph Curry. Then Steph Curry on August 6th is eligible for a 1-year extension. How are you handling each of those 3 situations? 888-957-9570. All right, Goose. So from a basketball standpoint, I think the Warriors right now have 12 guys under contract and 2 guys who are kind of hanging there who may, let's not count like a Santos or your guy Quentin Post.
Okay.
But, the top 12 is fairly locked in.
Yeah.
My number one issue, I have the 2 biggest issues I have with this team are still kind of the issues of last year, size and athleticism.
That is cryptic for a hoop team.
Have they addressed size? Because it matters, and athleticism. Like, they didn't really address those.
Right.
I think Melton's a pretty good athlete, probably a better athlete than Klay at this point.
Why don't you talk about what Dibbs brought up in Dr. Pangea about Melton? It scares me. He's so young, but has a back issue, Steiny. And Dr. Pangea was, I'm paraphrasing, was on Twitter like, when he's really active, that's when, there's no meds for it. That's when it flares up. And I'm like, oh my God, this young kid can do a lot. But it probably cost him another contract with his team. But we just gloss over the fact that he only played 38 games. But again, for the sake of the exercise, I'll be proactive. I feel like he can create way better than Moody, Pods. So that's why I think he's got the lead.
Well, if he can create better than those guys, then he can create better than Klay. So that's an advantage they would have at that position. Let's go to Sam. Sam's in Dallas.
Sammy the Bull.
Hey, Sam. What's going on, man? How you doing?
I'm good. What about you?
Dynamite. What do you got, buddy?
Oh, I just wanted to talk about the Warriors and what the pieces that they have moving forward. I think we're in a good shape right now.
All right.
I think what we have to look at is what Dallas did last year. They were a mid-team 4 to 5, 6 seed. They were a decent team. Nobody really saw them going to the finals, right?
Correct.
But they made a big move at the trade deadline, and you see what happens. And I think that's what we can do right now. But I think we need to slow down on the bigger names, and we need to focus more on, the role players. And I got a couple names for you. Paul Reed.
I mentioned Paul Reed to Evan.
Evan, is that true?
He could put on a lot of different bigs. He could put them on Giannis, AD. He's athletic. He runs the floor. JaVale McGee, bringing him back. He's got great energy.
Yeah,
he runs up and down the court. He's a great chemistry dude. Also, Brook Lopez, Sadiq Bey, he's still out there. Gordon Hayward.
He's just coming off a serious injury, though, Bey. But I hear you. Hayward's not a bad name. Hayward's not a bad name.
I think we have the size and athleticism that we're looking for already. It's just these players have to be more invested. Like Andrew Wiggins, we need him to
No doubt.
Maybe he can't be the player he was in 2022, but I feel like he can give us a good 20, 25 minutes. And with the rise of Jonathan Kuminga, I think putting those two together with Trace Jackson-Davis, we have the size. We just need guys to fill out this roster so we can look like a decent team that can somewhat compete.
Appreciate it, man. Yeah, I think they're still small. I still think they're small.
I mean, man, this might be a perfect spot for him to try to resurrect what he's got going on. I'll say this about
the only thing about that is they've already got a handful of 2s and 3s.
Steiny, for the people, and I'm not mad at him, saying Dallas came out of nowhere. They really didn't, because the year before they got Kyrie, they were in the Western Conference Finals when the Warriors won their chip. So they had something going, and they got a superstar, unlike Curry, Steiny, who's in his prime. And that's Luka. Okay. You had Kyrie, and now they're here, and they're not, I don't think, going anywhere. They're going to be a problem, but it's just size right now it has to scare the Warriors. They have to know.
Right, and listen.
That's why I feel like Looney's going to get on the court.
I mean, he might, but they lose athleticism if he's on the court, and he can't play with Trace Jackson-Davis. What's up, E?
Little piece of news that just came in from Adrian Wojnarowski of ESPN. The latest 2021 NBA draft class #1 overall pick, Cade Cunningham, has agreed to a 5-year, $224 million maximum rookie extension with the Detroit Pistons. Could be worth as much as $269 million.
Now, Evan.
Yeah. Oh.
Again, too short. Don't hate the player or hate the game.
Of course not, right.
Cade Cunningham, I love him, but he's done nothing to deserve this. Just like Jason, what are we the money is, and that's why you're saying, Curry could be making 70. Who the hell? Steiny, it's out of control. Do I sound like a hater? Cade hadn't sniffed the playoffs, 5 for 224.
What would you have done?
No, I could see him sitting home playing PlayStation like I ain't got to go work out. Like I made already. The point is the money is out of control.
There used to be.
God.
Do you know that rookies in the NBA there used to be no salary structure?
Okay.
And a guy could come into the league, never play a game, and make $60 million. Like Danielle Marshall came into the league and made, like, his first contract was like 8 years, $40 million.
Big East Player of the Year.
Right, before he ever played a game. Like Cunningham, how many seasons has he played now? 3? 3 seasons.
Yeah, 2 because he was hurt.
Yeah. Same class as Kuminga. Third guy to get maxed out.
What does that mean for JK?
He's loving it, but I mean, there it is. There it is.
I'll say this to you. Oh, go ahead.
888-957-9570. This is something the Warriors are going to have to make a decision on, and I guess Kuminga too. Cade Cunningham was in Jonathan Kuminga's draft class, so he's eligible for an extension. He just got one. Are we giving Jonathan Kuminga one too? Now, it might not be for 224, but it's going to be for
180,
at least 150.
180, Stoney.
I mean, what's the difference? That's what I was
going to ask you. If Kuminga was in Detroit, he would be putting up Cade Cunningham's numbers. But Cade came into league offensively, Stoney, with more polish. That's all I'm saying Kuminga needs to me, and he's still incredible. But how can you justify not giving, if I'm Kuminga's agent, at least 180 and Wagner in Orlando? But to Cade's, Detroit's looking at Cade like you're our Steph.
Right.
Kuminga doesn't have that luxury because he's got dudes kind of in the way.
Right. But he still wants 180 to 200.
When?
Now. Right now.
Well, we haven't heard anything yet.
Yesterday. This is one of the things.
He ain't pulled an Ayuk, which he can.
Listen.
He still has time.
Hey, this is one of those things that wow. This is so much people do not take this into account. Jonathan Kuminga wants to get paid now. He's seen Evan offhand. So who's been paid? Wagner, Cunningham,
Scotty Barnes,
and Scotty Barnes.
Just, oh my gosh,
have all gotten paid more than 200 bills.
They've all gotten 5-year rookie maxes.
Now he might not get that, but he's gonna want 180.
Keep an eye on Evan Mobley, who's also in the same class.
Exactly.
And he's a big part.
So it sounds like
you mentioned, would you take them over Kuminga?
Who?
The 3 that you mentioned.
Cunningham?
Barnes.
Yes.
Oh, I love Barnes.
Barnes?
Yeah,
yes.
Barnes, Cade, and Wagner. I would take all three right now over
I probably
Kuminga.
would too.
But that has nothing to do with what the Warriors got. He's their future.
Exactly. So is there a decision? Is there a decision to be made on Kuminga? And let me tell you something, like when you see guys in your class getting broken off that kind of money,
it's like
you want to get paid now.
It's like Ayuk watching all the receivers get paid.
There you go.
Oh, boy.
888-957-9570 is the number. What do you do with Kuminga? What do you do with Moody? And what if Steph Curry wants a 1-year extension, which you can give him on August 6th? Let's go to, I'll just throw this question out there from the Xfinity mobile text line. 925. Would you rather have Klay Thompson or Buddy Hield this season?
Klay Thompson. I can do it. Yeah, Klay Thompson. What's your answer?
Klay Thompson.
Hey, wow. I appreciate that. What's your answer?
Probably Klay.
Oh, my God.
I said probably Klay.
Oh, I'm shocked. I just thought you were going Buddy.
Well, I mean...
See, that's disrespectful.
It's not disrespectful. It's why is it disrespectful? Because of course, Klay Thompson's had a better career than Buddy Hield.
Okay, no.
Klay Thompson's going to the Hall of Fame.
Steiny, but you put Klay Thompson's year on an autopsy table like you do no other player. The bottom line, when it was all said and done after 82, Klay was available. He shot 39% from three, and he averaged 18 points. Buddy Hield didn't sniff that. That's all. That's what I'm saying yesterday. Be careful what you wish for the Warrior fans, the section of fans that think Klay is just a stiff. He'll always be a ghost of what he used to be. But he averaged 18.
The only difference is that
shoot.
Yeah, the only difference is that I look at things objectively, and you're very emotional. Like, would you rather have Klay Thompson or Buddy Hield this season? I said probably Klay, but I'll tell you what, it would not. Well, it would shock me because Klay is in a much better position offensively than he was last year. But wouldn't surprise me if Hield shoots the hell out of it for the Warriors. Yeah. Shoots 40+%. And then I mean, listen, let's say okay, in a vacuum.
Because he can shoot. Buddy Hield can shoot.
In a vacuum, next year, both Klay and Hield shoot 10 threes a game, and they both shoot 40% from three. All I want to know is if they both shoot the same amount of threes at the same percentage, which they have a lot, like why would Klay just be better than Buddy Hield? What does Klay do so well that makes him better than Buddy Hield if they both end up being the same kind of three-point shooter?
Yeah, it was just the natural fit of this is who he was born in this offense.
Well, maybe Buddy Hield
report, right? But
Klay was not himself last year.
Well, now we know why.
Exactly,
and he still averaged 18.
But that's important. Like if Klay can reach his potential, I'm just saying. I think there's a chance that it's not addition by subtraction, but Hield doesn't have to average 18. What if he averages 13? But Melton averages 9. Maybe you can make up for it that way. 888-957-9570 is the number. Here's what we're talking about. Two things. First, what do you do? The Warriors have 3 decisions yet to make in the offseason, assuming they don't make another move. Do you extend Kuminga and Moody? Do you extend one of them, none of them, both? And then on August 6th, would you extend Steph Curry 1 more year to take you through 2027, which you could do? He's eligible for a 1-year extension. And do you think Curry wants one right now? I can't imagine why he wouldn't, but that's just me. And then if you look at this roster, what are some basketball issues that concern you, and what areas may the Warriors have gotten better in with what they've done so far this offseason? 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Also, Sam Amick, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. He will be joining us at 12 o'clock of The Athletic. He wrote a great piece on Steph Curry, and he started to get into the questions about Steph's future. So Sam Amick, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, in 1 hour at noon. That segment was brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing digital deal for members. USDA.
I root for everybody except the United States.
I'm Africa. Yeah, I root for Africa.
Well, which country?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'm going to shock you right here. I think I'm going to shock you.
You've been,
and I'm ready to, and I'm ready to, and I am ready to debate this because I do not. I guess I don't take this position as often as people would like me to. Ask me if I think the Warriors are better than they were at the end of last year.
Steiny, do you think the Warriors are better than they were last year?
I do. I think they're better. I do.
WHY.
Okay. So while I don't subscribe to, well, if Draymond plays the whole season, we're 50 size. Forget that. I don't know how many games.
Because it's real.
Okay.
Yeah. But that team's gone.
Okay. So my point is that you hope that Draymond Green plays more games than he did last year, and Steph Curry continues to play at a high level. All right? Now you have a team with 4 young players. Kuminga, Podziemski, Moody, and Trace Jackson-Davis. I think it's fair to expect those 4 guys should all be better because they are at that point of their careers where improvement is easier than later in your careers.
Not mad at that.
So I think there's 4 guys who can get better. Okay, now we go to the important thing. You've lost Chris Paul and you've lost Klay Thompson. Okay. I've acknowledged, I don't know what to make of the Chris Paul leaving. I don't know how many wins him walking out the door costs you. He might not cost you that many wins.
But then,
and what can you replace him with? Somebody who does something differently, but maybe better. Okay, I got to be honest with you. But this is me. I don't think Klay Thompson had a good year at all last year. I really don't. And I get 39%.
Yeah, right.
But he had too many games where he was 2 for 13. He just had too many of those games. I also know now, after watching free agency play out, that he wasn't happy. He wasn't happy. And I got to believe that might have been a reason why he didn't play as well as he wanted to, or we wanted to. Okay, so he's gone. Okay, we got 3 guys. We got 3 guys that we've acquired: Anderson, Melton, and Hield. And I get it. Klay might be better individually than all 3 of those guys, but I absolutely think that it's possible that with those 3 guys collectively, they can be better and with Pod's improvement than what Klay Thompson and Chris Paul gave them last year. I believe that is absolutely possible because the 3 guys they acquired all do different things than Klay Thompson, and the 3 of them together are more versatile than Klay Thompson. Klay obviously is a great shooter, but Hield can shoot, and those other guys give you stuff that Klay didn't give you. And I think there's I think the Warriors think they're better. And I'm sorry, they won 46 games last year. This team could win 48, 49. I'm not scoffing at 48 or 49. And that'll probably get you into the playoffs. So, yes, 888-957-9570. I think there's a chance they're better next year. I do.
All right. And I heard you. We heard you. I'm not saying you're wrong.
There it is.
But I believe Willard and I were the 2 dudes at the station that really, really didn't want to see Chris Paul become a Warrior. Stoney, I hated it. And he became a Warrior. And Stoney, how many times did I come in here and say, you know what, partner? I was wrong as hell. I can't even put my finger on what Chris Paul, being the adult in the room, running that second team. Now that he's gone, the 3 guys that came in, and they'll do different things, and they'll be tasked to do different chores on the basketball court. But Stoney, a 6-minute stretch in an NBA game, an 8-minute stretch, a 5-minute stretch can get you beat. And I don't believe right now, I'm not saying it can't happen, but I got to see it first to where one of these three guys or anybody currently on the team can do what Chris Paul did in crunch time when it did help win a game. So that's scary to me in itself because I can't really, what are we, like I can honestly look you in the face and say, you know what? We can't tangibly put our finger on what Chris Paul didn't do, but Steiny, hitting those mid-range, unlocking Kuminga, all throwing the lobs, unlocking TJD. So to me, it's not against Melton, Slow-Mo, or even Buddy Hield, but it's like, oh boy, him not being there could be a whole lot of tryouts for guys. Let's just say they fail it being that anchor and that security blanket that Chris Paul was all throughout the year.
Well, he didn't finish every game.
Yeah, but
that's
some
for
he
damn
did.
sure.
Yeah, some he did.
Okay, and you know what? They didn't have a good record in close games. They did not.
And against good teams.
2 years ago, without Chris Paul, it was just understood Curry would be the one in the last 6 minutes of the game. And again, I'm not taking $1,000 to Vegas, but the more I think about it, the more I do think I think they're better.
And I'm not saying that's preposterous.
And you know what's interesting is the one guy you didn't mention was Klay Thompson, which is fine because we know they're going to miss him. But that's why I'm saying about Chris Paul, because yesterday you were talking about Chris Paul and saying, well, it was a failure move because they didn't make the playoffs. And I was like, that's a little strong.
Chris Paul the second.
But the reality is, you're right. You're right. They didn't make the playoffs with Chris Paul.
But I didn't blame Chris Paul.
Well, I didn't either, but he did get hurt 25 games or whatever it was. And as solid as he was, how many games was he the difference? I don't, I'm just asking. 888-957-9570.
And you know me, I'm still, the Fitz, the sound that will forever be on our station, Stoney, about we're family and what this team could do. I'm still playing that record, but I'm not letting it finish because I believe he said that and felt, and his passion was, and I'm just bringing that up because it hit me. But Klay's gone. And I thought his scenario had Klay in there, and Klay's not here. And I just, like I said, partner, I'm not telling you they can't be better than last year, but Stoney, I wouldn't bet it. That's
I'm going to be honest with you.
There's so many question marks, worse than the Riddler's costume on Batman. Remember his costume, just question marks everywhere.
They have less questions this year than last year. I'm just telling you right now that
we don't even know who their two guard is. At least we knew last year it was Klay.
Okay,
we don't know who it is now.
Okay, and I'm going to do this all year. And what did that get you? Huh? What did knowing who your two was in August get you? And some people are saying, Steiner, you don't believe it. I actually do believe it. I wouldn't bet money right now, but
the Drake component is worth 12 up to 7 wins, so I'm not going to say, to me, I'm not running from that. And his ass doesn't get suspended and plays. Hey, you very well, we could see him win 50. Well, but that's why you get more mad at him and the organization.
That's in the past.
Okay.
I'm moving forward.
Well, all right.
It's the only thing we can do. Yeah. It's like the only thing we can do. And, I'm going to be honest with you. I could take it this way. Like, I'm a big believer, huge, in chemistry, in fit, in guys knowing their roles, of guys all being on the same page. And I could make a case that, okay, I'm going to assume, Melton's going to be pretty good and Hield's going to be Hield and Kyle Anderson's going to be Kyle Anderson. I don't think it's a stretch to say, okay, so we lost Klay Thompson and Chris Paul, but we got those three guys?
Yeah.
I'd rather have those three guys.
Why?
It's because I think they're better. I think they could be better for the Golden State Warriors. I don't look at it as, okay, yes, you will lose Klay's scoring and his shooting. There's no doubt. But you're going to gain in other aspects of the game that help you win.
Are any of those three going to impede the progress or growth from the current youngsters?
It's a great question, but we're just talking about if the team's better. 888-957-9570 is the number. Who's with me?
And I'm not saying I'm not with you. Like I told you, I could see You know, Draymond not getting suspended, Curry not even bouncing back.
But I mean, I can see
West,
somebody
you just need more.
But I can see somebody looking at what they've done and be like, of course they're better.
Well, who's going to put the ball in the hole?
That's an issue.
That's why Wiggins is the key.
Well, that's an issue. But that was no less an issue last year.
And he didn't do it. He was MIA.
You're right. And somebody said, Steiny, who's going to be their second scorer? Their second scorer is going to be Kuminga. I have who's going to be their third scorer. Kuminga averaged 17 a game last year, just behind Klay Thompson. So somebody asked me, Steiny, but who's going to be their second scorer? It's going to be Kuminga. Kuminga's going to be their second leading scorer. I think what's the issue is who's going to be their third leading scorer. And that's where, you hope Wiggins can do it, but if he doesn't, can we fill in behind him? I'm not saying it's a perfect scenario. But I'm telling you right now, I don't believe for a minute this team, we can definitively say, well, they're worse. No, they're not. They're not. Yet, they might be. But I think they could be better. I really do.
Just from an athleticism standpoint, because you brought that up, I think highly more of Moody's athleticism than you do. But after Kuminga, Wiggins, and I'm throwing Moody in there, Steiny, I do get concerned about the lack of athleticism.
No doubt. And that was an issue last year. Like, I look at it.
The West is a beast.
Right. They won 46 games. And you know what? It's only one guy. But the two guys they lost and the one guy they brought in Melton, they got better athletically. Not by a lot, but they did lose. They two non-athletic guys are gone. 888-957-9570 is the number. Lamont in Oakland.
The town.
What's up, Lamont? Don't forget, 12 o'clock, Sam Amick of The Athletic. He wrote a great story on Curry and the Warriors. He'll be joining us courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Sam Amick at noon. What's up, Lamont?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
So I just want to say, Steiny, I love you, man. I love you. But I remember last year we had this conversation about did the Warriors get better by adding Chris Paul?
Right.
And, it was back and forth about it. But the reality was, better than who? Better as just a collective team that's not worried about anybody else? Or better than 8 teams ahead of them that are going to be in the playoffs and the Warriors won't be one of them? So I think that if you're a rebuilding team, you say, oh, we got better this year, right? And you're not looking at wins and losses in playoffs, then all four, we can say better, better, better.
Right.
But if the goal is at least the playoffs,
sure,
you got to be better than those one or two of those teams so you can actually be in the playoffs. If they're rebuilding, that's a great standard. Are they better from one position or whatever? But if we're about the playoffs, we got to be better than a playoff team so we can actually be in the playoffs. So the reality is when we look at the roster from last year and this year, I mean, these guys, man, I'm sorry, like Slow-Mo is not a better athlete, right? I mean,
not a great athlete.
Buddy Hield doesn't move like Klay without the ball. He's a good shooter, but I mean, come on, Buddy Hield had Embiid who was dropping 30-something. He had Maxey out there. He wasn't like, and I'm sure he was open, and he shot 40%. But how many points did he average? Like, he wasn't this difference maker. I saw him scuffing in the playoffs when they were playing against, I don't know if it was the Knicks.
He won him a game, though. Yeah, he won him a game and all.
But he was wide open. But what I'm saying is, and then DeAnthony Melton, I mean, come on, man. Like, what are we, I don't understand how we look at, you said, what Klay shoots better, but what else do they do better? What do they actually do better on the other side? They're not defenders.
Well, DeAnthony Melton
might be. I know Slow-Mo's not. Slow-Mo's not a defender, and neither is Buddy Hield. So when we look at, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Kyle Anderson's a pretty good defender. Kyle Anderson's a pretty good defender.
Slow-Mo? Okay. All right. We'll give you Slow-Mo.
All right.
I guess.
Okay.
But you know what I'm saying is, when you look at the guys they've added guys who would be great on a team that's close to the chip. So I keep going back to this because you're adding Slow-Mo and these guys who are like ancillary guys who, if you were very close, they might be a little difference maker. But one thing about Klay, and I'm glad you guys talked about Klay and him, what's better out of those guys, is because Klay was more of a floor spreader because of his reputation, because of what he done on the court. So defensively, you're going to think about going to Klay Thompson, even if he's having a bad season, okay? You're not going to just say, oh, he's having the best season, we're going to leave him open. That's not usually how it works when you're real time playing defense. So the balance of the court is different. They're not going to react to Melton. They're not going to react to Slow-Mo, who's not a 3-point shooter at all. They will react to Hield a little bit, but they're not going to react to him like they would with Klay Thompson standing over there, right? And then we know we need space for the driving lanes for Kuminga and for Steph, and we know Steph, as older he gets, he needs space, right? Okay. And so I don't know at all, really, if this is going to benefit. They're younger guys. I agree with you, but Slow-Mo and DeAnthony Melton and Buddy Hield, and they're not even going to be at the court at the same time. You guys are going to be coming off the bench. How is this really going to replace Klay? I say you pay Kuminga. I say you run with Podziemski, and I say you run with Moody, because I just don't. These guys, man, they've been in the league. These are guys you put on a team that's already close to something, and you just one piece away, and you might need a little bit of a boost off the bench. But these guys, man, they're not going to. I don't know. They're not going to be good enough to make them better than the 8 or 9 teams that are ahead of them right now. Yeah. All right. And that's my problem with them.
Fair, Lamont. Great points. Yeah. Great points. I agree with a lot of them, and it could go that way. It could. But I also think it could go the other way. Yeah. I just do. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to rip the guy, but again, I don't think Klay was great last year. I just don't.
But when he got hot, Stoney, he could still get hot with the best of them. 6, 7, 8, 9.
What about Buddy Hield? Are we just scoffing at Buddy Hield?
But he shot 39% from 3 last year for Philly.
Exactly.
But he does not command or demand the respect in regard to the spacing like a Klay Thompson.
So if Buddy Hield plays 18 minutes and gives you in 18 minutes plays like Klay, which is he's good one night and he's bad the other, but the other 24 minutes you got Melton in there who's playing defense, which Klay can't guard two. Klay didn't guard twos last year. By the way, you think Kyle Anderson's a good defender, Evan?
That's the only reason he's in the league. But he doesn't score, that's for sure. The question I have, though, Steiny, about Buddy Hield is, does it concern you at all that Hield was traded from a team that made the conference finals?
Yes. It does.
They got rid of him.
Yeah, I'm not in love with Buddy Hield.
Okay.
I'm not in love with Buddy Hield.
And the Sixers weren't either.
Right. And neither are 5 teams.
That would be a perfect scenario for a shooter.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Well.
And they were like...
You would think.
Yeah. And you called these moves with the 3 guys you guys just mentioned in the caller. Yeah, and I like it. Moves around the edges. But, Stoney, I just take it to a club analogy. Those 3 guys didn't have a lot of people asking them to dance. You know what I mean? Well, so they were moves, and they might help, but I don't think it's propelling the Warriors. Okay. Like, what they're going to do is with Moody, Pods, Kuminga, and Wiggins, and Curry and Dre. Like, that's still the scenario, and the organization said, even with that, we need to go add Paul George to this mix.
Sure.
And they almost, they tried.
I mean, Willard had Larry Harris, the assistant general manager, on, and Larry Harris said, we're going to try to hit, this was a while ago. Yeah, we're going to try to hit a home run.
Right.
We're going to try to hit a home run. And if we can't hit a home run, we're going to do our best around the edges to make this team better. Uh-huh. And, this is where, I'm telling you, I don't think enough people... I value chemistry, fit way more than most people. That's why. That's why I think they could absolutely be better.
Did they have any last year, or you think Klay, now that we know what he was dealing with mentally, they could never really develop that?
Well, what if...
And Kerr's right on the table every time he coached was Klay's ego, or just how he was going to... You know what I'm saying? If he wasn't finishing game, I got to believe Steve Kerr would call in if he could and say, guys, nothing against Klay. I love him, but damn it, my job just got a hell of a whole lot easier.
What if he was a cloak over the team? What if he was a dark cloud?
I hate to have to admit, how can we not even go there?
And I'm not saying he was. Or
but
to
for
what extent?
Kerr, he probably didn't make some moves he wanted to because dude was pouting.
Yeah. So they could be better. They could be better.
Kerr's psyche can be eased knowing I can do what I need to do and not have to. But that doesn't exactly mean they can be better on the court because the players are going to decide that.
They might be worse. I think they're better right now. I actually really do than that team last year. But again, I'm not saying they're perfect. they still don't have enough size. They don't have enough athleticism.
And I got something to add.
They still need a shooter, I think. But
I believe you were on with Evan when Kerr played, and I was bedridden, and Kerr said this about Kuminga, who you might have to pay $200 million or $180, whatever. He's going to get his money. When Steve Kerr shared with the world, ideally they want him to play 3, but he's not ready. Steiny, what? Like, that's incredible. Is that just this offseason to where he can do what? Like, when your head coach says we envision him as A and he's not that, that's a whole. That's why I thought maybe they would be like, you know what, this experiment, Kuminga's going to be good, but maybe just not in a Warrior uniform. Like, that's telling you a lot without telling you a lot.
I mean, to me,
my gosh.
I mean, to me, the Kuminga thing is simple. It's absolutely simple. Can he get good enough from 3-point range that he's actually guarded out there? Or is he the guy, does he continue to be a player that they won't guard out there because they can live with him shooting 31%?
Oh, man.
But if all of a sudden Kuminga starts making 36, 37.
He can come downhill, it's over.
Exactly.
It's over.
Exactly.
But what's the likelihood of him not developing that 3? Because he'll take them.
Where's the lab that you love now?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what, like,
but people got to be in there with them.
Well,
the right people.
Of course. Like, but why
Because Wiseman went in the lab. I'm not saying the Warriors coach.
Do you think Draymond was going to go to the lab? He's going to be a better
former
shooter.
Coach. Oh, we got Jokic's former coach. He's going to help Wiseman. That didn't help him.
Being in the gym and being in the lab, I mean, that's the minimum.
Yeah.
That's the minimum.
No doubt about it.
If he's not in the lab, I ain't paying him. Like, I mean, this is assumed that he's got to work on that part of his game, and as an organization,
haven't developed it.
What's that?
A lot of guys have not. Like, it's hard getting a 3-point shot, Steiny, and that's why I liked seeing him take them when he was taking them. I didn't like his arc. I thought it was funky, but we'll see. But when the coach says we want him to be a 3, and I'm like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, I'm more concerned about his playmaking than his ability to shoot threes. And the other thing is, the guy averaged 17 a game.
That he did.
And he still's not shooting threes. Let's go to Gene in Oakland. Gene was there last night. Thank you so much for coming, Gene. Appreciate it, my man.
Leland.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it, guys. Yeah, that was a great time.
Thank you.
So I'm pretty much with you, Steiny, on this. I do think there's a good chance they got better. They certainly got better defensively, but I just hope we're not underestimating how much value Chris Paul brought to the team. Because, let's face it, the bench got a whole hell of a lot better than it was the year before. I think in part because of what he brought. So, and I was one of those that was glad to see him come. So anyways, we'll see. But I want to say something about Steph and extending him. And it's going to take me back. It takes me back to Willie Mays. All right. And I'll tell you what I'm getting at here. So, Willie passed away 2.5 years ago and brought back memories of Willie because I followed him practically his whole career. I mean, he came in 1951. I was only 5 years old, but I do remember the great catch and throw in the '54 series. That's one of my lasting memories. Unfortunately, the other lasting memory I have of Willie is 1972, his last year with the Giants, when he went out for a routine fly ball and couldn't get there. He was just too slow and too old. And he had a miserable last year with us. And the first thought I had when I saw that was, Willie, why couldn't you have just quit 2 years ago? Quit on top, maybe 3 years. And that's a fear, frankly, I have of Curry because, both of them are similar in many ways. They both are very, very competitive. I mean, I don't know if Curry is going to know when to quit, all right? And I think this last year, I mean, let's put another rat on the table, Goo.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody's talking about he wasn't getting enough help, but let's face it, he's getting old. All right. So I don't know what even these next 2 years are going to bring. And then you're going to add a third at $60 or $70 million.
Yeah.
I just don't want to see Steph, a ghost of his old self, out, trotting himself out and trying his best and just looking like Willie in 1972. So that's, anyways, those are my thoughts.
Wow. Thanks, Gene. Absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. 888-957-9570 is the number. Coming up in a half hour, Sam Amick of The Athletic. Great story on Curry and the Warriors. You should check it out. He'll come courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Don't forget, next week, our lineup. It's going to be jacked up, ladies and gentlemen. Starting Monday, Willard and Dibbs. They're going to do mornings 6 to 10. Bonte and Shasky are going to be in this slot 10 to 2. And Guru and I are going to be on from 2 to 6. 1 week only. We're having some fun. But you'll also get a chance to win a Klay Thompson autographed jersey, again, just for a week, and it's all brought to you by Jack's Restaurant.
This Monday, our
I owe Curry nothing.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
The chef!
Sam Amick coming up in a half hour. Works for The Athletic. Wrote a great story on Steph Curry and the Warriors about losing Klay Thompson and starting to dance around the edges of how Curry wants to finish this story. He'll come courtesy of the River Islands text line, or guest line rather, at noon. Yeah, I said it.
Curry's the best thing to happen to my career.
No, I think the Warriors are better right now than the team that ended the year. But I'll also be honest. Their margin for error is very slim again, and they need some things to happen. But if those things happen, yes, I think they can. I think they can be better. I do. It's going to be tough.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough.
But that Gene call got me feeling it a little down, man.
But it wasn't me.
I think a mad bum. Remember, he used to be a stallion that he was. Then at the end, he just was, what? Yeah. It happens.
I got you. Yeah.
But it's not happening now. He's the least of our problems.
Matt's in Oakland. What's up, Matt? How you doing, man? What's going on?
Hey, fellas, how's it going?
Hey.
Going well.
I tend to agree with you. I think they are better. I don't think we fully appreciated what a cancer Klay became, which bums me out to no end. He wouldn't accept his role, and I think he was as much of a pain in the rear as Draymond, potentially. But I would say that I think it's incomplete. I mean, I'm looking at this roster. There's like 12 guys that could or should play. You got Kuminga, Curry, Moody, Peyton, Looney, Wiggins, Pods, TJD, Draymond, Hield, Anderson, and Melton. That's 12.
Yep.
Plus they got Guy Santos. And I don't know who Lindy Waters is. Did they draft him? No,
they traded for him.
Up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nor do I know who Reese Beckman is. But there's a Thompson I'm kind of interested in. I wanted to know what you guys thought. If you watched any of this Summer League stuff,
Goo?
this kid,
Who's
Ethan
been
Thompson.
there?
Yeah, I watched the game.
What do you think of Ethan Thompson, Goo?
Listen, it's Summer League, which is the equivalent of the NBA Open Gym. I saw some stuff, but I can't put the stamp on I'm excited from what I saw in Summer League. And I'll leave it there, but I won't rob what you saw with your own two eyes. How about that?
Well, 22 and 11 for a guard is pretty good. And I actually think I'm not sure who the backup point guard is on this team. I think they need one of those. And I think they kind of got to make a trade. You can't play all those guys. Just even if are they in a position now where they could just get rid of Wiggins for the salary dump, or are they over the cap and you can't do that?
No, they could do that, but then they got to get a team that could accept his salary. But like Matt, great call.
Yeah, you can't afford to just kick Wiggins to the curb, Stoney. That's got to be something in return.
Right, you may have to attach, and probably will, but that's the other reason that if you're a Warrior fan, and I'm right with Matt, they got too many guys.
Oh, man.
So a lot of these guys, again, make between $6 and $13 million. They're perfect to attach to a deal. Man. Okay, we want to get rid of Wiggins. Okay, but Wiggins has no value or very little value. Okay, who do we have on our roster that we can add to Wiggins that they do want to make the deal?
Could it be Looney? And I want Looney.
I mean, who's going to want maybe teams are going to want expiring contracts. Well, they got those. Maybe teams are going to want team-friendly salaries for the next year or two. They have those. That's the one thing where I do give Dunleavy credit. They have more flexibility now than they have. And you might say, oh, what does this mean? It doesn't have to happen right now.
What am I missing to the tail? His last question, good call. Evan, help me out too. What am I missing about not thinking Pods is the backup PG?
I don't know. I would assume that at this point.
Yeah, no doubt. Did I miss something last year? I thought that.
I feel like they've been talking about him like he's going to be the starting shooting guard.
Yeah. Well, and he might be. But he's also, he'll probably play some point because he'll
I like his decision-making and play-making ability.
I mean, I look at the roster. I don't know. Buddy Hield could probably bring the ball up at times. I mean, all you're looking for is a guy to play backup.
Do that too.
Okay, well then you got some guys who can And you also have Draymond Green.
Yeah.
You have Draymond Green who can initiate the offense at least.
When available.
888-957-9570 is the number. When I'm looking at these pieces, I think the Warriors might be better.
Right.
And then here's the other thing. As long as I'm doing it here.
What I hate about that real quick, partner, they were better than they were the year before when they qualified for the playoffs and didn't make it this year.
Exactly.
So 48 might not get you in.
You can't control that.
But you got to get out of the play-in. That's when I'm really ready. Stoney, I'm on. My hope for this team and the dynasty being over, now that Klay's gone, I'm admitting it's on life support. And if you want to pull the plug, you could do it and I would understand, but they have to follow up that debacle, which was last year, standing-wise, and no playoffs was something.
I'm looking at the bright side. They got 7 easily tradable contracts that they can attach. So, okay. So what about this? All right. You go into the season, you know what? You're a little bit better, but you got a glut because you have too many wings and 2 guards. That's when you could theoretically revisit Lauri Markkanen. Maybe at that point, I'm just going to throw some names out there. Maybe at that point, Pelicans have to do something with Brandon Ingram. What are the Bulls going to do?
Man.
Maybe get Sasha Vucevic.
Well, I always liked him.
You like Kuzma? Could they get Kuzma? Bet Jeremy Grant.
Hey, I'll pick him up.
I'll tell you a team that's probably...
I like all the guys you just mentioned.
Well, you have the ability to acquire them depending on what happens during the season.
Okay, but not the summer.
So what?
No, I'm asking, what do you mean, so what?
Who cares? Like, you have to wait to see what happens.
Okay. No, make something happen.
Well,
I don't want to go into a season and then not get off to a good start, and then we're dependent on one of those guys being available. That's what the offseason is about.
No.
Why can't you facilitate that now?
Because maybe the Pelicans need to see what they have.
Trucks, so you mentioned Kuzma. You should be able to get him now.
Well, maybe the Pelicans go into the season thinking they got some action. They realize they don't, and now they got to move off Ingram.
I got you. I just don't think that's highly... I don't like that plan at the deadline.
Well, I think it's very likely. I mean, I would rather make a good deal at the deadline than a bad move now.
Well, and to the Warriors' credit, they tried to get Paul George now.
I mean, you look at a team like
him now.
You look at a team like the Atlanta Hawks. Okay, they're sitting with Capella and Okongwu.
Yeah.
Okay, they probably one guy's making 16, the other guy's making 22. But they think, you know what? We're a playoff team this year.
Oh.
We're a playoff team, and then they're not a playoff team, and so then they say maybe it doesn't have to be at the trade deadline. Maybe it's December. You know, we got to get off one of these centers. What about Jared Allen? Okay, they might not. They might not be ready to move him now, but they might when they start. 10 and 15. I don't like. That's why.
Good.
That's why patience, I think, is the way to go here. I really do.
Especially when I'll give you that on the front of. Especially when you tried to pull a big deal off and it didn't happen. What else can you do but be patient?
Exactly. I mean, I would rather Mike Dunleavy and the Warriors be patient at this point, knowing their team might be a little better, marginally better, rather than make a move. I mean, yeah, if you want to go, if you love Markkanen, and you're the Warriors I'm talking about, and their heart's set on Markkanen, and they feel like he's the answer, fine, go ahead and get Markkanen right now.
Yeah.
But, I mean, if there's one thing we always see in the NBA, it's things do change. Guys become available. And, can you rely on that? Well, you can't rely. To me, I look at it as, no, you can't rely on a certain player becoming available. But I'll tell you what you can rely on. Somebody's going to be available. Because it just always happens. What about, Jakob Poeltl or Olynyk in Toronto?
I like both of them.
Okay, maybe
I like everybody you read off the list,
there
except Allen, who I don't think he's a big piece of what they're doing.
There you go.
Cleveland's got action.
Although Evan just said, what if Cleveland's may pay Mobley $200 million?
That might cost you out.
So
all right.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. I think the Warriors absolutely have a chance to be better. That this team right here might be better than last year's team. I wouldn't put money on it right now, but I could absolutely see it. Basketball issues? What's your biggest concern with this team, Goo?
Size.
Yeah?
It is size, Donnie, and it's scary. And
I don't disagree.
Yeah, and I just when you run down the teams that are going to come into Chase and the Warriors playing them on the road, we've seen them, young, active bigs and wings that can do a lot, put it on the floor, and the Warriors don't have a lot of that. And I'm just wondering, how that's going to pan out. And I'll say this about your scenario of them getting better. This is why I'm scared about that is, let's say you eclipse last year's record by 3 games, and that's not good enough to get you in. Like you're still in the play-in. So you could technically be better, but end up with the same results. And that's why I'm trying to go, and I feel like they were trying to go for the home run.
Yeah, but I mean, you think the Warriors wouldn't take 49 right now?
Oh, my gosh.
There you go. Like, I know we've got a timeline and a timetable, but, you can look at it both ways. What if the Warriors do win 49 games and they're the 6th seed? Then at that point, you can say,
you got to get ready for a series.
Yeah, but I get it. But, that's what I mean. I mean, we're at the end of a dynasty. This is where people have got to understand, if this team's better than last year, then they've gone from 44 wins to 46 wins to 48 or 49 wins. That's nothing to scoff at.
But, yeah, and you could tell me, anybody listening, quit living in the past, but when you look at this run throughout the dynasty, it was strength in numbers. It was
they have 12 guys right now.
The depth lineup. Then one of the lineups to where it was one of the best ever to step on a hardwood. And now I'm looking at you and we both agree, and we don't agree on a lot, that size is an issue. Okay. It's, and that's a big deal. And this is coming off a season where it didn't culminate with a playoff berth. They got some things to address.
And I could say they won 46 games last year with size issues. They just did. Okay, center. Trace Jackson Davis, can you get 24 minutes out of him at center?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then Draymond Green and Looney get 12 each at center.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to do some stuff here and imagine what some rotations are going to be, who's going to play, how they're going to play.
But that starting 2 that's up for grab.
That's where you and me are different. I don't care. You know who's going to start at 2? Whoever's the best 2 guard, whoever earns the position at camp.
But that's also my second biggest fear on my list is I look at the 2 position as, and I know it's team-wide, but that's where I look at how can the game be easier for Steph? Who's in that slot?
Well, maybe
and if you run pods out there, I don't think he has done enough to where he's going to strike fear or put it on the floor. He can do it.
Well, Klay can't do that at all.
Well,
I mean, I could make a case the only thing Klay does is space.
But 18 a game is 18 a game.
That's right. But pods can actually create a play for somebody else. With all due respect to Klay, that's never been a strong point of his game, creating for others. And you know what? Maybe, again, we might be 12 games into the season and we might be saying, you know what? I underestimated this. Or, boy, this is a bigger issue than I thought. It's possible.
But what if you move Pods at point, who plays well with Steph, and Curry to the 2?
Okay.
I like that scenario.
Okay. It's all good.
Yeah.
You've got a lot of choices there, Goo, I think. I'm serious. Steph can play 2.
That work.
Yeah. Steph can play 2 at times. I'll bet you though.
At his age, I don't hear a lot of it. Stoney, it's a beat. I haven't played any NBA ball, but at Steph's age, do you know how much it takes out of you to bring the ball up?
Okay, so get
with
like
these
Draymond.
Youngsters all in your and that'll happen.
Okay,
but if you started the game off with him at 2, being able to let him do his thing and Pods bringing it up.
I mean, this is where, what I'm subscribing to, Goo, is that yes, your boy Steph Curry continues to play at a high level. But, of course, we have to assume that. We have to. Otherwise, we may as well tank.
Yeah.
But, I do think, why now all of a sudden are you worried about Curry's age when you always say that I over dramatize his
Because I
age.
watched the ending of the season, and I'm smart enough to know, Steiny, it's not just one guy. He's got so many Curry, he's got so many skins on the wall. I'm not dumb. I'm watching, okay, why is he not being effective? If he's slow as a turtle, I'd be like, okay, he's slipping. He's getting slower. But he's still running the same amount of miles that he's always ran on the court.
Well, now that's a bad
thing. As you get older, it takes out of you.
I know it does.
And you need other guys to be able to, you know what? Let me kick it over here for 3 or 4 minutes. Do your thing, Steiny. Okay. And I don't know if Moody, we know Dre's not going to do it. I can't throw it to Looney. I can't throw it to Pods. Maybe I can. We'll find out. I don't know if Melton, you know what I'm saying? Who's striking fear on the offensive end for the Warriors outside of Steph? And that equates to a team that didn't make the playoffs.
I think you can make up for weaknesses by strengthening in other areas.
Well, Wiggins is one of them. If he can the light's on.
Like, I get it. Klay averaged 18 and 39, but there's a chance that you could have two guys combined for 15, but their defense at the 2 guard significantly better. It's just, and maybe you get a guy who passes more at the 2 guard. I mean, I get it. Buddy Hield and Curry can't play together a lot, but you have Draymond bring the ball up and Hield and Curry are running around. Then you got 2 great shooters on the floor. Yeah, you're small. You got point of attack issues. But, I mean, you can't. I mean, all you can do is try to go from 46 wins to more. And I think they've got it. I think they might have done it. But obviously, they got to stay healthy. And, DeAnthony Melton has to be healthy. A month into the season. And I love this because everybody's now a DeAnthony Melton expert. Hit the pike. Nobody knows anything about Melton.
He's a baller.
You know a little bit about Melton.
He was a baller in Memphis.
Yeah. The point is maybe we watch Melton for 6 weeks and we're like, this guy's good. This guy's good. He might be better than Klay. He might be a better fit. It's possible. That's all I'm saying.
So, sidecar Tommy said, today is opposite day. Goo and Steiny swap.
It's actually not opposite day.
No, but I ain't mad at you.
This is the way I look at the game.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily think because they didn't get Paul George, they're worse. I don't.
But do you understand the thought process and what message they're trying to send within of trying to go get him?
Sure. They want to get better.
Okay.
But if any team, not just the Warriors, thought that acquiring Paul George would make them better, other teams would do it too. Yeah. I just think
Philly did.
Going after Paul George is what GMs call due diligence. They did their due diligence on Paul George. They made internal decisions about what they were willing to give up, what they didn't want to give up. Clippers might have wanted more than anybody realized because they didn't want to deal with the Warriors. I don't know.
Yeah, and this is why I'm so nervous because you're right. What's the goal? Steiny, I've stepped back from the championship, but I want to see the Warriors in a series where they can make adjustments and things like that. And that's why last year was just left a bitter taste in everybody's mouth. But the bottom line is, partner, I mean the words coming out of my mouth here. I can't remember a time when I looked at the Western Conference and felt like teams that were behind have gotten a full tank of gas and they got youngsters everywhere and you got to worry about that. And the teams like Denver, who you can't beat, and Minnesota's like the Dallas, like I am petrified that they could actually be what you said, better, and it not be good enough.
Might not be.
That is, like, I don't think during this whole run it's ever been where you looked at the West like that.
Well, why you should have looked at it like that last year.
See, yeah. And I was like Lacob and Ritter when they were in here thinking we got Chris Paul. Playoffs. Just assume that.
Well, I didn't, but I don't know why somebody would.
And I crashed and it burned hard and it hurt.
I mean,
Stoney, this is scary.
It's less scary to me than last year. It just is. I mean, and now knowing how last year went, there was something going on last year. There just was.
And I didn't like any of it. Troy Aikman. Yep.
Klay wasn't happy. Ron's in Newark. What's up, Ron? How you doing, man?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hey,
going well.
Thanks for taking my call. I was at the summer league game, and I think there's a few answers down there for the Warriors' problems.
Pat Spencer.
Height.
Okay.
I like Spencer. I do like Spencer. Yeah, I think he's a good backup point guard. And no, seriously. Did you watch him play?
Yeah, well,
I didn't laugh. I didn't laugh.
Yeah,
that was goo.
Yeah, and Evan. Yeah, Evan did. Yeah.
You got to pay a little closer attention, man. That guy was impressive.
No,
watch the game again, Evan.
Summer League.
Yeah. No doubt, and that's what I'm with. I'm not saying your eyes lied to you. I was there, but
Watch the game again then,
you know,
Tiny.
how often do we see guys pop in summer league and that translate right away to the big club? You know what I mean?
They got this guy Thompson, who's
Ethan.
really good player, really good shooter, penetrator, athletic. Really liked him, and then Bolden, as far as height goes, he's right there. The guy cleaned the boards. So I think a lot of the answers could possibly come from their, G League guys.
Thanks, Ron. Appreciate the call.
But I hear Ron.
Yeah.
And Ron saw what he saw.
Yeah.
But you got to kind of tell Ron how it works.
Sure.
Normally, they're in the G League for a reason, and they don't make that jump.
Of course.
Because if it was that easy, Ron, and I know you saw what you saw. I saw some big bodies, and I was telling Spadoni, like, it's amazing you can be tall and sometimes ineffective because this game is hard, but size was on display, but they're there for a reason, and to make that jump to just think they could do that, on the next level.
Yeah, I don't think the answer's in the G League.
What about Quinn Post? 7 foot. What a big with a last name Post.
And he's a 3-point shooter.
That's.
But
hey,
see, nobody counts on Post to do anything.
Yeah.
If he does something, great. What? Maybe Post pops.
Well, he better because he can't post up from what I've read.
Yikes.
Nobody posts up in the NBA. D. Lou on the Xfinity or on the YouTube chat. The answer is Cooper Flag.
With these
SAG for Flag.
You guys came in talking about him.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Hey, you buried the lead about the shift switch. Not only are we going to be 2 to 6 and everybody we'll have a different crossover with Bonte and Shasky. I just thought about that.
Okay.
I think of it all.
Sure. That sounds I didn't make that up, SAG for Flag. That was somebody else.
Wave the white flag.
Hey.
That's a one.
Hey.
It might be a 3.
The Caucasian flag.
Yeah, it might be a 3, Evan.
When did how old was David Robinson when he got hurt? They lost, and they won the lottery and got Duncan. Mm-hmm. He wasn't a rookie.
Me and Pops watched him in Navy. We knew.
Yeah, he was fun to watch.
The original Tank.
Yeah, that's true. I'll give you that. Sam Amick coming up on the other side.
He's in Vegas, right?
I believe so.
That's where
I believe so. He'll come courtesy of the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Mm-hmm. Sam Amick, great story on Curry, the Warriors, Klay Thompson's departure, and he was sniffing around the edges of Steph Curry and kind of what he wants out of the future. Hey, by the way, if you haven't heard, next week our lineup is going to be jacked up. Listen to this, starting Monday, and we're doing it for 1 week and 1 week only. Willard and Dibbs, they are going to be doing the mornings from 6 to 10. Bonte and Shasky are going to be doing 10 to 2. And Steiny and Guru, we're going to be doing 2 to 6 next week. You also have a chance to win a Klay Thompson autographed jersey. I'm going to assume it's a Warriors jersey. That's just for a week, and it's brought to you by Jack's Restaurant. John Sally.
This Monday, our lineup is going to be jacked up.
where the Warriors are at right now.
Man.
Steph seems to acknowledge that changes are needed. Were needed. And they made some.
Yeah. And we'll see. We'll see if they're done. That's what you said. But even if they're not, and this is who you're going to battle with, we'll see if it's enough. The state of the West, Donnie.
Yeah.
I keep running this in the ground.
I mean,
like
you can't.
It's a bear.
Yeah. Oh, we got Sam?
Sam!
All right, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Joining us right now, Sam Amick, senior NBA writer for The Athletic. Sam, you've been writing great stuff during free agency and really appreciate you jumping on, man.
Thank you, Steiny. Thank you, Guru. How are you, gentlemen?
All right, we're doing well. I want to address just kind of you talk to Steph and you kind of, to me, we're the first guy to start asking him about what he's thinking about the future. What was your sense about where he thinks the Warriors are right now and how satisfied he is here and what he expects moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, I honestly don't even know, guys, if I don't think he has the answer to that question. It seemed to me that he was in, processing mode. Things have been moving quickly the past week or so. And admittedly, I enjoyed our conversation a lot. And I was hyper-focused on the Klay component because, to give quick context, we had done this small group media session at the Bellagio Hotel with probably 8 or 9 reporters where Steph took part in that. So he gets asked about Klay, but he just didn't say a lot. It was like one answer and somebody moves on to the next topic.
Mm-hmm.
I end up catching them in the hallway and to be honest, kind of being like, listen, I'm going to need to hear a little more about Klay because you guys have been through so much together. So we go down that road. But what did strike me for sure was there's a point, as you see in the conversation, where, he talks about how it's emotional because he's the first one of the three of us to go. And it didn't, and Steiny, this, it didn't, when you're sometimes doing an interview and stuff doesn't hit you the way it does later.
Yeah.
It wasn't really till later where I realized, oh boy, the way he framed that was he's the first and, to be determined if there are more to come. And those are some of the natural questions now. He obviously wants to contend for titles and is not looking to, like you said, kind of ride off into the sunset here. So I think they're just kind of navigating it at the moment.
Yeah, great stuff as always. And I got to tell you, Sam, Steph also said, things change in this league quickly. And that didn't sit well for me and Warrior fans. To put that out there, you could take that a whole lot of ways. My question to you, Sam, is you saw the Kings add DeMar DeRozan. I thought that was great. With the Warrior moves with Slow-Mo, Melton, and Buddy Hield, I'm worried. Where are you at? What are your thoughts on this Warrior team now is currently constructed coming off a season, Sam, with no playoffs?
They're an interesting team. I think they're, if you're handicapping things, this is not what Warriors fans want to hear. But everybody I talk to out here in Vegas is they're going to be a play-in territory team, pushing for a playoff spot in the mix, but not perceived as contenders. I like some of the pickups that they had. I think one thing that hasn't been talked about probably enough this summer that has, basketball ramifications, but also is related to the Klay stuff is that, Klay's departure was a kind of a combination of a million factors, right? But Brandon Pajemski's part in the Warriors program is extremely important. And he's obviously out here in Vegas right now as part of the select team, and just that idea that this young guy came along and was good enough, quickly enough, that I think he actually applied some pressure to Klay's situation and played a small part in the basketball dynamics there. And the point being, as far as how I feel about the team, is that, it's guys like Brandon that, and Trace Ashton Davis, guys like that have got to get better. And then we'll see what they have. And then the new piece is trying to fit in. At this point, the only known commodities really are Steph and Draymond, and from there, it's going to be a chemistry test.
Sam Amick, senior writer from The Athletic, joining us on the River Islands guest line. Steph Curry is eligible on August 6th for an extension. It's going to be 3 years since he got the 5-year deal, which means he's eligible to get one more year in 26-27 for $63 million. What what do you think he wants to do? I mean, I got to believe a guy at 36 who's got an opportunity to make 63 when he's 38, 39, wouldn't he just want to get extended?
I would imagine that would be the case. That's not a question that I asked him. But logically, Steiny, I would agree with you because it doesn't. I mean, he knows that because you're Steph Curry within this Warriors ecosystem, there's not that sense, I don't think, of, well, if I sign this, things fall apart and I don't want to be here, then I'm stuck. Like the Warriors, if that day does come, I think they would do right by him. Now, does he see it that way? I don't know. But you're right. It's a whole lot of cash for a guy that, that at that age would probably be well advised to grab it. But I don't know. I think, that timeline is going to kind of apply pressure here and make it interesting to watch because that's right around the corner.
Let me ask you a hypothetical, Sam, and that is this. Yeah. If, right now Steph's got 2 years left, obviously the trading deadline, if something crazy were to happen, he'd have essentially a year and a quarter left with that team. Do you think he'd be any more or less valuable with 2+ years left on his deal in a trade as opposed to 1+ year remaining in a trade? Is he worth more as an asset one way or the other?
I mean, to me, at this level, I would say 2, because you're bringing Steph Curry to town, to really build something.
Right.
And the way that, the numbers keep skyrocketing within the league, that team that's getting them, I don't think is looking to have to negotiate a new deal at a steeper price a couple years down the road. He could thank LeBron to a small degree for this new reality where these all-time greats are just absolutely, breaking the mold when it comes to playing elite basketball at a late age. And Steph looks like he's on track to do his own version of what LeBron is doing now. So, with all that in mind, I think the team coming to get him would want him for as long as possible.
Sam, I'm going to hit you with a doubleheader here. They tried for Paul George. They didn't get him. And there's conflicting reports if Kuminga was actually included in one of the packages. But talking about JK, his draft class is getting broken off. Cade Cunningham got 5 for $224. Barnes got paid. We saw Wagner. And he's eligible, JK, this summer for an extension. Where do you think the Warriors do that? What do you think's going on there?
I mean, given the way the pieces on the chessboard have shifted this summer, to me, it would be in the territory of yes, they should get something done. I don't know exactly how they see it, but, Klay's departure, the developments, things like that, I mean, all that does is make Kuminga more of a priority, obviously, unless you're going to do something like a Paul George deal where you end up having to give him up. But, that list of Warriors assets and things to be excited about is not as long as it was before, and Kuminga's part of that. So, if you're going to not get it done and have another player who's wondering, how you see him in the scope of your future, then that's probably not the direction you want to go.
Sam Amick joining us on the River Islands guest line. He's a senior NBA writer for The Athletic. Let me ask you this, Sam. What team, as of right now, since the end of the season in the West, do you think got better? And then give me a team that you think got worse.
Man, well, this is not like top of the list, but I'm kind of excited for the Spurs. It's nuanced stuff, you know what I mean? I mean, Chris Paul, if he can stay healthy, that's always the thing with Chris. But just them getting a few pieces, even Harrison Barnes, who it sounds like not a real sexy move, but you had a team that was full of guys that probably should be in the G League last year, and that obviously kind of put a ceiling on what Victor Wembanyama could accomplish collectively with that team. So, they're kind of inching along to be a team that should win more games and should be fun. And we'll see Vic kind of stage 2 of his career. I don't know why I'm drawing a blank on who got better. I mean, as far as teams that went backwards, the Clippers thing is brutal. It's another second apron casualty that the Warriors can relate to when it comes to this new CBA life. They just didn't get better. And, I understand the logic behind what they did, but now you're going to have a pretty old James Harden with a not as old, but always frail Kawhi Leonard and a culture, I think, that that a lot of what happened with them this summer was a negative reflection of their inability to have, like a real substance culture-wise that guys wanted to be a part of. So that one I think was definitely on the downside.
Sam, we had a Warriors Summit at Fremont Bank yesterday. The fans were in the house, a great time. And the one thing all the hosts and the fans agreed upon was nobody knows what's going on with one Andrew Wiggins. And the facts are the facts. If this is the team and the roster, somebody needs to crack that code and get the 2022 Wiggins back. Do you think his value around the league is to the point to where nobody's sniffing?
Yeah, I think so. It's just life comes at you fast. Not even trying to be smart Alex, but it's like that's how it feels with Andrew. You had your window, and to his credit, he did a great job helping lead that team to that 2022 title. But it feels like that ship has sailed, and Andrew's always been such a good guy, but competitively and just professionally, he's not shown much in the last 18 months to convince anybody that there's a renaissance coming. Wow. So that sort of spirit, that's going to dampen the market quite a bit. As a side note, I went to Team Canada's practice last night here in Vegas, and obviously he's not a part of that group, which is a reflection of the Warriors really needing him to be healthy and how important he is. So maybe I'll be wrong. He did kind of prove a lot of people wrong a couple of years ago, but as far as the market goes, no, you're selling incredibly low on that front.
Real quick, Sam, before I let you go, can you shed any light on the Wiggins situation with Canada? Did he want to play? Did the Warriors say no to him? That would seem strange they can say no to Wiggins, but not Curry. It's been kind of vague, and I hope I'm not putting you on the spot, but I wonder if you could add any more info to that.
No, to be honest, Tiny, I'm not holding back anything there. I don't have clarity. The first thought would just be, Steph is Steph and Wiggins is Wiggins. So first of all, Steph's going to do whatever he wants to do, especially at this point when you're saying goodbye to some of his old buddies and things are uncertain. But it would make sense to me. It's a dance that every team has to do with its stars. Like, honestly, I think the Lakers probably would prefer that LeBron's not playing. I think the Clippers would probably prefer that Kawhi's not playing. But, those, again, are superstars. Andrew is not. And so I think the organization probably has a little more sway in that kind of situation.
Appreciate it. Hey, Sam, thank you so much as always. We're on top of everything you've written and you're going to write. I know you're down in Vegas. Thanks for your time, my man.
You got it. Thanks, guys.
All right, that's Sam Amick, and all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop?
Wow.
The Wiggins thing's interesting.
But Kirk Lacob told us, and maybe that's what was the mustard on his statement about, I kept saying, okay, why is he emphasizing he's staying in the Bay Area? Like, that might have been a mandate, Steiny.
Maybe. I think there's, and I'm not saying
Can you
it's
do that, though?
Nefarious. Can you do what?
Say you can't play for your country.
Yes, the team can do that. My understanding is that on most standard contracts, the team, if they want, can say you can't play in the Olympics or an international competition. I seem to remember Cuban, again, Mark Cuban, the owner of the Mavericks, a few years back, having this issue with Doncic, and he just said, you got to let these guys play. But maybe the Warriors don't want Wiggins to play because they want him in shape.
He's okay with that.
I don't know.
And here I go, just last thing about Wiggins. So now I got upset at Klay after the 2022 chip because Wiggins got broken off. And maybe they were looking at it like the dude shows a pulse one time and he gets the Benjamins, and look what's happened since. For Sam to say there's pretty much no market, life comes at you fast, and the dude has skills. That's the worst part of this.
Yeah.
And it's your problem.
Got to
22.
Just hasn't quite reached the potential that many thought he had.
No, he reached the potential. It's mental. Something upstairs is
that's why he's not reaching his potential. Something's keeping him from...
They paid you.
Something's keeping him from being the player he was 2 years ago.
Man.
Why was he...
that damn guy things would be so different.
Well, I mean, maybe you get that guy once every 11 years because that's about what you've gotten in his 11-year career. Let's go to Carlos. Carlos is in Napa. What's up, Carlos? How you doing?
Hey, what's happening, guys?
Hey.
First-time caller, long-time listener.
Sweet.
Sitting here in the parking lot. And one of the things that I've been meaning to call in is the commitment to physical fitness and
Carlos, you're breaking up. Just terrible.
Yeah. Carlos in the car.
Carlos looked like he wanted to talk about concern about the Warriors' conditioning. Rick Celebrini knows a little something about that. Passed it on to Macklin Celebrini.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Who declared he'll be a Shark?
He will.
Jersey in the cart.
By the way, can somebody explain to me out there who's a hockey fan?
I got you.
I'll bet you don't.
Let's go.
What's an entry-level contract?
Rookie contract.
As opposed to a normal contract.
Standard. Yeah. We're going to be at the Tank this year, though, Stoddy.
Well, you can speak
That
for
was his
yourself.
first interview on the Bay Area radio airwaves. I don't know if you know. Yeah, Evan closed that baby.
Is Guru right?
I'm for a fact. I saw some other people upset that we got him first.
Oh, no, I'm talking about there's no chance Guru's right about guessing about an entry-level contract, is he?
Well, it sounds pretty self-explanatory.
Dude, I'm like, wow.
It's almost like he's entering the league for the first time.
Yeah, but why don't they just so is every rookie in the league. Why isn't that first contract for NBA players called an entry-level contract? Mm-hmm.
Because they call it different names?
Okay, so it's a jargon thing.
Look at you.
It's just nomenclature.
I got to tell you and Evan,
Canadians
the listeners,
versus Americans,
something, Steiny.
I'm sorry, what?
I got to tell you, Evan, and the listeners something. I need some advice, just real quick here.
Okay.
So, Albanyas, friend of the show, he hates when we talk about our personal stuff. But that's what we do. We're family.
Okay.
Brushing my hair last night, saw a few grays. Went to Walgreens and got some tweezers.
Okay. Why don't you loan him to Draymond Green?
I don't have that. Boy.
What?
No, that's funny. But I'm older than him. It's just a couple, I could count them.
Okay.
But why would I go buy the tweezers to take them out?
Because you're vain.
Evan, I'm in the mirror like not shaving, taking grays.
You ever heard that the moment one gray pops, if you don't pluck it, it will spread?
Okay, Mia said if you pluck it, they come back more.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's what scared me. Mia said
old gray beard.
Hey, I'm ready. Sean Connery.
You're not ready.
Dark Connery.
You're not ready.
Dark Connery.
Dude, Draymond,
From The
though, I
Departed?
see his at the line. I'm like, Dre. But kudos to him. He ain't dying it like LeBron.
Or you.
No, I don't die.
Oh, you plucked it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I plucked tweezers.
Well, go get
Hands
some
shaking in
Grecian
the mirror.
formula. Does that work on...
I wouldn't know. Dude, I hate getting old, man.
Why? Embrace it.
Yeah, I'm be quiet.
Embrace it. Dude, you have never been better than you are right now.
Yeah. But then when you drive in the car, Evan and I, we bonded yesterday. Great conversation. Not an employee or worker. We had a real ass it wasn't tears.
About what?
Just life. Just life. His life and my life.
Okay, give me
my
one.
My life. I can't because it was special.
I know.
All right, but anyway.
It's about somebody's
I'm
girlfriend.
looking at him like
somebody's salary.
He's in the second quarter of his life, and hey, I'm blessed. I got the Klay. I got the ice on the knees.
Yeah, I'm in the fourth quarter. I don't know about
but
you.
You're golfing and I'm hooping, so technically we're not.
Well, you're barely hooping. But
No, I'm running
playing,
full court. We played this weekend, full court.
Yeah.
Number 4.
Yeah, I feel like I'm just starting the fourth quarter of my life.
Boy.
Oh boy, that's scary.
You up or down?
Well,
you're up. You got a head full of hair.
Leading
you're
or
up.
trailing?
The good news,
new hip,
is I don't think there's any doubt about it. If I'm entering the fourth quarter, I will be the clutch player of the year. Give me that Jerry West award right now. You know it, and I know it.
Oh,
go ahead, Evan. Hit me with a one-liner.
Number 1.
He doesn't have one. He doesn't have one. Thanks to Sam Amick. He appeared courtesy of the River Islands guest line. I got to tell you what's on my mind. I've been a little out of sorts this week.
Well, been in a good mood, man. It's going on a month.
And I brought this up last night at the summit, trying to make an analogy. This empty nest thing.
Oh boy, man!
Now you've gone through it.
It's real.
Oh God,
it is real, man.
So I got 2 daughters at home now, and today one of them's going back to London.
God.
Now the other one's then going to leave for college in about 3 weeks.
Oh man,
I need help.
Like it's emotional, man.
Oh my God,
it's like they're out of your life, but they're not. But when my daughter said she was having a ball, not to make it about my life, it made me feel better. But Steiny, dude, that's why you've been going home. You've been going straight home.
I know.
Not that we don't do anything, but
they're never going to live at home again.
Wow. Well, you can't say that.
Well, I hope, kind of in a way, I hope not,
You
right?
graduate school, you got to have what? Do you think you got a house?
Well, no.
They're going to come home.
Oh, no. The rules change once you leave the home for the first time.
So
you got to start charging it out of rent.
My older daughter lives in D.C.
Early. Yeah, okay.
That's the way that one was.
Yeah.
She's gone for now. My middle one is graduating from college in 2 weeks. They have a graduation in London, but she got a job in London.
Ooh, man.
So we're going to go over for graduation, but then she stays there.
That's where she's at right now.
Come home for 2 or 3 days, and then the little one goes to college.
Oh, my goodness. This is real.
I'm a wreck.
Yeah. I'll bring you a bottle of cognac I got at the house tomorrow.
I've been very melancholy.
Dude,
anybody out there, an empty
have.
nester, give me some words of assurance. Because it's hard to imagine. It's sneaking up on me, and it's going to be...
Boy, man.
It's transition.
Yeah.
It's a big transition.
Talk to Dibs. He had 2 that left.
Yeah, but he kind of skipped it because now he's got a 2-year-old.
Okay,
you know what I'm saying?
I forgot that. You're
now
right.
he's got a little one at home.
Yeah.
So I may need to lean on you, friend.
I'm right here for you.
Because you've gone through it.
Yeah, it hurt.
Very recently.
I'm going with her. I'll be off, not on a Thursday. Somebody said just for goose, not great. But I went back, and I'm going back here to drop her back when she goes back. But now they came back home. I'm like, I like it when it's empty.
Yeah, but it's going to be...
They don't know.
You're going to cry thug tears when you drop her off.
Oh, dude,
right?
it was...
Oh, I'm going to be a
No, it's real.
I got room on the couch for you.
Yeah, okay. Come on, let's let the 30-year-old make fun of us. With
I was
kids.
going to say, I'm here if you need a hug.
All right.
I just hate the
I'm going to go to goo on this one. Somebody who's...
older.
Somebody's, gone through it. Going through it.
It's real.
Empty nest is...
You would think they would have like a reality show about parents and how the spouse, how they get along after the kids. Empty nesters. We might be onto something.
Feels like it would be kind of a depressing series. But help me. Also, are the Warriors better? I'm telling you, I think they have a chance to be.
You don't have to ask that again.
Hey, if you missed any of yesterday's Warriors off-season summit, it is now pinned to the top of our Twitter page, so feel free to go check it out. It was great last night. We thank everybody who was there, people at Fremont Bank, all our listeners. Thank you so much. On the other side, 888-957-9570 is the number. And we'll play some of the Klay Thompson sound. He had his press conference in Dallas, talked about some Warrior things. We'll play that next on 95.7 The Game.
This Monday, our lineup is going to be jacked up.
how money changes the situation.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'm Goo.
You feeling good?
Goo, I'm getting, I just, something hit me like a ton of bricks. I've been so obtuse. I get it now. I get it.
Okay.
So, you know how I'm always, move on. It's Steph Curry, move on. You got to move on, move on. Okay,
They're heartless.
So, yeah, you know what? You're right. I think I found an analogy. So, Curry is to Warrior fans.
There we go.
Like my youngest daughter is to me right now.
Yeah, times 10.
So, if I could sign her to a 2-year contract to keep her in the house and push college back, I might do it.
Yep.
But would that be fair to her? She wants to blossom now.
But unlike Steph, she's not getting older.
She is.
Yeah, but you know what I mean.
I thought that meant you shipped the middle child to Dallas.
Evan, that's a 5.
I'll tell you what, I'd do that in a heartbeat. Go to London to Dallas. Should be a lot closer.
Man,
it's tough times.
Yeah, man. But blessings, Steiny.
You're right.
Just like Dublin Marge said, Goo, you earn those grays. Don't pluck them.
Yeah.
Are you looking at me? It's trying to see if you see something.
I can't see it from over here.
It's on the side.
My reading glasses are like
But you were looking like, boy.
Let's go to Skinny Bob.
Our guy.
Skinny Bob in El Granada. Hey, Skinny Bob, how you doing?
I'm doing great, guys. Hey, Steiny, I got some advice for you with all these daughters you got moving on.
Sure.
Hey, how about a pet? There's turtles, rabbits, dogs, and I think you're a caring person. I think that would fill a void. It did for me. I tell you, I did a golden retriever in 2002. I got 13 years, and now I got my cowboy husky. Couldn't have a better partner and a great walking partner. What do you think?
Yeah, I appreciate that, Skinny. We do have a dog, Rosie. She's wonderful, and she will be nice to have around, but boy, she's not one of my children. You know what I mean?
Well, I understand that, but I know you want your children to succeed, and there's going to be partners in their life, so you'll go through that. So you got a lot going. Hang on. Hey, one question. Did you guys ever play the Ritz or Ocean Colony?
No, we can't find Mike. The guy just disappeared. Great call. We can't find him, Skinny Bob.
Well, let me tell you, I'm going to go talk to the director at Ocean Colony. I think his name is Darren, and he's aware of Cowboy Bob. So I'm going to see if I can get a foursome for you guys out there.
Man.
And you know what, Skinny Bob? I want to honestly tell you a sincere thank you. I still am using the golf balls that you sent us a long time ago, and I haven't paid for a sleeve of golf balls, I don't know, in about 6-9 months. So I thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Well, you and others, and right now my son's unemployed, so I'm sending golf balls to recruiters, all that.
All right, well, don't forget about us.
And I'll get in touch with this guy at the golf course, and we'll see what happens.
There you go.
All right.
Thanks, Skinny.
Thanks, Skinny Bob. Appreciate it as always.
He deserved it. You should get a turtle, hamster.
Please. I'll tell you what we had once. Never again.
Did he get lost?
A guinea pig. Oh. They are filthy.
You weren't in the Bay.
What do you mean?
You didn't have a guinea pig in the...
One of my kids did. Dude, my kids went through...
But it lived in the house, right?
Well, it lived in a cage. But even still, they go to the bathroom and they kick out all those... that stuff that looks like when you sharpen a pencil.
No, Mia wouldn't allow that.
Yeah, well, I shouldn't have allowed it either. Let me tell you what else I shouldn't have allowed. A gecko.
Which is a what?
It's like a lizard.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness. I wouldn't sleep. What happened to the pig?
We got rid of it. Into the trash. I'm kidding. We gave it away, I think.
Well,
you know what? I have a newfound respect for Warrior fans. I'm starting to get what you're going through.
I know everything.
Thanks, Stan. You know what, Steph? I owe you an apology, too. I'd kill to have you around for a few more years.
Dude, Steph, man, he ain't happy. And you could tell he's not happy Klay is not here. That's what I got from Sam. I get it. Steph playing Obama, the presidential role, which he is. I get it. But it's, Steiny, I mean, it's hard to even say the dynasty's not done. That doesn't mean they're done winning. But let's be honest, it is. Well, one of the main characters is gone out of the movie. You know what I mean? Just
if you want to hold off.
Bob Myers is gone.
Yeah. Well, here's the way I look at it, Goog. Just to keep it going a little bit. What do you think about looking at it this way? All right, the dynasty's not necessarily over, even though it might be. But the dynasty as we know it is over because Klay's not here.
Playoffs?
Thank you.
Does Guru really think it was an oink pig? Yes.
No, it was a guinea pig. They're this big.
Oh, Stein.
Oh, boy.
I thought you had the big one out back, the boar or something. I was like, no, that's too much. I was going to tell you during the break. Oh, it was a baby
guinea pig.
Yeah, it's not an Arkansas
like,
Razorback.
You got a big backyard. I was like, no way. Then when you said use the bathroom, I'm like, if I'm a neighbor, oh my goodness. Okay, we got that straight. Help me out now.
Well, you know what? You would really put yourself under, people laughing at you. But people do have pigs as pets.
If I take the pig around back and come back with bacon, what happened to the pig?
I forgot about that.
Yeah, Jerry Jones.
You want to hear, so Klay Thompson, they introduced him at a press conference in Dallas today. And
what's his number, Evan? I hate his number.
31.
Why? Who hates numbers?
Give him 11. It's Kyrie's.
It is Kyrie.
Yeah.
Well, Doncic has a gross number, too.
No, he makes it. Murasan had 7-7, right? He makes his. Hey, I love Luka's number because he's badass.
You know what?
Luka made 7 deuce.
I know you're going to think I'm kidding here, but if I were Kyrie, I would have offered it to Klay.
I told Evan that. Why?
I think I would have.
Why are you saying? I told Evan
just out of respect. Out of respect,
because he used to wear
because he's won 4 titles, and just it would be a great gesture. A great gesture.
Damn.
Has Kyrie worn 11 his whole career?
No, he used to be number 2.
Oh, well,
he wore 11 starting in Boston and then in Brooklyn.
What?
And then he changed his number from 2 to 11 from last year to this most recent year.
That's weird.
Can I ask a question? How do you know that off the top of your head?
We talked about it earlier, but he knew it.
I know, but okay.
I don't know.
How many different numbers has?
Why do you know every Bob Dylan album before 18 or 1975?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Hey.
Freudian slip.
Kobe only had 2 numbers. Jordan had 2.
Jordan had 23 and 45.
Yep.
I know you're going to think
45 was nasty.
Hold on. I know you're going to think I'm kidding. Kobe. 8. Oh, 8 and 24.
Oh,
8 and 24.
I was going to get some. Paul George is 8 in Philly.
Well,
Lower Marion, and I loved when he said, "I got goosebumps." Kobe was my idol. I was like, "Damn."
I really think that's a differentiator. Like if you only had 1 number, then you're better than anybody who's had 2. So like Bird had 1 number.
Yeah.
So he's better than Kobe.
No. When you have multiple, that's when you're doing something.
Oh, gotcha.
Especially both of them are retired.
Yep.
Both of them are retired.
And Curry, what he did for 30. Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, it'll probably be retired. Yeah. Oh, but Klay Thompson did a press conference in Dallas. Let's go. What did it feel like to leave the Warriors? This is Klay Thompson.
Probably a little disappointed at first, but then as time goes on, you have a lot of time to reflect and you realize what you did. They can't take that away from you as far as the championships records are meant to be broken, but the impact you have on a community and all that will forever live. And sometimes, breakups are necessary to do what's right. And I'm not the first athlete in the NBA to go through this. I did grow up in Portland, and I remember when Scottie Pippen came to the Blazers, that was like the biggest day of my life. And I'm not saying I'm Scottie, but they were right there against the Lakers, almost won a chip. So I take a lot of inspiration from past athletes and how their careers might have gone astray when they either left the team or joined a new team, and some guys thrive, and I look forward to just kind of being rejuvenated here and playing a lot of good basketball left in the tank.
I felt like he was at peace. Go ahead, say what.
No,
I really felt like Scottie Pippen, that meant something to him. I love memories. I felt like a burden was lifted off his shoulders.
That kind of hit me in a way. He's gone.
Wow.
Like that's what he's gone and he's moved on.
That's what happened.
And you're like, that's where you hear Klay talk like that and you're like, I love that guy.
He's looking forward to it.
He was so cool.
Yeah. And the text line is great. 31 equals 3 plus 1.
Okay.
4 rings.
Why didn't he go 22 or 13?
Might be taken.
Or 4.
I hate when you do this.
Or 40.
Number 4.
Or you know what?
Taken.
What if he asked for 112? Get it?
Yeah.
Okay. You want to hear more Klay?
Yep.
Okay, let's hear more Klay. About moving on.
Whether you play basketball or work in the corporate world or whatever industry, sometimes change just can spur greatness, and a new change of scenery can do wonders. And I'm very grateful for my time at Golden State. I just felt like, moving on could just re-energize me and do something special for the rest of my career. And Dallas was so attractive because of the young players they have, the style of play, the world-class treatment these players get from this organization, and just a beautiful city who loves their hoops. So when I was watching the playoffs and I'm watching the Mavs, make a run for the championship, I just saw myself fitting in really well with this team and the personnel, and they look like they have fun playing with each other and they play for each other, and that was very attractive for me, and that's really all I needed to see, and there's mutual interest there, and that's why I'm here.
Wow. I'm rooting for the Mavericks. I think we all are if the Warriors can't get it done, right? How can we not?
888-957-9570 is the number.
You overwhelmed a little bit, emotional. Your girl's leaving in Klay. That got to you. I'm not mad.
There's a little difference.
Yeah, well, obviously. But
the son he never had.
Yeah. That hit you.
Well, if I could have if any of the big three could be my son. Well,
Draymond.
Hey, Steiny, your daughter could marry any one of the big three.
Come on. Steph.
Yeah.
Shocked you talking to me.
Yeah, you're out. Draymond's out.
Oh, boy. We love
Draymond's out. It would be between Klay.
The Rockets coming out to play.
In a way, though, I would like to be, I'd be that player's father-in-law.
Yeah.
I think it'd be more fun to have Klay as a son-in-law than Steph.
Yeah.
Yeah, just more fun. Plus,
yeah,
Klay's got a boat we could go out on.
Yeah.
Klay's what? Klay's not married. What is he? 30, 34. No, it's 20, 22, 23.
Yeah, he's got the little Derek Jeter thing going with who he's dated. Yeah, they can pod of who he's dated. Couple actors. You know
what? Let's wait till Klay retires at about 37, 38, and who knows? Grace
I was 32 when I had my
26, 27.
How old were you?
What?
When you had your first child? I was 32. I was old. My friends were like, what's wrong with you?
Hold on, 30.
Like, damn.
59, 34.
2 years older than me.
Yeah. Yeah.
We were old dad. We're old heads.
Closing in.
Oh, boy. And Dibs got a 2-year-old. He winning. That is great.
Yeah. So
it's only a number.
Somebody on the text line, I wish I remembered, said something. I like this. Instead of calling it empty nest, say you're a free bird. Get it?
Yeah.
Because I liked it.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying it doesn't supersede empty nest. Empty nesters. You know
but it's a different way to look at it. Empty nest feels sad. Free bird sounds happy.
People really thought I thought the pig was a big pig. Come on.
Well, you're on your own on that one.
Evan, come on. If I take the pig around back and come back with bacon, what happened to the pig?
If I have to be honest, whether you thought it was a real pig or not, I don't know. I'm not sure.
If you had to bet. Come on, Steiny.
I don't want to have to bet on that. I don't want to have to bet on that.
Klay is gone, man.
Yep. Here's more Klay Thompson. Let's just take a listen, because Klay's fun to listen to in these situations.
At this point in my career, still can't leave me open, and I can guard, and I'm just excited. I still think I can do what I've been able to do, and it's just about being in the best shape I can possibly be, but I know I can help this team, whether it's the knowledge I've gained or big scoring nights. I just still know I can be a very, very good player in this league.
Oh, boy.
Oh, man, I love it, man.
He sounds like he's better already.
Dude, like there's a burden lifted, man. He's out of the darkness, with the skeletons.
Oh, by the way, the 415 on the Xfinity Mobile text line is correct. I heard this. Forget where I heard it, but I've heard this. Klay chose 31. It had a lot to do with Reggie Miller.
Oh, wow.
Reggie Miller, who also wore 31, and Klay idolized or he loved Reggie Miller. Reggie Miller,
and you wore what
LA.
number in college? I was 34 in high school.
I had many numbers.
Because I played tough.
I wasn't married to one number. I wasn't that type of guy.
Okay, give us the number you wore.
I wore
John
a million
Sally.
Like what year?
The last year.
I mean, I don't want to be a jerk, but what year?
So you never had a number like Bird and Mad 32, 33.
1967.
Oh, boy.
That's not funny. I would have preferred
for a year.
I would have preferred if you would have said sophomore year in high school, junior year in college.
All right, varsity.
Senior.
Varsity.
What varsity? I played varsity high school and college. What year? What?
Oh, boy.
Be more specific.
First. What was your college number, Steiny?
What year?
You changed every year?
Yes.
Why?
Just told.
That's why you didn't make it.
Because I was never married to a number.
It was just nothing to you, huh?
I'm Buddhist. I don't really need attachments.
Wow.
So
then an empty nest should fit you fine.
Man.
Okay, so I know my numbers each year.
Freshman year.
I'm bothered they changed everything.
Freshman year? High school or college?
College.
You remember, though.
Yeah, freshman year I can't remember because
my God.
I was on JV and varsity. I played both my freshman year.
Do you have different numbers for both?
Real ballers have numbers.
They were different uniforms.
Relaford was 24. Silk Basie was 23. I was 34.
Believe it or not, 2 years, once
10.
in college and once in high school, I wore 52 and 53.
That's why you don't have. Oh my God, those are Evan. What was your
my senior year in high school?
52.
Yeah,
that is nasty
for a point guard. That's why I did it. That's how I remember why I did it. Now I brought something.
That's not a very slimming number.
That is nasty.
Oh, your boy was in shape.
Big offensive lineman number.
I brought this up a while ago, and they don't have this in like where I went to high school a long, long time ago. We had home jerseys and away.
Yeah, we had 3. We had the extra one.
But home numbers were even numbers, and away uniforms were odd
I got a
numbers.
headache. Ours never changed.
Well, that's
like
because,
the pros.
Well, that's because when two teams played each other, it was easier to distinguish fouls because one team's always going to have even numbers on their uniform, and one team's always going to have odd.
I thought the color was for that.
That's part of it. It can.
Let's end this. This 52. Hey, Logan had red, home whites, and black in the pavilion. Who that? Who that say they gonna beat Jace Logan? Who that?
Everybody.
And then the band will be done, and I come running out layups. They go to the bench.
Who didn't beat Logan?
Then we went to the.
You can stop right there.
No, we went to the Coliseum. Gary Payton and Kevin Mouton. It
was a holiday
went to
tournament,
Oregon
probably.
from Union City. One of the greatest clashes ever at the Coliseum.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And how many did you have that night?
I wasn't on the team. I was a freshman.
I'm sorry.
Damn.
Well, you weren't on the JVs? As a ninth grader?
Hey, Evan, I was on the team, man.
Let's go to James. James in Palo Alto. Hey, James. How you doing?
Hi, guys.
Hey.
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure. Hey.
I think Klay leaving was very emotional for many of us. But I've been wondering what you think, or if he's given any indication, or has Jason Kidd given any indication on how they'll use him? Do you think he'll be a starter? Will he be a game finisher? Will he be first man off the bench? Will it cause Kyrie to be the pure point guard, or maybe Luka move to a power to a 3 and Klay a 2? How do you think they'll use him to get the best use out of him?
It's a good question. That's a real good question. I have no idea. Let me look at that roster.
Derrick Jones Jr. was the started small forward in the finals for the Dallas Mavericks. I imagine that'll be Klay Thompson.
He's gone now, right?
Yeah. That's Klay Thompson.
Let me look at this roster.
Klay Thompson will start, Steiny.
Najee Marshall is the other one they signed.
Gafford doesn't play his position. Oh, I'll tell you who they have. Jalen Hardy ain't bad.
No, he's not.
He's a 6'4" guard. Maxi Kleber will never play ahead of Klay. Stinks. They have Dante Exum. Clay's going to play.
Yeah, I think he's going to start.
Clay's going to play.
Yeah, had they had that Klay in the finals, I know Dumas disagreed. Steiny, Dallas just couldn't buy a bucket. The others could not make a three when that cut it to 6. One cut it to 3. Clank, clank, clank. Now they got Klay. Spray Klay.
Why would he go somewhere where he wasn't going to start?
Man.
Because he'd want to win. That would be a sign that he really wants to win one more.
No, Steiny, I think he's going to start. And I think they got him to be a starter.
I'm not saying he's not. I don't know.
When his mentals are right, Klay, the sky's the limit. And he averaged 39% from 3 with all this baggage that was going on here.
Yeah. His own baggage.
But golfing with your boss who doesn't bring up your contract status.
Well, that really bothers you.
Oh, dude, Steiny, just think about it. If Nahegan called you and said, let's go to dinner or meet me somewhere, you're driving and telling Susan and whoever will listen, your daughter's in college, hey, I'm going to meet my boss to talk about the rat on the table. And even if Klay didn't get what he wanted to hear, it's a beautiful ending to a beautiful movie. But to go golf, and hey, see you later. Like I said yesterday, I would have been in the car, text him, hey, I'm still in the car. I'm at the light. Do you need me to come back? Did we forget to talk about Steiny? That's a score. Denzel in glory.
I don't want to go too deep in the weeds.
I'm being real with that.
But to me, it's okay. He didn't do that.
Move on, Joe.
In a way,
he did.
That's part of who Joe Lacob is. To tell you the truth. Well, why? Okay, this the way I always look at things is okay. Why didn't Joe Lacob bring up the contract? Exactly. He either wanted to and didn't.
Okay. I find that highly unlikely.
Okay. Maybe he never was gonna.
Okay.
But he just wanted to play golf.
Can you understand or just put yourself in Klay's shoes? Yeah. It's not the answer of me coming back. How about Klay? You've been
but awesome. He didn't. I get that. He should have. Yeah. It's surprising he didn't.
If you were Klay, would you be like, wow?
Yes and no. I'm more interested in why you think he didn't.
Because that type of act coming from your boss who you've broken bread and built a dynasty with, that's crushing.
Right.
To not even, at least just tell me I'm not part of the future.
The question is, why? Put yourself in Lacob's spot. Why didn't he?
That is my $1 million question.
Well, let's examine it on the other side.
And Draymond went to dinner and had sandwiches.
Okay. Well, that's how you get inside a person and you start figuring out what really makes them click. I don't know, Warrior fans. Why didn't Joe Lacob bring up the contract when they played golf in May?
Crazy.
What's that?
No, I'm with Evan.
Crazy?
Phrasing. We can explain it.
Oh, on the other side. Look, download that app.
John Sally.
Directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer today.
I root for Africa.
This Monday, our lineup is going to be...
I am scared of Willard. It's okay to acknowledge things. I'm scared of Willard.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I think it's a fascinating question.
Man.
If it's true, and I can only assume it is because it was reported, and I'll just ask you this, Goo. According to reports, and we've talked about it before, but we've thought it's unusual, but why in May, weeks before free agency, a month or so before free agency, why would Joe Lacob invite Klay Thompson to golf in LA and not bring up the contract?
I'll never.
Why not?
It's maddening. I don't know. And I'm going to say this to that. We saw the goodbye presser from Bob Myers, and I'm taking him at his word. Joe Lacob act like that was the first time he even thought that Bob was leaving. So I don't know. And Joe Lacob, I can't argue with what he's done. But when you talk about treating people, especially ones that you climbed great heights, there has to be an ending, and this sounds like not only on the golf course was that subject not broached, there never was, hey, let me speak to you in my office, Klay. You know, we had a good run. How does that not happen? I don't know. We're not talking about Ian Clarks of the world, and I love you. We're talking about Klay Thompson, but then on the flip side, after you break bread with Draymond, who drives to your house, and you guys watch Netflix or do whatever, he comes out, gets in his car, 4 years, 100 milli, but Klay Thompson can't even get a goodbye, or you know what? We're moving on. I love you. But Draymond's like a brother to Joe. He's quoted as saying that. But how does Klay not? Remember, I kept telling you, I went to Philadelphia. The brotherly love, Klay's going to be able to play that credit card. He didn't have it from Joe.
We don't know that. I got it. Let me
you
tell
don't treat brothers like that on the golf course and not talk about your future.
Well, hold on. What if I have an explanation? You ready?
You didn't give it to the guy.
What if I have an explanation? Joe Lacob and the Warriors were prepared to move on from Draymond Green. Draymond Green proactively drove to Lacob's house and told Joe Lacob, unprompted, how much he wanted to be a Warrior. Maybe Joe Lacob invited Klay Thompson to golf. What if Lacob was thinking, this will be Klay's opportunity to tell me how much he really wants to be here, and for whatever reason, he didn't.
What? I'm not just doing this for effect. Steiny, that's the first, raise it. But what does that mean? I got to have you come over.
I can't tell you what it means. I just can tell you maybe that's a scenario.
I think these guys are wow. I'm blown away. But, wow. I got to give you that. Or you just treated him the wrong way. Well, I wouldn't. Steiny, come on. Could you imagine our boss doing that to one of us? I don't care who it is. That's just not a Burger King, man. You don't treat loved ones like that. And Klay was a loved one.
I know you're going to think this is a crazy explanation, and that's fine. And I'm not saying it's the case. But maybe, in a way, Lacob was kind of oblivious. How, Steiny? That's crazy. Well, maybe by that time, Klay, or rather Lacob, knew it was pretty much over, and it was just almost more symbolic. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to just, my way of kind of saying thank you and maybe we'll have a chat, and it never happened, but good to see you. I don't know.
Let me ask you this.
I don't have an answer for that.
I want a numeric answer from you. How many times do you think Joe and Klay got face-to-face to talk about his future?
0.
That's
you mean over the course of the season?
Yeah, no, just
well, in fairness, that's what your agent is for.
Well, Draymond bypassed his agent when he went down to one-on-one.
And he's in the vast minority of people who do that. And he probably, as I think we can all agree, had an ulterior motive.
And you didn't say, Goo, I think you're wrong, but you do find it peculiar if this is how it went down, that I would invite you to a golf course.
It's weird, yeah.
And we've been together for I drafted you. We've won 4 chips. I've seen your darkest days. I can't even give you the proper goodbye.
Yeah, I don't know. Yes, it
that would. Hey, Stoney, that would hurt me like all outdoors.
And maybe again, I don't know. It's to me, it is a mystery. It's weird. It's weird if it's true, and I do believe it's true. Wow. Maybe Lacob wanted Klay.
You think?
Maybe that was Lacob's way of giving Klay an opportunity to tell him what Draymond told him.
And Klay wasn't about that life because that's why he told Steph, don't go. If I got to get it by you guys having to go talk to him, I don't want it.
There you go. Mike's in Santa Clara. Hey, Mike. How you doing?
Good, guys. Good talking to you again. Look, here's my theory about it.
Okay.
The conversation did happen, but it was before the golf day. They had the conversation, especially after what happened within the playoffs. You know, I'm not going to say like just because he went 0 for 0, etc. I'm not saying that's the case, but you had to know that Lacob and Klay, and who knows, maybe even Steph and Dre were in on some sort of like, you know, inside conversation with Lacob about it. Who knows?
Right.
I doubt it. But at the same time, you're going to have to look at it as we're going to try to honor you as much as possible with giving you the amount of money. But I still think Klay was offended, and maybe it has something coming off the bench as well. Who knows?
Yeah.
We don't know. At the same time, I think the golf game was a personal goodbye between Lacob and Klay at this point. I think that's what it was. Go ahead, Steiny.
No, I don't disagree with that.
Real quick, let me jump in. When is a goodbye ever completed without saying goodbye?
That's a good question, Goo. And honestly, I think the goodbye was already done. I think this was just more of a formality at this point.
I could see that being a scenario, Mike. I could. Thanks for the call.
Here I go, Steiny. This is fascinating. Do you think Lacob might have been offended that Klay turned down that 2 for 48?
Well, I don't know.
But it could have started there from Lacob if that could have set him off to where, dude, what?
I mean, I don't know what happened, but I do think there's a scenario in which maybe Mike's right. In essence, at that point, Joe thought it was over pretty much and figured out Klay knows it's over because we haven't talked all year. He turned down the offer. We never gave him any other offer. We both are grown men here.
Hold on, you're forgetting the 2 for 20, the 2 for 40 that came back from Klay's camp.
Well, again, if that's true, and Klay said, I'll go 2 for 40, and the Warriors never got back to him, Lacob may have viewed that as, yeah, okay, we both know it's over. I didn't respond. He knows we didn't respond. Wow. It's over. We both know it. So come down, have golf, and let's shake hands at the end, and good luck in free agency. We don't have to talk about anything. Like, there was no last-ditch effort to make.
Christmas Day should be Warriors at Dallas or Dallas at Golden State. That should be his when he comes back, should be on one of those opening night or Christmas Day.
Yeah. I mean,
wow.
I don't like
your scenario. I'm not.
Well, there's no scenario that.
Yeah, but that's cold. I don't. That's too cold for me. But I don't like that ending of, yeah, we're not going to talk about it, but we know what it is. Hell nah. That's why the dude's in another uniform. And I'm not saying he should have got his chips, but treat the guy with some respect and dignity to say, Steiny, it's been a great run. Look around, man. We just can't give you what you need. We can't have you as we're at the end. Boys to men, the end of the road.
But Goo, that's the point.
Give a hug, embrace, or a dap.
Right. That's the point. We all would have expected that to happen. Yeah. Of course, that's what we all thought would happen. So my question is, why didn't it? What is it about Joe Lacob, where he was golfing with Klay Thompson in late May, and he didn't bring it up? Why didn't Klay bring? I mean, I get why Klay maybe never brought it up, but it is weird. It's very strange. And here's what I'm interested in. What do Warrior fans think of that? Because maybe some Warrior fans out there say, there's no way that happened.
No, they're on here saying they can't believe that nothing was discussed. Like, And when you're a boss, Steiny, you like, to me, the owner, and I drafted you, and I should know that you want to stay here and you battle back all through the darkness with your injuries. I'm going to at least give you that convo to tell you it's a wrap, Saran.
I actually think part of it could be, or one explanation could be, that Laker did think it was over. And it was just a gesture. Like, it was his gesture of, look, let's hit some golf balls down in Riviera. We're not going to discuss your contract. We all know what's going on there. Let's just play some golf.
This is our version of goodbye.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, if anybody else, like, this is one of those things where I do wonder how fans feel, because maybe there's some fans out there that say, I can't believe these guys are talking about this because there's no way it happened. I don't know. I think it did happen.
I mean,
meaning they never
spoke.
spoke.
Yeah.
And then, why not? I mean, it does. It's weird.
Okay.
If somebody can explain it to me, I'm all ears.
I want to add something else to this. So you use the word weird. I'm right with you. I got to go to this because we saw it in real time. Joe Lacob on the Bob Myers going away presser basically told the world he got wind of Bob trying to leave. So I bring that up to say is maybe that's a mechanism within Joe to where, like, Bob's probably looking there and he did look like, what the, do you really believe that? And whatever got Lacob to believe that was just happening or he didn't get wind of it may have something to do with his thought process in, I'm giving Klay the proper treatment in his mind, but he's not. That was, if I'm Klay Thompson and I'm his daddy, girl, whatever, Steiny, the Warriors did me dirty. And maybe they didn't do it on purpose, but the way I was handled was an insult. And the slam dunk on that is going golfing and not even the subject, not even coming up. My God, I don't wish that on my worst enemy.
I have another theory, possibility, following up on what you said. Let's say it's true that Lacob didn't see Myers leaving like he said. Okay, fair. What if this golf event or this golf match, they played golf in late May, it wasn't over at that point. They still had all of June to possibly do something into free agency. Maybe Lacob was, in a way, as oblivious about Klay as he was about Myers, if what he said about Myers is true. And maybe Lacob was just like, yeah, I'm going to invite Klay to go golfing, and you know what? We still have a month, and maybe we'll be able to figure it out. But I think we can get Klay back. But I'm just going to golf with him down in L.A. because that's my way of being respectful. I don't know.
I would hope it would be that.
Yeah. I find that very, very fascinating. And then what does it matter in the long term?
Uncle Looney says Goo acts like he was on the 4th on the golf course. You don't know what was said. But it was reported, right, Uncle Looney, that by people in the know that the contract subject matter did not come up. And my wife would have told me, what the hell you going golfing? You better talk about that contract or your future. And it's okay to talk about it. But he's left without really having that one-on-one.
Sometimes it's easier to do it that way.
Well, I'm married. Mm-hmm. I've had many of relationships, and I'm the guy, when I end it, I don't ghost you. I owe you, hey, it's not you, it's me. But it's over. I don't do that. They ghosted him if this stuff is true. Klay, I'm rooting for you. You gotta be hurt.
510 on the Xfinity Mobile text line. Klay doesn't seem to be the type to discuss his contract anyway. I completely agree with that. Like, I can totally understand.
Well, he told Richard Jefferson on the Christmas Day game coming off the elevator, tell him to pay me my money. I hear you. But
I'm talking about the golf.
He said that to Richard.
I'm talking about the golf. Like, this one scenario I could see very easily is Klay not bringing it up, because I don't know that I would either. I mean, I would assume I'm going golfing with the owner, and he would be the one to bring it up.
Yeah.
He's the employer. And maybe Klay, I don't know that I would bring it up either if we're getting to 15 or 16 late in the round, and it's like, wow, it's obvious like nothing's going on here today. I mean, it's easy. Like, maybe you would have been like, Joe, what's going on? I would have been like, oh my God, this is weird, but whatever. I'll leave after 18, and I'll be looking at other teams.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Now, if that went down, which I believe it did, that's what prompted Klay to say, you know what, Curry, Dre, don't even bother, because what signal I was sent was I am not wanted.
Mm-hmm. Very possible. Very possible.
But, okay, because then people won't think Then how does Draymond's?
I told you I told you, Draymond went to Lacob and told him, I want to be here, I want to be here, I want to be here.
And I don't get mad at Dre for doing that too.
And Lacob gave in.
Don't get fed.
What if Lacob said, you know what, Goo? We knew Draymond wanted to be here. We knew Klay didn't.
Wow.
Period. End of story. That's why I signed Draymond to 4 years. In fact, Goo, what kind of a player, other than one with unbelievable dedication, or somebody that wants to be here so bad, he drove to my house. Wow. That's how much he wanted to be a Warrior.
I respect Dre for that.
I go golfing with Klay. He doesn't once tell me he wants to be here.
Oh, man.
I don't know. Shaka in Berkeley.
Our guy.
It's going to be a mystery, I think, but I get it.
Hey, man.
Hey, Shaka.
Hey. How y'all doing?
Man, give us the real. Yeah.
Yeah. Right, I didn't say how man, but I know $200 million is $250 million almost. That's 250. So he's paid him a king's ransom, man. He changed his life, man. We also want to say that, man. And also, he had the opportunity, man, to say, hey, man, like you said, a closed mouth don't get fed, a closed book don't get read. He didn't, by not saying what he wanted, like Draymond did. Draymond went down there and put it on the table and said, this is what I want. This is what I want for my family. Then another guy goes to the same type of opportunity and doesn't say anything. Man. So he gives that he doesn't want to be here. So, through the soaking and all that. So it probably was like, hey, man, I did all the best I could do for you. I tried my best. We won four chips, man. Let's leave it like it is, man. You know what I mean? Good memories, man. So I also think, man, Pods and the center Dunleavy got, and also Dunleavy's doing a great job, man. People are getting on him.
Yeah, I
heard that Steve Kerr doesn't like Brandon Ingram. I heard that. I saw an article saying that's what's holding that up. And I would think that would be very selfish for him to hold a great player that we need up over some personal, antics. And thank y'all, man.
Thank you, Shaka.
Yeah, I'm going to respect Draymond on that, Steiny. If you're right, and that might have moved, obviously it did Lacob's needle to be like, dude's telling me how much he wants to be here. But just like you talked about your three daughters, they're all different. Right. So if I'm the parent, I know I'm not going to expect Donovan to do something a little different. They're different. I have to know what time it is as the owner. I'm Joey Lightyear.
What if you're a bad dad? I mean, I'm serious. Like, what if you didn't read the room right? Wow. It's possible. Parents are imperfect. I don't know the answer. I'm not saying anybody's right or anybody's wrong. I am telling you that's a detail of this entire story that doesn't add up. And if it's true, there is, what do you make of it?
Yeah. If this were a movie and this was the script and you were a writer, I'd ball it up and tell you, this is not the ending I wanted. You go back in the lab and come out. I want to see Klay be told where at the end is great, dap, hug, a shot, and you take off.
Maybe this is also another indication that Lacob is a killer.
Ooh.
You don't have to... invite Klay Thompson. He's leaving, but he's he played here.
It feels like
for
that's
13
how it went
years.
down.
And let's go play some golf and have a good life. There's nothing to talk about. I don't know. Do you?
Man,
it's a tough one. It's tricky.
And I know Lacob's he can't worry about Klay now. He's focused on getting the team back.
All I know is if Lacob invites Curry to go golfing in August, Curry shouldn't take him up on.
Boy.
Let's go to Luke in Hayward. Hey, Luke. How you doing, man?
Doing good. How are you guys doing?
All right.
Good. How are you?
I tell you, man, I'm good. Thank you. Must have been like the elephant in the room, man. That day must have been awkward for the both of them, I think like both of them are kind of waiting for the other one to say something, and no one ever said anything about it, you know?
Yeah.
So I personally think that day must have been super awkward for both of those guys to be playing golf and knowing what the situation was, and nobody's saying anything. I mean, that's kind of hard to believe, right?
It is hard to believe.
It's incredible to believe.
I mean, if you played 18 holes, I mean, you know, you got to have a conversation about something. That's a lot of holes. 18 takes a lot of time to play golf. I mean, why didn't it come up? That's what I'm, trying to figure out. Why did it not come up? You know?
Yeah.
So who's to know? And we'll probably never know unless someone comes out and actually says something about it. Okay, thanks for taking my call, guys.
Thank you, Luke.
So when do you think, Stoney? Not to put you on the spot. When do you think this relationship soured? Because to me, it had to.
A year ago.
When?
Maybe two. Well, like this is
or
where,
is it 2022 when Wiggins and Poole got paid?
Those are the clues we have. Wow. 2 years ago, then it exacerbated a year later. I mean, I got to believe this is true. And the reason I think it's true is because I'm looking at this story from July 3rd from Ramona Shelburne and Kendra Andrews.
Okay.
And the first words of the story are Riviera Country Club in Pacific Palisades is one of those places in LA where every room has a famous Hollywood story. It's the lead to the story. 6 weeks ago, the club's famous golf course was the site of the end of the Golden State Warriors' 13-year marriage to Klay Thompson.
All the magic that happened in that vessel, and you were the one that Milton went and met your boss, and the subject didn't even come up.
Like, let me throw this to Evan. I mean, the reason I assume this is true is because it wasn't just dropped in as a nugget in the story. The whole lead was built on these two guys played golf, the contract didn't come up, and it was an indication that it was either over by then or over at that point.
Well, that's why I thought it was so well written, because it essentially set up the fact that nothing could be done. Like it was irreparable by the time that they played golf together. And that's probably why they didn't talk about it, because both of them had an understanding that it was time.
Yeah, and maybe both were going there and thinking maybe one of them or the other could throw a Hail Mary, and they realized halfway through the game that, you know what, it just doesn't look like you want me, and it's not really me wanting to be here anymore.
Yeah, I'd be more curious of why Lacob asked him in the first place. Because if you're Klay, it's obligatory. Like, you can't say no.
Because it just sounds like there's no volume. That was well said. There was no volume for us to backtrack for the two to be together and then decide it's over. It's like a game of ping pong, but I'm not getting any volume on a conversation that was had previously, if Evan is right, that they met knowing it was over. Well, when did you talk? When did you know it was over? It sounds like they didn't.
Yeah, that's how you know it's over.
The owner and Klay, what they've done and what he's meant, that's not how you end. On mute.
Well, maybe that's the way Joe Lacob does business. I don't know. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's a fascinating, I wouldn't even say tidbit. Go back and read this story from July 3rd. It's fascinating if true, and I got to believe it. Like, Ramona Shelburne does not write the first 5 paragraphs of a story if what she's writing might not have happened. I'm sorry. They played golf and they didn't talk about it. If you missed any of yesterday's Warriors Summit, don't forget it's pinned atop of our Twitter page. So you can go and hear everything from the summit last night at Fremont Bank. It was so much fun. 888-957-9570 is the number. If you want to jump in, why didn't Klay and Lacob address the rat on the table that became an elephant on 95.7 The Game?
He's too old. This Monday, our lineup is going to be...
he's like legit authentic and one of the nicest people on the planet, Steph Curry.
Right beneath Jesus. I mean,
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
As Yul Brynner said in The King and I, 'tis a puzzlement.
I got something from you. This is profound. You
From
tell
me or for me?
For you.
Okay.
For you all.
Sure.
This is from my boy Tone, out of nowhere.
Okay.
This kind of hit me. A goodbye doesn't always have to be said. It's felt.
Profound.
But
Who's
I don't buy that. Speak to me and tell me what's up.
Well, that's
that can
you.
go 90 different ways.
But not everybody's like you. I mean, that's you, and I respect
Klay
that.
deserved a goodbye from his owner.
There's no doubt we agree with that.
Okay.
But he didn't get it. I'm more focused on what?
All right.
So here's what we're talking about. It came up, and I've always thought it was one of the fascinating things of this Klay Thompson situation that apparently in May, he golfed with Joe Lacob in L.A., and the contract was not brought up. And it was a piece that kind of didn't add up, but I went back and I read the story on ESPN, Ramona Shelburne and Kendra Andrews, and the whole story was built off a round of golf where it was never discussed. Now, let's compare that, because you brought this up, to what happened with Draymond Green. And here's what Joe Lacob himself said last offseason when Draymond Green was in a similar spot.
I was pretty convinced he'd be back, to be honest. But to sit here and I can't lie. I mean, there was a possibility he could have left, certainly. He had another opportunity that, he's talked about possibly to move. But I think he wanted to be back and we wanted to be back. And, we had the resources to do it. It just had to make sense. Mm-hmm. And he came to my house. We had a long discussion about it, one-on-one. I was pretty convinced we're going to be able to get it done.
Wow. Draymond Green,
not mad at the hustle,
went to Lacob's house. Who knows if he was invited or not? Sounds to me like Dray may have just shown up, but nevertheless, doesn't matter. But maybe Lacob wanted to hear something like that from Klay. I don't know. But it's a window.
Wow.
It's a window. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't have an explanation. How important do you think it is in the grand scheme of things?
I think it hurt Klay to the core. It would cut me to the core. And again, it's not about are you gonna retain my services? It's about, damn, we did 14 years together, man. 4 championships. You drafted me.
Okay.
You watched me through the darkness, and you're gonna call me to this golf course. To hell with some effing golf. Let's talk about life. Is this a divorce? If this is true, he deserved better.
Well, okay, hold on.
That's all.
This is always what I mean. Let's look at it through Lacob's prism.
Yeah.
Okay, if all the stuff we heard is correct, this started 2 years ago when Klay didn't get an extension after the championship.
Yep.
Okay, something's building there. Then last year, he offers Klay 2 years and 48, and Klay feels that's disrespectful. Over the course of that 2-year period, there's not a lot of communication, and maybe Lacob's like, I'm going to take Klay out to golf and just whatever, hear him out. And guess what? Lacob looks at it and says, not one time in the last 2 years did Klay ever say, I want to be here. Maybe Lacob was waiting for that and never heard it and just said, you know what? He never told me with conviction that he wanted to be here like Draymond did.
But what about the one night last season after the game, he got so reflective. I forget what game it was where he was saying, you know what? It's about the big three. I love being a Warrior. Like, did he have to do that? Just the silhouette of who Klay Thompson is, that should be enough.
Lacob's the owner.
Well, okay.
I'm just listening. I'm playing devil's advocate.
I'm just going 2 out of 3 departures. Bob Myers, it was odd. For you to say you don't know that, or you just got wind of it was odd. I'll just say that. And then to have Klay, even if you're right, Steiny, but not have that great goodbye. And I know life's not a movie, but come on, and Klay's in another uniform because I don't think it was about what happened, but it was about the silence being deafening, man. He deserved better.
Yeah, maybe Joe Lacob thought Klay's silence was deafening. And I'm not saying one guy's right, one guy's wrong. I'm trying to make sense of it.
And about what you said about 2022, they didn't hold it against Draymond when he was barking about Wiggins and Poole getting paid.
Well, maybe because Draymond said he wanted to be a Warrior.
Wow.
610, Guru, you're getting upset about speculation. None of this is confirmed. You're wrong, 610. That's my point. The ESPN article devoted its first 6 paragraphs to the fact that these two guys golfed and it was never brought up.
Wow.
I am sorry, but there's no way a reporter
big time
starts a story like that, builds a story around that without it being right. I absolutely believe that they played golf and it was never brought up.
And that's astounding to me.
It is.
I appreciate you saying that.
Of course it is.
You get how some people could be like, wow. But imagine if you're Klay.
Imagine if you're Lacob. That's the point, Goo. Imagine if you're Lacob. He has his way to look at. I'm not saying Lacob's right.
But you think he could be somewhere right now thinking Klay didn't tell me enough that he wanted to be a
You're
dub.
operating under the prism that you always do, that Lacob owes Klay something. That you operate under prism that operate under the prism that Lacob owes Curry. He owes Klay. I'm looking at it under the prison of maybe Lacob looks at Klay and says, you got to want to be here, and you don't. Just saying. I mean, we all know what should have happened in a perfect world. The fact that it didn't. GSW Vera, Steiny sticking up for the owners. I'm not sticking up for one or the other.
No, you just admitted
trying to figure out why.
You think it makes the Warriors look bad? Their culture, how Klay was handled?
I don't know.
If this is what the streets and everybody is reading and going off of, I think it does. Now, you can say in the grand scheme of things, what's that have to do with anything? But Sam Amick talked about Curry got low volume or low tone when he was talking about Klay, almost like, let's get off the subject.
Yeah. There it is.
So when it comes time, what was the date for Curry? August, when he can get that or let him, but he's available for an extension. Thank you. The 6th. Maybe Curry's like, hell yeah, I want that. I want that now.
Yeah. Chris A. on the YouTube chat, without the facts, you're never going to know the why.
Wow.
I agree, unless, Joe Lacob, by the way, has not talked this entire offseason.
Man, I hadn't even thought of that.
We get him on, hey, it's very simple. What happened in that golf round with Klay? You guys never talked about it? Maybe Joe says,
got his number. That would be awesome radio for the station. You gonna make a call?
Everybody's got his number.
I didn't say who else had it. You have it. Use it. Just say, hey, come on, clear the air.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do it.
I swear if I had your phone.
I'm not doing your dirty work for you. Wow. If you really want to know.
I got us Eddie House. Wow.
Most powerful owner in the NBA. I'm not denigrating Eddie House.
I know.
I love Eddie House.
That's my guy.
All right, what's coming up next on the game? It is the crossover, and it's presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
This Monday, our lineup is going to
Are your eyes green?
They're brown.
But they're a different color. They look green today.
This guy.
His eyes are green.
No, I've been told I do have beautiful eyes.
I didn't say that.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, crossover time. But before we get into it, this is a great thing we got going for Thursday, guys. Experience the thrill of a Bay Area Panthers game this summer. The Panthers, they're reigning champions of the Indoor Football League. They're led by 7-time arena champion head coach Rob Keefe. Currently, they're in first place in the IFL Western Conference and aiming to defend their league title. Join them for their final home game of the regular season. That's on July 13th at SAP Center in San Jose. Get your tickets now at BayAreaPanthers.com and be part of the Bay Area Panther Nation. But here's the best part. Tune into the crossover on Thursday for the keyword. Then you text that keyword to 20357 for your chance to win. Get this prize package: 4 premium seats for a playoff game, 4 VIP field passes, 1 Bay Area Panthers jersey, and then a pair of season tickets for 2025. That's we're giving away that package Thursday on the crossover. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
you this when you say welcome Willard and Dibs.
Welcome Willard and Dibs.
Welcome Willard. Dibs was you at the summit yesterday. A little late.
Did I need to be here for that 45-second read?
Boy.
Well, one of the
Don't say Steiny can't do a read.
It was scripted as a 30, but he worked his way through it.
So,
some of us are long-winded.
We were just clawing at something, and
it's incredible.
The whole idea of the golf round.
Yes, I heard you guys talking about it.
Okay. I can't stop thinking about it.
So I went back to Ramona Shelburne and Kendra Andrews' piece.
Yeah.
It was in the lead. The lead was the Riviera. They wrote the first 6 paragraphs were about this golf round where it was not brought up. Why?
Why was that the lead, or why was it not brought up?
What I'm saying is, it was so strong in the story, I believe it.
Right.
Why?
Well,
why wasn't it brought up?
I can't wait to hear from you.
Because it was over.
Okay.
It was over. And
so consistent goodbye, not to interrupt.
No, over was over. And so it was a golf round of I'm in LA, you're in LA, let's play golf. I love you. You loved me. Our time together is over. Let's just play golf. We don't have to worry about. And I'm going to give you a very deeply personal comparison because I got divorced in 2020.
Okay.
And during that year, we had an event at Chase Center where we all had that suite, that bunker suite.
I'll never forget. Yeah.
You were there, right?
Yeah.
So we went to that bunker suite, and I went with my now ex-wife, Chanda. 7 days earlier, we had the talk. And during that time, we had decided that we were going to no longer be married.
Okay.
And we hadn't really worked out all the details, but we had that moment where, we did a 2-hour talk and, she wanted this and I wanted that. And we hugged it out and it was over. But we had this event 7 days later. We still went to the event. And in fact, after the event, we went to the Fat Lady with Matt Steinmetz and his partner. You remember that? We went.
I don't.
Because we took the boat. We took the ferry, and then you and I and Susan and you, we went to the Fat Lady after the game for a final, and it was an event similar to that. We did not talk about our marriage. We didn't talk about our divorce. We didn't talk about anything.
But you did prior to that engagement.
Right.
Tell me where these two hooked up and had that talk that you and Chanda had.
This is Klay and Lacob at Riviera, like Chanda and I at Chase Center, where it's already over. Just go and have a nice time.
Before Willard goes, give me the conversation that you guys had at home when you decided we're going to, this is what we're doing with our future. There's no tea leaves of that ever happening between these two men.
It happened.
And I just feel like Klay deserved better.
It happened going back to October when they gave him 2 and 48 and he said no.
But Draymond was the same and he was hurt.
Right.
Okay.
Well, it wasn't over for he and Draymond. There was something they could salvage. So I look at Joe Lacob and Klay at Riviera, and that to me feels like Chanda and me at the Chase Center bunker in the bunker suite where it's already over. Let's just go and have a nice time.
Maybe, but we did. But we're all guessing.
We are.
Yeah.
My question is, did Joe know he was supposed to bring it up?
He's Joey Light years.
He's not the GM.
Did he
I
know
go
this?
back to the Bob Myers farewell thing where Joe was like, I just got wind of this, paraphrasing. And I'm like, there's no way. But maybe.
I know.
How could that happen, Willard?
Because these two sides have both felt like the other one maybe wanted to move on. And so, Joe, we do this, right? We do this a lot. Oh, we have the conversation in our head before it happens, and we're on our way to see someone. And then how often does it go that way? Because we don't know what conversation that person's having in their head.
A million.
I don't know if Joe knew, what was Joe? This article to me very much reads like they spoke to Klay. That's what I'm getting at. Ramona spoke to Klay.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So this bothered Klay. Did you speak to Joe?
Have, yeah, right.
But should it have? I don't know. Was there a note that went out to everyone that was like, when you get to Riviera, we're going to talk about the contract?
It has to be assumed.
Does it?
I drafted you. We've climbed the mountaintops.
He's the owner.
I don't need a contract, but tell me it's over like a great movie. But for Klay not to get that and just sit, I would have been at the light, like I said yesterday. Hey, Joe, you need me to come back or did we forget to talk about something?
I get where you're coming from, but if we look at this entire experience, what's clear to me is that these two were not on the same page. And therefore, they don't know where the other one is. At times, both of them thought the other one wanted to move on. Wow. Like, Klay is like, you don't want me? The Warriors like, we offered you more money than you. We offered at the beginning, like a year ago, we offered you the same amount of money for one less year than what you just got. And now you're going to claim we don't want you? So if both sides, right? Like, that's what this feels like to me. Both sides are projecting what the other one's thinking at a certain moment and what they want and right? Who's being sentimental, who's not. So like
the 2 for 48 Lacob could have been like, oh, he could have took that as a slight.
Of course. Or he could have taken that like, dude, we gave you the absolute best offer you're going to get and you said no. So let's play golf.
Man.
And again, I'm guessing. I don't know, but the article reads to me like they spoke to Klay, and Klay made that the lead story. Joe might have just been looking for birdies and a beer.
Well, here's the thing, Klay,
that's what we're supposed to do.
Go ahead and bring it up on 12 when you're strolling with Joe and you're both in the same spot.
Another fair point. Fair point.
Seriously, how passive-aggressive are you to where if that's really the issue, we played 18 holes and he never brought it up. Here's an idea. Bring it up.
Well, drove to his house.
Exactly.
Drove to his house.
Bring it up.
And I respect him for that.
But we don't know that, even though in theory Klay told Ramona, we played golf in May and he didn't even bring it up. Like it could have just been left there. And that's an indication of how far apart they actually were. I'm so glad you brought up marriage, Dibs. Y'all see the movie The Breakup?
Oh, man, one of my favorites.
Vince Vaughn and what's her name?
One of my favorites.
Jennifer Aniston. Yeah. She walks out topless. She wins the breakup.
Okay, so that's fine. But the scene I'm thinking of is that argument about the dishes where he's like, why don't you just say you want me to do the dishes? She's like, I don't want you to do the dishes. I want you to want to do the dishes. So she's sitting there steaming because she's waiting for him to read her mind.
Wow.
This is a very relatable thing. There's not a relationship in the world that hasn't been through this. Why are you asking me to read your mind? So Dibs, good point. If you want to talk about the contract, talk about the contract.
I keep bringing Dre drove to his house to say, I want to be here. Stoddy kept, more respect to Dre for that.
Is 5 hours.
Oh, my goodness.
It was this weekend. Shout out the group in front of us.
Might have been 4 at Rib.
Yeah, good point. We were 4:55 this weekend. The dudes in front of us were killing us.
But I do think that, to me, what I find interesting is maybe it's an indication of the disconnect they did have. Maybe Klay did go there thinking, I bet you Joe's going to...
I would.
We're going to get closure on this. And it was the farthest thing from Joe's mind. Somebody on the text line, I do want to... somebody saying a 510 on the Xfinity mobile text line, it was already over. There's no right or wrong here. I agree.
That's what I'm saying.
We don't know.
But what if Joe is sitting here feeling the exact same way Klay did? My God. I thought he wanted to talk to me about the contract. He never brought it up.
You guys could be, I just hate that. I'm mad at both of them. Like, regardless, you guys deserve to have that dibs. I keep going to your analogy or your truth. You guys had the talk. It just, to me, and it bothers me, they didn't have the talk. Draymond drove to his house, and they had to talk.
Exactly.
And it worked for him. I respect that.
And the one thing that I do want to defend my partner on, because yesterday at the summit at Fremont Bank, he took on a lot of water from the morning roast about the idea of timing.
That's new.
And I do think that...
Keep talking.
We're going to let that sit there for just a moment, because you're right. But the idea of timing, I think, in this is everything, because Draymond got what he got based on timing, and Wiggins and Jordan Poole got what they got based on timing. And so Klay is coming off a 10 seed. They were a 10 seed, and whatever, 46 wins, whatever you had, that's cute and all that, but you were a 10 seed and you got motorboated in Sacramento. You were nowhere, my friends. And so because of that, the timing of it felt like you needed a reboot. And so because of that, and Klay is like, okay, now's my time. And Lakeman Company's like, whoa, we need a reboot. We need to do more than just give you 2 and 48. So now you're going to have to wait. Wow. So I do think the timing, which is what Mark said yesterday, and he got absolutely rat-a-tat-tatted by 6-10.
There were sliders. I didn't care.
Yeah.
As long as they're sliders, I'm fine.
Yeah. And I think you dipped out before we got into the Kentucky bourbon portion of the show.
Oh, I did.
Yeah.
I did.
No,
I
did.
You look.
I had to,
I had to make,
I had to make a move.
Shout out Jodeci. Ain't no party like the after party.
Like that actually, this is enough. And again, I don't want to act like I've spoken to Klay, but that's another piece of this entire story that if I'm looking at it, I'm going, you're not allowed this one. If Klay, and by the way, Draymond, if you're all mad because Poole and Wiggins got signed,
that cut me.
That was literally like streamers were still coming off buildings. Of course they got signed. That's what happens in America when you win a championship. Man. You show up with a pen and you start going, who wants this? Who wants that? God, we love you. Look at what the Niners didn't even win. The Niners didn't even win, and look what's happening. Wow. Every player's like, I'm sorry, excuse me. The line out the door, Parag. Well, I'd like mine
not
now.
Every player,
except for one. Yeah. Anyway, but he's asking. So that happens.
Don't get fed.
That happens then. Then the next year, it's like, okay, you didn't win, but it felt circumstantial and like, okay, we're still in the mix.
But we offered you 2 for 48.
And then we offered you 2 for 48. You got offended.
Man.
And then you played in 77 games, and we didn't even make the playoffs with the most expensive payroll in the NBA. You can rip Joe for that if you want. I won't be one of those people. Sorry. How can we do this with Ayuk? We all accept it when Ayuk goes, I'm sorry, I asked for 26, and then Justin Jefferson got 35. Goalpost move. Why can't the Warriors do that? We offered you 2 and 48, then we missed the playoffs. Goalpost move. Sorry.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. The one thing, and listen, we know it happened. We don't know why. All I can do is I tend to put myself in the employee category as opposed to an owner. And why didn't Klay? I got to tell you, if the owner invited me to play golf, even if I had an expectation he was going to broach the subject, I just know I probably, on 12, I would have been like, I guess he's not going to bring it up. Right. And I know me, I would have been like, well, I guess he's just not going to bring it up. I'm not the kind of guy that'd be like, hey, Joe. I think I would have played the round of golf and said, "Good, it's over."
Yeah. No, 12 is where it happens. Yeah. If you get to 12 and he hasn't mentioned it and I haven't mentioned it, as we walk from 12 green to 13 tee, hey, Joe, nice putt there. Nice little 2-putt for par. Hey, just while we're here, Joe, what are you thinking? Man. Because you offered me 2 and 48 back in October, and now I'm getting crickets. Am I going to get an offer, Joe?
But can you, and I'm not saying you're saying I'm wrong, but could you understand why a player might just keep his mouth shut.
Especially a player of that ilk, of that level, who's starting to get into that pride feel.
Right.
You know?
I think 12 at Rib is a par 3, so it goes quickly. So I don't know if that's like if you have a long conversation. It's about 165. Anyway.
Plays a little longer. Always does. Everything does there.
No, I would imagine everybody in this room on some level approaches their life this way. If there's a conversation you want to have, don't drive away if you don't have it. That's up to you. Have it.
And maybe he didn't want to have it.
Maybe he didn't want to have it. Or
and
maybe
Joe.
Again, no clue. But on some level, if you're an adult and there's something that you want out in the air.
Well, try to teach my kids.
Put it in the air.
Exactly. No doubt about it.
Put it in the air.
No doubt.
I can't
Draymond Green did it, and look what happened.
I mean, I could get real, we could get real in the weeds here. I think burying stuff is literally the bane of our human existence. Therapists have no room right now. They have no open spots on their calendar because people bury stuff. Down here. You're sticking it in your gut. Get it out.
Yeah. No, that's
Get it out.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, I mean,
to talk to a reporter a month later.
No doubt.
When
stuff festers, it just gets worse than what the subject matter was at the beginning because it's just let it out.
That's the way. That's a healthy way to do it, but we're not all healthy all the time. To me, I'm making no judgment on, well, this guy should have, and he should. What my big takeaway is, it was over. They were done. They either both expected it, that the other didn't want him, or they neither wanted to. You know what I mean?
Here's the other thing, and I haven't listened to the whole thing, but if you're Klay Thompson, this is to me now, and I love the guy, but you can't point your finger at all the things the Warriors didn't do, and then arrive in Dallas and have a press conference and say, it was time for a change of scenery. If it was time for a change of scenery, then what's the problem? What's the problem? What's the problem?
What do you mean? I don't follow. Hold on.
If Klay Thompson wanted a change of scenery, why would you be upset that Joe Lacob didn't speak to you about it?
But here's the thing, Mark. I'm not assuming Klay was upset about them not talking. He may have just said to Shelburne, oh, yeah, I mean, then I went golfing with him. It didn't even come up.
Maybe, but I don't know if she's making it the lead if he didn't put any emotion behind it.
Probably not.
But when I read that,
that was my guess. In and of itself, it's a little weird.
It is weird.
Yeah.
I mean, you can only imagine these two guys cruising around together, 40 years apart in age, with all that angst. I got to imagine everybody shot 112.
Yeah, but Lacob
that's a lot of...
Lacob told Kawakami he looked at Draymond like a brother when he was talking about how that contract got done. And I said before, Dibs, Klay's a brother too, so they'll get to that juncture. They didn't.
But you know what?
One brother had volume. Shout out Draymond. And Klay just was
I think that Draymond and Joe are more cut from the same cloth than Klay and Joe. Klay's a little bit more laid back, I think.
Chill.
And, Draymond is a stone cold killer like Joe Lacob is.
I'd say Draymond also has done a lot through the years in the organization, it appears to me, to build those relationships. Steve Kerr said 2 days ago that when they get to the offseason, Klay's gone. You can't even find him. He's got like a Garoppolo thing in him.
Wow.
So, is he a brother? Or is that only when training camp opens? Or, you know what I mean? We have fixed that. Oh, they're the Splash Brothers. I don't know how close they actually are off the court.
I mean, Joe, the other thing is, I just think it's very interesting. I mean, Joe Lacob may get asked about it, and he might say, I have 3 rules in business. Number 1 is never talk business on the golf course. Well, that's the end of the story then.
Yeah, maybe.
Did Klay know that or not? Well, maybe who knows?
Yeah. And the other thing that Mark is alluding to is the fact that when Klay got hurt with the ACL, he did his own rehab away from the team, and then he got hurt again. And I know that there was maybe not resentment, but I think from an organizational standpoint, there was a sense of dude, we asked you to come do it our way, and you did it your way, and you got hurt again. So
we still gave you 2 for 48.
Well, Yeah, that they offered 2 for 48, which they thought was a bargain at the time, and turned out, he ended up signing for 3 and 50.
That was 4 years later, though. Like if you go back to that night, the night they drafted James Wiseman.
Wow.
I mean, imagine the emotions.
And he got hurt like 2 hours before the draft, right?
Right. Like imagine what's going on with the Warriors when that happens. And I do think that was step one. That was the very first brick on what became a pretty big wall.
Yeah.
And I bet that everybody didn't react in a perfect way.
Oh my goodness.
I was talking to my daughter just this morning about how we talk to each other in stressful moments and when you're vulnerable to react in like not your best way. I wonder how that sounded as the Warriors' war room is getting ready and they find out that for the second year in a row, one of their max players is not available to them.
Oh, Schmidt.
Yeah.
Now
I imagine
they weren't like, playing run wherever down in the that matters,
So like that's sort of my overall takeaway of the Klay thing in the end was like this, and I thought he captured this today. This is one of those things where, God, you just ended up with a whole lot of stress and angst on both sides, and it probably just got too complex to keep the relationship going. So circle back to Dibs and Chanda.
Yeah.
You have a talk and you hug and
I'll
you go
say this to you.
ways.
No, beautiful. I'll end it with this. Steiny, I told Steiny and everybody this earlier, Willard. Nobody's job got easier, and he won't say this because he loves Klay, than Steve Kerr. You could tell Klay was sucking the air out of the room because he was sulking. They knew it. And I believe coaching decisions and rotations and substitutions, that right on the table that Kerr had, even if he tried, he just feels free right now. Yeah, he feels free. Shout out Kerr.
Yeah.
I thought something was dropping again.
You're probably, exactly. No, I got you back. No, you're probably right.
There's no doubt.
You're probably right.
He can never admit that,
I mean, how many times is Steve Kerr going to come on our show and feel like he's got to apologize to the whole fan base because Moses Moody didn't get his 21st minute last night when Klay is probably stink-eyeing him. I mean, I tried to say this 100 times last year. I thought that was awful for Steve Kerr. Every night you've got to predict which one of your 6 mediocre plus players are going to have a good night.
Why Moody playing? Well, maybe you ain't saying what's really going on.
He would know who to play if he could do what we did, which was wait till the end of the game and find out whose shot was going in and then go back and do it.
Let me finish up on this because I heard the Michael Thompson interview yesterday.
Oh, you guys tried your damn.
But I want to try to put it in the context.
Knock over there.
I want to try to put it in the context of everything we're talking about. On the one hand, the interview was over, and I thought, great job by Michael. He didn't say a word.
He's probably.
On the other hand, I do think, in a way, this is a bigger deal to us as it is to them. Like, guys move on in the NBA, and it happens in different ways. Sometimes it happens with a handshake. Sometimes it happens with a frown. In 2 or 3 years, I guarantee you this will all be water under the bridge, however it ends up. And there is something about this. These guys can accept it in a way that we can't almost.
You're not wrong, but I can report to you.
Here we go.
Unequivocally, that there is emotion from the Thompson family.
Wow. There should be.
I can report.
I hope I believe that there should be.
Yeah.
And I don't want leaving.
Michael did a wonderful job yesterday.
I don't ever want to live in a world where I say goodbye and not know it. I don't want to live that. I want my goodbye, even if it's bad, as to what I want to know and acknowledge, like a great movie. And I want that goodbye. I don't want the subliminal. You didn't have that. You and Shonda, thank you for sharing that. You guys had the talk. I don't think these guys had the talk.
I like to leave without saying goodbye sometimes because I hate goodbyes.
The Irish goodbye. Yeah.
I mean, seriously.
And I was telling the story yesterday.
Every day at 12.
After the summit.
I know you were trying to do it right there, too.
I'm ready.
Not at all.
He did it to me.
It's my bag on my shoulder.
He did it to me in Salt Lake City about 10 years ago. And I told that story off the air yesterday in the after show at Fremont Bank after the summit because somebody was asking me tell me about the 6 hosts. Who gets after it?
Oh,
and I was going one by one.
That was 7 years ago. That's why.
Closer to 10.
Okay,
and I told him how you Irish goodbyed me and you wound up at a party. And I called Steiny. Steiny, where are you? I thought we were going together. And, hey, Dibs.
I hope you accurately put me in 5th place.
You are in, 5th.
Okay.
Ponte's 6.
Oh, no, Joe is 6th.
Well,
yeah.
The new Joe. The old Joe, because
Corporate
Joe grandfathered
I didn't
in.
know we were I didn't know we were able to move time like that. Okay.
I mean, and so I put Steiny at 1 and me at 2.
I want to end it this way.
I think I had Guru at 3. And then the 3 you squares are 4, 5, and 6.
I do want to end it this way because make sure the listeners understand something about the whole joke about bag on the shoulder. There is a logistical thing we deal with that no other show deals with, and that is you guys are actually taking over in 1 minute.
Correct.
Right. The morning show has a 7-minute break. Therefore, Bonte can finish a show, gather his things,
we chop it up,
walk out, and I can move in, set up my stuff. In this case scenario, we only have 1 minute. I'm trying to do you the utmost courtesy of giving you the entire minute of a free space.
When did he say, I'm going to say this to the world?
I never realized that this was like a giving maneuver by Steiny.
Goodness.
I mean,
he's thinking of you.
It's all different
Shel
now.
Silverstein, the giving tree.
Thank you. And that's a 4 because I know the reference and we have it at home. But if I can be fair with the listeners, you have almost nothing. You have a bag with a piece of graph paper and a jacket. It's not like you have a laptop and 7 other things. You could easily pack up at 1:43, could you not?
Plus, you leave your dishes.
Well, but
I know if you were actually going to pick those up.
Well, I need to have the read in front of you. That's the one thing. Those aren't all mine. Those aren't all mine.
Those are all yours.
Those are, you don't know what's Bonte's and what's not.
You know how I
want to
know
do this.
that?
I'm in a good mood, Goo.
I don't believe they're yours.
Those are all your cups, and they're your cups.
And they're your cups.
He's trying to stay today.
All right.
He's not.
Guys,
95.7 the game. Just take your dishes.
Have fun today on 95.7 again.
What do those cups say on them? Oh, 95.7 again.
Thank you. That's a 2.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, that's funny. Like, Steiny hops on out of his chair. And he's still here, by the way. How are you, Steiny?
Dynamite.
My man.
But enough room for me to jump on in here. And here it is, right here on the Xfinity mobile text line. The top text says, go home, Steiny. So, okay. So he will.
And part of my 60-second transition is turning off your Zoom camera because we need to go from 4 Zoom cameras to 2. So I turn off mine and then I go over and turn off yours.
Yeah,
too.
Speaking of there it is. Okay, I got to get my camera all set.
thing.
Okay, hi everybody. It's Willard and Dibs back in our digs, man. Back home, sweet home. Been a minute since I've been in this chair. Feels right about right.
It's been about a week, right?
Week and a half.
Last Tuesday.
Yeah, week and a half actually. No, because I was on
you were
vacation.
gone all 3?
Just a week and a half.
Yeah.
So anyway, I wonder how many people realized that like today was the day that we envisioned, and I don't mean this in a good way, but I remember everyone talking about that press conference. That press conference when we saw Klay in a different jersey. So how did it feel for everybody?
Terrible.
Did it?
Yeah, terrible. And I saw the link on our show thread earlier this morning, and then I clicked on the first clip, and I saw him in his white shirt, and Klay looked good, and he didn't look necessarily happy yet, but...
Well, he's Klay.
Exactly.
He's kind of a,
Looking at Klay in the white shirt, he looked good. And then looking at the Maverick logo behind him, I had to close out of it.
Yeah, you did.
And then I saw the next clip and I opened it and I saw him again and I had to close out of it. So I actually haven't heard anything that he had to say, but I've seen the clips and it hurts me.
All right.
And I told you
Let's play
months
right
ago,
now.
I told you that I would not be ready for this moment, and I don't think I'm ready for it.
Well, and by the way, I don't want to get dark here, but if we were going to compare Klay Thompson's free agency to like the death of a loved one, like, and I mean someone who's turned 85 or 90 or 95 or whatever, like this is one of those where there was an illness and you got warning and then you got more warning and then you got more warning and you went and spent time with them because you thought, you know what, I don't know if we're going to get to see you again, so let me go make sure I see you, and then you see them, and you hug them a little bit extra long, and then they go.
Yeah.
This was not sudden.
No.
So, I mean, it could have, I guess it could have been worse, right?
It could have been. Yeah, but still, it hits the same. And today is kind of the funeral where you go and it's open casket and you walk up there and
boy, it did get dark.
Well, and you led me there,
Yeah,
so
I sure did.
You know, you walk up there and you look inside and you go, "Damn, okay, I guess now it's really real," because you see that, and I'm kind of in that moment where I'm kind of weeping over the casket, and it's funny because, and I'll get to this later in the show, but Steiny and Goo, or it might have been Guru who said something earlier about, well, yeah, now we're all going to be Mavericks fans. Oh, hell no. No. I root against the Mavericks. I root against Klay. And that's the way this goes.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
I don't root for bad things to happen to Klay.
Sure.
But I don't want him to have playoff success. I don't want him to get a fifth ring. No chance.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there.
Yeah, no.
I don't know that I could wish a ring for any other team. There's no team out there other than the Warriors where I'm like, I hope they get a ring.
Well, someone's going to have to win it.
Yeah, exactly. And
So-
it's very probably not going to be the Warriors, so I understand that, but I'm not like pulling.
Well, don't be Dallas and don't be the Lakers. Anybody else? Fine.
I'd much rather Dallas than the Lakers. Always.
For me, no, you're right. It's close, though.
Yeah, is it?
Yeah.
I mean, is it like I'd rather the Kings than the Lakers for
Well, yeah.
sure? I'd rather
Memphis, OKC, Minnesota,
whoever James Harden is playing for,
Clippers, whatever.
whatever. Yeah, that's just a rule.
Yeah,
that's a rule.
Of course.
All right, you want to hear some of it?
I guess.
Klay Thompson. And by the way,
I'm not ready.
Well, 888-957-9570. How'd it feel? Today's the day we all sort of like negatively dreamed about, right? Oh, God, that press conference.
The negative dream's called a nightmare.
Thank you.
I had some bad ones last night.
I've had some really weird ones lately. I don't even want to tell you. I'll tell you off the air. There's some, what's going on?
I don't know.
Is there something out there? Is it a time of year? I don't really believe in any of this cosmic stuff or whatever, but I don't know, right? Is Mercury in retrograde or
Exactly.
what is something? Is something going on? 'Cause
I had a couple of
I'm
bad
hearing
ones.
this from a lot of
Dude.
people. Like dreams are getting wild out there, and I usually don't remember my dreams at all.
Yeah.
And even if I do, it's one of those where you wake up and you're like, "Oh God, that was wild. I should write it." Gone.
Exactly.
I can't remember it anymore.
Last night, I remember
Strangest
two
thing.
of the four for sure.
I remember one that was like a day and a half ago.
Dude.
And I never do that. And I'd like to unremember it right now.
Oh, my God.
All right, here's Klay. What did it feel like to leave the Dubs, dude?
Probably a little disappointed at first, but then as time goes on, you have a lot of time to reflect and you realize what you did. They can't take that away from you as far as the championships or, I mean, records are meant to be broken, but the impact you have on a community and all that, that will forever live. And sometimes, you know, breakups are necessary to do what's right. And I'm not the first athlete in the NBA to go through this. I did grow up in Portland, and I remember when Scottie Pippen came to the Blazers, that was like the biggest day of my life. And I'm not saying I'm Scottie, but they were right there against the Lakers, almost won a chip. So I take a lot of inspiration from past athletes and how their careers might have gone, you know, astray when they either left the team or joined a new team. And some guys thrive, and I look forward to just kind of being rejuvenated here and playing a lot of good basketball left in the tank.
You know what line got me? What line got me is when he said, sometimes breakups are necessary to do what's right. That was the one, like, I hear this, and the number one emotion is, dude, good. If you're, like, you know what I mean? If you're happy, then I want that for people. Certainly people that we've spent our whole lives rooting for, or his whole career, I should say. I don't think anybody's got anything against Klay Thompson. I don't even know what that would be. You can sort of disagree with how he reacts to things or feel like you wouldn't react the same way. I even have some of that, but I'm not him. He's a different person. Those are his reactions, his life, his career. And I've always felt that way. This is why I defended Kevin Durant when the world was calling him a cupcake. I'm like, if he wants to be here, he gets to be here. That's the deal. That's why the first word of the whole thing is free. So if Klay wants to be on the Mavericks, cool. Klay, you are now on the Mavericks. Sometimes breakups are necessary to do what's right. And that's the one where there's a little dig in there. There's a dig in there that is essentially saying, Warriors, you were wrong.
Or, I mean, what it tells me is that he was not happy being a Warrior for the last year or 2 years. Whether or not they were wrong or he was wrong, he had to get to a spot where he could do what's right for him. That's what I heard him say. It's not so much that what the Warriors did was wrong, although I do wonder if he thinks that because, he had a reported 2-year and $48 million offer on the table and he said, no, thank you. And then the next offer from them was no offer. Yeah. And then you wound up getting 3 for $50 with Dallas, where you could have had more with the Lakers, but you wanted to get somewhere where you could feel better about yourself. And so I wonder if he's feeling like that they were wrong or it was wrong. It feels to me like he was just looking for a change of scenery.
By the way, dude, this is a quick aside, just because you brought it up. Do you buy that the Lakers offered him $4 and $80?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Gilbert Arenas, not that he's the authority on anything.
Right.
But Gilbert's like, that's absurd. He didn't get offered $4 and $80 from the Lakers. I do have a really hard time. The more I think about that, it's like, you grew up idolizing Kobe. Your dad is their analyst, and they offered you an extra year and $30 million more. And
you said no.
And you said no because you think Luka is like, because ring. I don't buy that. I don't buy that 4 and 80 was on the table from the Lakers.
Yeah, we'll have to ask people who are closer to the situation to see if that actually was a thing. But that was the reported offer. And, what we know is that he signed for 3 and 50 after turning down 2 and 48 with the Warriors. That tells me that either 2 and 48 wasn't there, which is probably true, but also he needed a new change of scenery because what had happened here was bad for his mentals, and now he has a chance to go, and he doesn't have to be a Splash Brother anymore. He can just be Klay Thompson.
This is a quote. I don't know if it's in any of the stuff that we've got right here in front of us, so I'll just read it to you. Quote, there were times last year it was tough, where it wasn't as joyful as it had been in the past. It's nice to shed that and get a whole new fresh start. I mean, again, that's not breaking news. Like, we got that. I think we understand that. But he said it. He said it into a microphone today. So there's that.
Right, and I think that goes beyond just the way he played. It goes to his role. It goes to the Draymond situation with, hitting Nurkic, and it goes to the Jordan Poole era, and I think it goes to a lot of things with the Warriors. Not winning is a lot less fun than winning. We know that just from being athletes ourselves and being coaches and whatever. So, yeah, there's a lot more of a heavy burden on everyone surrounding the team the last 2 years.
You think happiness is a choice?
It is, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I deal with that every day, and I wake up as getting to be an older guy, and I've got a baby, and I've got a job and a mortgage, and I've got everything that everyone else has. And some days I start to allow myself to go down that negative rabbit hole of, dude, I'm old, and I'll never
You're
run
not old, by the way.
No, but you start to think about all the things that you'll never do again. Like, I will probably never run a marathon again, and I'll never run a 5-minute mile, and I'll never do all these things that I used to do.
You ever going to have a baby again?
Maybe.
Crying out loud.
Yeah, if luck will
I noticed
will shine
that you didn't
upon
bring
me.
that up in the first 3 or 4 things you mentioned.
My role models are Robert De Niro and Al Pacino. And Tony Randall, rest in peace. He got one last one in before he passed, but that's one of the things that I may do again. But there are things that you can't do again, and you start to think about, will I ever wake up and not be in pain in some way again, and you start to think about all the negativity that surrounds you, and then you can choose to be happy, right?
You can.
And you kind of inspire me to that, because you're a pretty positive guy.
I mean, I appreciate that.
And
but
you do look at the bright side, and you've been through some dark times, and yet you still come in with that. I mean, you try, and you do a good job of it.
I try. But things affect you. Things around you affect you. So speaking of our families and whatnot, like we got to get to more of what Steph Curry said. We didn't do enough of that yesterday. We'll do that coming up next. But I also want to throw this into the conversation because this is funny. I'm driving my daughter somewhere this morning, and I'm pulling the car out of the driveway. And obviously 95.7, every time you turn the car on, there's 95.7 the game. And she hears Steiny and Goo popping around saying what they're saying. She goes, "Hey, Dad, so are the Warriors going to be good this year?" And I immediately went,
"It's a great question."
You just started one of my segments. How would you have answered that question? 888-957-9570. Next week, our lineup is going to get jacked up. Starting on Monday, we are going to be on in the dang morning. I don't know what the hell I'm going to do with myself all day. But anyway, Willard and Dibs 6 to 10 in the morning. Bonte and Joe 10 to 2. Steiny and Goo afternoon drive 2 to 6. And your chance to win an autographed Klay Thompson jersey. Don't worry, it's just for a week. And it's all brought to you by Jack's Restaurant. This is Willard and Dibs.
Is going to be jacked up.
Holy crap, what the hell is that?
All next week, it'll be Willard and Dibs from 6 to 10 a.m.
Take a vacation.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that's how we do. Boy, there's some interesting answers flying through on the Xfinity mobile text line with regard to that question. And we'll go to the phones here in just a second. But how would you answer? What would you have said to my daughter pulling out of the driveway today? Hey, Dad.
Oh, boy.
Are the Warriors going to be good this year?
I would tell her
What would you have said?
I would say, Ella, I want you to go to my my Twitter feed and look at all of the mentions, because my mentions have been absolutely riddled with people calling me idiot, moron, can't listen to that station, this and that, because I said yesterday on the 2-hour summit that I said I don't think that they're going to win a title again. So are they going to be any good? They're going to be fine. To use your word from our first ever show, they're going to be fine. God. They're going to be between a 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They're going to be fine. They're going to be kind of like they were this year. They may not win 46. They're going to be probably 44, 45. They're going to be in the mix for a play-in. They might be fighting for the 6th seed, but they're not a top-tier Western team. They might be at the bottom of that 2nd tier, or they're going to be at the top of the 3rd tier. They're going to be fine. They're not going to be that great, and I don't think that they're going to win a title again. And you can all come at me at Dan Dibley, 1B, show some respect, DANDIBLEY. The station put out my quote yesterday from the summit where I said, no, they're not going to win a title. And my mentions have been idiot, moron, how dare you, on the flagship station.
Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you. And
if you're getting a reaction, that means that you said something interesting.
And I almost tweeted today one more follow-up to say that because I'm on the flagship station doesn't mean I have to do pom-pom radio.
Well, of course not.
And if you want pom-pom radio, there are places you can find that.
You should have said listen to your partner.
And you don't normally, with this team, like Farhan, F-A-R. That's a whole different topic, and we'll get into that. And congratulations on Elliot Ramos.
Bo Bichette is in town tonight.
Yeah.
Might be a Giant in 2 weeks.
I love it. We can get into that as the week goes on. But I thought about it, like my responsibility is not to be pom-pom radio guy. I give my opinion, and I honestly don't think, I don't think that, like, are they going to be good? Yeah, they're going to be good.
Your responsibility is only to each other, and it is to be what we said we would be. Exactly, be authentic. So, like, gosh, it's weird, because if you had said the opposite, you realize you'd get all that hate too.
They're going to win the next 3 titles.
Homer, stupid flagship station.
I'm thinking 246-0 regular season over the next 3 years, and if you add in their 16-0 playoff runs, they're going to be 294-0. They're not going to lose again until 2028. Go ahead and cut that, Lucas.
Cut it.
Director of sports.
Cut it. Yeah.
He won't.
No, he won't.
Nonsense.
How about, what if I follow up with another question to you, though?
Please. I'm on the ropes.
Well, how do you think you know what they'll be this year without fully knowing who's even on the team yet? We don't fully know. We might think we know, but you don't know who's actually.
You never will.
No, you will. You will. I didn't finish it because you will. Like, we'll get to the season and you will know. They don't hold that from you. They will publish rosters.
Sure.
But we sit here today not knowing exactly if the Warriors are done yet or not.
So you asked me this on July 9th, and all I can base it on is who they are right now. And I look at who they are right now, and I see additions of Slow-Mo and Melton and Buddy Hield. I won't yield when it comes to shooting the ball. The light is always green. And I look at their team and I think, okay, they're probably about the same as they were last year. The net of the roster moves, and we still don't know like what the rotation will be. And Steph's a year older, and Draymond, you can't count on him to play more than 60 games. And Andrew Wiggins is largely disinterested in being a pro basketball player, it seems.
That's not fair.
Well, I just look at the way he plays, and he's coming off his worst year as a pro, and he's got 3 more years under contract, and I don't know why he'd be motivated to play any better. GP2 is a guy who was hurt most of the year. Kevon Looney fell out of the rotation, and you've got some young guys who maybe can flash and pop. I see this team being the 7th best team in the West. Okay.
I mean,
45 and 37.
I wonder how y'all would answer that. Hey, Dad, are the Warriors going to be any good this year? I mean, you have to start, I think, not that this is a satisfying answer, but the first sentence is, well, I don't know yet. You know, there's things that are still developing. However,
the follow-up for me is, what does good mean?
Okay, well,
what is good?
Through the eyes of a 15-year-old who has never known anything but a Warrior greatness.
Right.
Remember that now.
So
she has never known anything but greatness for this organization.
Did she think they were good last year?
Good.
Were they good last year?
Like, she wants them to compete for a chip.
So they weren't good last year.
Well, but there was at least, there was even that sliver at the end of the tunnel thing. Until they went to Sacramento and got blown off the court, you still didn't know, are they a noisemaker? So I would answer it that way. She wants them to be a noisemaker. It doesn't mean you got to win the whole thing, but certainly you got to get to the playoffs and then do some things when you get there.
So they weren't good last year.
In the end.
Right.
But you didn't know that. You didn't know that until the end.
Right, but you kind of got an inkling that as a 10 seed, it was going to be hard for them to be good.
Probably not, but my kids were running around all day telling me, well, isn't it crazy? They're the 10 seed, but the record is better than last year when they were the 6 seed. Dad, it's just bad luck. That's the only thing you could use to explain it. It's just bad luck. And I'm like, well, no, it's not just bad luck. But anyway, ... Yeah, that's all. I think that Warrior fans, as whatever adjective you want to throw in there, myopic, unfair, expectations overwhelming, whatever you want to stick in there, I think Warrior fans would accept that right now. Yeah, you got to be a noisemaker. It's not championship or bust. This is not like we think we're going to be championship. But you got to be a noisemaker. I think that's fair. You have Steph Curry on your team. If Draymond Green is healthy and there are other good players on the team, I know the West is stacked, but I think it's fair to use that as the barometer right now. You have to be in the playoffs and be a noisemaker. And if that's all you get in the end, that's not great, but boy, it's certainly better than what happened this year.
Yeah. And right now they are listed 7th among Western Conference teams, according to Vegas Insider on futures odds to win the title. They're at 35-1.
Okay.
So you're the 7th seed right now, according to the odds makers.
Okay.
Behind Denver, Minnesota, OKC, the Clippers, and Phoenix. So, I mean, that's kind of where the odds makers see you. You're right ahead of the Lakers, and then Memphis would be next, and New Orleans, and then the Adorables. So, according to odds, and I know the odds are not always indicative of exactly where you sit as a real team on the floor, but they got you 7th at 35-1.
Okay, we're going to get back to this and go to the phones, but first we have some breaking news.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
As the homestand begins for the San Francisco Giants, they have announced a slew of roster transactions. Take a listen until the end. Number 1, Wilmer Flores has been reinstated from the 10-day injured list. Tyro Estrada has been reinstated from the 10-day injured list. Left-handed pitcher Blake Snell has returned from his rehab assignment and was reinstated from the 15-day injured list. Left-handed pitcher Colton Ingram, who you didn't even know was on the team, has been optioned to AAA Sacramento following the game on July 7th. And finally, shortstop Nick Ahmed has been DFA'd.
Wow. Nick Ahmed
has been designated for assignment.
Wow.
You're damn right, wow. Who the hell's playing shortstop?
Wisely.
Yeah. Every day?
Fitzgerald.
Okay. Marco Luciano?
No. That's going to be a no from me, dog.
Bo Bichette?
Well, now you're dreaming.
You're damn right I am.
So that was 3 in and 2 out. Was there an empty roster spot? Okay,
yes,
they did.
Yes, they had an open spot.
And that was open based on the Spencer Bivens or
the slew of things.
Yeah,
but yes, they had a dangling roster spot that was sitting there open.
Maybe the Austin Slater move because they
yes, Slater's traded and yes, so they had an open spot. So 3 in, 2 out, but one of them is Nick Ahmed.
Okay.
And with Tyro coming back, I mean, Wisely has certainly established himself as someone who can play every day. With Tyro coming back, there's your second baseman, there's your shortstop, but where's your depth? Who's backing those guys up?
I mean, Fitzgerald,
what if there's another injury?
True. Yeah. Then you got Luciano and you got Casey Schmidt down in AAA who can come up and play shortstop.
Very, very interesting, Bob.
You're feeling that the Bichette move might be one that happens. Could he switch clubhouses this week?
No, I'm not saying that. Let's not just focus on Bichette. Let me say that. Do I believe this is a precursor to some other middle infield move? Yes. Yes. Is that as simple as Luciano? I guess maybe. That doesn't inspire a whole lot of defensive confidence, so I don't really understand that thought. But, could the Giants be poking around at something at the shortstop position that provides offense? I mean, that's at the end of it, that's what the Giants were looking at here. You're looking at somebody who, as we discussed when Luciano was up, when the ball's hit to short, pick up the ball.
Yeah.
Pick up the ball and throw it to first. You're going to need to do that. However, I think the Giants had a thirst for someone who could provide more offensively at that position. And so in this moment, they have it. Wisely and Estrada is a better offensive middle infield than Ahmed and fill in blank on whoever the other one was.
Right.
So I get that. Wisely established himself. That's the first headline here.
Yeah. But feels like there's another move to be made.
Well, my gosh, somebody turns one ankle, and what are you doing up the middle?
And Blake Snell tonight, right?
Blake Snell
he gets
tonight.
The ball tonight.
He will throw all 3 1/3 innings.
88 pitches.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
First time in
Get ready.
Man, first time in like 5 weeks, right? That he'd be back with the big club.
Yeah.
And I hope that they're not rushing him back. I hope he doesn't feel any undue pressure to actually pitch a major league game at making $32 million a year. I just hope that his self-confidence and his self-worth is going to be okay tonight.
Are you being sarcastic
Completely,
right now? Okay,
yeah.
I wasn't sure at the first sentence. So the second one, I got it right around the third.
I just hope he's okay, Mark.
It doesn't feel rushed. If he had come up 2 weeks ago, that's when he was talking about being rushed.
Right.
And then he got 2 more weeks. So I would argue he was not rushed. Because I can tell you for sure,
they wanted him up here 2 weeks ago.
there was pressure being applied. Yes,
for sure.
Yes, there were conversations.
Well, if you're Farhan Zaidi and you know that you are not necessarily under the gun, but you're near the gun, you know that this year is pretty big,
dude.
And you spent $32 million for a guy who's made 6 starts.
You ever got the family member in the bathroom and you're late for the reservation or the start of the show? I think it like that conversation that happens outside the door of the bathroom.
Wrap it up in there.
Let's go. We got somewhere to be. I do think that those phone calls with Blake Snell happened over the last couple of weeks.
Dude, wash your hands and let's go.
Junior. Today.
Dude.
So today is today.
And as a father of a 15-year-old girl, that hits even further close to home because
you should see the 17-year-old boy.
Dude.
Actually, you have.
Let's wrap it up in there.
Oh my God. All right, so that's pretty interesting. Nick Ahmed. We hardly knew you. And I also feel like and this has been happening on this station a bit this year. I hope that the Giants clubhouse doesn't catch wind of it. I do feel like we have dudes on and then they're not on the team anymore. Right. Casey was like,
Spencer Bivens.
That ball got Schmidt on.
Dude.
Gone.
Bivens.
Spencer Bivens came on the show. Well, Bivens, he got a minute. That's not surprising.
Keaton Wynn came on and started giving up 7 runs an inning.
That's right. I forgot.
Dude,
I forgot about Keaton Wynn. And then Nick Ahmed came on a couple of weeks ago.
Good interview after that little homer.
Yeah, he got that homer and little.
Got that one homer.
Little did he know it would be his last.
Quite the opposite for Matt Chapman, though. He came on and turned his season around,
That's
baby.
True.
Although it was early. It was early. I don't know if his season was like, you make it sound like his season was wayward at that point.
Led the league in errors at that point. Remember that?
Well, I do.
9 errors at one point.
Yeah.
A couple weeks.
Did you just take credit for it, Luke?
As a show, yeah.
Lightweight. As a booker, he did. As the director of sports, he did. That's a DOS flex right there.
Wow, dude.
Acting PD.
You're welcome, Giants fans.
I appreciate you, Grandy, and you, Dibs, for calling. That one went that flew right by my head. And I should have been the first one to call that out. Cheers, Lucas.
And you're welcome to Chapman.
Flex Xander right there is what that is.
Without the Willard and Dibs rub, who knows where he'd be right now? Probably DFA'd.
Probably.
Amazing.
Fledgling career. Grandy's so pissed right now.
You know.
Shaking his head.
Luke has a habit of saying you're welcome before anyone says thank you, and it annoys the hell out of me.
Well,
you know what it's akin to? It's akin to Steiny with his
Well, I get that.
It's the same thing.
You're welcome is funnier when no one said thank you, but it's not as funny when no one was even thinking it. Like, it didn't even occur to anybody to credit you for any of that, Lucas. So, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, there you go. You know who it was fun to meet yesterday is Rich in Fremont, who was front and damn center at Fremont Bank at Summit 4, and largely it's because apparently he lives like 2 blocks away, and he didn't even need parking. He just walked. Hi, Rich. What are you doing?
What's up, guys? Hey, first of all, as always, tell Lucas I said thanks for taking my call, and I'm going to tell you something. That Summit was off the chain. I'm going to let you know that. Anybody didn't go to that, you should have went, because I'm going to tell you something. You saw 95-7 the game on fire. Literally on fire yesterday. Guru went on a rant, and one of the guys turns and looks and said, man, I thought that guy was going to have a heart attack. And I said, no, you don't get it. That's just Goo being Goo.
Yep.
That's what he does. Okay, look. So, but anyway, I was telling Lucas, there is a possibility that if the guys that, the front office of Golden State went and picked up, if they don't play well, and Dallas does, Klay can get his 5th ring, and Steph won't. That is a possibility.
Well, sure it is. Sure it is. I mean, there are light shades of this. I think it's very different. Hey, Rich, great meeting you yesterday, and thank you so much for the call, for the participation. This is so different because Steph and Klay were never at odds. They were never feuding with one another. But this has this tiny little tinge of the Kobe Shaq thing where they split and it became a race and like Shaq got the 4th.
Yeah.
And then Kobe was like, hold on, watch this. Then he got his 4th and then he got his 5th or whatever and caught up. And so this is not that. And I would this is actually agreeing with you and then taking it a step further. I mean, if you made me bet, and I bet you'd agree with me, on, let's see what the options are. Steph wins another ring, Klay doesn't. Klay wins another ring, Steph doesn't. Both win another ring, or neither win another ring. Where's your chip?
Neither.
Agreed.
It's neither.
Same.
I would rank it at neither, followed by Klay, followed by Steph, followed by both. Because I don't think that if Steph has 4 more years, and Klay's got, let's say Klay has 4 more years-ish, you're asking them both to win one in the next 4 individually. Golden State and Dallas, assuming he stays there, he could become a Laker at the end, whatever. But you're asking them both to win one each over the next 4. I think that the fact that if they have 4 more years, neither one winning it is the most likely. And then of the 2 remaining ideas, I do think Dallas is closer.
Of course.
So then I would go, Klay winning one becomes more likely than Steph.
Yeah.
Neither Klay, Steph, both.
Sure. I agree with you 100%. I mean, yes, it could happen, but I we also do look, and this is the nature of being a fan, I get it, but whatever we saw last is just our most vivid memory. And so we've got this idea that Dallas is just like right there. And I don't know that I would argue that they're not right there, but they were the 5 seed.
Yeah.
They were not supposed to be there. I do not
consider Dallas to be the Western Conference favorite next year just because they were in the finals this year, even though I think they got better. They added Klay Thompson. What a great pickup to be your 3/4. Fantastic. That's a smart pickup by the Dallas Mavericks. But don't you think that as we sit here today, Denver, Minnesota, Oklahoma City, pick whichever ones you want. Maybe
all three.
Maybe all of them.
Yep.
Don't you think that they would be favored or I don't know, better than the Dallas Mavericks?
Yes, but I do think something that Bonte said yesterday is kind of the new trend in the NBA, which is it does kind of have a little bit of a March Madness feel in that the regular season doesn't matter as much as it used to because now just make it in the tournament. Be a playoff team and be hot and be good, and you can go on a run now. I think it's easier now with the amount of parity and the amount of star spread in the association.
Okay, but that's circumstantial, is it not?
I think it's less circumstantial than it
parity,
was.
is it going to be like that now just going forward? Or is that just we've arrived at that spot? Because in the Eastern Conference, there ain't crap for parity.
Right, but I do think in the West, and
yes.
you look at you could look at every team 1 through 15, and you could make it, maybe 1 through 12. You could make a case for that team with that star and a couple supporting players being good enough to get in a spot, get hot, go on a run, because that's what Dallas did. I mean, Dallas they weren't dominant in the regular year. And think about the year before when the Warriors won it. Phoenix won 64 games, and then they were crap in April.
Totally. I've never, that I can remember at least, seen a playoff where at any given moment, 3 or 4 different teams, people had decided we're going to win the Western Conference. Like when we started the whole thing, didn't you think Denver was going to win?
Denver, Boston.
Denver was going to win the Western Conference.
Yep.
And then Minnesota won games 1 and 2 against Denver. And you went, well, Minnesota's going to win the Western Conference.
No doubt.
And then Denver came back and won the other 2, and you went, Denver's going to win the Western Conference. And then Minnesota goes into Denver, and in the second half, torches them, and you went, oh, Minnesota is going to win the Western Conference.
Ant-Man.
And then Minnesota got to Dallas, and all of a sudden you're like, I think Dallas is going to win the Western Conference. And Dallas did win the Western Conference. And then they got to the finals, and everyone went, you know what? It didn't matter who won the Western Conference. Nobody was going to be Boston.
It was always Boston, yeah.
So that's a little bit of a rare trip through the NBA playoffs.
It is. And if you look at the history of the NBA champion, 95% of them have been the 1 or the 2 seed. So as a 5 seed, it's very, very rare, almost unheard of that you win the NBA title. Houston is a 6 seed. In the Jordanless era in Chicago, that was one of the only times when Houston beat the New York Knicks where a 6 seed won the title.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Here's what we were playing with, and we kind of got interrupted a little bit, which is fine, by Nick Ahmed getting DFA'd by the San Francisco Giants as their homestand opens with the potential trade partner, Toronto Blue Jays, in town, and Carlos Correa on his way this weekend. Interesting little homestand. But you can certainly weigh in on what we were playing with. My daughter asked me today, hey, are the Warriors going to be any good this year? What would you have said to her? 888-957-9570. Plus, Steph Curry, and we think his sort of under-discussed comments that he made in Vegas over the weekend. We'll have a lot of that coming up for you next. Doc Pandia, an hour away with a lot of injuries that are relevant going on in the Bay. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Willard and Dibbs.
Hi, I'm John with Jack's Restaurant and Bar. My brothers and I recorded our first commercial.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, so Nick Ahmed has been DFA'd. Klay Thompson has been introduced as a Dallas Maverick. Willard and Dibs, glad you're with us. 888-957-9570. We're playing around with the question that my daughter asked me today. Hey, Dad, the Warriors going to be any good this year? I was like, so.
That's a great question.
Yeah, here's the thing about that. And you know, in the end, it's kind of like, I don't know, but I can tell that you're lean, and I get it. As we sit here today, and there is a Slates, which now has a new meaning, by the way, because there's only one Slater in town, and he goes by the name of Anthony. His article about the Warriors' pursuit of Lauri Markkanen, I think, is interesting on two levels. Confirming the pursuit and the timing of this report. Okay, we'll get to all that in just a little bit. But, are the Warriors starting the season as currently constructed? And if they are, what does that look like? How does it stack up? Listen, I'll say this. Here's one thing that never, I think, got addressed in the summit yesterday and in any reaction to the Warriors' moves that have been made. We compare them directly and we go, okay, Klay and Chris out, and here comes Melton, and what about the back injury, and Buddy healed. He can shoot, but gosh, is he going to fit in the system? Is he going to be a high IQ player? Slow-mo is a high IQ player, but look, he's not a scorer, so okay, we can play with all of the fit. I could see the Warriors being better simply because there is the chance that they do not have this year what they had the last 2 years, which was malcontent players. I'd argue that will be felt in the standings. So I don't know that they're all going to be happy-go-lucky. Things could happen. But 2 years ago, training camp was totally sent south by Draymond Green punching a teammate. And last year, a continuation of the year before, Klay Thompson was completely unhappy and felt like the joy had been robbed from the game. So there is a chance that the Warriors perform better this year just simply because you've got a bunch of people who want to be there.
There's also a chance that they perform better and lose fewer games and wind up as a 10 seed. They could win 44 games and be an 8 seed. And, you know, things could be different in that way as far as where you wind up and how many games you win. I look at what happened last year, and outside of Draymond Green and his lack of self-control, you had an unbelievably fortuitous year. You didn't have a lot of injuries. Steph missed a small stretch. Andrew Wiggins had 4 games of, I need a little personal timeout. Klay played 77 games. You didn't have a lot of injuries, and now you have an older team. Your key guys, your core guys are all a little bit older, and Kavon's back, and GP2 was hurt, and he comes back, and Melton missed, 45, 50 games last year. I just am concerned, and I know that injury is an easy way to look at a reason why a team's not going to do as well, but you had a pretty good run last year of injuries.
But think about all the boxes that you just created that either need a check or an X, and all the ifs that are associated with them. In other words, I know that we look at this and we go, okay, you made some changes on the margins. And I would argue back, it's like, nah, this is not necessarily marginal. Like, first of all, a very significant player left town. That has some bad, that has some good, right? So, okay, malcontent is out, but think of all the other little things that could actually have a large effect. I don't know how Jonathan Kuminga is going to play this year, but I know this. He starts the year as a significant north of 25 minutes per night player. He did not start last year as that. And so there is runway for him. 2 rookies who played very well last year are no longer rookies. And that could be a huge leap for them. You mentioned Draymond. Draymond might not get suspended this year.
Yeah.
It's a crazy idea.
He might not.
But he might not get suspended. Some of the new acquisitions may really, really fit. Andrew Wiggins is a total wild card. I'm not going to hold my breath on him returning to the player that he was, but there's no escaping that last year, that was the worst Andrew Wiggins has ever been as an NBA player. Why did it happen? No clue. Everything is always mysterious with that guy. And I think expecting great things from him is a fool's errand. But could he suddenly just be 18 points a night again? I don't think that's crazy.
I think it's crazy.
I don't. That's what he's always been. Now, does he have the runway to do it here? Is he even going to be on the team? There's so many ifs. But a team that won 46 games that has that many ifs involved in it, I don't think it's crazy. Like, you're right. They could be a 40-win team. They could be a 50-win team.
They could be a 35-win team.
That would surprise me. But okay, I'll buy it.
I mean, let's just look at the individual pieces. Buddy Hield comes in, a guy who is deteriorating. He's averaged 12 a night the last 2 years, and he was deemed unplayable by Philadelphia in the playoffs.
That doesn't make him deteriorating, by the way. That could just make him a bad fit.
You could look at his numbers, and they've been going down, and his productivity's been going down.
Less opportunity. He's not an old man, is what I'm saying.
Right, but he is a player whose best years so far are behind him. And his last couple of years, no matter where he's not been as productive a player as he was before. DeAnthony Melton is a guy who has a back issue, who only played 30-plus games last year, and you bring in Kyle Anderson, who's a high IQ guy, a good defensive player, but not known for his offense. And you're trying to replace Klay Thompson, a guy, even when disgruntled, could still give you 18 points a night, even in a, quote, down year. Andrew Wiggins coming off the worst year of his career, and now you've denied him the chance to play for Team Canada, and you expect him to come back into the fold and be all gung-ho.
I expect nothing. I expect nothing.
Jonathan Kuminga is a player who, we know that he's been a little bit tempestuous, he's been a little bit immature at times in relation to adversity, and if he doesn't get a contract, then we're expecting him to come in and be full in on, go ahead and ball out, play in your last year of your contract, and then, by the way, we're going to hold your rights for the next year, and we can match the option or the offer that you get elsewhere, but go ahead and play with all the confidence and feel good about it, even though in the same spot we gave Jordan Poole the bag and we're not going to give you the bag. I just think that this is set up to have a lot more negative outcomes than most people think.
I can buy that as long as we remove the word expecting, because you used it a couple times there. You're expecting this guy to come in and do that.
Well, we're all expecting Podziemski and TJD to be better.
Well,
and we're expecting Kuminga to take that leap. So you can't assign expectations to some and not others.
No, I don't. But
you can. But I don't
actually think you can.
I don't want to pick and choose on what you would expect people to do.
Right. I try to limit expectations completely, but I think that certain expectations are different than others. To think that a second-year player will be better than a first-year player is kind of a normal expectant thing. It's rare. I know there's like a sophomore slump type of an idea in sports, but it's rare that players who play for the very first time in a league then get worse as they get their footing and become rotation pieces. Yes, I think it's normalcy to think those guys will be a little bit better. Kuminga and Wiggins, that's a different conversation, because I think like I just said, expecting anything from Andrew Wiggins, any behavior, any output, anything, like predicting what that guy does, that's a bad idea. And Jonathan Kuminga already took a big leap in terms of productivity and opportunity. And this year, the only thing that I would expect is that this year he knows what the opportunity will be. The opportunity will present itself from the jump for Jonathan Kuminga. Obviously, this is if he's on the team. And so that's going to be there. Is another jump in productivity there going to coincide? No clue. No clue, no expectation. So I'm not expecting large-scale things. The way I view this stuff is the same way that I view the Giants starting rotation right now. Am I expecting a big second half from Blake Snell? No. Do I see it as a possibility? Yeah. Is the avenue there? Is the opportunity there? Is it harebrained to think that the reigning Cy Young Award winner will come in and pitch well? I don't think it's harebrained.
Well, you should expect it with Blake Snell.
You hope for it.
Well, he's always been good after July 1.
Yeah, but this is obviously a very different year for him. No spring training and 2 injuries already. I don't know that this second half is like other second halves, but it's not absurd to think that the Giants 2 weeks from now, Harrison is now back. It wasn't a great first start back, but let's see what happens there. Blake Snell's back tonight. Robbie Ray and Alex Cobb are on the doorstep. Logan Webb is an all-star. Is it absurd to think that this is a high-level pitching staff in 2 to 3 weeks? No. Would I expect it? No. I would not expect it, but the avenue is there. And so that's how I currently view Warrior basketball without Lauri Markkanen and without knowing exactly what the roster will look like. I look at this team, and I don't expect a top 6 seed. I think the avenue is there. It's possible. I don't think it's crazy. That's all I'm saying.
It's not crazy, but I look at the roster and I look at the avenue, as you put it, for them going one of 2 ways. And I think that the avenue is more clear for them to have a tougher time. And I look at the offense with Steph Curry, and I can just already close my eyes and picture him running around and being double teamed in every possession, in every corner, in every sector of the floor.
Yep.
And if I'm an opposing defense and I look at Brendan Podjemski and TJD and Draymond and Kavan and GP2 and Andrew Wiggins, and we can go all the way through Lindy Waters and all the rest of them, I'm saying, go ahead, guys. Go ahead and beat me. I'm not going to let the chef get loose and put 45 on me. I'm going to make sure that he gets clamped down. I'm going to make sure that his night is going to be tough. His 35 minutes is going to be very difficult. And if all the rest of you, if you want to go out and beat me, Draymond, if you want to hit me for 17, and if Pods, you want to hit me for 25, and if Wiggins, you want to decide to play tonight and go for 22, and if Buddy Hield wants to go on a heater and go for 30, then fine, you're going to beat me. But I'm not going to let the chef go out there and stick it to me, because this team, by and large, has one real threat on offense and about 3 or 4 maybes and about 5 or 6 no ways.
Here's the thing. I totally share everything you just said. What I'd argue is last year's team was more what you just described than we realized, because we have not been able to undo in our mind the idea that Klay Thompson is a legit elite second option in the NBA. And he's not.
Well, he was after the All-Star break, and they ran down the numbers yesterday during the summit.
Yeah,
he was much, much better.
He was much better, and the shot was fine, but he's still not the guy that I believe Steph needs next to him, especially at this age, which is somebody who can create their own shot late in the shot clock. Klay has never really been that. He was to a degree earlier in his career, and he still can get off a shot, but if Klay gets the ball with 5 seconds left to go in the shot clock, and the shot that he creates is largely going to be a turnaround follow, it's a low percentage shot. And so that is, for me, the most intriguing thing about Lauri Markkanen, which is he perfect? No, not by any stretch. I think he is a much more legit, late in the shot clock, scoring option than the Warriors currently have. And I find that intriguing. I would love for Jonathan Kuminga to develop into that more than he has. He might, but he has not as of yet. I know what his percentage was from beyond the three-point arc. There's 2 different kinds of three-point shooters, though, in the NBA. There's the guys who can shoot 35% because when people see them lining up for an open jumper, they run away from them. Go ahead, Jonathan. We'll give you 5 seconds to line this thing up and go through your slow release. Versus guys like Steph and Klay through the years where the defense is completely activated to stop them from shooting a 3, and they could do it anyway because they have an unbelievable quick release and they're elite shooters. So, to me, if Kuminga is ever going to become this guy that Warrior fans seem to think he can be, the athleticism is there. The finishing around the rim when it's open is there. And the ability to break down a defense is developing. But that guy's going to need to be able to shoot from the outside when contested more so than he does right now if he really wants to be 24 points per night NBA legit option.
32% last year from three.
Yeah, and no one was guarding him.
Right. Joe Shasky on the summit yesterday said he sees him as an all-star in the next 2 years. So, and he admitted that he's going to die on that hill. And I'm not trying to call out Joe because I admire him sticking his neck out for Jonathan Kuminga. I wouldn't do the same thing because I don't think he'll be an all-star over the next 2 years. But I mentioned during the summit that I thought that he needed to develop a better outside shot, 32% from three-point range. As you mentioned, a lot of those threes are kick it out, you're all alone, unguarded. But I look at the rest of this team from three, and Draymond's not great. He was better this last year than he had been in a long time. Andrew Wiggins, still shaky. Pod's pretty good from three. But again, these are mostly open, uncontested threes. And I don't know how much of that you're going to get this year with a different offense without that much gravity.
I mean, I share your concern. Again, I just think that it largely was kind of the case already last year, and they still were able to grind out 46 wins and all the blown losses and all the missed games by Draymond. So, I look at this group, and again, if you remove the word expectations, it is possible. It's the same thing that it was last year. Steph, work your butt off for 26, and we're going to poke around and see if anybody else is hot tonight. Same thing. It was that last year, and it is again.
Right. And a
couple names are different. That's
I don't think that that's a winning formula, especially as the West has gotten better.
Not at a high level. You're right.
And the West has gotten better. Dallas got better. San Antonio got better.
Did the West get better?
The West has gotten better.
Wow. San Antonio is not a significant factor in the championship.
They're better. They're a team that you're going to have to contend with.
Well, the Warriors had a hard time with them last year.
Exactly. So, they're a 22-win team that I'm not saying that they're going to win 45, but if they win 37 games, that's 15 wins that they're taking away from other teams.
Okay, but let's look at that statement for a second, though, before we hit some of this Steph sound. The West got better. I know it's an easy thing to do, and I understand it. Klay goes to Dallas. You think Dallas got better? Okay.
Clippers got worse.
Dallas
got better.
Did the Thunder get better?
The Thunder largely stayed the same, I'd say.
I mean, Hartenstein.
I like him.
Okay, and experience.
Sure.
Young team, now a little bit more experience. Did Minnesota get better?
Don't think so.
Lost Kyle Anderson. Other than that,
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe tiny bit worse,
I guess.
Did Denver get better?
Denver largely stayed the same.
I think they got tiny bit worse. KCP was a key role player for them. And now he's gone. Okay. Did the Lakers get better?
They got Bronny. So yeah. Duh. I mean, God.
All right, fine.
You're welcome.
Did the Kings get better?
The Kings did get better.
Probably.
Bit of an overpay, but
well, and I don't know about the fit, and I don't know about defense, but there's name value there, so okay.
And they needed another scorer, I think. So
did they?
Yeah.
God, I mean, it's Malik Monk, De'Aaron Fox, already there. Okay, but fine.
They're trying to beat you 130 to 129.
Sure. All right, I'll buy that. Did the Pelicans get better?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Probably not.
Yeah.
I mean, and BI, where does he end up? I don't know. So, did the Suns get better?
The Suns are still the Suns.
Yeah.
I mean, if they could play 3-on-3, they'd win the whole thing.
I don't think the West got better. I don't think the
Houston
West got
better by, gaining a year of experience.
Okay.
Houston's a team that you had to watch out for. And then, Portland and Utah, whatever. But I do think you look around and did the Warriors get better?
Not markedly, not yet.
Right, not Lowry markedly.
Not markedly. Yeah, not yet. But Klay goes to the Mavericks, and we go, and DeRozan joins the conference, and DeJounte Murray joins the conference. Well, the West got better.
It's better than Melton, Anderson, and Hield.
Well, no, I'm putting the Warriors in this bucket. I don't think the West got markedly better. I'd almost argue that the East got better than the West got. The East had Paul George join one of their top teams. The East had Mikal Bridges join the Knicks. The East got Donovan Mitchell nailed down. The Milwaukee Bucks will get healthier. The Orlando Magic added KCP. These might be marginal moves in some cases, but I thought if you're looking for conference improvement, I think the East took a bigger jump than the West did so far.
Well, they had to, and the East was, other than Boston, they were top heavy but middle weak, and the West was a much deeper conference. And I look at the teams that have younger players, and those younger teams, same thing we want to say about Golden State and Pods and TJD. Oh, rookie's going to take that next step. Well, look at Houston and their young core, and you could see them starting to get a lot better in March and April, and you have to give them that same next year leap that you're giving Pods and TJD.
Steph Curry talked to Vincent Goodwill of Yahoo Sports in Vegas, getting ready with Team USA, and we've been waiting to play a lot of this for you, and we'll start now. Here's what Steph said. Just break this down, kind of comment by comment. Here's what he said on not having Klay on the team anymore.
Not having Klay, man, it still hasn't really sunk in, just because you've been doing it for 13 years together. And Coach made a joke. He's like, sometimes you can't really find Klay in the off seasons, and you don't really hear from him as much. And then he shows up at training camp ready to go. I kind of have this idea that in October he'll still hey guys, what's up? But I know it's not happening. So that'll sink in a little bit once training camp starts.
Okay, he's going through the same thing all of us are. I'm sure he watched the press conference today and just went, "Well, that's weird. That's just that just feels weird." But obviously, everyone wants to talk about the significance of it, and does it have Steph thinking about other things out in the NBA world? Here are the two big ones. And everyone is focused on Steph saying, "I want to be a Warrior for life," but then there was an addition to the comment.
I can clearly say I want to be a Warrior for life. That's always been my goal. And I'm saying that sitting in this chair right now. But like you said, life, and especially life in the NBA, it is a wild environment, and things change quickly, and the league has changed quickly. So we're trying to adapt and evolve. And until that, I'll let everybody know if that changes. But right now, of course, the goal is always to finish my career with one team.
Okay, there's more to play. That's the money shot. What's your take?
My take is that it scares me. It makes me think that, he's starting to open the door toward what might be for his future. And maybe it's the reality of Klay leaving. And so and I'm sure he's thought about it before, but the fact that the big three won't finish their career now as Golden State Warriors makes me think that he is pondering a possible future elsewhere.
Here's the one difference, though, and I think that we're extra triggered by this because it's literally happening with the backdrop of Klay Thompson changing teams. So it terrifies us, the idea that maybe Steph now has eyes for this. There's a very, very significant difference to what Klay just did and what Steph just said. Steph is talking about how the league just changed and it's time for us to adapt and evolve. In other words, we need to make moves to keep up with the Joneses and see if we've got a fighting chance to win. But I don't hear or see anything that would suggest that Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors have a deteriorating relationship. That's what led Klay out of town.
Right. But that's now. And
he would have stayed. Whether he thought they were going to win or not, he'd have stayed.
Right. But I think that, you're 2 years removed from Steph's contract being up. And what happens between now and then in 2 years? Think about what happened to Klay in 2 years.
Yeah.
It was a deterioration.
Sensation.
That's a buck.
But it had a lot to do that had nothing to do with the standings. All right, more on that in a sec. How do you translate what you heard Steph just say? And we've got more to play for you, all guests on the 95.7 The Game guest line. Appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Also next week, the lineup is getting jacked up. Starting Monday, we're going to do the morning show 6 to 10 all week long. Bonte and Joe 10 to 2. Steiny and Goo 2 to 6, plus your chance to win an autographed Klay Thompson jersey. Don't worry, it is for a week only. We will only bother you for 1 week, and then we will leave. And it is all brought to you by Jack's Restaurant. This is Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to
great question.
Wow, that's a great question. That's a great question.
That's a great question.
And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
One of those voices is Steve Kerr, isn't it? One of the voices in the That's a Great Question?
Hey.
Is one of them Steve Kerr?
Pipe down. I don't think so.
Ruff. Is one of them Steve Kerr's dog?
I don't know. I made it such a long time ago. I can't
Can you
even
play
remember.
it again?
Yeah.
I think we can identify all of them if you play it again.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
It's a great question.
Wow,
Andy,
that's a great question. That's a great question.
That's a great question.
And
that's a great question.
That's Buster
On
Olney.
95.7 The
I
Game.
feel like the second one might be Steve Kerr.
I think that was Javi.
Oh, Javi Lopez?
Yeah,
we'll
pretty
tell
sure.
him next time that he sounds like Steve Kerr. That's fun.
Let's do it again.
Anyway, is he he's on the show tomorrow, I hear.
Javi?
No. Steve
Kerr?
Is that accurate?
That is the plan. We're waiting on timing
Okay.
confirmation, but that is true. Also, I learned
Steve, did we lose you?
Team,
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Team USA has a showcase game tomorrow against Canada in Vegas where they're having their training camp.
Okay.
And then starting Monday, they go far east. They're going to the United Arab Emirates. They're going to Abu Dhabi? Abu Dhabi, yeah. They have a couple games next week in Abu Dhabi.
That's Dubai.
What happened?
Is Dubai
there?
a country?
I mean, mix in some rehearsal back there. Abu Dhabi, Abu Dhabi.
Just say you're
Double
welcome,
dribble in Abu Dhabi?
Lucas. Just say you're welcome.
One of those three places,
Yeah.
that's where they're playing.
Yeah.
Double dribble in Abu Dhabi? There's no double dribble in Abu Dhabi, by the way. They outlawed it.
Not yet. There will be coming up apparently
dribble?
next week.
Double Dhabi?
Anyway, all
Abu
right.
dribble?
Well, good.
You guys got anything on, one of those three places they're playing games?
I got nothing on the places. I could reboot my take that everybody hated 3 months ago, and I felt very empowered on Sunday. You remember 3 months ago when I told you I hate the fact that Steph Curry's on this team.
Oh, jeez.
I
You and
hate
Guru.
it. I hate it. I hate it. And then they have their first practice, and he's running around with a bloody hand.
Wow.
And he keeps, oh God, my hand here. Is everything okay?
A bloody hand?
Dibs.
Oh, no. Oh, my God.
Okay.
Bloody hand. And I'll reboot my response to you and Guru because he shared your opinion. For you to try to crush another man's dreams it's counter
That's not what
to
I
your
said.
brand.
No, it's
You're
not.
trying to keep Steph Curry in a box. You're trying to bubble wrap the chef. Chef! And all he wants is to go out and win gold for America.
No.
You're anti-Steph and you're anti-America. And I don't find it to be tremendous.
Those are both false. I had to think about one of them. But anyway, no, that's not
The anti-Steph one.
I thought you were going to
Anyway.
respond to me and apologize to me because the United Arab Emirates is a country, Abu Dhabi a province, and in there is where the Team USA is playing.
Nobody said United Arab Emirates is not a country. Nobody said that.
Dibs tried to correct me.
We laughed at the fact that you stumbled through Abu Dhabi. Like you were doing a Flintstones episode.
You're welcome.
You
Yabba dabba
combined
doo, Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, you combined Abu Dhabi and Dubai. You combined them both.
They're playing in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah.
Run the tape back.
Anyway, it
You
doesn't
won't.
matter. Yeah, go book another Giants player, will you? Anyway. Anyway.
That's my McMahon.
Listen, if Steph wants to be there, Steph gets to be there, and I'm happy for him. I am allowed separately to be nervous. I'm allowed to be nervous.
You can be whatever you want to be. You're allowed to be nervous.
Okay. I'm nervous.
I'm allowed to be thrilled for Steph, not
Good for
only
you.
for the upcoming birth of child number 4, which has already happened. It's not upcoming anymore. He's here.
Yep.
But also for him to be able to go out there and be an Olympian. And
Great.
if something bad happens, God forbid, then at least he was out there pursuing his dreams.
You act like these two things can't happen simultaneously, and I'd argue that they are a daily part of parenting.
It's a daily part of life.
You can be absolutely thrilled for someone and terrified at the exact same time. They get into college, you're about to take them. What two emotions are happening at the same time?
Joy and elation.
And
Wow. Depends on who your kid is. Don't let the door hit you or the good Lord split you.
And total fear. Like they're heading out into the world. Like I'm allowed to say, hey, Steph, if this is on your bucket list, dude, rock out with your Brock out. That's wonderful. Go do your thing. Win a gold medal. But I do think it's funny. This is a little bit of a separate point. We act like we care about the Olympics a lot more than we do.
I actually do.
Okay,
So,
and if you do, you do. But I would argue the average basketball fan, if I offered you right now, if I offered you the gold medal or a trip for the Warriors to the conference finals, what's more important to you?
I'll give it to you in 3 simple letters. USA.
You are rare. Those are my 3 words.
I mean, the Western Conference Finals?
Dude, what if I said to you, all right, here it is. What's going to get you out of your seat more? Let's pretend for a second. Team USA is in the gold medal game. They're in the gold medal game in France in whatever this is going to be, 4 weeks. Okay? That game, or next year in round 1 of the playoffs, game 1. What? You can only win one of them. Which one gets you out of your seat, gets you jacked up? Which one?
Well, you give me game 7, it's different. Game 1, who cares?
Oh, dude.
Game 1 is meaningless.
Way more into game 1.
I'm way more into the
markedly.
gold medal game.
Okay.
And even though it's 8 hours ahead, it'll be probably about a noon tip our time, if they even make it.
Yeah. It's
a tougher
competitive
landscape.
now. Absolutely.
Dibs, how many other Summer Olympic sports do you care about more than basketball?
Probably maybe 3.
Which ones? Like
track
swimming
and
and
field. And track and field is more than an event, but I would say the women's 100 meter with Sha'Carri Richardson. I am deeply invested in that because I know what she's gone through. I don't know the athlete, but I do love the athlete, and I know what she's been through, and I love the way that she won the Worlds from lane 9 a couple of years ago, and she didn't qualify in the 200. Her story is one that I'm definitely deeply invested in.
Listen, you care about what you care about. I'm not here to tell you what you care about. Like, great, whatever you care about. You like watching tennis.
Volleyball for sure.
Like, sweet.
Men's indoor volleyball I've always been a big fan of. And
you have a history in the sport.
And it's a competitive bracket. We've done well. We've fallen short. Shout out Bob Samuelson back in, that must have been 92 Barcelona, my former classmate, when he got the ill-timed red. And we flamed out of that tournament. You weren't even born, Grandy. I get that.
I think most Warrior fans, or fans of any team for that matter, if you lose a playoff game, that's going to stick with you a lot longer than if the United States of America takes silver. Honestly, how long does that stick with you? Team USA gets to the finals and loses to France. How long does that how long till you go, hey, what's for dinner tonight?
Well, ask Doug Collins, who 52 years later, he's still hot over what happened in 1972.
Okay.
When the Russians screwed us.
I'm asking you. I'm not asking Doug Collins. I'm asking you.
How long does it stay with me?
Yeah.
Probably not as long as the play-in tournament debacle in Sacramento.
So that's all I'm saying. Like, sure, if Steph wants to do this, I'm a Steph fan. Good for Steph. Please bring a jacket. Get home safe.
Don't swim in the sand.
I'm sorry. I care more about Warriors games than I care about Team USA.
Right.
I just do.
You don't care about what Kevon Looney's doing right now because you don't know what he's doing. He might be out there scaling Everest.
And I hope he's okay.
GP2 might be windsurfing.
And I hope he's okay.
Buddy Hield might be rock climbing. He might be free soloing right now at Half Dome.
I would argue you're bringing up some things that are probably not contractually allowed.
But you don't know.
I don't know what's in their
also
contract.
Not contractually allowed, apparently, is Andrew Wiggins playing for Canada.
There you go.
Which I wonder if anybody would ask the people who make that decision why he was not allowed to play.
It's obvious why he was not allowed to play.
Because they're afraid he gets hurt?
Because they're involving him in trade discussions. Exactly.
Right.
Of course.
So how's that going to play when Andrew comes back in October and you don't trade him?
I don't know. Maybe well, maybe not well.
Maybe he goes from 13 a game down to 9 a game. It's a guaranteed contract.
This is a guy who was bothered 4 years ago when it was made public that that he didn't want to take the vaccine shot.
Yep.
And then I think that there was a connection between that and the way the Warriors have handled Andrew Wiggins the last 2 years. Zip lip, we're saying nothing. They wanted to keep it private. They weren't allowed to keep private. It came out. How's his relationship with the organization? I don't know. Does Andrew ever say anything to anyone? I don't know. Does he like go into the back offices and throw a chair? Damn it, I want to play for Canada. Or is he just like,
Yeah, probably the latter. But
I don't know.
Yeah.
Like Andrew Wiggins.
I do know this. However, they've tried to and handle him is not the right way to put it because he's a grown man and they are grown adults in the organization, but they have not been able to, over the course of the last season and a half, get the best out of Andrew Wiggins. So it might be time to take a different approach because what you got out of Andrew Wiggins last year, he showed up. He showed up for the majority of the games, but he was not very effective. Well, he did not appear to be that interested in being an impactful basketball player.
Yeah, I mean, I hear that, but that's not all on the team. I mean, you can't just snap your fingers and get the best out of someone.
Right.
Somewhere along the line, they've got to become their best selves.
But somewhere along the line, you have to try a different approach to get the best out of Andrew Wiggins. And why did you get the best out of him in the championship year and you haven't been able to subsequently?
Yeah, you'd argue, I would think, that they've tried to mimic whatever the hell happened 2 years ago, but didn't work. Hasn't worked.
Right.
You know, totally different scenarios.
And last year they tried to tough love it a little bit more, it seems, by not having him finish games and not having him start games. And it seemed like they tried to shake him up a little bit with different techniques. Well, yet it didn't really net that many results.
I mean, that's largely my point when I'm talking about Klay's contract and timing, and largely my point when I'm talking about what the Warriors will be. How would I answer my daughter when she says, are the Warriors going to be any good this year? We fail every year to realize how different every year is. There's so many different things happening. Even if it's the exact same roster, there's so many things that are different. Andrew Wiggins was given all kinds of runway and opportunity 2 years ago that now Jonathan Kuminga started to squawk and he needs and then was finally granted. And for a while we went through, well, these two have bad analytics on the floor when they're together. So that took away some of Andrew's opportunities. Some of it was also tied to what happened with him a couple of seasons ago where he was suddenly gone. Like all of these things didn't exist 2 years ago in the championship year. Now they do. There are players on the team who were in college at the time. Now you got to find minutes for Podziemski. He didn't exist before. Like the scenarios change every year. And I see that as being that will happen again this year. That obviously will happen again this year. And I'm far from convinced that we even know who's going to be on the team this year.
But all we can do is judge it based on what they are right now on July 9th. And I look at the roster as it sits right now, and I think about it as it pertains to Andrew Wiggins right now. And you're coming off a year where you didn't play that well. You didn't play that impactfully. You couldn't play for Team Canada because the team wanted to aggressively shop you. They aggressively shopped you. And here we are on July 9th, and you're still a Warrior. So now Andrew comes into camp in about 2.5 months, and you're expecting him to come on out and do what? All right, Andrew, we shopped you. You didn't have any takers. We didn't want you to play for Team Canada. And, we've given you all the time you need to handle your personal business. Okay, are you ready to come out and play basketball? Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah. I know we feel like it sounds that way, and it clearly doesn't. Like one thing that I will say on Andrew Wiggins' behalf, I don't ever watch him play and feel like he's loafing. I think sometimes he gets saddled with that rep.
He's not loafing, but he does not play with a lot of dog in him.
Yeah, but he's never done that.
He did for the course of about 3 or 4 months. Yeah, and when he did that, you won a championship.
It wasn't even 3 or 4 months. It was less.
Well, he was an all-star.
Yeah, I know.
I would say it was from about February to June. I'll give him 4 months where you watched him play, and even his own teammates said, dude, 13 rebounds? Yeah. How about that? Look at you. How about you do that more often? And, he probably thought, I could. Right. I could if I wanted to. And that to me becomes the maddening part of it because you see what could be.
Totally.
And, ultimately it's not because he doesn't show that much effort to do it.
Let's go out to the phones at 888-957-9570, but we wanted to hit a couple more Steph Curry clips before we do so. Remember, we played for you a short time ago that he said, I want to be a Warrior for life, ... But things change real fast in the NBA. this was another key point talking about how everything that he's going to decide to do going forward is not necessarily about loyalty, it's about something else.
Winning is hard in this league, man. And the fact that we've been able to do it for this long, it's been amazing. Trying to keep the core together this long has been amazing. Obviously, Klay is the first one to not be a Warrior. And so it's a different dynamic. I always want to win, plain and simple. And there's no contentment on just cashing a check and playing basketball and riding it out. Like, pressure is applied on, like, I want to win and I want to be in the best position to make that happen. Doesn't guarantee anything, but until that changes and I feel that energy changes, then I go about my business the same way. And that's where I'm at.
So, yeah, that I know it can sound like another scary quote, but to me, the fundamental difference here plays. Steph Curry needs to feel like the best chance to win is being presented to him, but there's no discord. There's no anger between him and the Warriors. And I would argue the Warriors, like, they're going to do everything in their power to present to him what he wants presented. You know what I mean? Like, the offer for Lauri Markkanen is on the table, and they're going to sit and they're going to wait. And we can talk about that. Slater wrote about it. There's a couple interesting pieces to it. But, you know, the offer was there for Paul George, didn't play out, and Steph is fully aware of all these decisions that are being made and probably weighing in on them himself.
Right, but if they don't get anything done and the team has another year where they don't make the playoffs and it's another year of him running around and trying to carry the load and not getting a lot of help and not seeing a lot of help on the horizon, he may feel differently by the time we get to next July, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, could.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be about discord. It doesn't have to end the way that the Klay thing ended, where there was discord and frustration.
Well,
it could end in a different way.
It could. I'd argue he has to feel like not only do we not have a chance to win, that the Warriors are not even trying to give him a chance to win. I find that to be an unlikely scenario as time plays out.
But they haven't gotten it done. And I know the Lauri Markkanen deadline is still 4 weeks away, 4 weeks from today, before he would need to sign a deal and still be eligible to be traded in February, which is what Utah is facing. So there's still time.
No doubt. 888-957-9570. How about Daniel in Oakland? Hi, Daniel. You're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's up?
Hey, guys. I wanted to touch base about when you were talking about the West Coast or West Finals, Warriors Finals versus the USA Gold Team.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you guys were around, but I got to tell you, in 1980, when the Winter Olympics, when that USA team won against the Russians, that was, in my opinion, probably one of the greatest moments in sport history. And what it did for the country and how it, like, for probably millions of people and the hockey fans, I got to say, USA gold, man, all the way.
Yeah, but
you can't miss out on
right,
like
but Daniel, this would not be anywhere near that. Like, Team USA is the favorite. It's our sport. They're almost expected to win gold. You had to go back 44 years, go to a different sport, and find one of the greatest upsets in the history of gaming. Like, I don't know. Would you think if Team USA wins gold this year that would feel anything like 1980?
Yeah, that's a good point. But man, I was 10 years old when that happened, and what I'm saying, like what it did to the nation as a whole, it was pretty incredible, you know.
Well, there's no doubt about that. I mean, that's why there's a movie made about it. You know, Daniel, thank you, appreciate it. Brian in Palo Alto on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, BPA.
Hey, Dibbs, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, babe?
Hi, Brian.
What's up, babe?
Yeah.
Hi. I think the vibe from the summit, of which there was almost like outright like eagerness to shove Steph out the door from some of the people, is incomprehensible. Sort of like shoving Joe Montana out of town without having Steve Young in the wings. And you know, he's still a great player. Every top team, certainly in the West, has 2 stars, has a first and second option. Every single one. Steph didn't even have a fourth option. He had a fourth option last year, maybe. A fourth option who showed up sometimes, who now plays for the Mavericks. And so, gosh forbid you actually give the guy some help. Like, to expect him to carry it on his own when no other contending team in either league is expecting their superstar to carry the entire show by themselves. So I don't care about the rhetoric or the rumors leaked to Monty Poole about Lauri Markkanen as our top target. Get it done. Get it done. That would be my take. And you owe it to him, and there's going to be pure darkness after Steph's gone for a while. Like, to think that you're going to, like, extend the run on Jonathan Kuminga bricking 22-footers is crazy. And, like, the allegiance to Kuminga, who is not a star, is not going to be a star next year and wants $35 million a year. Insane. It's just insane. It's like the upside down, bizarro world. What's black is white. Anyways, guys, have a great day.
Yeah, shout out Stranger Things. Thanks, PPA.
PPA, thanks.
Yeah, the upside down.
I tend to agree with the concept that he's talking about.
And not everybody was trying to shove Steph out the door. There was one guy and another guy who kind of jumped in on that, but neither one of them was us. And you can go back and listen to the Odyssey app and extrapolate who those people were. But I was one saying, you give Steph $70 million, you give him $75 million, whatever you need to give him to keep him, you do that.
Yeah, but we're also not even there yet, so it's not even fully relevant. Like for what we're talking about right now, I tend to agree. I think you do too with Brian with regard to, like, that's the good news for those of you who agree with what Brian just said. I think the Warriors agree with you. So you can't just be like, let's stop talking about Lauri Markkanen. Well, the Warriors are talking about him. They've got reportedly an offer on the table, and I'd argue the fact that Anthony Slater is writing about this and has all kinds of sourced reporting about where the Warriors are, and the concept behind the article is that the Warriors are willing to play the waiting game. Like, I take something from that. Not just that the Warriors are willing to play the waiting game, they're sending a message. Hey, Utah, it's going to be your move first.
For sure.
You don't want our offer? Go ahead. Sign him to an extension.
Well, and if they don't sign him by August 6th, then they can't trade him at the trade deadline. So
That's
if they sign him...
That's if they sign him.
Well, if they
give him an extension at all.
Right. So if they don't sign him by August 6th, if they sign him on August 7th, they can't trade him until after next season.
Correct.
So if they're thinking about trading him at all, their motivation would be to trade him before August 6th or sign him and keep him. But it doesn't seem like that they want to do that.
No, well, I mean, both sides are playing the leverage game. There's a report in there that says, oh, people think Utah's going to keep him. And then over here, the Warriors are like, we'll wait. We're just fine.
Exactly.
We'll start the season with the roster we have.
And Sacramento's off the table now.
Off the table with DeRozan.
Yeah.
So these two teams are just talking to each other through slates. Come on.
Slates.
We got all the time in the world. And Utah's like, we're keeping him. We're keeping him.
And the Warriors are saying, oh, we're happy with our 14-man roster.
If Utah wanted to keep him, you just do it. You do it. What are you waiting for?
And if the Warriors really wanted him badly, they would have traded for him by now. They would have overpaid for him, but they're playing the waiting game.
There you go. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. More of your phone calls right around the corner. And Doc Pandia cleared to play. We'll get into Blake Snell and more on the injury front on Willard and Dibs.
In the meantime, Mark, let's talk.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, which member of the Giants pitching staff do you want to ask about?
That's a great question.
Thank you. Just ask about all of them.
It's a great question.
Thank you, Doc Pandia. And that's a great question, Buster Olney.
A great question.
And that's a great question.
That's my favorite.
It's a great pause, is what it is. It's almost a Jim Rome level pause.
Great.
It was great.
Yeah, I think that's a really good question.
Thank you. That's the other doctor. This is the main doctor. We're going to get back to your calls in a second. But right now, and again, all guests appear on the River Islands guest line, and it's time for Clear to Play. We're going to take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. Hey, Doc, what's going on?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
We are doing fantastic. My first question is, what did you see from Kyle Harrison in his return from an ankle injury? Anything to think about there with the way he performed?
No, I think the big thing you're looking for is, are individuals moving good? Are they showing any signs of compensation? Are they compensating at all? I didn't really see any of that. I mean, statistics and performance kind of come with time anytime you're out of your rhythm, but I think that's a good sign moving forward. Didn't see any movement issues, so I think that bodes well for him, hopefully staying healthy and not having another ankle issue moving forward.
Blake Snell back tonight on the bump. He's had a couple of rehab starts, and the groin apparently has held up pretty well there. What do you look for tonight from Blake Snell back in the bigs?
I think we'll have a pretty good performance. I mean, one of the things we kind of look at, obviously you don't want a player to go through, these adductor issues and have hip issues, but given the fact that he just simply didn't have a lot of time, in the off season to get ready just with all the free agency stuff, this might actually be a little bit of a blessing in disguise where he's actually got an extended period of time to work on all those things that potentially he could have worked on in the offseason. So barring an injury aside, maybe we're going to see that Cy Young type Snell performance moving forward because he's had this time off to rehab, work on his mechanics, work on all those things that may have taken place in the offseason.
Okay, Doc Pandya, we have got a conspiracy theory among us right now. And there was discussion knowing that you were coming on about Tyro Estrada. He has just been reinstated from the injured list. The Giants called it a left wrist strain. But our own Mark Grandy, he believes that something is amiss. Grandy, what do you think was going on?
Well, Melvin was asked when he went on the IL, and he said, well, he's just had ice all over him the last week because he's been fouling balls off his shins, off his legs. So I figured it was more than just a left wrist because he had been banged up all over the place.
Doc, what does it mean when you got ice all over the place?
It's not a good sign. It means you're banged up. You've got, this little soft tissue injury here, injury over there. So sometimes it's hard to say you're banged up on the injured list. So you just say, look, the wrist is probably the worst one, so we're going to put that out there. But sometimes you just need a little rest.
Sometimes you have ice all over the place and you're just having a barbecue. Am I right, Doc?
True, yeah. That's especially with 4th of July, a lot of ice out there.
Yeah, exactly. Ice everywhere. Dr. Nirav Pandya here on 95.7 The Game. Steph Curry's playing in the Olympics. What's your panic level over the possibility of the chef getting fatigued?
I am a little bit worried about it. I mean, especially for someone who potentially may not have been in the Olympics, before like Steph has to win a medal. Obviously he's going to be a centerpiece. You see all the highlights of him, taking down all the other players. So I do worry about, is he going to exert himself a lot and then come into a season where he hasn't had his normal routine. He's played a lot of basketball. And if they don't make a move, he's the number one scoring option. And then he's going to have to exert himself even more. So I think that fatigue risk is definitely there. Obviously he's a superstar. He wants to perform in the Olympics, but there could be a trickle down effect into the season. With fatigue, and hopefully you're not going to have any other issues pop up from an injury standpoint as well, too.
Doc, do you want to say the first sentence that you said to Dibs slower? Do you want to slow down and say again, I am a little bit worried about Steph Curry? Could we get that soundbite from you?
Yeah, I am a little bit worried about Steph Curry.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen.
Doc, you don't have to be his puppet.
That's from an orthopedic surgeon. Your thoughts when Steph ran around with a bloody hand in the very first practice? I want to drive to Vegas and bring him home myself.
Yeah, I mean, you worry. I mean, part of the issue you also worry about is that you get in the setting, and obviously all the veterans, all the team is playing really well and playing together, but then you get a lot of the young players in who want to prove themselves, and do you worry that someone's going to be like, I'm going to show Steph Curry up. Cooper Flagg is going to be like, this is my time to shine. So you'd also worry about that as well, too. And then when you get in the Olympics, you've got a lot of other teams that may not necessarily have that reputation, and they want to put their best foot forward against someone like Steph Curry. So just all these other factors you have to worry about.
Doc, you're a real doctor. I'm a radio doctor, and it's not often where you actually have more knowledge than I do. But Kyle Anderson with thoracic outlet syndrome, can you explain that to the audience? What level of concern you have about that?
Yeah, it's definitely when you hear that, you're like, oh, geez, that sounds like that could be an issue moving forward. But basically what that situation is when you kind of have some compression of nerves and blood vessels around your neck. And he had surgery for that, where you basically, for the most part, take out part of your rib or whatever's compressing it, and it should not be an issue anymore. So people hear thorax, they think, is this going to be an issue with breathing? Is this going to be a problem that he has moving forward? But the good news about this is once you get that surgery done and you don't have those symptoms, it should not be an issue anymore. And he's played 70-plus games the past 5 years. So you're getting someone who may move slowly, but is definitely out on the court a lot, moving forward.
Doc, what about Melton? Whenever you hear someone's got a history of back problems, that right, there's red flags. But this specific one, is there a reason for worry?
I think the fact that they said they didn't have a structural issue is more just kind of this inflammation in the lower back. He took a lot of time off last season. Seems to be not complaining about it right now based on the reports, and he's got Rick Celebrini to work with. I'm not super worried about it. Now, if he starts missing some time to it early in the season, I get worried about it, but this may be an opportunity for him to work on his mechanics, come back healthy, and come back as a better player because he's in the right system now.
Doc, there is a Bring Steph Home bonfire this weekend that I'm throwing. Would you like to be my guest?
I will be there. I will be your guest. Absolutely.
There it is.
I'm worried.
We are going to make s'mores, and we are going to toast to Steph Curry being off of Team USA. There it is. Thank you, Doc.
No problem, guys. I'll see you in the morning next week, maybe.
Oh, my God.
Exciting,
that's right.
yeah.
Do you have surgery scheduled or something at that hour?
I'm a package with you guys. I'll come. I'm coming with you. You go in the morning, I come in the morning, too.
Perfect.
We'll make the changes.
Just tell the patient you got to scrub out for 8 minutes, and then you can scrub back in.
Yeah, that wouldn't go very well.
Yeah. Hey, patient, BRB. Probably not. All right, thanks, Doc.
All right, take care, guys.
All right, the proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. Yeah, we're having
take a timeout mid-surgery.
We're having a big worry party this weekend at the beach.
Oh,
it's going to be amazing. We're going to get together. We're going to worry.
The funny thing is the bonfire will be doused by all your tears.
I'm going to invite my mom. She's really good at worrying.
Mark, I'm worried about the chef.
Right.
Mark.
Who isn't?
I know. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not at all, honestly.
Yeah. Until something happens, then you are.
Whatever. You're asking a basketball player to not play basketball. And I guess if he wasn't going to the Olympics, he would still be playing some basketball.
I'm asking
a lot
him
of golf.
Not play basketball in July, which is what basketball players usually do in July, not play basketball.
Normally, he'd be in Tahoe playing golf.
That's right.
I would argue he's more likely to get injured sprinting down the hole after getting a hole-in-one than he is playing basketball in the Olympics.
That's worse than your Aaron Judge take,
that was way more risky because last year he had a hole-in-one and he went sprinting down from the tee to the green. There could be a pothole. There could have been a gopher. There could have been any number of things that could have befallen the chef. Don't worry about the guy. He's an elite athlete. He's doing what he does for a living.
Yeah.
And he's doing it for America.
He should be defending his title in Tahoe is what he should be doing right now. Are the Warriors going to be good this year? It sounds like such a simple question, courtesy of my 15-year-old daughter, and it is now on the 95.7 The Game Twitter feed as a poll. Yes or no? Warriors going to be good this year? You could translate that however you want.
Right.
We're not a truckload of votes in yet, but we're north of 200 votes.
I just voted.
What'd you vote?
Well, I voted for one of the 50%ers. Because it's a 50-50 split right now.
50-50, which means I already know you voted no. Because I voted yes and it went to 51. And you voted no and it went right back to 50.
That's enough for me, Doug.
I like the idea of the poll, and I love the fact that it came from your 15-year-old daughter, who is a lovely human being. But I'm a little bit, I guess, concerned with the nebulous nature of, are they going to be good? It does open it up wildly to individual interpretation.
What
is good?
And what is the team?
And, the team is the team.
What is
this? Is the team.
No, not necessarily.
It is right now.
Right, but you could factor into your answer a prediction that something else is going to happen.
Right. And so if something else happens, does that make them better? Well, you would hope that it would make them better. But does that make them better to where they're actually going to be good? And it all falls back to the, and apologies to your daughter, deeply flawed question of, are they going to be good? And she asked with the innocence of a teenager.
Correct.
Who doesn't, follow it as closely as we do. And certainly the director of sports does. But what is good? Is good 46 wins and getting knocked out unceremoniously in the play-in game in Sacramento? Is that good? If that is good, then yes, they're going to be good.
No, but I love the simplicity of the question. It's a perfect question. They're going to be getting good? Are they going to be good?
Yeah.
I want a boogie. I want to have fun this year.
It begs of a follow-up question. What is good?
Well,
and I ask you, what is good?
You want me to text her?
No.
Okay.
I want you to answer it for yourself because
I already did. You got to be a noisemaker in the playoffs.
Right. And so you answered yes to this poll. So you think that they'll be a noisemaker in the playoffs. And by noisemaker, you mean a team that wins at least a series, right?
Well, I mean, I voted yes because that's what I do.
I know, Mark. I voted
yes.
No because I
that's what you do.
I keeps it real. I keep it a buck.
No, I'm going to look at.
I keep it real, Mark.
I'm going to look at any situation, and you tell me how to project what's going to happen, and this is my brain. I am going to project the best possible outcome. That is both the way I'm wired and strategic, because I don't know if anybody believes in manifestation and all of these things. I might do it to a fault. There have been things that have not gone well in my life because I constantly sit there and go, oh, it's going to work out. It's going to work out. It's going to work out. It's like, oh, boy, that didn't work out. Yeah, that happens. But it is both the way my brain is wired and the way that I absolutely demand that I go into every situation. Why would you not push for, plan for, reach for the best possible outcome in any situation? That's the goal. Now, I have no control over what the Warriors do. There's also no penalty for being wrong here. So I'm going to look at, are the Warriors going to be good? Yeah. And if they're not, well, boy, that didn't go well. Let's recalibrate.
Yeah, I like the way you look at it. Yeah. But when I answered questions like this or polls on Twitter, I take my emotions and my fanhood out of it because, of course, I want them to be good. I've been a fan of this team for more than 45 years, sadly, because I'm more than 55 years old. I'm coming up on being 56, and I would go to the arena as a 10-year-old with my brother. I've been a fan of this team since the late 70s. So yes, I want them to be good. And I said this on Twitter earlier today. I always want them to win every game. But when I look at a poll like this and I have a chance to answer, I look at it from an honest, analytical standpoint. And the question is, are the Warriors going to be good this year? And I look at this team right now and where they sit and the Western Conference. And to me, good is kind of what you're saying, make noise in the playoffs. For me, it means 2 years ago, that team was good. You won a series, and then you had a tough series in the next round, and you didn't win it. That team was good.
That's interesting.
Not great, not excellent, not phenomenal.
Won fewer games than the team that you think stinks.
Right. I don't think that team stinks. I just don't think that they're good.
Well, but if the team before was good, they won fewer games.
Right, but the team this year, I'm not worried about last year. I'm looking at this team right now, and in a vacuum, because we don't know if they're going to add Markkanen or Ingram or anybody else. I look at this team right now, and I look at this conference, and I take the emotions out of it. Are they going to be good this year? No.
Okay, let's play a game then that defines that. And then we're going to go to the phones, 888-957-9570. What if I'm going to run through teams, and you tell me right now, these Warriors, are they ahead of or behind this team in the Western Conference standing? Okay? Thunder.
Behind.
Nuggets.
Behind.
T-Wolves.
Behind.
Mavericks.
Behind.
Suns.
Behind.
File that. Clippers.
That's tough. I'll say behind.
Lakers.
Behind.
Really? Kings.
Ahead.
Really? Pelicans.
They're comparable. I'll say ahead, just for the sake of the bit. Behind or ahead.
Grizzlies.
Ahead, but they're incomparable.
All right. I'm going to leave the Rockets, Jazz, Spurs,
comparable.
and Blazers out of it. I know that may not be
Your
fair,
choice.
but
The Spurs are better. The Jazz and
okay, fine. Spurs.
The Jazz, they're ahead of the Spurs.
All right. So, would you put them behind any of those four teams?
No, but
All
I
right,
would
that's
put
why I
them.
leave them out.
I would put them in a group of teams between 7 and 12. They're in that group.
Okay, but if we go by what you just said, you have the Golden State Warriors as the 7 seed.
7 or 8.
Okay.
That's not making noise in the playoffs. That's not even in the playoffs.
Right, but if you're off by even like 2 or 3 games, like
they could be the 11th seed.
Right, they could also be the 4.
Maybe. I don't see him as the 4.
5.
Maybe.
I know you think you've got 4 teams where you're like hard, they're behind those teams. Thunder, Nuggets, Wolves, Mavs.
I think most people would say that.
I agree. But I think they start to be in the conversation after that.
If you talk about teams 5 through 12, they could be anywhere from 5 to 12.
I mean, I think that I could easily make a case. I mean, the Phoenix Suns, they were so disappointing last year and they've done nothing.
Finished ahead of the Warriors.
By 3 games.
Finished ahead of the Warriors.
Yes, but by 3 games, and they were wildly disappointing. They have not improved and changed their coach and have the same problems, all the same problems that they had before.
Right.
Right? Okay.
The Warriors lost two Hall of Famers.
Come on. Neither of whom playing at a Hall of Fame level. So
they lost 2 Hall of Famers.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. But we're
having a conversation here.
Yes, but it's a misleading statement.
But it's factual.
But misleading based on this conversation.
It's the political season, so I'm going to stand behind my misleading yet factual statement.
It is a contextually misleading statement.
Klay Thompson is still a top 50-something player in the league. And Chris Paul is a Hall of Famer.
Say the first one again.
I mean, if you want to talk about Klay Thompson.
Say it again.
He's a top 50-something player in the league. 72, 84.
Okay.
I'll revert you to my previous statement, Your Honor, about them both being Hall of Famers.
Top 50 player currently?
80 player.
Now we're getting
70,
closer.
whatever. 70. You hate rankings. You hate it.
All right.
The Warriors lost 2 Hall of Famers.
You know, the Clippers lost Paul George.
A Hall of Famer.
Yeah. So I got no idea.
Got Westbrook back on a bargain.
Russell Westbrook. Anyway.
Clippers also finished ahead of the Warriors last year.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
with Paul George on the team.
Right. And I look at a Warrior team that, hey, Pods and TJD, they make that leap and Kuminga becomes an all-star that Joe Shasky thinks that he will be over the next 2 years, and I could be wrong. But I look at it as it sits right now, this roster and this conference, I don't see them making noise in the Western Conference.
Okay.
And we defined making noise by winning a series.
Boy, there's a lot of stuff to happen between now and
we got 3.5 months until the opener. We don't even have the schedule yet.
Let's go to
right?
Let's go to Mac Zach in Oakland. Hey, Mac Zach, what are you doing?
Hey, how's it going, fellas? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
I was making a comparison about Klay that made me a little sad. I was thinking about the Splash Brothers and the marquee name, and they kind of remind me of Star Wars, Luke Skywalker and Han Solo, and I guess Draymond would be the Wookiee. And then now you have Klay joining Batman and Robin to become Alfred.
My gosh, this was fascinating, but I don't know if I caught the overall point. What's the point, Mac Zach?
Well, basically, it's kind of sad that he's like the third wheel and he's not the marquee guy.
I see. Yeah, but I mean, like that's the cycle, right? I mean, that's kind of the fascinating thing about this to me, and what proves that Klay Thompson left because the relationship had crumbled is Klay went and accepted with Dallas actually the same things that the Warriors were trying to offer.
He accepted $50 million. What did the Warriors offer him at the beginning of last year? They offered him almost $50 million. What did the Warriors want him to do? Take a little bit further of a back seat. Either be the sixth man or be option 3 or option 4. Nope, that's offensive. But then what did he accept with Dallas? The 3 role or the 4 role. He's going to play, but he accepted all. Thank you so much, Max Zach. He accepted all the things that the Warriors were already offering him, and he found them offensive. And it shows the point that I was trying to make a few weeks ago when I said that a big part of this comes from the fact that this fan base and this organization, what he suffers from is he will always be compared to his former self. When he goes to a new place, it's like starting at ground zero. And that's what it's going to be like. Nobody in Dallas is going to be like, this guy used to be a Splash Brother, and now he's kind of slowed down. No one's going to do that. They're just going to be like, dude, you going to hit the threes when Kyrie passes to you?
Yeah.
Cool.
And he talked about it in his press conference today. The phrase change of scenery tells me everything that you need to know about why he left the Warriors. And yeah, part of it was money, and I don't think that the 2-year, $48 million offer was still out there for him. He gets 3 years, he gets a change of scenery, and a chance to go out there and just be, Klay Thompson, who wears number 31, as opposed to Klay Thompson wearing 11 with his number going to be retired.
Did you catch the Draymond Green thing about number 31? Did you catch this?
Missed it, no.
Draymond Green, his comments on Instagram, he took a screenshot of Klay holding up his number 31, and he wrote, 31 is nasty work, killer, with 4 laughy emojis, and then he tagged Klay Thompson. Some are translating that to mean that he is wearing number 31 to say Steph Curry +1.
Oh, wow. Man, that's...
Others, including Michael Thompson, directly on our show yesterday are saying it's paying homage to Reggie Miller.
Right. 31.
Only he knows why.
Right.
Maybe it's both.
Could be.
Nasty work, killer.
Yeah, because he's Killer Klay. Because I'm one number better than Steph. And Steph this year is going to come out, and he's going to wear 32.
It'd be amazing if they changed every game. See who gets to 99 first. All right.
Klay should wear 77, which is, because he was left off the NBA 75-year team that had 76 players on it. And so he wore 77.
Yep.
You should just rock 77.
I
think Luka wears a number like that. He wears 77, right?
Yeah, there's something to be said about that. Yeah, we'll keep going with your phone calls. Andis, you'll be first up, coming up next. Sponsored by LifeSource Water Systems. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Hi, this is Sherry, owner of LifeSource.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Mark, do you have to be a homer on the radio?
Well,
Brian, you have no idea.
Well, hold on a second.
On 95.7 The Game.
Usually, but not always. It's not a rule. Like, we have a little guideline. We've got a Bible, and it doesn't say that in there.
About you being a homer all the time?
Yeah, just usually. Yeah, I'll throw you a curveball every now and again.
First commandment, thou shalt not cross the local teams.
I mean, thou shalt think positively until otherwise noted.
Yes, and when you actually came out and buried the Giants in your famous 15-minute rant, they did go on a little bit of a run.
They did.
And subsequently, that's worn off.
They're better. Well, they're better since then. But
they've been slightly above 500 since the rant.
There's a good little, they had that 3 series in a row against the top teams in the league, and they went 5-4.
Woo!
Well, no, but that's all. Come on, dude. That's all you could hope. You play the Dodgers, Braves, and Guardians. You get 5-9. You take that. That's all I'm saying.
The fact that you use the phrase "that's all you can hope" tells us all we need to know about where we are.
Dibs.
Honestly,
come on.
I'm a Giants fan. You're right.
You go
that
into
is
that
all
9
we can
games.
hope.
It's
a gauntlet.
Forget all you can hope. You take that.
Yeah, you take it.
You go into those 9. You go 5-4. You take that.
You take it.
Okay.
Do you remember what you predicted, Willard, and albeit unofficially? I sent the text before these 3 series started. How many games do you think the Giants will win?
I think I was ticked off when
you were
asked
very
me?
upset.
Okay.
You said one. You said one.
I did, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
1.
2.
1 game.
One man.
Game.
And they won 5.
Yeah, they won 5. Pay the over.
And you're right. That's all you could hope.
Yeah, no, you take that.
Your words, not mine.
Let me redo. You take that.
You take it.
You take it.
And honestly, if you win 5 of every 9 games, you're a playoff team.
You win.
Yeah. You end up being a 90-win team.
Now, the crap that they did before that with the Cardinals and the Cubs and the Rickwood and all that junk, you don't take that. You don't take that. But the last 4 series, the Giants have looked like a baseball team. Here's 3 things I'll say, and then we'll go back to Dubs. 3 things I'll say about the Giants, okay? The last 4 series, they've looked like a baseball team. Okay? That's number 1. Like, even in their losses over the weekend to the Guardians.
5-4 to the Guardians.
They're plucky. They fight to the end, 5-4, blah, blah, blah. Okay. The last 4 series.
Although you did see what a real bullpen looks like, that's the Guardians.
I think that's a very good team.
Yeah.
My God.
Oh, yeah.
If I had to predict a World Series winner right now, I would say Cleveland, based on what I've watched. But anyway, last 4 series, they've looked like a baseball team. Number 2, they shaking it up. I don't know exactly what happened behind closed doors, but Slater being traded and Ahmed being DFA'd within 72 hours of each other, somebody is philosophically pushing something. And I don't know if it's right. Are they clearing a runway for Matos and Wisely? Are they clearing the decks for further acquisition? I'm not sure yet, but that is a conceptual shakeup. And then lastly, the cavalry is coming. Harrison back, Snell back. Robbie Ray and Alex Cobb will start the next 2 games in San Jose. And supposedly will be here within 2 weeks. So, does it matter? Will it work? I don't know. Cavalry is coming. And the last thing,
this would be the 4th thing, this to me is shocking that it's the 4th thing.
Well, actually, I said there were only 3 things, but there's sort of an addendum.
Well, and the addendum is something we talked about on our show thread, I think.
Yeah, the addendum is the dudes you've all been screaming for is here, and a lot of you don't seem to be acknowledging that. Yes or no, when Elliott comes to the plate, you don't go to the bathroom.
Of course.
Okay.
But I think the other piece of that is what you shared on the thread, and it struck me, and we'll get back to the Warriors momentarily, of course, but the fact that there doesn't seem to be that much excitement over the fact that Elliot Ramos is an all-star.
Well, I mean,
there is some excitement, but this should be like the biggest piece of news in the Bay Area.
It's bananas.
He did it in 2 months.
He did it by missing
40 games,
almost
basically.
a month and a half of the season. If you go backwards to the energy that Schmidt got for 2 weeks last year and the energy that Matos got for a week and a half earlier this year, if you go back to those moments and the supposed thought was, dude, do you know what this team needs? This team needs a homegrown
player who will produce on the daily and be an all-star. Well, here he is. He's batting third. Melvin already said he's not getting a day off for the rest of the year. Here he is. And maybe I'm like projecting. Maybe everybody is all fired up about it. I don't know. Attendance is fine. Attendance is fine.
It's up.
It's just good. You take it. But, we're over here trying to coin Vamos Ramos. And there is, I can't put my finger on it. What is the hesitation? What is the thing that is sort of, like I hear from people, well, yeah, you got your homegrown outfielder, but he didn't come up the way we wanted him to come up. He came up because of injury. He didn't come up because Farhan knew. He came up because it was like an accident. And I'm like,
why does that matter?
Dude, when you find your girl, do you care where you met her? What are you doing? Celebrate the girl. Like, what are we I don't get it. I don't get it. This guy encompasses every little aspect of what we've been asking for. He is got flair. He is homegrown. He is an outfielder. He is an everyday player. He is hitting for power. He is hitting for average. He is playing better defense than we thought he would. He's doing it. He's a first-round draft pick who paid off. He's everything we've been asking for. And I still hear people running around going, hey, the Giants need need one of them homegrown stars. You been to a game lately? Folks, he's here.
He's it. He's it.
Here he is. So, anyway, that's all. He's here.
Surprising that has been, the reaction has not been as loud and profound as I thought that it would have been. The fact that you have your first homegrown outfield all-star since Chili Davis. And most people listening have no idea what Chili Davis is. Chili Davis is not something that you eat at the county fair. Chili Davis was the last homegrown outfield all-star that you had, and it's been 40 years since that's happened. So that's kind of a big deal. Yet I'm not really feeling the excitement, and you captured it on our show thread, so I thought I'd bring that up.
This guy, in fact, I would argue, has done a bunch of stuff that you couldn't have even hoped for in your wildest dreams. The Giants are sitting there. This guy was on the club in spring training, and he hit $150. And they were like, yeah, not ready.
He's hitting 300.
He's hitting 300, and he's holding down center field. That was never even a thought.
Yeah.
Nobody thought in their wildest dreams Elliot Ramos was going to come up and hold down center field. That's Jung Hoo Lee. Like, they signed a dude long-term to be their center fielder. And then Luis Matos had a couple cups of coffee out there.
And they're 10
like,
games,
now the defense, it's better. It's still not quite right. Yaz can do that. He's okay out there. We're fine. He's a good outfielder. Then this dude walked in, swaggered in, hits home runs to all fields. Man's number 3 in the order. He's up the middle playing plus defense in center field. The guy has been a stud. And clutch. Have you noticed the hits?
Big time.
They come at the right time. This dude will give you the RBI hit in the 8th inning when you need it.
He leads the team in home runs in 141 fewer plate appearances than Matt Chapman, with whom he's tied.
Right.
He's got 12 home runs in 54 games. He's on pace to hit 36.
Correct.
Now, he probably won't get there because there aren't that many games left.
Well,
because
he
he's
missed.
played 54 of, the
What
88
are we at?
they
85?
played. Right.
Yeah, whatever we are.
And, he's already got 12 home runs. So he's probably going to get you 25, and he might be the one to get you 30.
I heard a lot of people say, and there's always like the two different sort of aspects of how you approach Giants baseball right now. Some people will be like, no, we need to try to win every year. Others are like, what are you guys doing? You're not the Dodgers. You're not the Padres. You're not the Braves. So, please just keep developing. Get the young guys up and develop. And if you got us to the end of the year and you had some stuff, like some real development and some exciting players, we'll accept that.
will take the 79 wins and players who look like they are going to be sustainable, homegrown, young, exciting players. Well, those of you who said you were going to be happy with that, how you doing? Because it sounds silent to me, and I would argue that an outfield of Jung-Hoo Lee, Elliot Ramos, and Luis Matos were on the doorstep. They just traded Slater. We're on the doorstep of that now being a reality. A bunch of 20-somethings, youth, speed,
power,
excitement, power, all of this stuff. Running around in the outfield on the everyday basis. That's what you said was the barometer, I was told. And here it is, and I hear the same complaints as if nothing's changed. All right.
Those are people who just aren't paying attention, I think. And if you look at this team at 44 and 47, 3 games below, you could look at the record and say, oh, same old group, same old mediocrity, same old Farhan. But then you look a little closer and you see not 1, but probably 8 homegrown younger players who are doing big things, from Harrison to Webb to Doval to Wisely to Ramos to Matos. And you look across to Patrick Bailey, and you look across the team and you see young players who are playing well and contributing, not yet contributing to winning, but they still might be a playoff team. And you're right, the cavalry's coming and help is on the way. I'm just surprised that more people haven't started to latch on to the excitement around this team.
I want to jump back to something on Klay, but one last question. How do you read these 2 moves that they just made? Is it a youth movement or is it a precursor to a huge, go for it July? Slater traded, Ahmed DFA'd. What's your translation?
I think it's both. I think the Slater trade was one that was kind of a nod to the youth movement because Matos and Ramos are going to be able to play as well as Slater and probably deserve to. And so for Austin Slater, now was the time, and you give him a chance to go out there and, maybe get more of an everyday role, and you bring in the AAA prospect, and that helps you. That wasn't really a sell move. It wasn't really a buy move. That was kind of just a good old-fashioned Farhan roster move. But the Ahmed one is interesting because do you really believe that Wisely can be your everyday shortstop throughout the remainder of the year? Maybe. He's played well. He's hit great, and he's defended more than adequately. He's been good enough to where you could look at him and say, all right, you could be our shortstop 5 of every 7 games, and we could Fitzgerald you like Fitzgerald is playing tonight, and you could maybe mix and match it if you needed to, or this could be a precursor to a big move.
He's hitting 278, got an OPS of 734. I would like him to stay closer to bases when he's out on the base pads. Stay closer to the bases. Brett, dive.
Brett,
get back on the base. Back! Anyway, there's that. But yes, and he's had some big moments, some clutch moments. He had a walk-off home run against the Dodgers on fireworks night, for crying out loud.
You were there.
You want to talk about being a forever Giant. Just do that a couple times, and that's all we need. So, yeah, maybe it's that. The Austin Slater one, you're right. It paves the way for young outfielders. It's also opportunistic. Austin's a free agent at the end of the year. You basically turn that into, knowing that next year Austin's not going to be in the mix, you turn that into someone. You turn that into someone who's got more years left on their deal. They receive a pitcher who they once had before, who they just sent down to the minors and tuck away. So I thought that was, yes, paving way for youth, but also opportunistic. But that's the one question I have, and they may still not know the answer. In other words, I think we're about to hit the 2 most important weeks of baseball in the tenure of Farhan Zaidi. Here we go. They just worked their way through 3 tough series and came out okay. But it's July 9th, and so now the trade deadline is coming fast. And I don't think this team, this organization, has any appetite or patience for a wait till next year vibe when it comes to Farhan Zaidi and his job status. I don't think they have the patience for it. So if they don't play well over the next 2 weeks and they find themselves 6 games out of the wild card standings and they just start
opening things up to younger players, I would say that Farhan's going to be in a real tough spot. But if they play well, because here comes the cavalry, and over the next 2 to 3 weeks, if they play winning baseball, get back to or above 500 and firmly in the wild card mix, I could see some real effort at acquisitions at a high level. And I believe conversations will probably happen inside that ballpark tonight during the game. With the Blue Jays in town, this is absolutely one of the target teams. If you're trying to acquire players, so are the Cubs, and they just played them twice. That's when the GMs get together. Sitting there, watch the game, share a little popcorn. What's it going to take to get Bo Bichette on this team? Those conversations are about to happen. And how the Giants play over the next 15 to 20 games is going to give you your answer.
Yeah, and they're right now 3.5 out of the third wild card, and more importantly, they're 3 games below 500. So you get to 500, maybe you get a little bit above, and then you can start to think about what sort of an ad you can make. And you still have 3 more weeks until the deadline. But I do look at some of their rotational pieces, whether it's Hayden Birdsong, a guy who has, pitched his way into real relevance.
Interesting player, right?
In a trade, not that you want to give up on a good young arm, but you've got Carson Wisenhunt, who hasn't been as great, but he's got a lot of promise down in AAA.
Starting to pop, though. Starting to look really good.
So I do think you have a surplus of arms for this year, and you may have to make an uncomfortable move with one of your young pitchers, but you do have some guys who might be attractive to a team like Toronto.
There's no question. And yeah, you do wonder kind of how the rotation's going to play out. Ray and Cobb are going to come back. Snell's back tonight. We'll see who stays healthy. But all those guys, Harrison, now Birdsong's here. What do you do with Hicks? Webb is an all-star. Obviously, that's the anchor of the rotation. So, yeah, get ready. Here we go. This is the Giants stretch run, as it turns out, because this will determine, play poker, and are you going high or are you going low? These next 2 to 3 weeks, you're going to determine the whole thing. All right, 888-957-9570. Here's something we can circle back to, because if you have not heard the sound from the Klay Thompson press conference, he is officially a member of the Dallas Mavericks and has been introduced. And today was the day that so many of us imagined, God, if Klay is ever going to put on a different jersey and sit there and talk, what would it feel like? So, what did it feel like? And we'll let you hear some of it even right now. Here's part of what Klay said with regard to making the move.
Whether you play basketball or work in the corporate world or whatever industry, sometimes change just can spur greatness, and a new change of scenery can do wonders. And I'm very grateful for my time at Golden State. I just felt like, moving on could just re-energize me and do something special for the rest of my career. And Dallas was so attractive because of the young players they have, the style of play, the world-class treatment these players get from this organization, and just a beautiful city who loves their hoops. So when I was watching the playoffs and I'm watching the Mavs, make a run for the championship, I just saw myself fitting in really well with this team and the personnel, and they look like they have fun playing with each other, and they play for each other, and that was very attractive for me, and that's really all I needed to see, and there's mutual interest there, and that's why I'm here.
Okay. How's that make you feel? You know?
Makes me feel good for him, because it's obvious that he wanted to change the scenery, and he said that, change sometimes spurs greatness, and so he feels like maybe this change is going to spur greatness, and he looks at Dallas as a place where he can go and play well and seek out a championship. And so I wish him nothing but the best, but I'm not of the mind of some where now I become a Maverick fan because Klay is going to be there. Now, Klay, you're a Maverick, and good for you. Best of luck to you, but I'm not going to be a Maverick fan in any way. I'm not going to hope that Klay gets his 5th before the Warriors get their 5th.
Let me ask you this question, and I'm going to admit that this is, this calls for us to sort of get into someone else's business a little bit. We're all built different ways. We all have strengths. We all have weaknesses, right? You can get that out of the way. But when I look at Klay Thompson, you made a comment about a half hour ago about how he should wear number 77 because he does have that video where he joked one day, showed up with a number 77 jersey because he did not make the NBA's all-time
top 75 players list.
Of which there were 76 names.
And there were 76
which was the funny
names.
thing.
And there you go. So that's why he wore number 77. And he was clearly put off by the fact that he didn't make the list. Put aside our opinion as to whether or not he should have been on the list, because let's be real, lists like this are super, super stupid. They're
subjective.
They're so stupid. Like in no way, shape, or form is it possible to be like, these are the best 75 players. Here they are. These are them. Like, what are you talking about? Like, sure, there are about 20 players who all of us would be like, well, sure, Larry Bird made it. Kobe Bryant made it. LeBron made it. Michael Jordan made it. Got it. We knew that already. Once you get to the margins of the whole thing, it's just some dude and some girl or whatever throwing like what?
It's a consortium of experts.
Who was it? Who was the outlet that even did it? Who was it?
I think it was the NBA itself.
Was it the league?
Yeah, NBA.com.
Was it NBA.com?
I'll look it up. I disagree with the notion of it being stupid. It's very subjective, and
yes, therefore,
I love lists and rankings and Rushmores and all the rest of it. But it sparks debate.
Okay, it sparks debate, but to take it personally as if it's gospel, like we just finished this. Here's my question. You can answer it any way you want. Is Klay Thompson too sensitive? Just take that wherever you want. Is Klay Thompson too sensitive? And you can weigh in on it. 888-957-9570 is the number. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Plus, we're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. This is Willard and Dibs.
And speaking of Fremont Bank, Mark, it was so great to be out there.
At First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
I tell you what, this was one of the most perfect ways to end this sunny, glorious day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan. You know what I'm saying? It was pretty cool.
On 95.7 The Game.
Mr. Dan, Captain Dan.
It's Lieutenant Dan.
I know it is. Jorge Soler has been scratched.
What?
Yeah, not like baseball players scratching himself. He's been scratched from the.
Not like when you play with an overactive cat and you get scratched.
No. He is he's out. He's out, and the updated lineup because he was leading off and at DH. Now Tyro Estrada will do that, so that means less ice for him after the game, and instead now at second base. Brett Wisely has been injected into the lineup and will bat ninth tonight against the Toronto Blue Jays with Blake Snell making his hopefully triumphant return to the San Francisco Giants field at Oracle Park.
Should I set another over-under at 4 2/3 for Blake Snell? And which way would you go
What do
tonight?
I owe you for that? What did we bet?
We bet.
Oh wait, but it was a multitude of bets. There were like 3 bets,
and you lost.
I lost that one.
You lost 2 of the 3.
I did?
You lost the overall bet.
I did. It was when the Yankees were in town.
That was the tiebreaker because
The
it was
number of home runs
over Giants half a homer,
and they did.
I had the over on Yankee homers at 4.5, and they hit 5.
Okay,
and then you
Blake
lost to Snell.
So what did we bet?
I think it might have been a box of donuts. And we
That's a great question.
We don't even know.
It was a box of donuts, I believe.
Well, now do the 2 boxes of donuts, do they cancel each other out?
No, because you also owe me babysitting. So
no, but do the donuts cancel it? Anyway, whatever.
No,
Who
with
cares?
us having a jacked up lineup next week,
Yeah.
and we're both
Oh, that's a
we're going to
good
be
point.
here in the morning.
I know, but we're both tightening it up though too.
A little bit. We can bring box of doughs though for the boys.
Take it easy. Yeah.
You know.
All right. Fair enough. Anyway, there's your Giants update. Willard and Dibbs, 888-957-9570. I hate the question that I'm asking. I want to turn the tables on myself on that. However, I'm not ducking away from the conversation. I don't even know what too sensitive means. So, like everybody, you're wired the way you're wired. But so it's not fair. I'm admitting that to be like, is he too sensitive? He is what he is. And there's nothing wrong with that. But if you put it into the framework of what we're talking about, Warrior basketball, the success that he's had, the future success that he will have, the goals that he may have had at one time about staying a Warrior for life, and we're using as part of this the conversation about the NBA top 75 all-time thing. And who did you say you looked it up? Who actually did the voting for this?
Oh, it was a blue ribbon panel, Mark.
A blue ribbon panel.
It was a blue ribbon panel of current and former players, coaches, GMs, team and league execs, WNBA legends, sports writers, and broadcasters.
So in other words,
blue ribbon in your face.
Okay, in my face, except for it includes apparently just about everybody who's ever watched a basketball game.
Blue ribbon. It's a blue ribbon panel.
What the hell does that mean?
That means when you go to current and former NBA players, you don't just grab any player. You grab players who reek of blue ribbon.
Oh, reek.
The finest of the fine.
You smell like blue ribbon.
Yeah. Is it Blue Label?
Anyway.
Blue Steel?
In other words, it's super, super stupid. It's
not
fun.
stupid at all.
No, but it's not fact. We're not dealing in fact.
It's a fact that these 76 players were named to the all 75th anniversary team. That's a fact.
Great.
So we are dealing in fact.
Okay.
Ironically or coincidentally, all 50 members of the 50th anniversary team, they all made it 25 years later, which is to say that the likes of Paul Arizin and Dolph Shays, they didn't get any worse.
They did. Okay, that's good. That's exciting.
George Mikan didn't get any worse from being on the all 50th team to the 75th team.
If you're going to have other people gather in a room or send an email with silly votes and you miss out, and again, I don't think he did. Did he actually come in 77th
What
They didn't have that, no.
I mean,
But
somebody did. Somebody somewhere's got a list of who
Of
came
course.
in 76th and 77th and 78th.
I don't believe that
and
it was
79th.
released as such. There are 10 current players who made the team. Draymond Green, not among them.
Okay.
And I don't recall Draymond Green chirping about how he felt like he needed to change his number to 78.
Fair point.
So in answer to your question about is Klay too sensitive? Yes.
Well,
Kevin Durant, also too sensitive.
Okay, that's fair.
Draymond Green, probably not sensitive enough.
Well, except for which one's still on the Warriors?
Draymond Green.
Okay, so that's kind of
He punched a teammate and stomped an opponent.
This is kind of what I'm getting at. What I'm getting at is that I'm not going to call him, quote, too sensitive, but I am going to say, and I said this yesterday at the summit, his sensitivity is a factor in why he's not with the Warriors anymore. I'm not saying it's wrong, but things bother Klay that may not bother others. And things that would bother everyone bother him a lot. They bother him more than maybe they would bother other people. He very much, he's got an active sort of sensitive brain. I know this about him. Like he internalizes things.
And I would add that the things that bother him affect the way he plays. And that's where I would draw the line as him being, quote, too sensitive, because it clearly affected him last year. All of the things that swirled around, from shot selection to playing time to the contract to the rest of it, it affected the way he played. And that's why I would declare him to be too sensitive.
So, and that's fine if, you ended up on a different team, but a lot of the things that I look at, and it's the point I was trying to make yesterday, not that the Warriors are right and that Klay was wrong, but I do think if you're Klay, or anyone for that matter, you got to look at these situations sometimes and go, I'm going to meet you halfway. You're allowed to look at the Warriors and go, that really bothered me. It bothered me that Draymond Green talked about my money. It bothered me that you wanted me to come off the bench. And here's why that bothered me. And of course you offered me a max contract at the hospital. Because if you didn't, 8 other teams would have. I was at the top of my game. And we were coming off of championships and championship contention, and I torn my ACL right there in the finals trying to win another ring for you. That's all fair. But don't you also have to admit, dude, we paid you $218 million, and I understand that a ring happened in that 5 years, but you weren't even you weren't the best player on that team. You weren't the second best player on that team. You were a part-time player on that team. And the other 4 years, we did not love what we got. And there are some feelings there. Don't you think it's incumbent upon Klay to say, that's fair? That's fair. You had to meet people halfway. You know what I mean? If the Warriors and Klay were sitting in a therapy session together, don't you think the therapist would be like, you have a point there, and you have a point there? This is not just I was surprised yesterday at the summit reaction of the whole "did Klay get jobbed" thing.
Yeah. Everyone thought he did, yeah.
Really? He got jobbed? He got hosed? He got mistreated?
I don't see it that way. And you and I have had this conversation. And if you just want to look at what happened, and they reportedly offered him 2 years and $48 million in October, and he wound up getting 3 years and $50 million in July. So he got much, much less average annual value. He got $2 extra million in total cash in the deal, and he got an extra year to go to play for Dallas. So just on the contract alone, I wouldn't say that he got, quote, jobbed. And I think that they were very patient as a team with his ups and downs over the course of the last couple of years. And yeah, he was very durable last year. 77 games of a possible 82. And you mentioned it yesterday, 178 games was his total over the 5 years of regular season basketball. And you got to add in the playoff games if you really want to give a fair accounting to what he played. But your overarching point was the money they gave him versus the amount of games he actually played. And I would say that that's not getting jobbed when you're getting paid more than $1 million a game for the amount of games that you actually did play in the regular year.
Yeah, and look, he contributed. He gave everything he had. I'm not taking a shot at the guy, but like life plays the way it plays, and to go back to our original point, like let's say you were the 80th or the 77th best player all time. Not bad.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He found that offensive. I don't see why he finds that offensive. I also know that athletes use stuff like that. They use stuff like that to motivate themselves. And so that's fine. Whatever you got to do, you do it. But I do think that there are some things in this story where Klay got offended, and I'm like, that offended you? Really? Okay.
Yep. And different players are offended by different things. And, for Chris Paul, it was you coaching in a conversation in the offseason last year about, when he gets traded to the Warriors. And I think it was Kendra Andrews who dared to intimate that maybe he would come off the bench, which turned out to be the way that went.
Of course it was accurate.
Right.
Of course it was.
The sensitivity in that moment. And, a lot of it comes down to ego. And it comes down to, the question or maybe who the questioner is. And, Klay Thompson got all upset at Devin Booker of the Suns, and they had this back and forth, and he's calling him a bum, and you'll never win a title, and I got 4, and all the rest of it. And so sometimes sensitivity comes up based on circumstance.
Let's go to Ed in Los Gatos. Hey, Ed, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What's up?
Hey, thanks, guys, very much for taking my call. I'm just looking up my top 75 greatest rock and roll albums ever just to see if they got that list right.
What's number 74, Ed? What's number 74? I'm kidding. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't think Klay's too sensitive. I think he's a smart guy. I think he talks about stuff. Just because somebody talks about something openly doesn't mean that it's sensitive. I work in high tech, and the fact of the matter is, it's okay to leave sometimes. It doesn't mean that somebody screwed up. Klay has great relationship with his teammates and with the fans and with the coaching staff. He has high. What if he ever comes back and when they give him, hang his name up in the banner, I'm going to be there cheering for him. So thanks, Klay, and I want to see him do well. But I don't think anybody screwed him over, and I don't think anybody did anything wrong. I think it's okay to leave sometimes.
Ed, I agree with you completely. Here's what is sort of the interesting aspect of this, and then we'll play a little bit more of what Klay said today so that you can get the vibe and the feel for it if you did not see the press conference and you were at work or whatever you might be up to today on a Tuesday. We get to this point now, and sometimes people want to change history because they would like it to fit whatever sort of idea they want out in a public space. So Klay Thompson now, we're going to have a press conference, and he's going to be like, well, change the scenery. Absolutely needed a change of scenery. As Ed said, let's get some new teammates. Let's get a new feel. Let's get a new vibe. Well, wait a minute. If that's what you really wanted, you wouldn't have even tried to get an offer from the Warriors. What if the Warriors had offered you $100 million?
That change of scenery. Looking for that change of scenery.
So, which is it? Did you want a change of scenery or did you want respect from the Warriors? And we've moved on in life and accepted both. And they're polar opposites from one another.
And I think that he had mentioned in an earlier piece, maybe it was the Ramona Shelburne article that talked about where he had a moment where he realized that he was going to have to find joy and peace of mind outside of the Warriors organization. And maybe that's when he went and unfollowed him and he decided to scrub his account of certain pictures because he came to that realization after his round of golf in May with Joe Lacob, where they reportedly didn't talk about his future with the Warriors and they didn't talk about a contract. After that, he had a realization that, maybe he did need a change of scenery.
Right. But you were forced to that opinion.
Mostly,
that wasn't your opinion, because 2 months ago you went to Riviera hoping that Joe Lacob would offer you a contract.
Right.
You didn't want to change the scenery. You wanted a change of contract offer.
You probably wanted the contract that you turned down back. You probably wanted 2 and 48 back.
That's a good point.
When you said no to it back in October, you wanted that one back, and the team is saying, well, not only is that contract not available, but no contract is available.
I mean, we're really just kind of working through what led us to this point. There's no, There's no problem here. There's no problem here. Every time we have this conversation, you're going to start getting the reaction, and I see you. Oh, dude, let the Klay hate go. No, nobody hates Klay. That's absurd. Why would you hate Klay? What on earth is that even about? Right? I don't even understand that. What on earth would Klay Thompson have ever done that would make somebody take shots or not acknowledge the past or all of those things? But what I acknowledge is that he's a unique dude. And I don't think you see a lot of guys like this in pro sports. I know a lot of guys get offended by contract offers. Brandon Ayuk clearly is right now. Paul George was a handful of weeks ago. So I get that. But I'd also argue that when dudes get offended by contract offers, when they change, they get unoffended real fast. Klay got offended repeatedly for a period of seemingly maybe as much as 4 years now with the Warriors. And to the point where he did not enjoy very much of the last 2 years since they won a championship. I don't know if the parade out here was his last great day as a Warrior. Maybe. But he repeatedly got offended and was unable to work his way out of it, even when contract offers were put in front of him.
Yeah, because he thought that he was worth more than what the offers were at the time. And, he was making almost $43 million last year. $43 million. And so at the start of last year, where you're feeling better now and you're a few years removed from the surgeries and you're a year removed from being a champion and they offer you 24 a year, you're thinking, get out of here, 24. I'm Klay Thompson. I'm making almost 43. And we had Bobby Marks, who was a cap expert and an NBA salary guy and a former GM himself. And he put the number back in, I think it was about January, February. He said Klay's probably going to command around $30 million a year. Yep. So even at that time, if you're in Klay's camp, you turn down 2 and 48, which is 24 a year, and you have experts around the league saying 30 is not out of the question, and then you get to the end of the year and you're waiting for that offer, and that offer never comes, and you're thinking, come on, I mean, what's it going to be? And then you realize that the market elsewhere is not 24 a year. It might be 20 a year. And you mentioned earlier the Laker alleged offer of 4 years and $80 million. I can't believe that he would turn down 4 and 80 to take 3 and 50 with Dallas just based on their ability to go out and win a championship.
I doubt that very, very much.
So, I mean, I don't know if we've had confirmation of the accuracy of that alleged offer or if we ever will get that. I mean, only Rob Pelinka and, maybe Ramona Shelburne in a private moment could either confirm or deny that. But the fact that he wound up taking basically $16.66 million a year after turning down 24, after making 43, that's a long fall down to getting 3 and 50.
I mean, there are more people who know. Michael was on with us yesterday. I'm sure he knows. All he would say is that the Lakers were an option. They were an option. So,
yeah, and LeBron was going to take less in theory to allow enough room for Klay to come in, and then the Klay thing didn't happen, and LeBron did take less.
I never bought that for a second.
I mean, that's where seeing's believing. If LeBron takes $40 million a year instead of what he end up with, 55, 56 or whatever.
He was never going to do that. He was never going to give back that much money.
Yeah, I don't think so. But that was the chatter, right?
Right, because he needed good PR because he was dealing with a whole week of people screaming about how nepotism has taken over the Los Angeles Lakers draft room. So he needed some positive PR. So Clutch put out that he'll take less money to make room for a player that everybody knows is not coming. Because the Warriors were never going to take D'Angelo Russell. Not in a million years.
It worked out the first time.
They wouldn't trade Guy Santos' shoe for D'Angelo Russell right now.
Nice shoes.
LeBron still took a pay cut. $1 million pay cut so they can stay out of the second apron.
The $1 million pay cut, which more than $1 million of like that plus more money was just transferred to his son.
His son got a 4-year deal as a second-round pick.
It's hysterical.
It's
awesome.
It's
for him.
No, I find it to be hilarious.
Yeah, it is. It's totally hilarious.
I think JJ Redick will coach him up.
Oh, He's a prospect. Did you see him in the first Summer League game?
Look good.
He looks really good.
I like the player. I like the pick.
I liked both of his missed free throws. I thought both of them looked great.
That's mean.
James in Fremont is next here on Willard and Dibs. Hi, James. What are you doing?
Hey, battling through traffic right now.
Damn it, James. Damn it. I'm sorry to hear that.
Hey, guys, enjoyed the show. Thanks for taking my call. I just want to get your opinion. If you knew that you're going to get Buddy Hield in slow-mo in replacement for Klay Thompson, would you have tried your best to keep Klay and see what you can pay him? Just wanted to see what you guys think.
That's an interesting question. James, thanks. How would you answer that? Like, forget all of the other factors. If you knew that what you were getting in return for Klay Thompson was Buddy Hield and Kyle Anderson, how do you feel?
I probably would still have moved on from Klay Thompson because I think you get to that point where the relationship is just broken and it's just over. And Klay, I think, when he gets the offer for $48 million, he says no, and then the offer that he never got, which he probably would have gotten, let's say he would have gotten one for $2 and $30 or $3 and $45 or something like that. Even if he took it, now you're just going to have unhappy Klay again. I don't think that Klay had the ability to stay and make what the Warriors were willing to pay him and take the role that they wanted to give him and be happy. And, you and I had this debate last week or the week before about could Klay be happy? And I thought he might have had the ability to come back and work through it and be content. But after everything we've heard and read about change of scenery and where his salary wound up, I can't imagine Klay coming back making $16.66 million, which would be about a 65% pay cut, less than Wiggins, less than Draymond. Heck, he's barely making more than Kevon and GP2 for crying out loud. And I can't see Klay coming back to this team and being content at that level. Now, you can go to Dallas, new city, new environment, new team, and make that and be a lot more content because you don't have what you talked about, the same pressure of living up to being the old Klay. So that being said, to answer the caller, reluctantly, I would rather have what they got in exchange. Buddy Hield's going to be an interesting one to watch. He can be great. He can be horrific, all in the course of one quarter. And slow-mo, I think, is going to be, he's kind of a Kevon Looney kind of player. Not super impactful on offense, but really smart. He'll set the picks. He'll move the ball. He'll do the things you need on offense. Defensively, he's pretty good. He's going to be a guy who doesn't pop, but he's going to be a good addition.
Here's how I'll answer the question. Putting Klay Thompson, Kyle Anderson, and Buddy Hield's names all in the same sentence is historically absurd. So if you're asking it from that perspective, do I feel like the Warriors got name and talent return for Klay Thompson? Of course not. Of course not. But here's what's more important. And maybe I'm being a little bit whimsical here with this statement, but if I run a company, I've got zero, and I mean zero, interest in any employees who don't want to be there. None. So that's what I would say. I would say that knowing that Klay Thompson was going to leave, Kyle Anderson and Buddy Hield is a very serviceable set of acquisitions as you move on. And if Klay Thompson, it's a little bit of a complex way of saying it because you could argue, well, if the Warriors hadn't acted that way, then Klay Thompson maybe he wouldn't have wanted to leave. But here he is all day today talking about how he lost the joy over the last 2 years in playing for the Warriors. And that was not okay with him. If you don't want to play for the Warriors and it is not a joyous thing, then yes, Kyle Anderson, Buddy Hield is a wonderful return for Klay Thompson. Because the truth is I don't let him walk for nothing. Not because I don't like Klay, but because I have no interest in a player being on a team if they don't want to be there. I think it is the law of diminishing returns 10 times over. I think it is worse for I think it's like below replacement level. If you guys are all running around out there ticked off, I mean, Warrior fans, you've watched it for 2 years in a row now.
Klay Thompson played angry, and the year before that, Jordan Poole was out there. Which one of these is doing his own thing?
Yeah.
He's just running around out here like a crazy person. And people are throwing mouthpieces and throwing their hands up in the air and walking off the court in the middle of games. That stuff don't fly at the professional level. So, yes, if that's how Klay feels and that's what he says he feels, then I flat out don't want him on the Warriors.
Right. And you make a good point about just any organization. And, I give credit to our boss, who's actually not in the building. So I do this without knowing that I'll get anything back in return. But
I'll send him an MP3.
You should, because when he got the job here as program director, he went about systematically replacing people in our organization who clearly didn't want to be here. And it took some time, and it was some on air, some behind the scenes, a number of different people. You could tell they weren't really sold out to be a part of what we have here. For example, yesterday, the summit, you've got 6 hosts willing to come together and drive down to Fremont, 4 guys who are off the air who are willing to do it for the team. That sort of a thing wouldn't have flown 5 years ago, and it speaks to what we've done as an organization. And for the Warriors, you're right. If you have Klay Thompson, there aren't enough points per game and threes that he could make if he's going to be disgruntled and, acting kind of the way he did the last couple of years, which was, a little bit angry.
Here's Klay on what it felt like to leave the only team he's ever known.
Probably a little disappointed at first, but then as time goes on, you have a lot of time to reflect and you realize what you did. They can't take that away from you as far as the championships records are meant to be broken, but the impact you have on a community and all that will forever live. And sometimes, breakups are necessary to do what's right. And I'm not the first athlete in the NBA to go through this. I did grow up in Portland, and I remember when Scottie Pippen came to the Blazers, that was like the biggest day of my life. And I'm not saying I'm Scottie, but they were right there against the Lakers, almost won a chip. So I take a lot of inspiration from past athletes and how their careers might have gone astray when they either left the team or joined a new team. And some guys thrive, and I look forward to just kind of being rejuvenated here and playing a lot of good basketball left in the tank.
All right, 888-957-9570. We'll keep going on the phones. I will tell you, we've got a Farhan Zaidi, Marco Luciano update.
Ooh,
juicy. To pass along, which we'll do here in just a few minutes. But let's go to Eduardo in Hayward. Hi, Eduardo. What are you doing?
I'm driving to Benjamin Moore right now. Go work on some trucks.
Okay, get her done.
I just want to say that I've been in that situation like Klay Thompson. I used to work for a company called Penske Truck Leasing. And me and the boss got into it, and he told me some things and treated me very wrong, cursed me out. That day that happened, I knew my worth at this company wasn't what it was anymore. So I jumped in my truck and I called my friend and I said, "Hey, is your company hiring?" He said, "Yes." The next week I had a new job, and the grass is greener on the other side. Sometimes it does take time to adjust, but if he was unhappy, it's probably mentally unhappy. You know what I mean? If you offered me this contract and now it's not this, I'm going to go somewhere else where maybe I might make a big difference.
No question, Eduardo. And Klay has admitted as much, right? Thanks for the call. You say, oh, maybe it's mental. Like, I think he's put that in black and white. He's already put his voice to that when he said at the end of the year in exit interviews that he had to see what was best for his mental health. I think at that time he was probably still leaving open the possibility that the Warriors would suddenly strike a different chord and come back around and do some things differently or offer him something else or try to meet him halfway. They didn't. Instead, they gave him the message of, we really want you back, but we need you to go in the corner and wait because we've got all these other things that we want to do first. But if they don't work out, then we really do want you back.
Right.
And I think he got even more offended. And at a certain point, you go, yeah, this isn't for me. I don't, there's no hard feelings. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with any of this.
But I do think that if you're Klay and you say, I needed a change of scenery, well, then I would say no contract offer from the Warriors would have made sense. You needed a change of scenery.
And I think that he got to that point where, you go through the year and you go through all the emotions of everything that has happened and all the slights that you feel. It's the Wiggins contract, the Poole contract, it's the Draymond contract, it's the season, it's the role, it's the benching, it's the reclamation of your starting spot, it's being a 10 seed and getting to the offseason and realizing I'm a free agent for the first time, and I'm kind of looking forward to maybe seeing what's out there, but I'm going to give the Warriors the first crack at it, and the Warriors never get into that batter's box and really take a swing, and so you go through a brief period of the offseason, and you're thinking, WTF, I'm a Splash Brother, I'm a forever Warrior, I'm Klay Thompson, my number's going to be retired, I'm a Hall of Famer, I'm top 77 of all time, and all the rest of it, and yet there's no offer, and so you start to stew on it, and we know that Klay Thompson is an introspective guy and one who kind of lives in his own head, so I'm sure as every moment passes and as free agency gets closer and closer and closer, and it gets quieter and quieter and quieter, I'm sure internally he's getting more and more agitated.
It's such a relatable story, I think, because every single one of us, when you work for a company, you want what you did in the past to matter when it's time for an acknowledgement or promotion, a new contract, whatever. You want that past to matter. But when we're sports fans, we look at those organizations and we're like, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Sometimes we do, you know what I mean? Like for people who have, and maybe Klay is one of these, but I do hear a different sound when people talk about Klay versus Steph. Like if it came to thank you contracts or what have you. Go back with the Giants. Did you like Buster Posey's thank you contract more than Brandon Belt's? Or
of course.
You know what I mean?
It's a good point.
So like they're different. They're always different. But we can acknowledge in sports that usually the right business thing to do is to try to pay people for what you think is going to happen next, as opposed to what's happened in the rearview mirror. And the bottom line is, and I say this with full understanding of both sides, it's very hard for human beings to take when they're talking about you.
Right.
When they're talking about you and you're being told you were amazing and we love you forever and we would like to keep you, at the same time, we really don't think you're ever going to be as good as you used to be. And as a competitor, that's like factually true. It's obvious to everybody but you.
And I think it's especially hard when it happens in your 30s. Like if it happens to you or me right now, me especially, because I'm further down the road, Father Time tapping me on the shoulder. And when I get to that spot in this business where, we're going to have to move in another direction or whatever, okay, fine. I'm 55. I might be 60 when that happens. Hopefully it's not till I'm 65. I've got a 2-year-old if the boss is listening, and you know that. But when you get to that point as an older person, there's a little bit more of an ability, I think, to take a look and go, okay, I get that. It still sucks, but, you're a little bit older. But when you're in your mid-30s, he still is, in the beginning of the prime of his human life. Forget basketball. As a 34-year-old, you're still feeling like you've got many, many more years of greatness ahead of you, yet your employer's telling you, yeah, Klay, we don't see you the way that, we used to see you, so there's going to be no offer. It's more of an ego blow when you're at that age, I think.
You want to hear the Farhan Luciano thing?
Dying for it.
Okay. So,
you gonna do your Farhan or just give it to me straight?
I don't have a Farhan. You have a Farhan. Yeah. You got to work on actually being able to say something though.
Okay.
Like what if Farhan was talking?
It sounds too much like Kyle Shanahan and stuff. My Farhan, my Tiger, my Shanahan.
Possibly.
I only have one impersonation and it varies. Hey, it's Farhan.
Yeah, there it is. Perfect. And it is.
Do me a huge favor.
It is. It's
I
Farhan.
need you to play some left field.
He spoke publicly to the assembled Giants media.
The throngs?
Well, with regard,
I'm a Giants fan.
You've got the Slater trade, and for those of you just joining us, Nick Ahmed was DFA'd earlier today, and both Tyler Fitzgerald and Brett Wisely will actually